Welcome back to my Manhwa recap channel. If you enjoy my content, please subscribe and hit the bell icon. Don't forget to leave a comment with your feedback. Subscribe now and enjoy the recap.
Men in red robes with hoods raise their hands up and pronounce words in an unknown language. They stand around a pink glowing crystal with chains attached to it. Behind them is a huge number of monsters. Someone makes a cutting blow to the multi-faced monster. A black-haired man with a sword makes 2 cross strikes on the monsters and cuts off the heads of 2 of them. He shouts to the many armored warriors behind him that he will lead them through. Sword Lord Ray-chan. A gray-haired man in purple and black robes saddles an undead bone creature and holds a staff with a skull on its top. There are many skeletons standing near him. Guardian of the Graves Jorg Billmeyer. On a hill stands a blonde woman in armor, next to whom are 2 warriors. She looks at the ongoing battle. With a menacing expression on her face, she points her sword forward and shouts to the warriors that they must stop the ritual. Saint Maria Jaeger. Rays of light emanate from the crystal. It was divided into 5 parts. A blue system window with a blue frame appears, where it is written that the tower level has changed from 12th to 12+. A monster with a red cloak lands on the ground, pushing everyone away. A system notification appears saying that a new target for the tower raid has been identified. The red-haired woman in the blue dress clenched her teeth in anger. Next to her, a man in a black robe holds a scythe in his hands. Near them stand many warriors in armor. The monster with the red cloak makes his 2 swords float on the ground. Season 5, Seasonal Boss. Lord of Plague. His eyes are red and he wears a metal mask over his face. He makes several strikes with his swords, after which green waves of energy emanate from them, which hit the warriors. A system notification appears saying that the new goal of the raid is to defeat the Plague Lord. Many blue tentacles appear near the Plague Lord and attack people. The corpses of warriors lie on the ground with blisters on their skin. Maria protects herself and other warriors nearby from the tentacle with her shield, and golden energy appears around her, forming a barrier. The barrier is destroyed. The girl with a tired face clenched her teeth from tension. The blue tentacle successfully hits the warriors. Ray-chan is very scared. He screams that he doesn't want to die. He runs back while his warriors are still standing in front of the boss. The warrior girl calls out to the Sword Lord. Another warrior calls him the head of the guild. The Plague Lord brandishes his weapon and calls Ray a foolish mortal. He punches, creating a green wave, and then screams and asks Ray where he is trying to escape. The green wave kills the warriors and rushes straight towards the fleeing warrior. A man in dark armor with a 2-handed sword cuts through a green wave of energy. The girl behind him shouts that it is him. Another warrior shouts that they are saved. He adds that this is the Hero King. A brown-haired man wearing black and purple armor and scars on his face has a serious look. He makes a dash towards the enemy with 2 swords in his hands. The Plague Lord makes multiple attacks that create green waves. The protagonist breaks the enemy's energy waves with a blow of his sword. Red, crackling energy emanates from the Plague Lord's eyes. The protagonist and the boss make a jump and fly towards each other. A huge amount of dark green energy appears, which Maria and the other warriors observe. The blonde screams Kang Yusen's name. Many green waves of energy spread out to the sides. The Plague Lord asks the protagonist if he dared to attack him alone. They clash their swords and the boss tells the protagonist that he, the stupid Hero King, the hope of humanity, will die alone, drowning in the ocean of plague. The Plague Lord smiles maliciously and tells the protagonist that no one will find him there and no one will help him. Kang thanks him in return. His sword emits black and blue energy, and his eye emits blue energy. The main character smiles maliciously and says that now he won't have to worry about it. The surprised Plague Lord, with bright blue energy shining in front of him, asks the protagonist how he did it, and then adds that this cannot be. A bright blue column of energy appears. Maria and the rest of the warriors cover their faces due to the strong wind. Jorg opened his eyes wide in surprise. The rest of the warriors look at what is happening with shocked faces. A blue glow hovers above the protagonist's hand. The warriors raise their hands up and shout that they have won. A system notification appears where it says that Season 5 has ended, the origin of the Plague Lord. One of the warriors shouts that the Plague Lord has fallen. 3 system notifications appear, according to which all players who participated in the raid were given a random equipment card. The top 100 players were given an ability card above the rare level. The top 10 players are given an artifact card higher than heroic level. One of the fighters shouts that they again prevented the end of the world. A system notification appears, according to which the Kang player, who defeated the seasonal boss, the Plague Lord, received the legendary Black Death equipment and the title of Lord Slayer, and the reward for the seasonal boss can only be received in the next season. The protagonist falls to the ground. He lies on the ground and looks at the notifications appearing above him. He closes his eyes and thinks that once again their world has gained an extra year of life. There are many reporters sitting at desks in the hall. The camera in the center of the room films the protagonist. The reporter says that this is a player who has been ranked first for 4 seasons in a row, the one who completed the tower raid the best. the one with the highest level, superior equipment, abilities, and the most achievements. This is a hero among heroes, the hero King Kang Yusen. The main character sits on a chair, and next to him on the table there is a microphone. The girl holds the protagonist's toy in her hand and exclaims that it's him. With a joyful expression on her face, she tells her mom and dad that the hero king is being shown on TV. There are many people on the streets of the city. One of them, with surprise in his voice, asks if it is true that the hero king saved them again. Someone answered him that yes, he and several players from all over the world. The guy in the red hat shows a white t-shirt with the protagonist and tells the guy next to him to buy a t-shirt as the hero king. Another townsman says that their world has been saved once again. A man with glasses stands near the performance stand and asks the main character if, as a representative of all the heroes gathered here today, he could say a few words to their audience. Maria touches the protagonist's hand. She puts her hand to her face and tells the main character to just say something good, even if you don't feel like it. She combines her hands and with a smile on her face asks the protagonist to do this. Saint Maria Jaeger. In the interview room at the Geneva UN Forum, Maria closes her eyes and gets worried. A man with an orange tie and a girl in a blue dress are sitting next to her. Today the 10 best players of the season have gathered. Jorg, Ray, as well as a man in an army beret and a blonde man are sitting at a table nearby. The man with glasses asks the main character to talk about how they heroically risked their lives and made history by saving the world. The main character smiles and says that it was not heroic and he tried for the sake of money. People in the hall are shocked by the protagonist's statement. Maria lost her pupils due to shock. The main character takes the microphone in his hand and begins to speak. He slams his palm on the table and with a serious expression on his face says that he has not been interested in anything other than them for a long time. One day the world turned into a game. A system notification appears where it says that there is now a preview of Season 1 The End of the World preview. Many people on the city streets saw blue notifications from the system in front of them. Towers of various sizes began to appear everywhere, eclipsing the skies. Cone-shaped towers appeared in the sky. People raise their heads and look at them. After some time, monsters began to appear from them, killing everyone in their path. Portals appear in the lower parts of the towers from which monsters jump out to the ground. Monsters attack civilians. The orc swings his axe. Everyone expected the end of the world to come. People are running away from monsters. The brown-haired girl fell to the ground. Someone's blood splashed. A brown-haired girl cries as drops of blood fly near her. Suddenly players emerged from the crowd. A man with short black hair cut off the green monster's hand. He clutched the sword in both hands. They hunted monsters and protected people. The black-haired guy makes a wide lunge strike and hits several monsters at once. The blonde protected herself and the father and child from monsters under the golden barrier. From that moment on, the world began to live according to new rules. An octopus monster, a spider, a minotaur and dragons fall to the ground. Invasion from the tower. A werewolf with red eyes falls to the ground, and behind him an orc with 2 axes. This phenomenon of monsters emerging from towers can be prevented. One of the 2 dragons screams loudly while the other shoots flames from its mouth at the warriors with shields. If you raid towers in a certain period of time, this is how players with superhuman powers and the ability to raid towers became heroes of the new world. A man in purple clothes with a cloak uses magic to form a ball with an eye above himself. A man with red eyes swings a scythe. Maria puts her hands in front of her and uses golden magic on Ray standing in front of her. The protagonist is shown on TV. The announcer says that the main character said that he is no longer interested in anything except money. He reports that the hero king spoke in exactly this way on a controversial topic. The protagonist sits on chairs in front of the computer. He retells the words of the protagonist that he tried for the sake of money and therefore, when people go out for a walk, they should buy his t-shirts and posters. The main character reads the comments and wonders whether it is possible to express himself like that on the forum. The country's community of players formed naturally when the world gradually turned into a game and was called the Players' Forum. The Players' Forum is open on the protagonist's computer. Here players share information about raids and can trade items. Guides are open on the site page, and there are many potions and cards nearby. On the forum, one of the users wrote that the Hero King is a legend. The second user writes that he agrees and money is really best. The third user writes that he was going to buy a t-shirt, but after his words he boycotted him. The protagonist asks him in the comments if he even had money for a t-shirt or maybe he is a beggar. A third user asks the protagonist if he is a hero king. The protagonist types on the keyboard and wonders how he knew it was him. The protagonist reads the comments, where one of the users asks the protagonist to take him on the team. He further writes that he is damn curious to know what the main character is like in reality. He adds that he is a reporter and will be waiting for him in front of his house on the opening day of the season. The main character goes out onto the balcony. He sees many people gathered near his house. He thought he couldn't stand it. The main character walks near the reporters with a smile on his face. One of them puts his hand forward with a microphone and asks the protagonist to comment on the new season. Another reporter tells the protagonist that his merch has been boycotted around the world and then asks him what he thinks about it. He tells the protagonist that he said that for a long time he was only interested in money. The protagonist smiles while many microphones are pointed at him. The reporter asks the main character if the same motivation remains in the new season. Kang puts his hand forward and tells people with cameras and microphones that the stars who appear on television are drunkards who cause nothing but problems. He asks if they are capable of anything at all. He smiles, gritting his teeth. He says with a smug expression that he will in turn repay them with good entertainment. The brown-haired man with the camera is worried and asks how to understand this. The other reporters also became worried. An earthquake starts and everyone gets scared. Reporters reel from the earthquake. Beginning of Season 6 Endless Labyrinth. The brown-haired man opens his mouth in shock. One of the cameramen next to him is filming what is happening. A system notification appears saying that the towers are being created and are currently 96% loaded. Another system notification appears, which says that players can enter active towers after reading the information on the gates below them. Two holographic diagrams appear, showing the tower descending and the player reading the notification. The next notification says that a dungeon will appear soon, and flying towers will approach the ground, so you need to pay attention to their height. Many towers appear in the sky. A notification appears asking players to raid towers to protect the world from destruction. The main character walks among the reporters in a hood and with a smile on his face. There is a flyer on the ground announcing that the Hero King merch is now on sale. One of the reporters asks what kind of leaflets these are. Another asks if they are from the Hero King. A system notification appears saying that the protagonist has arrived at his destination. The main character is displayed as a crosshair on a holographic map. He keeps his hands in his pockets and says that there are not even rats left here. He smiles and says that the first day of the season is always quiet. A system notification appears saying that most rulers are happy to see the clown ruler performer. The man in the steel helmet laughs, after which a notice appears that the iron ruler laughs heartily and gives the blessing of the one who has renounced his sword. A smiling woman with blonde hair covers her mouth. The ice ruler chuckles and gives a blessing to the one who brought the mirror. The main character takes off his hood and says that let them continue to laugh. A system notification appears indicating that the protagonist's suitability for wielding a sword has increased. The second notice says that the suitability for ice magic has greatly increased. The protagonist thought that everything was in vain today and then, in the hall, he remembers how he spoke into the microphone that he tried for the sake of money and said that apart from it he was not interested in anything. Then he smiled with his eyes closed and told everyone that's why when they go out, they should buy his t-shirts. The main character thought that he did everything for the sake of rewards from the enlightened ones, who call themselves rulers and watch over the players. The protagonist opened his eyes. A system notification appears where it says that the golden and legendary ruler laughs hysterically and gives a blessing to the one who chooses the legends. The system window in front of the protagonist changes and he is surprised. There is written information about the blessing of the one who chooses the legends. Effect: luck will be significantly increased for 3 rounds. In one of the rounds, the player with 100% probability receives a legendary level reward. The protagonist adds that he also did everything for the sake of titles, which also persist after the end of the season, unlike abilities and items. The main character smiles and commands the system to open the reward. A system notification appears that the blessing of the one who chooses the legends greatly affects the player of the gacha game. A holographic card with a question mark on it appears above the protagonist's hand. The main character, with trepidation on his face, clenches his hands into fists and thought that he wanted a legendary item. A system notification appears saying that this is a legendary item. A black and gold coat appears in front of the main character. According to the system notification, this is a black coat with gold trim, golden fanaticism. Level: legendary, defense. Characteristics: defense is 0, evasion is plus 999, agility is plus 300. When used, you can activate the Archangel Shield ability. Recharge time: 168 hours. When used, the Blessing Knight's resolve is given. Description: this coat was given to a deeply loyal knight who found himself in danger due to an attack by a Gallic elf during a battle between 2 races, with the blessing of an archangel. The knight was unable to suppress his faith and was indiscriminately killed by 1,000 elves. The main character smiles, after which he is enveloped in a golden glow. He thought that with a legendary protective item, an ability and an artifact of the heroic level. The protagonist puts his hands in his pockets and says that you can enter the tower. The main character disappears and then the glow disappears. A system notification appears saying that the golden and legendary ruler has revoked his blessing to the one who chooses the legends and has blessed the protagonist's business of selling t-shirts. The protagonist appears in the middle of a spacious room with many braziers as light sources near the ceiling. The monster stomps loudly on the ground. The protagonist is faced with many orcs, one of which tells him to die. A system notification appears saying that this is the Blood Moon Tower with level 3 orcs. Maximum number of floors, 5. Acceptable number of players, 1-4. All floors are operational and the store is accessible. Feature, you will find battles without rest, battles and more battles. Raid goal, defeat the boss, Blood Moon Singer, on the very last floor. The main character smiles and exclaims that it is time to test his heroic level ability. A system window appears with information about the skill create heroic level ice sword. Attribute, ice, metal. Description, while waiting, ice crystals are formed from which an ice sword is created. Other players may receive additional effects depending on their compatibility with frost magic, the level of active ability cards, increased statuses, and other factors. Feature, when using abilities, the player cannot equip a weapon. However, when this ability is activated, the ice sword is considered equipped. Its characteristics can be seen in the equipment tab. The main character shouts out an ice sword. A sword of ice forms in front of his hand. A system notification appears stating that the protagonist's compatibility with the ice sword has been increased, thanks to which he receives the additional effect of Breath of Cold. The protagonist runs towards the enemies with an ice sword at the ready and thanks the ice ruler. He swings his sword at the orc, who is about to attack him. An icy wind blows towards the orcs. The axe of one of the orcs meets resistance in the form of an icy wind. The orc that attacked the protagonist is frozen. The protagonist makes a wide attack on the orcs, defeating several nearby ones while the ice wave reaches the distant orcs. All remaining orcs are frozen and the protagonist walks towards them. He passes by frozen orcs. A system window appears where it is written that the protagonist's level has been increased, and the indicators of strength, agility, and intelligence are increased by 1 point. The protagonist then levels up twice and then levels up the Create Ice Sword ability card. The main character makes his ice sword disappear. A system notification appears saying that the main character has cleared the first floor. Kang smiles and says he's off to a good start. He asks if he should try to save the world again. A system window appears with information where it says that now is Season 6 Endless Labyrinth. Name, Kang Yusen. Title, Hero King, Court Jester, and Lord Slayer. Level 1. Blessings received. The one who sharpens the S-rank sword, the one who brings S-rank winter, the one who absorbs X-rank time, the X-rank combat winner, the one who cheats X-rank death, the one who rewrites X-rank destiny, Martial Foresight rank S ability card, main deck 1 of 7, create heroic rank ice sword. Ability card, additional deck 0 of 3. A notification appears that the protagonist has entered the second floor. He enters the room with a sword in his hand. There is dissatisfaction on his face. He sees in front of him many orcs drinking drinks near the fire. Orcs notice the main character. The orcs raise their weapons upward. One of them shouts that the warrior has come. The second orc shouts that he is the one who will send them to Valhalla. The third orc shouts that they will fight with honor and die. The protagonist moves his sword to the side and, with a smile on his face, tells the orcs to wait. He jumps towards them and swings his sword at them, and then shouts that he will show them what heaven looks like. There were dirty footprints on the stairs. A system window appears where it is written that the protagonist has entered the 4th floor. The main character smiles with drops of sweat on his face and thought that it's good that his level is increasing, but it's a little difficult to fight without a break. He opens his eyes wide. Kang stopped with his sword ready. A system notification appears saying that the guards have blocked the path to their commander's quarters. Orcs wearing shoulder pads and helmets stand in front of the protagonist. The protagonist took a closer look at one of the orcs in armor and thought that this was a great way to show who the elite mobs were here. A system notification appeared saying that the protagonist needs to fight with honor and die. Kang notices the next system notification, which says that the Iron Ruler has blessed the guards. The orc punches his shoulder and shouts that the Iron Ruler has given them his blessing. The orcs begin to be enveloped in red energy, after which their facial expressions become menacing. One of them shouts that Valhalla is waiting. Another orc asks where the warrior who will send them there is. The orcs go to the main character and one of them shouts to the other orcs to sing a song of blood and steel for the Iron Ruler. The protagonist pulls his sword back and thought that they would not let him catch his breath. He slashes with his sword, sending out waves of cold at his enemies. The protagonist opens his eyes wide. One of the orcs hits the protagonist, but he dodges. Behind him, another orc swings his weapon in a jump. The protagonist also swings his sword while jumping. He made a quick swing with his weapon. His sword bounces off the enemy's armor. He thought that he had assumed so, there wasn't much damage coming. The main character gritted his teeth and thought that the elite warriors had resistance to ice sky energy. One of the orcs hits the protagonist with an axe, but he jumps, causing the orc to hit another orc with an axe. The main character holds onto a chain on a hill and says that he needs to deliver an accurate fatal blow, but he doesn't have the right ability right now. He remembers reading the information from the system window and saying that with such indicators his equipment almost corresponds to the level of the semifinals, and in addition the ability and artifact of the heroic level. The main character uses a voice command to open his inventory, the window with which appears above his hand. Ice Heart is a heroic level artifact. Description: grants Glacier synergy to equipment, causing the effects of ice attribute abilities to be increased by 14%. Increases damage from Ice Kai energy, increases resistance to Ice Kai energy. The protagonist smiles and a drop of sweat runs down his cheek. He says he doesn't know if he can handle it now. A system window appears with a note that says that it cannot be used by those who do not have ice magic. There is a risk of turning into an ice statue, and before implementation you should take out insurance in the Red Magic Tower. One of the orcs shouts to the protagonist standing on the chandelier to come down and fight, and then adds that those who fight dishonorably will not go to Valhalla. One of the orcs throws his axe at the main character. The main character thought that now is not the time to doubt. He clenches his hand into a fist and commands the system to introduce the artifact. A system notification appears stating that a heroic level artifact, the Heart of Ice, has been introduced. Streams of cold emanate from the main character. A system window appears where it is written that the powerful energy of cold magic is felt. The next notification says that Glacier synergy has been obtained. The main character jumps from the chandelier. A system window appears where it is written that the effect of equipped ability cards with the ice attribute has been enhanced. The protagonist touches the blade of the sword, causing blue energy to emanate from the point of contact. He asks who needs a golden lie if there is a whole cave with gold. The orc swings an axe at the main character and shouts that everything will end in war. The protagonist parries the enemy's blow with his hand, which is covered with ice. The main character smiles and draws his sword back. He hits the monster. The orc gradually freezes after being hit by the protagonist. A system notification appears saying that the level has been increased. The main character is enveloped in blue energy. Orcs attack him from all sides. Kang transforms his sword into a larger sword. He blocks the orc's blow with his weapon. He struck his enemy with his ice fist. The orc begins to gradually freeze. Another orc is covered in ice. The main character cuts the axe of one of the orcs. He cuts two orcs at once with one blow, and then receives a notification that his level has been increased. Kang forms a sword in his second hand. He takes a fighting stance in anticipation of the attack of the orc that jumped at him. He swings his sword. The orc is pushed off and hits the ceiling, and the main character gains another level. The main character firmly grabs his blades with a reverse grip. The orc is surprised looking at the protagonist. The main character makes a wide attack on the enemy and increases the level. He hit the other side and leveled up again. He performs 2 cross strikes and has raised himself another level. Kang makes a big series of strikes and cuts the orc's axe. He cut the orc himself in several places at once. The main character stands near the defeated orc and says that he has dealt with this floor. Behind him stands another orc. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, clutches his sword and says that the system is silent. He thought that it looked like he had missed someone. The main character forms a huge morning star out of ice and his eyes begin to glow golden. He says that there is only one last blow left. The main character levels up twice. There is an orc lying on the ground with 2 daggers stuck in his back and a frozen orc standing next to him. A system notification appears, according to which the main character has cleared the elite floor. According to the next 2 notifications, the protagonist received a special reward, a set of random ability cards, as well as 1,000 achievement points. The main character stands with 1 foot on the defeated orc in the back and commands the system to open the set. A holographic image of a card with a question mark on it appears in front of him. A system notification appears saying that this is a normal ability. The protagonist made a dissatisfied expression on his face and thought that he was counting on at least the legendary level. A system window appears with information where it is written about the regular level stabbed army. Object, metal, effect, temporarily increases physical strength, allowing you to inflict a puncture wound. The main character leaves the orcs and says that this is better than nothing, and then commands the system to equip the ability. A system notification appears, which says that the blessing of the one who renounced his sword greatly affects the protagonist's ability card. The main character enters a lit room. The brown-haired girl greets the protagonist, and then notes that he is not dead yet. The protagonist put his hand to his belt and stopped, and then replies that he is sorry that this happened. The girl replies that's not what she's talking about, and then tells him that while he's alive, he can sell a lot of items, so it's more profitable not to die. A brown-haired elf sits on a cloth with a card in her hand, according to which the protagonist has collected 16 achievement points. She then tells the protagonist that he has collected a lot of points, and then asks him to remember to spend them with him before dying. Owner of an automated store. The main character asks her why she doesn't just wish him to rot until the end of time. The main character sits down and commands the system to show a list of items. The elf tells the protagonist to buy a set of cards from her and then adds that he will probably get a legendary one. The protagonist tells her that he will not believe these words. The main character picked up bottles with blue and orange liquid. He says that he will take potions of speed and fire. A system notification appears stating that 300 achievement points have been deducted from the protagonist. He commands the system to put everything in inventory. The protagonist leaves, and the girl asks the main character to buy at least one set. The guy covers his ears and tells her that he doesn't hear her. A system notification appears indicating that the protagonist has entered the boss floor. The protagonist stands opposite the orc, who sits on a throne on a hill. The orc asks if it's time for a fight. The orc's eyes glow purple. He attacks the main character and shouts at him to fight with honor and die. The protagonist raises her hand and a semicircular barrier appears in front of her. The orc hits and the barrier breaks. The protagonist, with concern on his face, asks if he really fought with dwarves and not orcs before. He throws a fire potion at the monster. The huge orc caught fire, and the protagonist approached his feet. The orc is completely engulfed in flames. He gets out of the flames and shouts what he wants to Valhalla. He asks in a menacing loud voice where the protagonist has gone. The main character jumped on him with a sword in his hand from behind. The main character has made his way through the wall of flames and points his sword forward. He impales the orc right through and lands on the ground. He smiles and grips the hilt of the sword and then says that with the blessing, even a normal level ability becomes very useful. Behind the protagonist, orc blood is pouring onto the ground. The monster says this is not the end yet. With a hole in his chest, he screams again that this is not the end. A system notification appears indicating that the Blood Moon Singer has activated Berserk mode. The protagonist smiles smugly. He says that if the game were simple, he would get bored. Dark red energy and streams of wind emanate from the orc. The main character takes cover behind an ice shield. The shield is connected by streams of icy wind to the protagonist's hand. He says with a smile on his face that the shock waves themselves are very powerful, and then tells the enemy that he assures him that his blow will finish him off. The orc pushes off the ground. The protagonist, hidden behind a shield, tells the orc that this will only happen if he hits. The orc jumps and, being above the shield, swings at the protagonist, who drinks one of the potions. The orc strikes with both hands, destroying the ice shield. In front of him stands the main character in a fighting stance, from whom waves of blue energy emanate. He counts down from 175. The orc makes another blow to the protagonist, who has now counted to 113. The protagonist dodges the axe blow and counts to 59. The wind rushes around the columns. The protagonist places the potion bottle on the floor and counts to 2. The orc jumped on the main character, who had already counted to 1. He snaps his fingers and turns his head towards the enemy, and then says that time is up. The orc falls to the floor and breaks the bottle with an axe. According to the system notification, the main character has cleared the boss floor. The following notifications say that the protagonist captured the Blood Moon Tower with orcs and received a set of item cards as a reward. The protagonist is surprised when he sees another notification, which says that he has received a special achievement, First Conqueror. Another notification appears indicating that the speed potion's effect is weakening. The main character looks at the holographic map with information with a smile on his face and says that it is too good to be true. He received a set of item cards. Description: randomly produces one regular or high-level card with the selected attribute. Kang says that this is the best reward that can be obtained in the third-level tower. He commands the system to open the ice attribute set, after which the holographic image breaks and the ice symbol appears from it. A system notification appears saying that this is a regular card. He opens his mouth with a surprised expression. He receives ice arrows. The protagonist's pupils shrank with dissatisfaction. He says that this damn game always fools him. The protagonist is in a stone area with many sources of flame. This is the level 3 Imp Worship Tower. Acceptable number of players, 1-16. A white glow emanates from the protagonist. He is attacked by many demons with sharp claws, who call the main character a damned pagan and express their desire to kill him. The main character clenches his hand into a fist. Energy swirls around his fist and ice arrows appear above him. The main character aims ice arrows at the demons. Ice arrows hit several demons at once. The protagonist with a menacing gaze commands the system to summon ice arrows. He moves his arms to the sides and shouts that he likes to improve his abilities. A system window appears with a description of the ice arrow's skill with ice and metal attributes. Their effect is to transform cold and atmosphere into an arrow. It also has a glacier synergy effect that increases damage and number of projectiles. The next system window says that the level of ice arrows has been increased. Another notification says that the second wave will begin now. The protagonist moves his hand towards the many red eyes that look at him from the darkness. Many demons with cutlasses emerge from the shadows. The protagonist closes his eyes and sighs. He pulls back the sword, from which cold steam emanates, and then tells the demons to get in line, and then says that he himself will send them there. A wave of cold is sent to the demons, after which they are frozen. The protagonist receives a system notification according to which his level has been increased. He aims an ice arrow at one of the imps and pierces its head right through. It increases the level of ice arrows twice. One of the demons calls the main character a vile pagan. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, looks in the direction where the voice came from. A system notification appears indicating that the tower boss, Imp Cultist, has appeared. A demon appears floating in the air on a magic circle, wearing a robe. He tells the protagonist that he will present the blood to the Demon King. He points his finger at the main character and commands his minions to attack. The main character immediately kills several imps with the help of ice arrows. He slashes with his sword, followed by a wave of cold as the cultist imp turns his head back to see what happened to his subordinates. An ice wave hits the imp cultist. The protagonist receives a system notification, which says that the cultist imp is affected by the freeze effect. The main character goes to the frozen demon and says that it's good that he came here, it will be possible to study his abilities. A system notification appears stating that the glacier synergy effect increases damage and the number of projectiles. The main character holds an ice card in his hand and says that, for example, you can find out the maximum number of ice weapons that he can create at the current level. The protagonist's sword turns into a spear, and ice spikes float in the air next to him. Ice spikes stick into the ground. The main character took an ice spear in his hand, and 7 spikes behind him turned into the same spears. He swings his spear. He takes a step forward. He prepares to throw, and his eyes glow blue. He threw his spear at the demon. The spear hits the frozen imp cultist, causing the block to collapse. The main character threw 2 more spears, and now he is pierced by 3 at once. He quickly grabs more spears next to him. He throws more spears at the enemy, from which a bright blue glow now emanates. A system notification appears indicating that the protagonist has defeated the imp cultist. 2 more notifications appear, where it is written that the protagonist has cleared the Tower of Demon Worshippers and receives a reward for clearing the tower, a random equipment card. The protagonist, with a serene expression on his face, commands the system to open the card, after which he sees a notification that says that he has received silver armor. He says that he already has a legendary item, so they are useless. He rests his chin and says with a thoughtful look that it seems that the ice sword does not lose its power even if it is divided into several parts. He adds that he doesn't feel any difference until there are more than 8 of them. He shifts his pupils to the side with a surprised expression. A system notification appears, according to which the protagonist needs to meet his shadow because one of the factions of the tower is very interested in him. The main character turns back and thinks that this moment has really come. An information window appears containing information about the special event meeting with a faction. The world in the tower is filled with various factions, including groups under the control of the king. They want the main character to join them and help increase their strength. He can join any faction, take tasks from it, and receive better rewards. People in hoods and nose masks, reminiscent of a bird's beak, appear in front of the protagonist. A blue system notification appears, marked with a triangle with an exclamation mark, where it says that there is a Shadow Council in front of the protagonist. A system window appeared with information that the Shadow Council keeps many things secret and the protagonist has a chance to find out about them. Having established good connections with the faction, he will not only gain access to mystical forces and darkness, but he himself will be under their protection. The system asks the protagonist if he wishes to join the Shadow Council faction. The protagonist was surrounded by many masked people. One of them tells the protagonist that they remember him. He puts his hand forward and asks the main character if he wants to meet the Shadow again and join them. The protagonist with a thoughtful look thought that Shadow advice was not bad. He closes his eyes and puts his hand forward and then says that he would like to make a deal right now, but there are more than 2 factions that can fight him. The masked man tells the main character that they will protect him and then asks if he has forgotten how strong they are. The main character stands quietly in front of them and answers that no, that's why he wants to come to an agreement with them. A man in a mask asks the main character what he needs. Kang smiles smugly and thought that words alone will not get what you want. He puts his hand forward and says that he needs a shadow beast. He adds that since they are here, they should give him another rare card of the ability of darkness. The masked people hesitated. The protagonist is reflected in the lenses of the mask of a man from the Shadow Council, who tells the protagonist not to overestimate himself. The protagonist interrupts him and says that if everything is like that, then okay. He pushes the masked men aside, then calls them lame and tells them not to cross paths again. He adds that after everything he has done, they can't even give him that. One of the Shadow Council members raises his hand and tells the protagonist to wait. A cat with purple eyes, made of shadow, appears nearby. He jumped towards the main character. A system window appeared with information about obtaining a shadow beast. Dark streams of energy emanate from the floor. 2 system windows appear, where it is written that the protagonist received the special achievement Meow, for which he receives 100,000 achievement points as a reward. The cat crawls out from under the floor under the protagonist's foot. The main character scratches the neck of a cat that is half under the floor. He calls him a good boy. A holographic card falls to the ground and the protagonist receives a notification that they have received a rare Shadow Blade card. One of the masked men asks the main character if he is happy. Kang holds the card between 2 fingers and says yes. The main character stands in front of the members of the Shadow Council and says okay, he will join them. A system notification appears where it is written that the protagonist has joined the Shadow Light faction, as a result of which his relations with the faction have improved. The protagonist walks along a city street with a smile on his face and stretches. He thought that he had a feeling that this season would be good. He wonders whether it's worth moving on while everything is great, or whether it's better to stop there and keep what he has. He raises both hands up and people approach him from behind. One of them addresses the protagonist. The main character turns around. He sighs and then says it's the Magim. Cameras and microphones are directed towards the protagonist. One of the reporters shouts to the protagonist that on the first day of the season he visited 2 towers of the 3rd level and took first place. Another reporter asks him to share his impressions. Kang closes his eyes and thinks about how vividly they described everything. He tells the reporters that he is simply a capable and incredible player, and then asks them if they agree. The girl with the microphone says that the Sword Lord from China went to the 4th level tower, and then adds that this season players are participating more actively in raids. The protagonist stands in front of her with his arms crossed. The main character asks the reporters how many people are with him. One of the reporters replies that he has 5 veterans of the Chinese Communist Guild with him, but 4 have already died. The Sword Lord unsheathes his sword while 5 of his comrades are in the background. The protagonist tells the reporter that this guy is not bad. He sighs and says that his ability is to use them as human shields. He wonders who thought of giving him the nickname Sword Lord. A black-haired girl with a surprised expression on her face asks the protagonist if he really wants to say that he knew what awaited them. One of the reporters shouts to the protagonist that the Sword Lord has just entered the tower of the 5th level. The protagonist is surprised. He asks them how many people are with him this time. One of the reporters shouts that he is alone. The main character crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face that he was so energetic on the first day. He thought that there was no need to compete in speed at the beginning of the season. He thought that everyone knew that the Saint first collects abilities and objects. Maria holds the ability card in one hand and lowered the other into the blue window of the system. Kang thought that the Gravekeeper had no plans to participate in the game yet. Jorg points his finger at a document while 2 men in business attire stand in front of him. The main character closes his eyes and thought that it looks like the Sword Lord in the 4th level tower received a good item. Reporters point microphones at the protagonist. One of them asks the main character what he thinks about it. The main character twirls his finger in his ear and replies that he is a fool. A brown-haired reporter with a worried expression on his face asks the protagonist if he really isn't going to compete with him. The protagonist will raise his hand at shoulder level and answer that they already know everything. He says with a joyful expression that, to be honest, he is also a fool. He adds that if you choose to be a loser or a winning fool, then the latter is better. One of the reporters tells the protagonist to watch his words. The towers soar in the sky against the backdrop of sunset. The main character asks the reporters who wants to accompany him to the 5th level tower. He stands on the golden magic circle. A system notification appears in front of the main character, where it is written that only one will receive the glory of the winner. Many more notifications appear in front of the protagonist, where it is written that, under the leadership of the clown ruler, others are beginning to place bets. Most bet on the protagonist. The ice ruler bet on the main character, who then asks him not to disappoint. A system window appears containing a description of the level 5 war tower. The protagonist will face a battle in the format of a historical defense or an attack on a fortress. The allowed number of players is 1-2. There is no store. The main character smiles smugly while looking out the system window and thought that this would be a battle for self-esteem. In the system window it is written about a special condition according to which players cannot be on the same side. There is already a player in the tower. The goal of the raid is to win. The main character puts his hand to his belt and imagines the Lord of the Sword, who stands in front of many fighting warriors. He thought that there was clearly a Sword Lord inside, it was time to play for real, and then he commanded the system to let him into the tower. The system window says that the protagonist entered the war tower. A blue system window appears, where it is written that the evil empire Kabbali's began a war of conquest and arrived on the territory of the kingdom of Lodia, having previously increased its military power. An image of fortress walls appears. It is further written that the main character will have to fight a historical battle, capturing or defending the palace fortress. 2 system windows appeared with information, in which it is written that the main character needs to choose either the side of the Cabali's empire or the Lodia kingdom. 2 images of banners appear in front of the protagonist, which makes him surprised, and then says that the communist is fighting for the empire. He thought it would be a good idea to report it. The Cabali's side with the dragon banner is unavailable because another player has chosen that side. The main character has access to the Kingdom of Lodia with an image of a green diamond on the banner. He points his hand towards the Kingdom of Lodia and with a smile on his face says that he would have chosen the kingdom's side anyway, and then adds that the game rewards those who are at a disadvantage more. A system notification appears indicating that he has selected the Kingdom of Lodia. The next notice says that the protagonist will be moved to the palace fortress. A golden glow appears near the table, behind which there are 3 warriors in armor. One of them shouts that a player has come to them. Kang appears from the glow. The blonde warrior burst into tears and clasped his hands together and said that it was God who had mercy. The brown-haired warrior behind him raises his hands in the air. He hugs the blonde warrior. 2 more warriors next to them shout that the protagonist has come to save them. The protagonist sees cards and books at the table and then wonders if they are developing battle tactics here. He adds that judging by their equipment, they are already ready to fight. The main character asks if he can sit down and then, when he is allowed, sits down in a chair. He asks who is in charge here. Most of the warriors look away from the protagonist. The black-haired warrior looks at the protagonist with concern on his face. The main character looks at them with misunderstanding. Another warrior appears and says that their guest is so careless. A fat man with a blonde mustache presses his hand to his chest and says that he is the commander of the defense of the palace fortress, a member of the collateral line of the royal family of Lodia, and the 12th head of the house of Dwishan. He adds that in his presence the protagonist must follow court customs, even if he is a guest. The main character leans on the table and asks the commander if he wants to win the battle. The fat man crossed his arms and, with a smile on his face, tells the protagonist that of course he wants to, and even if they lack military power, the strength of spirit of their kingdom has no equal. He adds that their fighters will never lose. The protagonist made a displeased expression on his face after his words. The fat man says that they could easily win even if the empire had 10 times the size. The main character hits him in the stomach with his fist. His face is covered by his shadow and only his eyes are visible, glowing blue. He tells the fat man lying on the ground that now he will command here. He suggests holding a meeting. Joy and relief can be seen on the faces of the soldiers. Kang asks the warriors how many troops they have and what class they are, as well as the size of the empire's troops. 5,000 mobilized peasants. The main character stands on the fortress wall. He thought that among them 900 knew how to use a bow. Compared to the empire, the difference in military power is huge. Next to the rams are many warriors in armor with shields. The protagonist thought that it was good that there was no magic in this world. He adds that besides, the Sword Lord does not have fire power because he is the heir of the Iron Ruler. He imagines Rei against a man with glowing red eyes and heavy armor. He imagines a brown-haired guy in armor accepting a holographic card from a man in a robe. The main character thought that most players can sign a contract with only one ruler and receive rewards only from him alone. He adds that his case is special because he was awarded by different rulers. He imagines standing on a column with smiling faces hovering behind him. In front of him is the ruler with a clown hat. The protagonist thought that the clown ruler made him a lone player. He imagines how the Iron Ruler, with a smile on his face, holds his hand over Rei, bending in front of him, after which a red glow emanates from him. He thought that on the other hand, the ruler could take several players under his wing, but only one would receive special benefits as his heir. He imagines a woman in a robe standing on a tower with a staff in her hand and creating many fireballs that fly down. Kang thought that rulers do not stop supporting their elected representatives, but there are certain prohibitions. He adds that in the case of the Sword Lord, his primary abilities should not have anything to do with the Iron Ruler. He smiles and thought that he had a chance to win. Behind the protagonist are 2 warriors in armor. Kang thought that, however, the fighters clearly felt pressure incomparable to his own. He adds that it is unknown how real the worlds in the towers are. He looks at the 3 knights talking and wonders if they are real living people or creations of the tower. He adds that there is no way to know. The main character with a serene expression on his face thought that whoever they were, something else was important now. He wonders how he can boost their morale. There are many black birds flying in the sky. Feathers detach from them and float in the air. Near the protagonist stands a warrior with a flag in his hands and shouts that a guest has come to their kingdom. People near below rejoice after these words. The warrior with the flag shouts that the head of the Dwishan house is no longer their commander, and this player will personally give them orders. The soldiers below are lined up in rows. One of the warriors in armor with a surprised expression on his face shouts that Fat Man was thrown out, and now they are commanded by the player. He adds that God definitely did not abandon them. A soldier with a flag in his hands tells the protagonist that the soldiers perked up when they learned that he had dealt with that pig, that is, the head of the Dwishan house. He then calls him savior. The main character, with embarrassment on his face, replies that he is glad to hear this. He thought that now there was nothing to worry about. The protagonist became wary. A warrior on the wall behind him shouts that the Empire has begun to attack. Archers draw bow strings. One of the Imperial soldiers in a red cloak has almost climbed the stairs and is preparing to strike the archer. Several warriors are pushing a ram towards the fortress walls. One of the archers tells the protagonist that the Imperial army has approached the gates of the fortress, and if he deals with it, the enemy's morale will weaken. The main character with an ice sword in his hand replies that he understood everything. He smiles and asks the Shadow Beast if he should give him a shorter name and suggests the name Darkling. The two knights of the kingdom are surprised when they see dark energy in front of them. The protagonist calls Darkling. He points his sword forward, after which a huge dark beast in the form of a cat stands next to him. The protagonist asks him to show them his strength. Close energy flies into the warriors of the Empire, and they wonder what it is. Dark energy is under the armored warriors. Their commander commands the others to stop talking nonsense and get into line. He wanted to say something about how they should act if something happens, but he hears a scream and asks what it is. Dark energy envelops him from behind. He became wary and shifted his gaze to the side. Dark spikes appear on the Darkling's back, piercing all the warriors around. Enemy warriors scream in pain. The frightened warrior runs away and shouts that there is a monster here. Another warrior opens his eyes wide and shouts to the others to leave this wall and go to another. Many warriors are frozen as an icy wind blows past them. The protagonist sees Darkling heading towards the warriors and then says that he is probably hungry. He wishes him bon appetit. Darkling opens his mouth behind the Empire soldiers. He closes his mouth, shattering the soldiers into pieces of ice. Archers from the fortress walls shoot at the warriors of the Empire while the swordsmen of the kingdom fight them from below. The protagonist swings his sword, after which several warriors are frozen. He has a wary look. A cold wind flies near him. He says there is no trace of the Sword Lord here. He thought that when a player shows up, there is no telling how it might end. He adds that on the one hand, his presence increases the morale of the allies. The kingdom warrior shouts that the player is with them. Behind him you can see the protagonist standing on the fortress wall, who thought that on the other side he was revealing his location to the enemy. He imagines piercing Ray and thought that, however, no one risks their life because according to the rules, if one player defeats another, the loser is thrown out of the tower and he fails the raid. The protagonist imagines Ray falling from the tower. He thought that in the tower players could not kill each other. He imagines transfused blood and thought that the towers themselves were capable of killing. With a surprised look, he thought that he would not die in this tower, but this did not mean that he could lose. He says that this is what he has in mind. He adds that he also has a plan for such a case. The Darkling opens its mouth and prepares to eat the many enemy warriors ahead of it. There are many warriors lying on the ground, with swords stuck near them. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the enemy what he is doing and then says that it is time to show up. He then asks if he should kill them all to get to him. The stuck swords stagger. They fly into the sky. The surprised soldiers of the kingdom wonder what it is. Many swords begin to fly towards the kingdom's soldiers, who shout that the swords are moving on their own. The protagonist thought that this was a technique for controlling swords. 4 swords are sent towards the protagonist and he wonders when he managed to get the card with it. He calls the Sword Lord lucky with a smile on his face. He dodged the swords with a jump and then asked Ray if the Iron Ruler himself gave him this ability. He forms many ice barriers in front of him. The protagonist's barriers are broken and he tells the enemy that he was well prepared while hiding. With a smile on his face, he tells him that, alas, he also didn't waste his time. Many swords are directed at the protagonist, who has pulled his sword back. He swings and the dark purple energy knocks away many swords. With a smug expression on his face, he tells the Sword Lord that he is too late because he has already finished leveling up. A system window appears where it is written about the Shadow Blade of a rare level. Its attributes are darkness and murder. The ability is that it can be created from the player's shadow. One of the many soldiers of the Empire points his sword forward and shouts that there is now a player on the side of the Empire. Another warrior shouts that the guest is fighting for them. The main character looks at the enemy warriors and asks if they have come for him. He thought that the tide of the battle had changed. The soldiers of the Empire clash swords with the soldiers of the kingdom. The protagonist points the sword towards the floor and asks Ray if he didn't expect to break him with this. He stabbed the sword into the stone floor, causing a swirling cold wind to rush forward. He shouts that the accuracy of sword control techniques is inversely proportional to the number of swords. Enemy swords freeze and fall down. Many more swords swirl around the main character. Their blades are pointed directly at the main character. He makes a swing and with a smile on his face says that's why it won't work on him. A bright glow appears behind the protagonist. He shifts his pupils with a serious expression. He smiles smugly again. He sees a golden shield in front of him. A notification appears informing you that the Seraph shield has repelled an enemy attack. Ray covers his eyes with his hand. A notification appears indicating that the Seraph shield has been used up. Ray jabs his sword into the ground as he tries to stay on his feet. A system window appears where it is written that the recharge time is 167 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. The main character turned sideways to the enemy and asked him if he hoped to capture the fortress having only this technique. Ray takes out his stuck sword and sighs. With a serious expression on his face, he asks the main character how he thinks he can win in this tower. He points his sword forward and with a menacing look shouts that even if the fortress and all the villains of the kingdom are destroyed, the Empire will not win until he deals with the protagonist. A shadow covers the protagonist's face. He asks his opponent that he really knew this, but still chose their side to defeat him. Ray, half of whose face is illuminated by the evening sun, replies that yes, because the player is a hero, and the hero's calling is to protect the world. He takes the sheath in his free hand and says that a scoundrel who can understand this has no right to be called a hero. He made an angry expression on his face. The protagonist puts his hand forward and closes his eyes and then tells his opponent that he heard him, but the fact is that the world he protects does not only consist of members of the guild of his country. Ray looked wary. His eyes begin to glow and he shouts to the protagonist that his death will be terrible and then makes a dash towards him. The main character closes himself with an ice barrier and tells his opponent that he would like to live a long life, so it's not up to him to decide. Ray swings his sword, which destroys the protagonist's ice shield. Many ice shards fly near the Sword Lord. The main character forms ice arrows in front of him and directs them at the enemy. Ray destroys the ice arrows with his sword, and Darkling appears behind him. The shadow beast behind him opens its mouth and Ray notices it. Darkling closes his mouth, but Ray makes a jump, thanks to which he dodges and stands on a flying stream of swords. He puts his sword aside and says that the rulers are watching their fight, and then tells the protagonist that he must understand the weight of losing here. The protagonist closes his eyes and smiles, and then asks his opponent why he thinks he is fighting. He clutches his sword tightly. He jumps towards the enemy. Ray, with concern on his face, exclaims that it is so mean that the protagonist talked him into hitting him in a weak spot. He shifts his pupils and is surprised. He sees the protagonist who jumped from the fortress wall and asks him where he is going. The protagonist runs along the ground, and a line of blue energy emanates from his eye. Ray remembers how the protagonist channeled the icy wind and thought that he was actively involved in the battle from the very beginning, not because he wanted to show how dangerous he was or to encourage the soldiers. Ice spikes impale one of the Empire's soldiers. The main character runs to the soldiers of the Empire. One of them shouts that a player is approaching them, and the other shouts for help. Ray jumped off the wall and runs after the protagonist. He loudly shouts to the protagonist running in front of him to stop. Imperial Army Barracks. There are several frightened soldiers of the Cabali's Empire in the tent. One of them asks how they can stop this monster. Another suggests running away. One of the soldiers hit the table and shouted asking what their player was doing. Another soldier calls him the Duke of Barmouth and tells him to calm down. Someone enters the tent, after which the evening light enters the tent. The main character, looking into the room, tells the soldiers that they are where they are. He goes inside and moves the sword to the side and then says that there is another way. He swings his sword and says that he can complete the tower's task. One of the Empire's warriors shouts that this is a player. The protagonist makes a dash towards the warriors. One of the men in red cloaks shouts and asks if the God of Truth has turned his back on them. Another soldier shouts that he needs to protect his lordship. A blue line of energy emanates from the main character's eye. He makes a wide swing with his sword, hitting several opponents at once. He cut the bodies of his enemies in half. Everything around the protagonist seemed to be painted in black and white. Ray runs towards the protagonist from behind and calls him a scoundrel. The main character turns his head to him and with a smile on his face says that he should have changed the officer's clothes and hidden them among the soldiers. He adds that he was obliged to take away the advantage of the Empire from him. Ray clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. He runs to the main character and calls him a Korean scoundrel. A system notification appears saying that the protagonist has completed the Battle of Palace. The blade of Ray's sword almost reached the main character. A system window appears with information about the strength of the continent 0. During the Battle of Palace, the Duke of Barmouth and all the commanders of the Cabali's Empire were killed by an unknown mercenary, so the army of the Empire, having lost its leader, decided to retreat. The Sword Lord's sword crumbles. It appears on his belt. The main character with a smug smile on his face reads a message that says that he has captured the war tower. Ray sees a notification that says he failed to capture the tower. A system window appears in front of the protagonist, where, as a reward, he can choose one of the enemy's ability cards: Rare Level Greatsword Essence, Rare Level Iron Martial Arts, and Heroic Level Sword Control. The protagonist tells an angry Ray that it was very nice of him to give him a choice. Ray calls the main character a terrible scoundrel. He shouts to him that he swears to kill him. The main character presses the sword control button in the selection window and then tells his opponent that since he said this, he will have to answer for his words. A blue system notification appears where it says that the choice has been made and he has received the selected ability. A system window appears where it is written about controlling swords of the heroic level. Attribute: Metal. The effect is that you can breathe your thoughts into the swords to control them. The main character commands the system to equip this ability. Sword control is added to the protagonist's ability cards, thanks to which 2 more cards are strengthened. The protagonist receives notifications stating that he has received Metal Synergy, due to which the effects of his abilities with the Metal attribute have been enhanced. Ray, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, clenches his hand into a fist and shouts to the protagonist that he doesn't hope that this will all end, and then asks him if he understands. The main character, with a smile on his face, holds a heroic card between 2 fingers of his hand. A system window appears where it says that now is Season 2 King of Heroes. The mask falls off the protagonist's face. He looks down with a serious expression on his face and thought that this place was familiar. System notifications appear in front of the protagonist, where he is called a child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 abilities, and then he is asked if he wants to be a hero. The mask lying on the ground is a clown mask. Kang sits on the floor and touches the mask. There are many mirrors around him. He thought that he had been waiting for this day to make the same choice again. He picks up the mask from the floor. The image of a clown ruler appears before the main character, with many masks floating around him. System notifications appear in front of the protagonist, where it is written that he will become a hero among heroes, but other people will no longer understand him and begin to make fun of him. The clown ruler smiles maliciously, and then through the system notification asks the protagonist if this is hilarious irony. The main character puts on a mask and thought that this was repeated countless times. A system notification appears stating that the clown ruler and Kang Yusen have entered into a contract. The main character opens his eyes. The phone vibrates next to him. The phone screen says that 4 calls were missed. Someone knocks on the protagonist's door and shouts to him that he knows that he is alive and then demands to open it. The protagonist lying in bed covers his eyes with his hand and wonders why he has troubled dreams and why people are knocking on him so early. He opens the door and calls the brown-haired man with stubble standing in front of him a modest fellow, and then asks him what brought him to his abode. The man smiles and tells the protagonist that he is acting like a big shot. Puck T-Shik, known as Mr. Puck. The protagonist imagines him wearing a cloak with a hood and holding 2 daggers. He thought that after entering into a contract with the assassin ruler, he became known by his gaming nickname Slashing Sword and was among the top 30 players. He imagines Puck talking on the phone against the backdrop of many blue screens and thought that, moreover, he is the head of the National Intelligence Department of the Blue House. The protagonist, with a worried look on his face, tells Puck that he looks tired, and then asks him if he really ran too hard on his first day. The interlocutor asks the protagonist if he thinks he has time for this. He spreads his arms to the sides and imagines a shot being fired from a rocket launcher, and then says that since the first day of the season, supporters of war around the world have been singing its charms to all the players. The leader, with a nervous smile on his face, tells his interlocutor that he is surprised at how hard he is trying for peace in the world. Puck asks the main character why he didn't answer his calls. The main character spreads his arms to the sides and replies that he was sleeping. The man replies that the sun has already risen. He wants to tell the protagonist that he has ruined his regime, but in the middle of his remark he trips over dirty plates. He screams and asks the protagonist how he can live like this and at the same time sell t-shirts like crazy. There is a lot of garbage on the table, an empty bottle, empty dishes, and a garbage bag. The main character picks up the dirty plate and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, suggests that Puck can do without being rude because he is already embarrassed. The brown-haired man takes off his dirty sock and tells the protagonist that judging by his lifestyle, he really is a child of darkness. He sits on the bed and tells the protagonist, who is washing dishes, that he really works like a horse for money and takes food from a nearby Chinese restaurant. The protagonist asks him what's wrong with this because their jam-pon with beef brisket is delicious. Puck lies down on the bed and asks the main character if this is true, and then says that he will have to try. He asks the main character to order 2 large servings with Kaolian liqueur. The protagonist thought that they met this old man before the world became a game. 3 guys in the computer room look into the protagonist's monitor. Someone says to look ahead because there is a battle. The protagonist playing at the computer tells the guys around him to be quiet, and then adds that it's all over and he just needs to survive. Kang Yusen, 15 years old. The guys watch the protagonist's performance in awe. One of them shouts and asks if the protagonist has won. Another asks what else to expect from Kang Yusen. Puck approaches them wearing an apron and holding a tray. One of the guys shouts that the main character is good in any game. A bead of sweat runs down the brown-haired man's cheek. Puck T-Shik, owner of a computer cafe. He thought this guy was a genius. He approaches the main character and asks him if he wants to become a professional player. The protagonist stretches and turns his attention to the man. He thought that he used to play for fun, but the old man convinced his parents. Puck meets the protagonist's parents with him. The main character is sitting at the computer while Puck is sitting next to him with a clipboard in his hand. Kang thought that this man trained him by analyzing his abilities. He adds that an important event happened on the day he turned 18 and made his official debut as a professional player. Puck gives the main character a standing black and yellow jacket a thumbs up. They stand against a background of images with many sponsors. A system window appears where it says that Season 1 will begin soon, the end of the world. In the sky, against which red dragons fly, the red moon shines brightly. One of the red dragons has grabbed a man with its tail and is about to eat him. The protagonist thought that in the first season there was an invasion from the tower. The main character is lying on the ground. He looks scared. He opens his eyes wide. A huge monster with sharp teeth and a horn on its forehead stretches its hand towards the main character. Puck jumped away from the bars. He jumped on the monster and stabbed it. He gritted his teeth with concern on his face. He asks the main character if he is okay. The protagonist runs into the apartment and calls his mother. He bent over his murdered parents and called them. Puck silently watches what is happening. The protagonist cries because of the grief he has experienced. Puck approaches him. The protagonist thought that he lost his parents that day. Puck put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder. The main character thought that he had found his only hero. The protagonist with Puck eat noodles. Kang asks the guest what business he came in for. The man looks down and says that today he came because of the association. The protagonist opens his eyes wide in surprise. With dissatisfaction on his face, he asks Puck what's the matter and do they really still want to use him for their own purposes. Korean Players Association, KPA for short. KPA is the State Players Association. The Korean and KPA flags are located near the building. The protagonist thought that this was the only all-powerful guild in the country that controls the players. Puck looks at his smartphone and asks the protagonist if he knows about the academy she built last season. The main character asks him if he is talking about that slave factory. Puck agrees. He tells the protagonist that the first final exam will be held there in a week and they ask him to attend, and then asks him if he will go. He had already typed a message in advance which said that the protagonist was too busy. The main character is eating noodles and thinking. Puck closes his eyes and tells the protagonist that he will kill them for him so he doesn't have to worry about this nonsense. The main character replies that he will come there. Puck was surprised by this answer and types in a message that the protagonist agrees to come. The main character with a smile on his face says that it would be good to look at new players who will take on the burden of caring for the future of the country. Puck asks under what conditions. The protagonist, with a malicious smile, asks the interlocutor to ask them to reschedule the exam to tomorrow at 5 in the morning. 4:55 a.m., final exam of the Academy players. 7 players fight a holographic monster. The main character is standing against the wall. The black-haired guy with the sword swings his sword at the other player's shield and asks if this is the Hero King, and then says that he heard that this guy is their judge. He asks if they have to win in order to pass. The man with the shield replies that it is unlikely and he is sure that they will all graduate anyway. But why was it necessary to call them at 5 in the morning, and is this really some kind of joke? Someone opens the door next to the protagonist. A black-haired man in glasses approaches him, who asks him what he will say, and then reports that their students were systematically studying according to the curriculum. The main character crossed his arms and asked him if they were looked after from the very beginning. The bespectacled man smiles and politely asks the protagonist to appreciate the pride of their academy, the first generation of students. Lee Sung-ho, head of KPA. The protagonist takes a step forward, after which he is enveloped in a golden aura and a black and gold coat appears on him. He asks Lee Sung if he remembers his condition. He puts his hand forward, after which an ice blade forms under it. He says that he will test their strength, so he also has the final say on the release. Lee Sung replies that of course it is. The main character moves his hand with the sword to the side and announces to the students that the exam has begun. Lee Sung thought that the main character does whatever he wants. He smiles maliciously and is enveloped in fiery energy, from which smoke emanates. He says that, however, his plan is ideal because it is only the beginning of the season and the students are perfectly on schedule. He adds that even a Hero King cannot spoil anything for him. Lee Sung clenches his teeth and trembles and then asks how this is possible. A girl with orange eyes has her long hair stuck in a block of ice. A man in armor has his hand stuck in a block of ice. The protagonist tells him that he has failed and then tells him to leave. He crosses his arms and tells 2 more students to leave. 2 swords fly near him. The gray-haired man, with many ice blades being aimed at him, screams loudly. In the background, one of the blades is pointed at a guy in black and red clothes. Many blades are pointed at the brown-haired girl who is crying. The protagonist tells her that she is left alone, and the girl asks if she failed. Kang tells her that she passed. He makes his blades disappear, and the girl asks the protagonist why everything turned out this way. The protagonist tells her that it is because she is lucky. With a serious expression on his face, he tells her that she is the luckiest of the 12 since she lasted until the end. He adds that she should not forget that for a gambler, luck is everything. He claps his hands and tells the woman sitting that he is finished, and then asks to turn off the camera. The girl asks what camera we are talking about. The protagonist congratulates her on her graduation. 2 cameras are pointed at them. Lee Sung opens the door and asks Kang what it means. He is accompanied by several other people in business attire. He shouts to the protagonist that they asked him to be a judge, but he interrupts him and asks if they really thought that he wouldn't understand. Lee Sung had a worried look on his face. The main character asks the people standing in front of him if it is true that their students are either the children of executive directors or are somehow related to them. Lee Sung is angry because of the main character's words. The protagonist tells them that they called him to evaluate their progress in order to gather information. He points his index finger at them and asks them if they really want to recruit these fools who can barely stand on their feet. Then he asks why give them places that they don't deserve so that they can later use them for their own purposes. The main character puts his hand to his belt and asks Lee Sung if they have been doing this since the very first year, and then tells them that they are all rotten. The man with glasses clenches his hand tightly into a fist and calls the protagonist small. He shouts and asks the main character what he, a fool, can know. He asks the main character if he really thinks that if people call him the Hero King, then he really is a hero. He asks the protagonist to listen to him, and then tells him that the player is just a weapon in the hands of the country. He imagines the players parachuting down. Among them there is a woman who flies with the help of wings. Lee Sung asks the protagonist if he really thinks that somewhere they are treated differently. The globe shows crosses connected by broken lines. Lee Sung tells the protagonist that they are simply doing everything necessary for the well-being of the country. He smiles and clenches his hand into a fist, and then says that in the current world they only need war heroes. He made a serious expression and tells the protagonist that he must understand the situation they are in. He adds that he wanted to ask him to help. The main character wonders if he really needs players for the war. He smiles and asks Lee Sung if it's true. He thought that these fools would not understand anything until everything fell apart. Lee Sung says that this is the will of the country. A man with a clipboard in his hand approaches him from behind, shouting that he has urgent news. The man with glasses made a shocked expression. He takes out his tablet and makes a worried expression on his face. The main character with a mocking smile says that it looks like the Players Academy will close after a year of work. On the website, the title says that players are accepted into the academy through connections. Lee Sung asks where they got the video from. The main character asks him if he has forgotten that he is supported by the head of the National Intelligence Department. The title of the article is stated on the site, where it is written that the head of KPA said that players are just weapons. The next headline of the article says that the shocking statement of the Academy was known to the whole world. The best comments are shown below. The first commentator was surprised by what was happening. The second commentator wrote that he thought so, and then reports that now 100% newcomers will not enter the academy. The third commentator asks who will go there. Lee Sung trembles and turns to the main character. The main character puts his hand forward and asks the academy workers if they know who the dark horse is. A system notification appears saying that the provocation points have increased many times over. The next 2 notices say that the clown ruler is delighted with the actions of the contractor and he receives a gift from him. An image of a red cardboard box decorated with a yellow ribbon appears in front of the main character. The protagonist leaves the building. He smiles and thanks Puck. With concern on his face, he asks him if anything will happen to him because he, as a member of the intelligence department, dealt with the association in such a way. Puck replies that it's okay, the government doesn't like them either. He crosses his arms and closes his eyes, and then says that they are always quarreling with each other. The protagonist with a smile on his face replies that okay then. He opens the system window with a map and asks Puck if he will give him a lift to the tower since he is here. The man asks the protagonist which tower to take him to, and the protagonist replies that he needs the 5th level tower. A system window appears with information about the level 5 Pale Desert Tower. Security mission: players will experience a hot and cold journey through the desert. Acceptable number of players, 1-3. There is no store. The purpose of the raid is to protect the caravan and deliver the items safely. Puck asks the protagonist who got out of the car if he is driving himself. The main character waves his hand and replies that he is fine. A system notification appears, according to which the player is moved to the desert oasis camp. The night sky with a blue glow rises above the desert. Men in turbans fight green monsters that have sharp claws. Entrance to the tower. The main character runs towards the green monsters. The player is always in the thick of things. The main character hits the monster and cuts it with his sword. As a savior, he appears at the perfect time, which helps him look even more impressive. A frightened man in a turban puts his hand forward and asks for help. The protagonist cuts the green monster that attacked him into 2 parts. He covers his face with his hands and forms ice arrows in front of him. Green monsters are pierced by swords and ice arrows. The protagonist lands on the ground and says that he is here. The turbaned men watch with shocked expressions on their faces. One of them thought that he recognized the protagonist. The main character straightens his hair and tells men to call him whatever they want. 2 men in turbans look at each other. One of them exclaims that the god of light has mercy on them. Another man exclaims that a messenger of light is with them. The protagonist wonders what kind of god of light this is. With a serious expression on his face, he thought that he had a bad feeling. He asks if there is any other threat here besides monsters. One of the men in turbans puts his hands forward and tells the protagonist that this is the territory of the divine kingdom, so there is no need to worry about the attack of the pagans. He adds that they are not far from their destination and it takes a maximum of 3 days to get there, and they have plenty of food and water with them. The main character covers his face with his hand and with the satisfaction in his voice says that it takes 3 whole days to get there. He thought so and knew that he needed to rest more. He adds that he came here driven by emotions. One of the men in turbans asks the main character if he is okay. The main character turns around and sees many scorpions. With a smile on his face, he tells the turbaned men not to worry and then informs them that they can sleep. He adds that as long as he is nearby, they are not afraid of monsters. A man in a turban spreads his arms to the sides and, calling the protagonist a messenger of light, asks him how they can thank him. The main character thought that he was counting on the necklace of vitality. He imagines a necklace with a blue stone. A system window appears with a description of the vitality necklace. Rank, rare, accessory. The effect is the ability to slightly increase the speed of health recovery. A system notification appears saying that the protagonist can open a gift. The main character, remembering the gift, removes the ribbon from the cardboard packaging. A notification appears informing you that you have received a highest rank growth stone, a hero rank item. A pink stone hovers above the protagonist's hand, from which streams of pink energy emanate. He says that he finally came across something worthy. The main character turns his head and says that he won't need it now and will save it for later. Many scorpions run towards the main character. The protagonist tells Darkling that it's time to eat. A dark beast materializes behind the main character. Black spikes emerge from his body and pierce the scorpions. The main character turns the sword in his hands into a spear, and then many swords appear near him. He says that it's troublesome, of course, but you can't trust everything to your spirits. The protagonist points his swords at the scorpions, after which they impale them. He thought that the blades were moving at the command of his thoughts. Several more blades pierce the scorpions. The main character runs after the flying sword and says that this is a useful ability. A system notification appears indicating that the level has been increased. The protagonist pierces one of the monsters with a spear. A system notification appears indicating that the level of the sword control ability has been increased. The main character wipes the green blood from his cheek and asks if it's all over. The protagonist himself, answering his own question, stands quietly and says that this is not so. Behind the protagonist, a worm-like monster emerges from the ground. The main character is surprised and turns around. He sees a monster in front of him with a round, toothy mouth and thought that it was an adult sand predator. He makes a lot of ice swords float near him. He smiles and says that he knew it, and then adds that it looks like the end of the night's sleep has come. The main character's eyes glow and he calls Darkling. The dark beast opens its mouth. He bites into the monster. His swords swirl around the protagonist. The swords pierce the sand monster. The main character crossed his arms with a smile on his face. The sword cuts through the monster's flesh. Many swords circle over the monster and cut through its flesh. Notifications appear indicating that the protagonist's level and the ability to create ice sword have been increased. To the side of the caravan, frozen monsters lie on the sand in front of the protagonist. A system notification appears indicating that the level of the sword control ability has been increased. The sun rises above the caravan in the cloudy sky. The caravan is accompanied by knights with a black cross symbol on their capes. The main character looks at the knights and asks the guys in turbans if there were knights with them. A guy in a turban with a smile on his face tells the main character that they are brave warriors serving the god of light. The main character asks what the brave warriors were doing last night. The guy in the turban replies that their priority is protecting goods. The main character remembers how green monsters attacked men in turbans and thought that they really didn't abandon the carts even in such a situation. He asks the knights which faction they belong to. The man in the turban replies that they are noble knights of the Order of the Bloody Cross. The frontmost knight looks at the protagonist with an angry look. The main character, with a smile on his face, calls the knights noble and then asks them if they are really carrying a golden calf. The knight tells the protagonist to ignore these carts. With a stern look, he tells the protagonist to concentrate on the task that God has entrusted to him. Half of the protagonist's face is illuminated by the sun. He was surprised at the knight's behavior. He thought that these knights were using aura hearts, and in addition, a messenger of light had descended on them. 3 knights stand at attention in front of the protagonist. Kang thought that they were entrusted with a difficult task, it turns out. He approaches them and says that after their words he became even more curious. There is anxiety on the face of the guy in the turban next to him. The protagonist smiles and silently looks at the knights and thought it was interesting what kind of goods require such a level of security. The knight looks at the protagonist with an unchanged expression. A nervous guy in a turban with a small beard asks the protagonist to stop. The main character grabs him by the collar. He brings it towards him and forms an ice shield in front of him, which blocks the arrow. The main character shouts to everyone that if they don't want to die, then they need to duck down. Many arrows, which the horse archers shoot from their bows, fall on the caravan. The arrow kills one of the turbaned men. Horse archers approach the caravan. One of the men in turbans shouts that they were attacked by heretics. Another guy shouts that these are evil infidels, and then asks how they dare to invade the territory of the Holy Kingdom. The rider draws the string of his compound bow. The horse archers retreated. The protagonist blocked one of the arrows with an ice sword and wondered if their tactics were to strike and retreat. He then wonders how the knights plan to respond to this. The knights raise their swords to the sky and golden barriers appear around them. The knight commander shouts to his subordinates to prevent the enemies from getting their item, and then commands them to remain in positions with their mana shields activated. The arrow hits the man with the turban. The protagonist thought that it looked like they didn't care about their companions. He pushes off the ground and dashes towards enemies. He tells the knights to protect their golden calf themselves. A system window appears with information about the level 5 Pale Desert Tower. Security mission. The protagonist faces a hot and cold journey through the desert. Acceptable number of players, 1-4. There are no shops. Another window appears where it is written that the purpose of the raid is to protect the caravan and deliver the item intact. The main character clenched his teeth and shifted his pupils to the side. One of the horsemen aims at him with a bow. The protagonist raises his spear to throw. He throws his spear and it sticks into the ground. The horseman shouts that the enemy's attacks will not reach them. A black thorn appears from under the ground. He throws the rider off his horse. The main character makes a jump. He clutches the ice dagger tightly in his hand. He is surprised looking at the enemy. Hidden behind the rider's hood was a desert elf, worry evident on his face. The main character shifts his gaze. He materialized 2 ice shields and blocked the arrows with them. The protagonist wonders if they also use aura when he sees an arrow shrouded in golden energy breaking through the barrier. The elf swings a curved knife at the protagonist and tells him to die. The main character grabs the elf by the hand and knocks the dagger out of his other hand. He thought that he knew the kings who were served by the desert elves. He puts the blade of his sword to the elf's neck and asks him what exactly is in that cart. A desert elf with an angry expression on his face calls the protagonist an evil infidel and then asks him how he dares to manipulate him. He tells the other horsemen to ignore him and shoot with their bows. The rest of the elves begin to shoot with their bows. The protagonist forms an ice shield in front of him. The dark-haired elf shouts to the protagonist that even though he caught him, he won't know anything. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, tells him not to worry about it, and then asks him to just tell him what's in the cart. He adds that he needs to know this in order to decide which side to take. The elf asks the protagonist what he means. The main character asks the elf what he thinks, why they have not yet been ground into powder. The main character's shield cracks. The main character asks the elf if he really thinks that it's a matter of strength. The protagonist's shield breaks into many ice arrows that fly at opponents. The dark-haired elf opens his eyes wide. Ice shards float near the eyes of one of the elves. The main character asks the elf next to him if he understands what will happen to his comrades if he even lifts a finger. Ice arrows float near each of the riders. A dark-haired elf with a frightened expression on his face calls the protagonist an alien. Kang, whose sword is at the elf's head, asks him what things are carried in the cart. The elf with an angry expression on his face asks the protagonist how he dares to call their princess that, and the protagonist says that now he understands everything. He says with a smile on his face that it turns out they kidnapped their princess. He tells the elf to return and tell the others that he will do them a special favor and save their lives. The dark-haired elf replies that he cannot. The main character points the sword towards his comrades and asks if it would be better to get another chance than to die here now. The elf gets to his feet. The main character sees the horseman running away. A knight runs towards the main character. He asks the protagonist why he left the heretics alive and allowed them to escape. The protagonist spreads his arms to the sides and says that because first he needs to make sure of something. The knight wants to ask the protagonist what he means, but the main character goes towards the other knights. The commander of the knights on horseback asks the main character where he is going. The protagonist tells him to move away because he needs to check something. A knight with a stern look tells the protagonist that he cannot let him through, even if he is a messenger of light. Darkling appears behind the protagonist, smiling ominously. The main character smiles and tells the knight to better get out of the way while he asks like a human being. The knight asks the protagonist how he dares behave like this, and then the main character grabs the door handles. He opens the carriage doors. He asks the elven princess if she wants him to save her. In front of the protagonist is a shackled elf in a red dress. She made an angry expression on her face. She asks the protagonist if she really thinks that she needs the sympathy of some non-Christian. Syria, princess of the Iob kingdom. A system notification appears with a quote stating that the protagonist should not neglect and fulfill the duty of light. Another system notification appears where it is written that the ruler of the world has issued a warning to the player regarding his actions. The main character looks at the notifications with a surprised expression. The protagonist forms an ice dagger in his hand and tells the ruler that since he is asking, he has no other choice. The main character cuts both the system notification and the shackles. A system notification appears, according to which the protagonist has fulfilled a hidden condition, save the princess. The dark-haired elf is surprised. A notification appears saying that the protagonist receives 300,000 achievement points. A tornado swirls behind the knights. A system notification appears saying that the raid target has been changed. The protagonist looks at the knights with a smile on his face. A system window appears where it is written that the level of the tower has been increased from level 5 to a complicated level 5. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that the game is ruined, but freedom is amazing. A system window appears with a message from the ruler of light, who informs the protagonist that he will have to pay for disobeying the light. The main character looks at the sky where a bright glow appears, from which 6 silhouettes with wings emerge. The system notification says that one of the tower's forces has turned against the protagonist. Winged humanoid creatures with halos emerge from the glow. A message appears, marked with a triangle with an exclamation mark, which says that the Watchers of Light have appeared. A window with information appears, where it is written that the Guardians of Light serve the ruler of light and carry out his will. He watches you wherever there is light, and expresses displeasure every time his light dims or disappears. In front of the protagonist are knights shrouded in green energy. Their commander raises his sword and shouts that followers of light have descended on them, and it doesn't matter that the protagonist is an alien. He then says that they must kill the heretic who defied the light. The main character, with a calm expression on his face, is surprised at how the knights have become more courageous with the arrival of help. Syria, with a worried expression on her face, asks the main character what he was thinking about. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the girl that she doesn't have to worry, because he also has those who can support him. One of the rulers tells the protagonist that the light must disappear and darkness must appear in its place. Streams of black energy swirl around the protagonist. A system notification appears, according to which the shadow ruler supports the protagonist's decision. The protagonist raised his head with a satisfied expression on his face. A system notification appears, according to which the Shadow Council has granted him the Veil of Absolute Darkness buff. The knights are enveloped in dark energy and one of them shouts that they cannot see anything. Everything around is filled with dark energy and words emerge from the violet energy, according to which the main character needs to envelop the world with their veil. The protagonist, with a joyful expression on his face, says that he knew that on their side they give better rewards. Several knights are pierced by black spikes. The black spikes pierce even more knights, who scream in pain. The Guardians of Light tower above them. The winged creatures are surprised by what is happening. The Keeper of the Light gets angry and puts his hands forward, after which a bright glow appears in front of them. A bright light emanates from the Light Watchers. Dark energy swirls around the Keepers of Light. One of them grits his teeth and calls the protagonist small. The main character cuts one of the Light Keepers into 2 parts. The other Light Keepers are scared. One of them shouts and asks what is happening. The Light Watchers fly away from the protagonist. One of them shouts and asks how a pathetic mortal dares to do this to them. Another Light Keeper screams that this can't be happening. The protagonist rises up and then falls head down and turns upside down. The main character is absorbed by dark energy. A system notification appears indicating that the Lightkeeper faction has an irreversible dislike for him. In the next window of the system it is written that the benevolence of the Shadow Council has been significantly increased. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, says that it was the first. A system window is formed, which contains information that the player's status in the faction has been increased. The next window says that the predisposition to darkness has been increased. The main character stands on the corpse of the Light Keeper and says that he can finally see. The main character becomes wary when he sees a notification with information that an immense number of factions are watching him in the tower. The protagonist made a serious expression on his face. The world of towers and the world inside the towers are not the same thing. The Knights of the Bloody Cross and the elves are creatures from the tower, they are the components of its world. Near Sirius stands a knight on a horse, and behind them are elven riders. However, the rulers and their forces are a level higher, representing the world of the towers themselves. The Guardian of Light fights a man in a beaked mask. Against the background of a man in a mask there is a girl with straps on her arm, and against the background of a light keeper there is a man in a red tunic. The player is an intermediary between two worlds. The Overseer of Light flies out from the passage with the open door. The protagonist opens the wooden door and goes inside. He is the force that allows the ruler to interfere in the world of the tower. However, the players are not pathetic puppies who unquestioningly carry out the will of the rulers. The protagonist remembers standing in front of turbaned men who said that the God of Light had mercy on them, and that the Messenger of Light was with them. Kang points his sword at the elf, who asks him how dare he call the princess a thing. They are looking for hidden meanings. The protagonist cuts the system notice from the ruler of light and the shackles that bound the princess. Inside the tower, players can make their own decisions. The main character swings his sword while the guardians of light fly above him. As the protagonist predicted, the Shadow Council will reward him better when he rebels against the light. If you have an idea, then there is no need to doubt its implementation. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that there were only 5 left, because even rulers cannot resist the laws and prohibitions that bind them. The Guardian of Light swings his sword, which is enveloped in golden energy, and calls the protagonist an ignorant creature. The sword flies through the darkness near the knights. The progress of the sword through the darkness slowed down greatly. The sword is destroyed by dark energy. While they are in the tower of the 5th level, angels higher than the 8th cannot descend here. The sword disintegrates into disappearing golden particles. Because those are the rules of the towers. An angry Warden of Light yells at the others to destroy the darkness with their light. The Guardian of Light calls to drive away the darkness, after which he throws his sword and the rest of the Guardians of Light repeat after him. One of the swords hits the cart. The second sword hits the chest of one of the knights. The third sword hits the knight in the back. The knight grabs a sword shrouded in golden energy and asks the messengers of light why they did this to him. The protagonist looks at the killed knights with a smile on his face and thought that this power is insane for level 9, and then adds that they don't care about their followers. He remembers how arrows flew at men in turbans and thought that the knights were exactly the same, so they should not have any complaints. The main character looked sternly and thought that his vision became clear only for a moment. He adds that the power of the buff is, of course, amazing. A system window appears with information about the legendary rank Veil of Absolute Darkness. Properties: Darkness, Murder, Barrier. The first effect is that after expanding the user's shadow area, an area of darkness can be created. The second effect is that while inside the veil, the user's attack power, stealth, evasion, and agility are greatly enhanced, and in proportion to the user's enhancement, all enemy stats are reduced by 50%. The third effect is that the veil does not distinguish between friends and enemies, so the higher the affinity and resistance to darkness, the greater the stat reduction. Another system window appears, where it says that the buff is removed at the end of the battle. The main character jumped off the ground when a sword shrouded in golden energy rushed towards him, and then thought that the enemy was clearly strong. The Lightkeeper's sword hit the knight's chest. The protagonist is running across the battlefield and thought that he would therefore do something first. Syria clasped her hands together with a worried look on her face. The main character apologizes to her, after which the girl gets scared. He took her in his arms, after which golden swords hit the place where she stood. He calls Darkling with a serious expression on his face. He takes out a pink stone and tells his pet to eat it and then protect the princess. A system window appears containing information about the highest rank growth stone. The item's rank is Heroic, Consumable. The effect is that this item grants a large amount of experience stored in the stone of the selected target. The main character commands the system to use this stone on Darkling, after which he squeezes the stone in his hand and destroys it. Particles of pink energy fall onto Darkling. Sirius screams, calling the protagonist an alien as more Lightwatcher swords fly at them. The dark beast sharply increases in size. The princess closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. Darkling deflects the Lightkeeper's swords with black spikes. Some of the swords penetrate the skin of the beast and do not cause any damage to it. Swords are destroyed by the beast's thorns. The main character with a smile on his face says that it was an excellent shadow blade. The Watcher of Light shouts at the protagonist that it is useless and then adds that his blade cannot touch them. The main character jumps on black spikes. One of the Guardians of Light materializes the Sword of Light in his hands. He parries the main character's blow. He sees several ice swords flying at him. The protagonist's swords fly across the battlefield. One of the enemies parries a flying ice sword. The Guardian of Light attacks the main character, but he blocks the attack. The main character parries another enemy attack and thought that close combat with them would unbalance him. He grits his teeth and wonders if he will have to move forever. He becomes wary and moves the icons to the side. The enemy hits the main character on the shoulder. The protagonist hits the enemy from top to bottom. Golden feathers fly in front of his face. He wonders why they are so fast even with the debuff. The main character jumps onto black spikes and closes himself behind an ice shield. He closes himself with a sword and dagger, blocking the enemy's attack. One of the enemies attacks the protagonist from behind and hits him, leaving a cut on him. The main character landed on a black spike and thought that jumping around was very annoying. The main character points his swords at the enemy behind him and thought it would be better to deal with everyone at once. He puts his hand forward and dark purple energy appears in front of him. He thought he would have to use it. One of the light keepers throws his sword and dispels the darkness in front of the protagonist, and then asks him if he really thinks they will let him go. The protagonist was alarmed by what was happening. He is pierced through by the enemy's weapon, after which he screams in pain. The main character clenched his teeth in dissatisfaction. An angry enemy stands close behind him. The protagonist's ice swords fall down. One of the Guardians of Light shouts that this is their chance and commands to tear the protagonist apart, after which all the winged creatures rush towards the protagonist. A notification appears informing you that the combat-tested adventurer blessing is set to 100% with a chance below 50%. The main character smiles maliciously. A system notification appears, which says that the effect of the blessing he fooled death has clearly worked. Another system window appears, where it is written that the blessing he deceived death makes the fatal blow ineffective. A system window is formed, where it is written that the location of the Sword of Light is being initialized. The Warden of Light opens his eyes wide in surprise. He shouts to the other keepers to stop, and then adds that something strange is happening. The main character moves his sword to the side and behind him many other swords rise into the air. He says it's too late. The main character moves his hand to the side, after which the swords around him rise with their blades towards the sky. A system window appears containing information about the blessing he deceived death of an additional rank. Effect grants a 50% chance to render a fatal blow ineffective. Recharge time is 720 hours. The protagonist crosses his arms and with a smile on his face tells his enemies that it is time to finish them off. The ice sword breaks on the enemy's chest and leaves him injured. The fragments fly apart and leave behind a blue trail. The main character stands on the hilt of a huge sword and sends several ice arrows at one of the enemies. The protagonist jumped from the hilt of the sword. He puts his hand forward, after which a huge sword cuts one of the enemies. He lands on the ground. He levels up 3 and then receives a notification saying the buff has been removed because the fight is over. The main character stands near the corpses of defeated knights and guardians of light. He sighs because he is tired. He turns his head to the side. He sees destroyed carts, as well as the corpses of knights and one living one, who is leaning on his hands. Darkling touches the protagonist's boot. The main character sits down with a smile on his face and asks the dark beast how he shrunk. Syria approaches the protagonist and calls him an alien. With a worried look on her face, she asks the protagonist why he betrayed his friends and went so far for her. The main character strokes his pet and says that on this side the rewards are better. The princess's hand trembles and she asks the protagonist if they weren't his people. She then asks him if he really expects to ask for ransom after saving her. Darkling's muzzle looks happy because the protagonist is scratching behind his ear. The protagonist with a smile on his face says that he is sick with a terrible disease of hatred towards people. He apologizes to the princess and tells her that her question is strange. The elf became sad and lowered her gaze. The protagonist called Darkling smart. The animal's small body casts a huge shadow. A few days later, on the border of the elven kingdom of Iob, the main character and the princess approach the warriors guarding the wooden walls. Syria, with a smile on her face, tells the main character that she owes him a big debt and then thanks him. The protagonist, who is on a horse next to her, tells the girl that he still needs to receive a reward. Syria closes your eyes and tells the protagonist that he knows how to choose words. She hands the protagonist a clenched object and tells him to take it. A system window appears where it is written that the protagonist has cleared the Pale Desert Tower in hard mode. A necklace with a red stone hovers above the protagonist's hand. He receives a system notification that he has received a rank trust mark, a kind of reward. He clutches the object in his hand. The system screen materializes where information about the trust mark is presented. Description: a sign of trust is given to the main character, Princess Syria. While he does not know its true value, it seems that one day it will come in handy. The main character stands in the middle of a dark space. A system notification appears in front of him, where it is written about the power of the Empire Zero. Princess Syria of the Elven Kingdom Iob was kidnapped, but the main character returned her unharmed. Subsequently, when the king dies, she will become queen. The main character in a fur hood looks out the window. The operator announces that the train has arrived in Busan 4 hours ago. Puck types text on the keyboard and tells the main character that he needs to go to Busan. The main character sits in a chair nearby with a cup of tea in his hand and asks Puck if something happened there. The man replies that not yet. The protagonist, with bewilderment on his face, asks him why he should go there. Puck replies that something will happen later. Natasha Ivanova is a world-famous criminal player. The upper part of the head of a red-haired girl in a jacket is covered with a shadow. She is known as one of the black players. Hiding from the Russian government, she illegally arrived at the port of Busan and began raiding the towers with 4 of her comrades. The main character gets off the train. She has the legendary ability card Veil of Ultimate Darkness. A phone ringtone is heard from the protagonist's pocket. The protagonist accepts the challenge and Puck asks him if he was on the train going to Busan and if he met zombies there. Kang, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, tells his interlocutor that he knows that he is watching and then asks him to order him a car. The main character stands at the bus stop and hears Puck telling him that he has just received information about the tower that Ivanova's group has entered. He adds that he needs to go there. The main character asks him what level it is and he answers that it's 5th. A system window appears with information about the level 5 zombie apocalypse tower. Node, survival. There is a biochemical risk factor. Acceptable number of players, 1-6. The store is available. Kang gets out of the car. A system window appears where it is written that the goal of the raid is to survive until the appointed time. Information, 5 players have already entered the tower. Remaining time to enter, 13 minutes 21 seconds. Many towers are in the sky. The main character raises his finger up and says that he has entered. The environment around him looks destroyed. A system window appears where it is written that at the beginning of the 21st century, the pharmaceutical company Tylela discovered a deadly virus in its secret laboratory in Busan, which led to the fact that the entire city was blocked. The main character gritted his teeth and said that he knew that he was a 5th level tower, nothing normal should be expected. A system window appears where it is written that the protagonist must survive among the hungry infected and the secret Tylela support squad. The monster's red eye looks at the protagonist. In front of the protagonist is a huge monster with sharp teeth, created from human bodies. The main character forms an ice sword in his hand and asks whether it is correct to call it a zombie. A dark purple energy appears underneath. The main character opens his eyes wide in surprise. Darkling stood in front of him with a smile on his face. The beast's mouth is drooling. Dark energy is directed from Darkling to the monster. Darkling grows in size and its shadow falls on monsters. Darkling opens its huge mouth. The dark beast, transformed into a whale, eats the monster. He sinks underground. The main character, with an admiring expression on his face, tells his pet that the growth stone has changed him a lot. Darkling turns into a cat and meows. Natasha claps her hands. She approaches the protagonist and says that she was waiting for him. Behind him are men with machine guns. The girl spreads her arms to the sides and calls the protagonist a hero of heroes. She smiles and tells the protagonist that he couldn't leave a villain like her alone. Black player Natasha Ivanova. The main character with a sword in his hand turns to Natasha. He tells her with a serious expression that she is a member of the Red Mafia, who is being persecuted by the Russian government. He adds that she illegally landed with her accomplices at the port of Busan. The girl covers her mouth with her hand and asks the protagonist if he is really going to arrest her and put her in prison, and he answers that he is not. The main character raises his ice swords into the air and speaks and tells her that he just doesn't know what she is like, so she can relax. He tells her that assessing him on behalf of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service is a rather thankless task. Natasha made a shocked expression on her face. The main character runs to her and asks if it is true that the members of her small gang are also in the barrier and did they really intend to surround him and feed him to zombies. Natasha takes a fighting stance and forms knives in her hands. She tells the protagonist that it turns out he knew that she was from Russian intelligence, and then asks him if he really had the courage to come here with such information. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks the girl if she thinks that his plans were to become a snack for zombies. He points ice swords in her direction. The girl does a backflip and says that she knew it. Natasha, with a malicious smile, commands her men to attack. The main character jumped off the ground the moment they started shooting at him. People armed with Kalashnikov assault rifles shoot at the main character. The guy in the bandana looks intently into the sight and takes another burst. The main character dodges enemy shots. He jumped on Natasha and swung his sword. The girl gives the main character the finger as an insult. The protagonist was wary of what was happening. Black and purple energy swirls around the protagonist while Natasha has already disappeared. The main character, with a smile on his face, wonders if she left. The protagonist turns around sharply. There is a blue trail coming from his eyes. He puts up an ice shield in front of him and blocks the enemy's attack. He thought there were 3 shooters and a sniper. He makes a jump and thus dodges enemy shots. He dodges the bullets and says that it might have worked once. He adds something wrong here and then deflects the bullet with his sword. He forms ice shields around himself and says that as far as he knows, the debuff of the Curtain of Absolute Darkness is now affecting them all. The protagonist smiles and asks how they can still shoot at the target. Darkling appears on the protagonist's shoulder and meows. The main character looks at the dark beast and says that for sure, the reason must be something else. He turns to Darkling and asks for his help. The cat meows joyfully in response. The black-haired man in the bandana clenched his teeth and said that the ice shield was too strong and that he needed to change tactics. He sees a Darkling behind him and asks if it is a cat. Black spikes pierce the man. Another guy in a bandana blocks a black spike with a machine gun. A shadow emanates from Darkling, with 2 soldiers standing on it. A wounded soldier with blonde hair tells the others to step out of the cat's shadow. The main character crossed his arms and asked them if they could really see the shadow of the Dark One. He says that however it doesn't matter. Natasha put a knife to the protagonist's throat. With a malicious smile, she tells the main character to behave well because it depends on whether she will let him go alive. The main character, with a smile on his face, asks her if someone who could really kill her would talk. The girl's eyes glow green and she tells the main character not to underestimate their intelligence service. Her face is covered in shadow. She invites the protagonist to talk about the achievement points that he received the other day for clearing the 5th level tower. She adds that there were an unusual number of them. She tells the main character that apparently he had already cleared in hard mode, but after that he only walked through low-level towers. He adds that the same thing happened last season when survival abilities were removed. The protagonist has a serious expression on his face. The cat jumps and, thanks to its shadow, hits 2 soldiers. One of the surviving fighters commands his men to get rid of the cat first, and they can talk later. The main character grabs the girl's hand and asks her to answer him better. He presses her hand to him and asks her how he is going to kill him if he is not real. The knife blade passed through the protagonist's throat. Natasha became worried about what was happening. 3 swords hover near Natasha's neck. The main character forms another sword over his hand and tells the girl that he believes that from the very beginning it was not a veil of absolute darkness. The protagonist neutralizes the absolute shadow with a wave of his sword and tells the girl that she created it to cloud his perception. He adds that since the ability actually only works on the enemy's senses, there is only one option. Natasha clenched her teeth due to the tension. The protagonist, with a smug smile on his face, tells her that this ability to create an illusion is of legendary rank, allowing him to manipulate what his target sees. Natasha drops her knives to the ground. Her knives disintegrate into red particles. The protagonist says the word Oculus. The absolute shadow around him completely dissipates. Ice swords fall to the ground. Natasha falls to her knees. The main character raises his hand up and says to Natasha that she is good at deceiving others, but it seems that this is not her strength. He adds that now she will have to become zombie food. Natasha closes her eyes. The main character puts his hand forward and a blue glow appears. A system window appears where it says that the nameless player has died. The protagonist shifts his gaze. Concern can be seen on Natasha's face. A red notification appears with information that Tylela's secret forces have detected the presence of survivors. A drone flies above the protagonist, Natasha, and her soldiers. The drone says that many survivors have been found in the B-16 area. He says that he will destroy them. One of Natasha's soldiers notices 3 unknown fighters on the roof of the building. Natasha's soldier tries to get out of the Darkling's spikes. In front of him, using a jetpack, a robot flies to the ground with a weapon in his hand. He says that a secret protocol is being followed. The robot's eyes begin to glow red. A system notification appears informing you that an unnamed player has died. The main character sees a powerful explosion in front of him. With a serious expression on his face, he wonders if he can stop it or if he should turn off the shield first. A red beam of energy is directed at the protagonist, which destroys his shield. The protagonist covers himself with his hands. Many gears and a clock appear. A system notification appears saying what a shame this is. Natasha opens her eyes wide. A merchant girl sits on a cloth surrounded by goods and says that 2 people died without using their achievement points. She points her finger at the main character and says that all this is because of him. The main character apologizes with a smile on his face and then asks her how he can make amends. The girl takes out the cards and asks the protagonist to buy a set of cards, and then she will make an exception and forgive him. The main character puts his hands together and asks if he should show him a disapproving finger gesture as a sign of use. When the store opens, there is no talk of any truce. The merchant tells the protagonist that he will get a legendary one. The main character points his thumb at Natasha and then tells the merchant to try to sell it to that girl over there. But the fights in front of the store make this girl sad and the players know what that means. The merchant raises his hand and tells Natasha that she has the most points after the protagonist, so she should spend them before dying. Natasha's face looks like she's about to cry. She closes her eyes as a bead of sweat runs down her cheek. The merchant beckons Natasha with his hand and tells her that she will die and she will definitely not get out alive, so she should buy a deck of cards. She adds that if the mythical one comes up, she will survive. The girl asks the protagonist to buy one and then assures him that the legendary one will appear. The main character, with a nervous smile, asks the merchant if she is only interested in selling cards. Natasha tells the girl that she has the ability to acquire cards. She adds that she will spend all of her 374,000 achievement points. The main character looks at Natasha with concern on his face. The girl with a confident expression on her face says that she will spend everything on decks with random abilities. The main character props up his cheek with his hand. Holographic cards materialize in front of Natasha. She received 2 regular cards. She scrolls through the list of cards with her finger and scrunches her face. She received 1 rare card and 3 common ones. The merchant clenches his hand into a fist and tells Natasha not to give up because she will appear and she will receive the mythical one. Natasha bit her fingernail. She received 3 more regular cards. The main character, with concern on his face, says that there is an opinion that watching a house burn down is the most fun thing to do. Natasha stands among the many cards that lie on the floor. She receives 3 regular cards. She takes out a deck and says that this is the last deck. The merchant replies that no, she still has 7 left, so she needs to be patient. Natasha clenched her teeth and thought that she needed to get at least 1 useful one, otherwise she would definitely die. She adds that she neglected the mythical one. The legendary one would have been enough. She thought that even heroic would do. Natasha hit the ground with her fist and screams that she doesn't care. The merchant holds a bottle of blue liquid in his hand and tells Natasha that she still has 4,000 points left, and then asks her if she would like to purchase the potion. The main character closes his eyes and smiles, and then says what he thinks. The time for sales is over. The merchant asks the protagonist to buy a deck. The protagonist asks the girl why. The merchant opens a small chest and says that given the sudden deaths earlier and the fact that she sacrificed so much and failed, it is very likely that a legendary one is about to appear. She puts her palm forward and tells the protagonist to buy and then he will get it. A system notification appears, according to which the ruler of hell is shocked. The main character covers his face with concern on his face and tells the girl that he cannot support her here. Natasha grabs her hair and insults Kang and the merchant. The main character takes a card from the deck and tells the merchant that Natasha is right and it's not enough to curse her, but she sounds convincing, so he will buy one. The angry Natasha in the background looks like a dragon. A system window appears, according to which 10,000 achievement points have been deducted from the main character. In the next system window it says that a regular Ice Arrow's ability card has been received. The main character smiles with a blue card in his hand. The next notification says that the protagonist already has ice arrows. The system asks the main character if he wants to increase the level of ice arrows to 2 stars using the combination of abilities. The protagonist thought that this was better than a useless ordinary ability. A system window appears with information about ice arrows. Level, normal, 2 stars. Attribute, ice, metal. The effect is to convert the cold from the atmosphere into an arrow. Glacier synergy effect increases damage and number of projectiles. The additional effect of 2 stars gives the shells the effect of penetrating armor. You can set the size of the projectile. The main character thought about what would happen now, and then turns his head and turns to Natasha. She tells the protagonist to shut up with an angry expression. The main character grits his teeth and then asks the merchant what Natasha says in her Russian. The merchant raises his hand and says that they will see each other again. The main character points his hand towards the girl, but she disappears. Natasha shows the protagonist disapproving gestures with her fingers. A powerful explosion occurs behind them. The robot lands on shards of ice. He aims his weapon and says that a secret protocol is being followed now. Behind him are several more robots. The robot commands to destroy the witnesses. Natasha turns around and clenches her teeth. The main character swings his sword and cuts off her head. He runs to the robot. Kang has a stern look. He jumped on one of the robots and cut off its head. The protagonist forms an ice weapon in front of him while 2 enemies tower above him. He aims his flying swords at the energy released by enemy weapons. The 2 robots align the barrels of their weapons. A powerful beam of energy is directed at the main character, but he dodges. The protagonist smiles nervously and asks where Tylela got so many resources. He gets into a fighting stance and says that he thinks he should buy a few shares of pharmaceutical companies when he returns home. He concentrates blue energy in his hand. He forms a lot of ice arrows above himself and says that, however, he will buy shares of the wrong company that is now here. He points his finger at the enemy with a smile on his face. Arrows fly at one of the robots. Ice arrows stick into its body. Ice arrows break the drone. The damaged robot falls to the ground. A powerful blue explosion occurs. The main character goes in the opposite direction from him. A system notification appears saying that the main character has cleared the zombie apocalypse tower, and as a reward for clearing he will be given a random equipment coupon. The next system window says that as a reward for being the surviving winner, he can take one ability card that the losing player has. The main character, with a smile on his face, points his finger at the system screen and says that he won't even have to view them. He selects the Oculus ability. The street was illuminated by a bright light. When the tower was cleared and the players found themselves in their own world, a man in a bandana is formed from golden particles. Another fighter and Natasha form nearby, as well as the protagonist. The losers are back too. The main character turns his head back and thought that it seems that 2 died from the clutches of Darkling, and 2 more are now in great pain, so they will not be able to escape. This only happens if they didn't die in the tower. Natasha is on all fours with a lost expression on her face. The main character waves to the soldiers behind him and tells them that they did a good job. Natasha, with an alarmed expression on her face, asks the main character how this happened. The main character turns his head in her direction and asks her if she really wants to be arrested. He adds that if so, then she just needs to call the police and turn herself in at the nearest station, and this does not concern him. Natasha, with an angry expression on her face, asks the protagonist if he will just leave her and leave. The main character leaves and tells her to go and tell her people how amazing the Hero King is and that it's time to stop doing nonsense. With a smile on his face, he shows his index finger up and says that dead people don't talk, and he needs someone to convey this. Puck asks the main character on the phone why he left them alive. The protagonist, with a worried look on his face, says that he did this as compensation for the legendary ability and the fact that it allowed him to see what death looks like if the right card does not appear. Puck calls the protagonist a scoundrel and then asks him why he allowed those who attacked him on the sly to escape unharmed. The main character wrinkled his face. The main character closes his eyes and asks his interlocutor who he takes him for and is it really a psychopathic killer. He tells him that he should be calmer and kinder. Puck, with a headset attached to his ear, tells the protagonist that he can talk and calls him a good-natured guy. He shouts and asks the main character why those scoundrels even came. The main character is holding the phone with a nervous smile on his face. Puck wonders why he adores the protagonist so much and calls him an eccentric bully. The train runs on rails. The protagonist asks him what's wrong and then adds that his internet cafe is staying afloat only thanks to him. Puck sighs and tells the main character to be careful on the way home and not to stress too much. He then asks the protagonist not to make him worry and asks him if he understands. The main character smiles and thanks Puck for his work. The main character stands against the background of a man in a turban, Syria, and several knights. Player, alien, apostle. Inside the tower, the player is called by different names. It's the same here. Ray points his sword at a huge purple skull. Weapons, an indicator of the level of military power, a living unbalanced technique. Jorg puts on his hat while many skeletons in armor stand next to him. A man in a beret takes aim with a rocket launcher. Hero. But the players are not just heroes, they are war heroes. A person with a sword shrouded in blue energy stands opposite armed silhouettes and skeletons, among which there is one huge one. For example, Natasha Ivanova. There are those who kill the enemies of their homeland without a doubt. The protagonist remembers how Natasha put a knife to his neck. The protagonist, with a saddened look, wonders if they really want him to become such a hero too. The main character looks at the sky and thought that in the current world there is no concept of a hero. The black-haired girl points her finger at the main character and asks if this is the Hero King. A brown-haired man stands next to her. The protagonist pulled the hood of his jacket over himself and thought that he was being careless this morning. The brown-haired man hugs the girl and tells her that she shouldn't have pointed the finger because he's a thug. The black-haired girl replies that not at all, she heard on TV that this is an image, but in fact he is a very respected person. They leave and the girl tells the guy that no matter what they say, every season he is the most active player. The guy tells her that this is true, without him their world would have ceased to exist in the second season. The girl reports that she also heard that he secretly donates the proceeds from the sale of his t-shirts to charity. The guy asks her if this is for show, and then adds that as for t-shirts, mythical ones will be coming out soon. The main character sighs after his words. Many towers appear in the sky above the city. Reporters follow the protagonist. A man with a camera calls the main character. Kang thought that he was caught before he managed to get home. He shifts his pupils to the side and thinks about what would be the best way out of the situation. He makes a high jump. He thought it was better to rest in the tower because he was going to go here anyway. The main character appears before the priestess. Behind him are several men, one of whom shouts that the goddess is watching over them. He adds that the saint's ceremony to summon a warrior was successful. Joy can be seen on the faces of the knight and the man with a beard next to him. The main character, with a surprised expression on his face, thought about who the saint was. The blue-haired girl spreads her arms to the sides and tells the main character that she is glad to meet you. She adds that he answered their prayers and then calls him a warrior from another world. The girl puts her hand forward and introduces herself as Alicia Celestine, the 37th saint of the Celestine Holy Kingdom. The main character smiles and says that it was obvious. He shakes hands and tells the girl that he is a hero who saves worlds quickly and without complications. With a smile on his face, he asks her how he can help her. The girl replies that to answer this question, she first needs to tell him about how things are on the continent of Philia. The protagonist with a fake smile says that there must be a snag in some kind of confrontation between holy beings and demons. Alicia replies that this is exactly the case and then calls the protagonist smart. She says that holy beings and demons lived here, which led to a war between light and darkness. Demons that should be imprisoned in the world of darkness and the underworld began to invade the world of light. To stop them, the inhabitants of Celestine created a holy weapon, Arc, but the attacks of the demons did not stop. She adds that they had to activate an ancient weapon. Half an hour later, the main character, with concern on his face, asks the girl if they can already go save the world from the attack of demons. Alicia puts her hands forward and says that she just started telling the story. She adds that the people of Celestine are afraid that a person might abuse the power of Arc, so he will have to go through a trial. The protagonist crossed his arms. He leaves, and the worried girl asks the main character where he went. The protagonist replies that he is going to complete a task. Alicia takes the protagonist's hand and exclaims that he doesn't even know where Arc is, and then asks him where he's going. The main character asks the girl if he knows where she is. The girl was upset and replied that she didn't know. The main character says what this means, the difference is small. Alicia wants to argue with the protagonist, but a red, cracked energy appears above them. A huge amount of cracked energy appears in the sky, which is concentrated in one place. The scaly hands of a horned monster emerge from the portal. Alicia became worried as she looked up. She screams and asks how the demons were able to set foot on the holy ground. A horned demon with wings flies towards the protagonist. One of the knights takes out his sword and shouts for everyone to move back. He puts his hand forward and a bright glow appears in it. A priest in cloth clothes shouts to the demon that there is no place for him here. The knight strikes the demon, and the priest pierces the demon's chest with a light beam. The demon's wounds heal quickly. One of the people present shouts and asks how this is possible. The demon sticks out its tongue with a smug expression on its face. Someone screamingly asks why divine magic and the aura blade do not work on him. Energy swirls around the upper phalanx of the demon's finger. The main character materializes an ice sword and creates ice shields around him. He shouts for everyone to move back. Alicia shouts to the main character that they will help him. The main character, who is behind the ice shield, replies that there is no need and asks them to just move away. The bearded warrior holds Alicia and shouts to the protagonist to be careful. Dark energy hits the ice shield. The warrior asks the girl if she is okay. The girl with a worried expression on her face agrees. She thought that the main character was putting himself in great danger for their sake. Alicia drops to her knees and clasps her hands together. She asks the goddess to grant them her compassion. A bright glow comes from the girl's hands and many particles of light appear nearby. She again asks to grant them compassion. Several priests behind her also combine their hands. The ice shield is destroyed and Alicia calls out to the protagonist with a worried expression on her face. She asks him if he is injured. The main character covers his face with a trembling hand. Rays of light fall on the protagonist. He says that the enemy is sending him telepathic messages. He conveys the words of the demon that they will reach the arch and soon the whole world, overflowing with the light that they hate, will plunge into darkness. He removes his hand from his face and adds that the demon told him not to get in their way and urged him to leave. Alicia, with a worried expression on her face and a trembling voice, asks how this is possible. The main character with a confident expression on his face tells the girl that there is no time to hesitate, and then asks her where she thinks Arc is. He thought about what to believe. Alicia thought she couldn't believe that the end of their world was so close. With a serious expression on her face, she tells the main character that she has an idea. She holds onto the horse's reins. She is riding a horse, and the main character is behind her and thought that they had finally accelerated. Darkling lies on a horse and rests his head on the protagonist's leg. The main character asks him if he is also bored, and then tells him that he did a great job of portraying the roar of demons. He remembers how Darkling appeared from underground and screamed loudly. The dark beast meows while lying on a horse. The main character remembers how he said that it was worth holding off on using the shadow blade since he had resorted to this method. He put his hand forward and then destroyed his barrier and asked Darkling to also remove his thorns for now. Alicia, riding a horse, turns her head to the protagonist and asks him if they should slow down a little. The protagonist replies that no, it's not necessary. With a smile on his face, he says that it is much more effective to do everything the way he wants. He adds that this is how the legendary ability should be used. A system window appears with a description of the legendary rank Oculus ability. Property: Darkness. The effect is the ability to manipulate what a target or an indefinite number of people see. Does not stack with crowd control abilities of the same rank or higher. Rays of light fall on a 2-story brick and wood house. The guild worker greets the protagonist and Alicia. The main character tells the woman standing behind the counter that they say they have something that will allow them to enter the labyrinth. The blonde guild worker exclaims that she understands everything, and then tells him that he is asking for an adventurer's license. She asks the protagonist to wait a little, after which she gives him a piece of paper with the queue number, which is 216. Alicia and the protagonist are sitting at a table surrounded by adventurers. The girl crosses her arms and says that this place, Garcia, is a city with a labyrinth. She looks at the world map. She says that this city remains neutral and is located between the territories of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine and the Draga Empire. The map shows the lands of 3 countries. The girl adds that, as the name suggests, the city was built around an ancient underground labyrinth, which is the land of opportunity. The main character smiles and says that it is difficult to find a more suitable place to hide Ark, the ancient weapon of the inhabitants of Celestine. The guild worker calls number 216, after which the protagonist and Alicia get up from their seats. The guild worker has placed a document on the table and is preparing to give her a pen for writing. She asks the protagonist and the saint to sign the papers. Alicia agrees and extends her hand with a pen to the document, and the protagonist takes her hand and asks her to wait. The main character points his finger at the middle of the document and says that no one is responsible for death in the labyrinth, and then adds that even if the body or property was restored, it becomes the use of the city. He asks if he really needs to agree to this in order to get a license. The guild worker is worried and says that they provide everyone with equal opportunities to find great luck in the labyrinth. She adds that adventure comes with risk. She tells the girl and the protagonist that this is entirely their choice and responsibility. Alicia replies that she understood everything, and the main character crossed his arms. The protagonist takes the pen from Alicia and says that this disclaimer neatly demonstrates the value of life. A guild worker with a smile on her face wishes the adventurers good luck. A system notification appears saying that the protagonist has entered an ancient labyrinth. The main character and the girl are going down the stairs. The guy forms blue energy in his hand. A system notification appears saying that they are at level 1. The main character forms an ice sword in his hand and asks Alicia if she is ready, and the girl agrees. A huge rat and many small rats appear in front of them. The main character blocks the rat's attack and shouts to Alicia to act. The blue-haired girl puts her hands forward and directs a beam of light energy. She cuts off the rat's head. The protagonist and the girl find themselves in a mine where there are rails and a trolley. He says that the 5th level begins here. He adds that they descend surprisingly quickly. With a smile on his face, he tells the girl that this is all because he fights well, and then adds that her blessing magic is amazing. The blue-haired girl asks the main character if this is true. With a thoughtful look, she remembers how they met a guy with a spear and says that they met adventurers everywhere. She adds that they delayed the magical beasts that attacked them, thereby opening the passage further. She says that she is very grateful to them because they are in a hurry. The two of them remember how a man with a spear fought with rats. The protagonist thought that this must have been their hunting ground, so they are glad that they left. Alicia clasped her hands together and said that if adventurers help each other fight, then even demons don't seem so scary. The main character raises his hand at shoulder level and tells the girl that she shouldn't worry too much without them. He adds that he will take her to the ancient weapon. Someone greets them in a menacing male voice. A bald man with a muscular naked torso and an axe stands in front of them, surrounded by people in black clothes. He shouts to the protagonist and the girl that they didn't pay, but dared to go into the labyrinth on their own business. The main character asks them if they are local bandits. Alicia asks with concern on her face if they are bandits. The main character, looking at them, says that he doesn't know what they are called in this world, but in every labyrinth there are such people. He adds that they are usually called bandits or adventurer hunters. The muscular man moves his hand to the side and replies that this is exactly so, and then adds that if he knows so much, then he probably won't mind giving everything he has. Alicia clasped her hands together and with an alarmed look on her face offers the bandits to explain everything. The protagonist is surprised when he sees how the girl behaves. The main character says that talking is good and then asks the bandit if he will listen to his story. The main character imagines flying demons, one of which forms fireballs in his hands, and then says that in the beginning there were Celestine creatures and demons. He further reports that these demons were going to turn the world into ruins and he, as a warrior from another world, came to save their world. He adds that for this they need to find an ancient weapon. The bandits look at each other with bewilderment on their faces. The main character points his hands at Alicia and says that he is looking for him with her, the 37th saint of the sacred kingdom of Celestine. He closes his eyes and with a smile on his face asks the bandits if they would be kind enough to let them through. Joyful Alicia says that it is for the sake of peace and then asks to do her a favor. The bandits are silent for a while. The bald man with a smile on his face turns his head a little and turns to his subordinates and then asks them who they think they are. The guy with the bandage on his head moves his hand to the side and says that the protagonist has probably lost his mind from fear. Alicia clenched her hand into a fist and became worried. The main character clenched his teeth and said that he knew it. The bald man says that he doesn't care who they are. The protagonist immediately after this makes a dash towards the enemies and strikes with his sword. The protagonist, with a swing of his sword, struck the hand of a man with a bandage on his head. The guy holds onto the rest of his left arm and screams in pain. The main character shifts his gaze. The bandit commander asks how this fool dared to do this. The main character cuts off the hand of a muscular bandit. The bandit commander shouts that he hit him. An axe flies at the protagonist from behind. He deflected the axe with his ice sword. From the shadows, a woman with an axe puts forward her hand, which is enveloped in flames. She asks the main character on what basis he touches her people. A guild worker emerges from the shadows and tells the main character that it looks like he is much more capable than he seems. Alicia remembers the guild worker and asks if she works for the Adventurers Guild. She asks the worker why she did this. The main character says that the guild is in cahoots with the bandits. He says with a serious expression that they lead novice players into dangerous situations and force them to calculate the value of their lives in monetary terms. He adds that if they fail to pay, their bodies are sold. Alicia's face became frightened. She covers her mouth with her hands and asks how they can. The guild worker laughs with a smug smile on her face, and then asks the priestess if she is really that naive and how she is going to become an adventure writer then. She adds that this is the city of the labyrinth. She jumps on the main character and swings an axe and then shouts that she should have thought about this earlier. The protagonist's 3 swords block the enemy's attack. The main character, with a smile on his face, tells the guild worker to watch her step. She turns back and sees dark energy, which makes her very scared. A large number of dark spikes appear from underground, which are aimed at enemies. Darkling sits in dark energy. He smiles happily. The protagonist tells Alicia that the passage is open and then asks her to go. She stands with a worried expression on her face. Alicia agrees with the protagonist. The main character goes deeper and the saint follows him. The protagonist has climbed onto the top of the columns and looks into the distance while the saint sits by the fire. The main character jumps down next to Alicia and says that they will spend the night here and continue in the morning. The saint sits by the fire with a lost look. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, tells the girl that she looks depressed after meeting with the bandits. He crosses his arms and asks her if she's used to facing the real world without her title of saint. Alicia, whose eyes are covered by a shadow, says that the world is about to be destroyed and people are fighting each other. She raises her head and asks the main character that he has really come to terms with this. The protagonist replies that he is not sure and remembers Lee Sung from the association, who with an evil smile on his face said that the changing world needs a war hero. The main character, with a serious expression on his face, tells the girl that the world is the same no matter where you are. A girl with a thoughtful look asks the protagonist if this is true. She asks the protagonist what about his hometown. The flame of the fire burns brightly. The main character looks up and says that his hometown has gone through several crises. He looks at the girl and with a smile on his face says that they didn't have anyone like her who knew what to do and stop the riots. The priestess apologizes to the protagonist and asks him to stop if he is uncomfortable talking about it. The main character replies that no, and he thinks that by the 3rd time he's already used to it. He remembers how he fought in dark armor along with 2 magicians and Maria. He remembers saying something to Maria. He closes his eyes and lowers his gaze, and then says that once he came to his senses, it seemed to him that everyone was only concerned with themselves. Alicia, with an upset expression on her face, asks the main character what about himself. Kang, with a smile on his face, asks the girl what she thinks about this. The girl and the protagonist are silent. Alicia shifts her pupils to the side. She says something to the protagonist. The main character is surprised after her words. He starts laughing and asks what he just heard and then says it's incredible. The main character sits on the floor near the column. The main character looked thoughtfully and wondered why it was so quiet here and then thought that he was sure that it was time to start preparing. A merchant girl appears with a golden card in her hand. She asks the main character if he is awake and if he will buy a card. The protagonist, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asks the girl to first show her a list of goods. He thought that there were still 2 levels to go. A few days later, level 100. A winged monster with snakes for hair and a snake tail for legs puts his hand forward and shouts that it is they, the demons, who must take the arch, and then tells the protagonist to die. Huge snakes underneath are crawling towards the protagonist, but he has already pointed his flying swords at them. Alicia combines her hands, after which a bright glow appears in them. She shouts to God to have mercy on them. She is completely enveloped in a bright glow. Many dark thorns pierce the snakes. One of the snakes opens its mouth and is about to eat the flying protagonist. Kang strikes the monster with his sword. He cuts the snake-haired demon. The demon turns to the god of demons and apologizes to him for the betrayal and that she could not get Arc. The main character points his sword at her and wishes her a safe journey. A blue system notification appears where it says that the level has been increased. The protagonist sighs and with an alarmed expression on his face says that he is tired of this. A blue system notification appears where it says that the protagonist receives 10,000 achievement points. Behind it, another notification appears, according to which, as a special reward, the main character receives a card with a random ability. Standing among the dead snakes, the protagonist puts his hands forward and asks if this is serious and whether the demons really have problems with timeliness. He then asks why they appear when he passed the test. Alicia calls the main character well done with a smile on her face. The main character and the girl notice a green glow. A crystal floats above the pedestal, from which a green glow emanates. Alicia shouts that it's Arc. A luminous object hovers over the main character's hand. He says it looks just like an ancient weapon. A system notification appears, according to which the protagonist receives the quest item Arc Fragment, White. An earthquake begins and the main character and the girl look up. At the top I saw a blue portal. The main character says that he believes the exit is there. The girl and the protagonist exit the portal. Alicia, with a worried expression on her face, says that they got out of there, and then adds that this is a relief for her. Someone tells the protagonist and Alicia that they did a good job, after which the girl is surprised. The blonde man in armor spreads his arms to the sides and tells the protagonist and the girl that thanks to them, the imperial task of placing Arc will be easier to complete. Behind him are many soldiers in black armor. He smiles evilly and says that the power of Arc should be in the hands of the Empire, in his hands. He asks the protagonist and the girl to give Arc to him. The main character with a smile on his face tells the blonde that it looks like he is not on their side. Alicia, with concern on her face, says that this is the first prince of the Drago Empire. The blonde man with a crazy look asks to give him Arc as soon as possible, and then he will save their lives. Alicia shouts with confidence in her voice that they cannot, because the power of the arch must be used to protect the world from demons. The blonde takes out a purple stone and tells the girl not to worry, because when he collects all the fragments, the demons will bow to his will. The protagonist materializes an ice sword and swings it, and then tells the blonde that the item from the task itself came to him. The blonde tells the main character that it seems that the meaning of his words does not reach him. He commands his knights to go forward. He takes his sword out of its sheath and shouts that the time has come to prove his loyalty and valor. The black knights raise their swords up. A blue system window appears where it says that the script has come to an end. The swords of the black knights are enveloped in flames. A red system notification appears which says that the first prince of the Drago Empire and his loyal guards, the Black Guard, have come for the power of Arc. Alicia puts her hands together and asks God to have mercy on them, after which she is enveloped in a bright glow. The main character forms many flying ice swords in front of him. System notifications appear, according to which Saint Alicia has granted the main character buffs: Saint Defense Rank A, Sacred Armor Rank A, Magic Boost Rank B, Area of Valor Rank B. The protagonist's swords are shrouded in golden energy. The protagonist's swords are aimed at enemies. They hit the knights and pierce their armor. The knights scream in pain. There is anger on the blonde's face. One of the knights tells him that he needs to retreat. The blonde man clenched the purple stone, causing it to shatter in a bright glow emanating from his fist. He shouts that no, it's too early. Dark purple streams of energy come from a violet glow. A red system notification appears in front of the protagonist. It says that the first Prince Milva's Drago uses the power of Arc. The main character thought that he felt something approaching, and then turned his head to the blue-haired girl and shouted to her that their enemy was using Arc. A large amount of purple energy envelops the blonde, and its streams rush towards the protagonist, who is covered with an ice shield. Milva's Drago has transformed into a large monster with spikes protruding from its back. The knights ask the blonde if he is okay. Milva's eye emits red energy. He makes a move on the black knights and yells at them to get out of the way. The knights shout that the prince has turned into a demonic monster. The main character, watching what is happening, asks Alicia to update the buffs, and the girl agrees. A blue stream of energy circulates around the protagonist's hand. He lowers his hand, after which an ice armor appears on him. Alicia tells the main character to use the earthquake and fire potion. The ground begins to crack. Flames appear around Milva's. The main character makes a dash towards the monster. He hits the monster on the back and cuts off his arm, and he screams loudly, after which he ends up in front of him. Milva's grits his teeth and calls the protagonist a terrible warrior. He makes his way through the flames to the main character, after which he asks him if he really thinks that he won't be caught if he hides in the fire. The main character smiles smugly, after which blue smoke emanates from him. Milva's is surprised as the protagonist begins to disappear. Kang finds himself on top of the monster and swings his sword at him, and then asks him if the power has really made him so drunk that he can't see anything. The main character pierces the monster's body and lands on the ground. Blood pours from the monster's mouth. The monster fell on the protagonist, but did not injure him as it leaked through the hole. Streams of blue energy emanate from his shoulder. The main character adjusts his clothes. The protagonist receives a system notification with information that the quest item Arc Fragment 2 of 2 has been received. Energy from the sky is directed to the main character. He wonders what this third-rate scene from a mobile game is. Blue energy swirls around Arc. The stone breaks into pieces. Alicia is surprised when she sees what is happening. A system notification appears informing you that the level has been raised. The main character sees how the stone has formed again, but now a bright glow emanates from it. He thought this was the perfect ending. A system notification appears with information that the main character has reached level 50 and can enter the Tower of Awakening. The main character with a smile on his face says that it's all over and tells her to take Arc. Alicia, with a surprised expression on her face, asks the main character if he really wants her to take Arc. The joyful main character asks the girl who else if not a saint. The girl replies that she is not capable enough to have such power. The main character asks her if she really wants him to transfer Arc to the Drago Empire. Drops of sweat flow down the girl's face. The main character with a serious expression on his face tells the girl that it is better to use her herself than to give her to some fools. Alicia replies that she cannot be so irresponsible about the incomparable and dangerous Mile of the Arch. The main character gives the girl Arc and tells her that madmen, driven by force and destroying the world, are usually like this precisely because of the burden of responsibility. He closes his eyes and with a smile on his face asks the saint if it is true that she will not fight alone. Alicia looks at the stone she holds in both hands. She hugs Arc to herself and with a smile on her face thanks the main character, and then reports that his words made her feel much better. A bright glow appears underneath them. The main character tells the girl that he is glad to hear this. A system notification appears with information that the main character has cleared the Tower of Might and Magic. Many notifications appear, among which it is written about the strength of the continent. Having obtained Arc, Saint Alicia stopped the invasion of demons and preserved peace on the continent. In the second window of the system it is written that Saint Alicia trusts the protagonist very much. The third window of the system says that as a special reward, he has unlocked the storyline Defense Saint of Rank. A sunlight leaks through the window. The protagonist lies on the bed and looks at the smartphone. He thought that he had only cleared one tower, but a whole week had passed. He adds that he thought it would be a great break, but he got too carried away. The protagonist reads an article entitled "We Live in the Era of a Hero King." It asks the question of how much more perfect the protagonist will become because his strength is at the level of a monster, and the speed of development is amazing. If this continues, there is a chance that he will clear all the towers this year. The boss turns his head away from his smartphone and thought that it's only mid-January, there are more important things to do. A few days later, Kang runs down a city street and looks around. Many reporters are walking down the street looking for the protagonist. One of them notices the protagonist and shouts to the others to follow him. One of the reporters asks to give their magazine a chance. The main character notices them and commands the system to teleport him to the tower. A reporter in a black shirt shouts that the main character has entered the tower. One of them wonders what kind of tower this is. Another exclaims that there is no information. They scream and ask if the protagonist has entered the Tower of Awakening. The clown ruler conveyed a message to the protagonist through the system window, in which he wrote that he was waiting for him and calls him a child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. The main character stands with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes and says that he can do without his nonsense, and then suggests moving on to the test. He sees in front of him many mirrors with dark silhouettes of himself in various poses. The clown ruler calls the main character impatient. The main character adjusts his collar. He is reflected in the mirror next to him. The clown ruler informs the main character that despite his remark, he was already going to start. The protagonist's eyes in the reflection became black with red pupils. He smiles and turns his head towards the protagonist. He says it will happen right here, right now. A beam of light is directed at the protagonist, and its copies in the mirrors take fighting stances. The mirrors around the main character are destroyed. A copy of the protagonist stands on a shard of glass. She approaches the protagonist. He has a clown mask on his face. He asks the protagonist if he is not even surprised. The main character raises his hand up, after which ice swords appear behind him. The clown ruler repeats after the main character. They send their swords forward and then they collide. The main character makes a dash towards the enemy, and dark purple energy appears underneath him. The two rivals approach each other and point their swords at each other. The clown ruler swings his ice sword. The main character crossed swords with the enemy and they both concentrated blue energy in their other hand. He thought it was a fake, exactly repeating his movements. They send ice shards at each other, which collide. The main character puts his hand to the floor, after which dark purple energy emanates from it, from which spikes appear. He thought that he fights him every season, but he still feels uneasy. The clown ruler blocks the spikes heading towards him. He smiles and points his spikes at the main character. A system notification appears saying that the Seraphim shield reflects enemy attacks. The main character blocks the spikes heading towards him using a golden barrier. There are scratches on his face and he swings his sword. A system notification appears, according to which he, the Death Trickster, deflects an instant fatal blow. The swords of the main character and the clown ruler collide. Kang with a bloody face calls out to Darkling. A system notification appears stating that summoning a familiar in this area is prohibited. The main character protects himself from thorns with an ice shield and is indignant that his idea did not work. The protagonist thought that everything was actually simple here. The main character puts his shield aside. He raises his sword and blue energy swirls around him. The protagonist has a serious look. He coughs up blood. The main character pierced the clown ruler with his sword, just like he did the protagonist. An enemy with a lot of blood on him asks the main character why he is so serious. He tells the main character that he can become a hero or a villain and only they can decide who to be. Blood pours from his body onto the ground. He tells the main character that there is no need to worry so much. The protagonist has a stern look. The clown ruler waves his hand at the main character and says that there is no need to worry so much because there is nothing in the world that can be taken seriously. The two of them simultaneously punch each other on their heads. The protagonist tells his opponent with a menacing look that he knows a magic trick that will shut his mouth. He holds the enemy by the mask. The enemy's mask is destroyed, after which his head turns into black energy. The clown ruler completely disappears, and the main character holds the mask in his hands. The main character put on a clown mask. The main character looks up and asks if there is anyone here who needs to be dealt with. The clown ruler laughs and calls the protagonist a child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. He towers over the main character and 5 cards appear in front of him, including blue, white, purple, and gold. He tells the protagonist to take his new face and talent. Sunlight falls on the hospital building. Puck runs towards the double doors. He enters the room and sees the protagonist lying in the bed. He is breathing heavily due to fatigue. The main character removes the system windows to the side and, looking at Puck, says that he has arrived. He asks him why he is without gifts. Puck put his hand to his forehead and with a smile on his face tells the main character that judging by the fact that he is as sharp-tongued as before, he is already better. He puts his hand forward and tells him to stop pretending and go maintain world peace. The main character points a finger at himself and asks Puck if he really wants to force him to go to work with a hole in his chest. The man says that the protagonist is fussing, and then tells him that he probably took a healing potion and used a healing ability. The protagonist replies that no matter what the wound looks like, it is unusual. Puck is alarmed and tells the protagonist that this is not surprising. His ruler is quite peculiar, so the awakening should have happened as usual. The main character sighs and then tells him that it's not that serious. The protagonist thought that the awakening, available from level 50, has a different appearance depending on the ruler. A long-haired man prays. A man with a sword swings his sword around, hitting metal dolls. A man standing on a flying platform raises his hand with a flag. There is a red dot in a long maze. An army of the dead stands in front of a man with a staff. The protagonist remembers how he and the clown ruler grabbed and hit each other on the heads. A huge skeleton rises in dark silhouettes. Kang thought that in his case, as a reward for overcoming himself, he receives his own talent. He remembers how a huge clown ruler towered over him with 5 cards in front of him. The main character thought that in other words, all the cards and stats that he had earned before. A system notification appears where it is written that the main character already has the ice sword creation, thanks to which he can replace it with the ice sword creation with 2 stars. Likewise, he can upgrade ice arrows to 3 stars. The main character takes off his mask and sees a system notification according to which he can upgrade Oculus to 2 stars since he already has it. The protagonist lifts his body from the bed and says that he got what he wanted, so everything is fine, and then asks Puck what his task is. A man with a smile on his face takes out a smartphone from under his jacket and tells the main character that his task will be to find the villain and beat him. He shows the protagonist a smartphone screen and tells him that a true villain is a rarity these days. A video is playing on the screen titled, "Who is a Serial Arsonist?" A black player. High-rise buildings are engulfed in flames. People are running down the street in panic. A frightened woman holds her child in her hands. The white-haired man with a stick in his hand thought that these screams were ecstatic chords. He calls people ignorant and points his wand forward, causing an explosion. The man's eyes glow and he smiles maliciously. He shouts that he is a venerable maestro and will show the way with his outstanding art. He receives a system notification that says he needs to put the world on fire for the flames to spread. The white-haired man puts his hands forward, after which the flames in front of him intensify. Panicking people scream loudly. A system notification appears, according to which the ruler of fire admired and generously gifted Baek Dong-soo. The white-haired man shouts that, as always, only the ruler of fire understands his art. Armed police officers approach him from behind. Baekdong turns around and with a dissatisfied expression on his face says that stupid people with their weapons have come for him again. He jumps down from the bridge, which causes the police to be indignant. One of the policemen shouts that it looks like a criminal has entered the tower. Another policeman asks if there is any information about this tower. The main character and two men in armor climb the stairs. One of the policemen says that the tower arena is the 4th level. A system window appears where it says that this is a level 4 arena tower. Type duel. The allowed number of players is 1-4. There is no store. A brown-haired warrior with an angry expression tells another warrior that there is a limit on the number of players. The main character passes behind them. A system window appears where it is written that the goal is victory. The following note states that one player has already entered the tower. The entrance will close in 58 minutes and 59 seconds. The main character approaches the railing and thought that this player is not a hero, but the one who plunges the world into fire. A girl cries because of a naked man on a stretcher. She is supported by a man in a jacket. The main character says that this is not a typical psycho. He commands the system to teleport him to the tower, after which a blue glow and particles appear around him. Many people around the arena are cheering. The main character materializes in front of the villain. Baekdong points his wand at the main character and asks which fool dared to enter. He is surprised and asks the main character if it is him. The main character forms an ice sword in his hand and replies that it is, and then calls his opponent a psycho. The enemy creates flames near his hands and with a smile on his face calls the protagonist the Hero King, and then asks him if it is true that someone like him is able to understand his art form. The protagonist tells him that it turns out he is a crazy creator. With a stern look, he tells the enemy that he can't understand why the world is filled with such crazy people. Baekdong, with a serious expression on his face, asks the protagonist how he dares to devalue his art, treating it like some kind of consumer goods. Flames come from his wand. He forms many musical instruments around himself and shouts to the protagonist to see his flames. Special ability, Hellfire Orchestra. Flutes fly at the main character, but he dodges the attack by jumping. After the flute, Baekdong uses musical trumpets. Flames emanate from the musical pipes and are directed towards the main character. The protagonist, with a smug smile, neutralizes the flames with his ice swords and tells the enemy that the peculiarity of the creators is that they act alone, appearing out of nowhere. Baekdong gritted his teeth in anger. He uses a timpani, after which the named musical instrument is lowered onto the head of the main character. 3 litvars hit the ground. Baekdong shouts that the protagonist is caught. The main character destroys the kettle drum with the help of his sword, from which a lot of blue energy emanates. The main character looks down on the enemy while jumping and says that this is not enough to catch him, and then adds that it is time to finish. 2 musical cymbals collide, creating a loud sound. The main character, enveloped in flames, screams in pain. Baekdong, with a crazy smile, shouts that he can't believe that he created such a masterpiece with a Hero King, and then adds that it is a masterpiece. The main character asks the enemy where he is staring. He smiles and says it's just an afterimage of him. He jumped on the enemy and strikes him with his sword, but he covers it with his hand. With a serious look, he notices that the enemy managed to evade. An angry Baekdong asks the protagonist how he did it, and then exclaims that the illusion cannot talk. The main character, with a smile on his face, replies that he is not so good as to explain everything to him. A system window appears with a description of the legendary rank Oculus ability with 2 stars. The effect allows you to manipulate what a target or an indefinite number of people see. Does not stack with crowd control abilities of the same rank or higher. The added effect of the 2nd star is that the visual information the user manipulates is tagged with the entity keyword for 3 seconds. The entity can have physical effects. Many copies of the protagonist appear around the enemy. He tells him that he will gather a full haul for him. The main character, with an angry look, tells Baekdong that this is his last performance before his death. Copies of the main character attack the villain. Baekdong smiles maliciously and flames come from his hands. He shouts that his art will not die. He is engulfed in a large amount of flame. The main character shields himself from the flame with his hands. A system notification appears indicating that the protagonist won the duel. Kang opens his eyes wide in surprise. A system notification appears saying that the goal has been completed and the main character needs to choose an exit. The main character points his finger at the system window and, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, thought that the player could not kill another player inside the tower. He thought that he should at least finish him off on the way out. South Korea, Seoul gives way to France, Calais. According to the system notification, teleportation is taking place in France, Calais. The main character says that the creator's peculiarity lies in his sudden death in France. The sun's rays illuminate the French city. The main character stands on the balcony of the building and looks at the fleeing Baekdong. With a stern look, he says that he knew he was here. Shrouded in blue energy, the protagonist jumps on the enemy and asks him if he really expected to escape. He swings his sword 2 times. The fleeing scoundrel bothers, starting with an arm and a leg. The protagonist makes another jump. He swings his sword at the enemy. He hits him, but the enemy is protected by a golden barrier. The protagonist stopped because he saw someone in front of him. In front of him, behind Baekdong, stands Maria, surrounded by many people. The girl puts her hand forward and tells the protagonist to drop his weapon. Kan hits the barrier with his hand and asks what business the saint is here for. The blonde extends her hand. This is Maria Jaeger, head of the Guild of the Order of the Knights of Salvation. She takes a couple of steps towards the protagonist and says that the French government asked them to assist in the investigation of the black player, and they have been on standby since they received information that the exit from the tower leads here. Kan points his finger to the side and asks with a smile if she would help in this case to make a hole in the stomach of this arsonist. Maria furrows her brows and refuses, saying that she cannot let him kill him. The protagonist turns his gaze behind him when the girl says that killing during an arrest is allowed only under certain circumstances, to which he responds that she answers like a saint. He leans over to her and apologizes, saying that she is a saint after all, and Maria says that revenge only begets revenge. She looks at him with an angry expression on her face and says that just because he acted like a monster doesn't mean he has to be like him. Kan waves his hand and says that killing a black player is nothing, to which the girl tells him that she is not doing this for herself, but for him, to which the guy replies that he is saying this for her sake. A wide smile appears on the black player's face when the blonde asks if the guy understands that such an act will lead to global consequences. The wand in his hands lights up. There is a large fiery flash. Kan looks towards the player and asks if an attack from inside the barrier shouldn't have gone outside. Maria extends her hand to the guy and says that she is trying to protect him. The black player lies on the ground and she says that the criminal has been caught, and this is the end of the incident. They will take him where he needs to go so he can return and rest today. Kan furrows his eyebrows. He lowers his head and gathers magic in his hand and says that since she asks, nothing can be done. The guy turns around and leaves, saying that he wasted his time by coming here. A shadow emerges from under his feet. Dark energy is directed towards the player. Maria, with an angry expression on her face, puts a barrier on the guy and tells him not to even try. Kan exhales and looks back at her, agreeing. A maw of energy opens in front of the black player and the protagonist says that this was expected. Fear appears on the blonde's face. The heel of the shoe steps on a pool of blood. Kan raises his hands as people point their swords at him and the system window says that his taunt skill has skyrocketed. He stands on the paving stones and in the place of the black player there is a pool of blood, and the system window says that the clown ruler has fallen into hysterics. A shadow falls on the guy's face and he asks if they know how many people died because of this madman, because there were children among them. People clutch their swords in their hands when he says that he could not spare him because there was simply no reason. Maria folds her hands in front of her when he asks if they agree that brimstone players are destroying the world faster than towers, and she shouts that it doesn't mean that. Kan stands with his back to her and asks that the one who makes a hole in the monster's stomach will really become one. He bows his head and says so be it. Maria takes him by the shoulder. Her eyebrows lower and she says with a sad look that Kan is not a monster. The protagonist looks at her with blue eyes. The sun illuminates a building with a green roof. Kan holds the phone to his ear and they shout at him that who cares about his pride. He claimed that he is not a psychopathic killer. He says with concern on his face that now he will go deaf, asking that he himself asked to kill him. He did so, and what is the problem? Puck holds his hand on his head and says that he did not say to kill him in public, and the French government is begging him to take him back. A voice comes from the TV that the king hero has overdone his power. Kan holds a piece of paper in his hand with 19 o'clock written on it, and the man tells him that he has found a plane for tomorrow evening, so let him return, and the guy replies that he still has work to do. The guy scratches the back of his head and Puck asks him what other troubles he is going to get into there, and if he does anything, to which the protagonist interrupts him and says that he also has a personal life and how he will solve everything. He will tell him. From the phone in his hands comes the angry voice of a man who addresses him. Kan exhales and closes his eyes, thanking him for the help. He waves his hands in different directions and says that he is her debtor and this is the least he can do, and he has no reason to refuse. Maria sits on the sofa and says that she is glad to hear this. Kan sits down next to her and she stands up when he tells her to make herself at home, and the girl says that they will see each other tomorrow morning in Paris. She turns to him, alarmed, when he says it's good that she's able to set boundaries. Kan looks at her carefully and asks that there is nothing else she wants to tell him. The corners of Maria's mouth turn up and she refuses, wishing him good night. The girl closes the door behind her. She looks at the floor with a sad expression on her face and wonders whether it was worth asking him for such a favor. The sun's rays illuminate the river and the building. On the system window it says that this is a level 6 Revolutionary War tower, with a scenario format that there will be a Revolutionary War and system clashes, and the allowed number of players is from 1 to 12 and the store is not available. The carriages are traveling along a stone road. Can protects himself with a shield from bullets when the system window says that the purpose of the raid is to complete the scenario. He aims magic arrows at the carriage. The guy turns his head sharply. Can turns to Maria and points his finger, saying that there is a bridge ahead and they can block their path, to which she agrees. The dark blue system window says that this scenario is to protect the nobles of the king's faction from the revolutionary army. The girl forms a dome around herself and the protagonist jumps. The guys wave their swords. Debris from the bridge falls into the water. The guys stand with their backs to each other. Can put his sword in front of them and says that they were advancing. The man holds out his hand and shouts for them to stop firing. The guys look at the man with interest and he asks what the guests are doing here. He holds his hat in his hands and shouts that before this they did not fight for the good of the revolutionary army, not for the sake of the New World spirit. The man clenches his fist in front of him and shouts that only through the return of the saint will they be able to win. A tear falls from his eye and he asks why they don't fight for the right cause. Maria's face shows sadness as the man shouts that why did they side with the corrupt royal nobility and let the saint return, they don't want to fight against her. Can covers the girl with his hand as she lowers her head and he asks what she needed his help for. A serious expression appears on his face and he says that it turns out that this world was not her first. A shadow falls on the face of Maria, who smiles sadly, and she says that she first came to this tower through the level 5 tower, freedom, equality, unity. In her head, the image of her standing with the flag says that she did not hesitate to fight alongside them. Can holds her chin and says that sounds familiar and she replies that the Great Revolution had the same slogan. He turns his gaze to the blonde and says that those who believed they were fighting for the right cause are now her enemies, so she feels like a hypocrite. Maria looks at the floor with empty eyes and says that access to the tower is limited, and thinking ahead, they must defeat them to get to the level 6 tower and clear it, because if they are on their side, then they will remain at level 5. Can waves his hand and, closing his eyes, says that means they will do what they have to do and move on to level 6. The blonde looks at him and smiles, thanking him for being there. The man in front of them points with his hand and shouts, "Dear guests." A magic missile flies at him and the man screams, "Captain." Can exhales with a smile on his face and asks, "Dear guests." He extends his hand, gathering energy, and asks what she thinks, who they take them for. A man sits with a helmet on his stomach and the protagonist says that this is the last warning. The bridge is destroyed and let them retreat and they do not want to shed more of their blood. He raises his helmet in front of him and says that he cannot retreat, even if he dies. He puts the helmet on his head and shouts that he will die fighting. The armor on his body glows blue and he shouts to put the armor on. The people behind raise their arms with guns and the man shouts for them to get ready to use magic. The man points his gun and shouts what freedom and equality this is. People release shells from their hands. The guys dodge magic shots. Maria folds her hands in front of her and the system window says that she is using the effect of the power of faith and deep convictions. She points her hand at the protagonist and he is surrounded by light as she uses Seraph Defense. The system window says that the guy has the title holder of the saint on his side. Can turns his gaze to the girl and the system notification says that the effect of the holy armor blessing has been increased by 1000%. He opens his mouth in surprise and says that everything has slowed down and the system window says that this is a blessing holy armor, level A, with stats that add 100 to defense, 300 to evasion, and stats increase by 1000% when the saint fights along with him. The guy swings his sword. Maria raises her sword up and the guy wonders what is on this level. She puts the shield in front of her and tells Can to move back and she will sort it out. The girl opens her eyes wide as darkness envelops her and the protagonist says that the lights are turning off. She looks around and shouts to Ken. The guy runs next to people and injures them. A man in armor defends himself from a blow with a sword, and the protagonist thinks that obviously at level 6 it will be more difficult. Excitement appears on the guy's face. They put a gun on him and he thinks that he could not even imagine that one day he would have to fight in the dark and shouts for the saint to activate her shield. A magic beam hits Maria's shield. With a worried expression on her face, she screams for Can to lift the curtain of absolute darkness, otherwise she will not succeed. The protagonist cuts the man in half and says that she doesn't need to. He mounts his dark beast and says that her presence already enhances the effect's characteristics. A wide smile appears on his face and he says that the experience points are still divided equally. Maria makes a worried expression when he says thanks to her. Can has a slight smile on his face and is covered in blood. She looks at the corpses and he says that he is already done. Maria closes her eyes and lowers her eyebrows. She stands in front of the guy's dark beast. Can extends his hand to her and tells her to grab it. The girl looks up at him when he says that they need to catch up with the pot-bellied king. She nods her head when he asks her if she understands that it will all be in vain if the city they fled to falls. The guys on Chernish move along the river and Maria says that he doesn't have to do all this, to which he replies that it's so fun. Streams of wind blow through his hair and he says that with the kind of effort she gives, he will kill everyone for her and there may not be another chance. Maria holds on to the protagonist and sadly says that's not why she asked him. The guys on Chernish are moving across the bridge to the city on fire and the guy says that he is already in business and asks what this is for her sake. The tower and tree are engulfed in flames. Civilians are running through the streets and someone is shouting that the enemies of the revolution must be killed. A man on a horse strikes a woman with a child and shouts that this is the order of the Iron-Blooded Duke to dismember all the enemies of the supporters of the old system, and even if children are not spared. The guys walk through the burning streets of the city. The pupils of Maria's eyes become smaller and she says that this is the city of the Duke. A shadow falls on her face and she says that why don't the revolutionaries leave the innocent? Can put his sword in front of him and says that this is what any ideology is. The same would have happened with the inhabitants of the city from which they fled, but the nobles now fled first. A heavily armored man stamps his foot in the system window says that the Iron-Blooded Duke's personal guard of iron-blooded soldiers are blocking the way. The protagonist turns his head at the blonde and says with a smile that this is ironic and now they are not revolutionaries fighting for a just cause, but simply killers. Tears roll down the blonde's cheeks and the guy folds his fingers and says that in a few minutes there will be darkness. System windows appear, on which it is written that the guys cleared the Tower of the Revolution and it was the forces of the Republic, the faction of the nobility won incredible victories in several battles, but after a few years was defeated by the Duke, the leader of the revolutionaries, under the regime of the Iron-Blooded Duke, an era of harsh moral codes, ruthless punishment of those who even a little believed in the revolution and the reign of terror. The system notification says that the guy accomplished the feat of clearing a level 6 tower the first time and he will receive a random set of skill cards of hero level or higher as a reward, as well as a random artifact of a rare level or higher for clearing a level 6 tower. People hold microphones up to Maria and shout for her to talk about her raid with the king hero. Can turns his gaze to her. She closed her eyes and sadly says that for the safety of all countries they are, and the guy interrupts her, saying that it was a hot night in every sense. He makes a heart out of his fingers and asks what else a woman and a man could do alone in a tower at night. Concern appears on Maria's face and she screams that this is not what they thought about, and Can says what's wrong with that, because she herself said that she is glad that they are together. The girl kicks him in the leg and screams at him to shut his mouth. The system window says that the guy's provocation statistics are growing staggeringly. He shifts his gaze in concern when a system notification informs him that the clown monarch is lying on the floor, clutching his stomach. Can looks at the blonde with a smile. System notifications appear stating that the ghost monarch is rewarding him with a ghostly set of skill cards of rare level and above, as well as a set of assassination skill cards of rare level and above. The protagonist looks up in surprise. With a big smile on his face, he opens the stats window as the system window informs him that Monarch Conductor has awarded him the 6th Conductor sense. The guy is holding a phone in which news is written that the Saint and the King Hero are having a romantic relationship. He looks at Maria with a worried look and says that it's somehow too late to say that they are just friends. The corners of the girl's lips stretch wide. The guys are standing on a cliff in front of an army of undead and a dragon. This is the entrance to the Tower of the Ice Dead. Can waves his hand and says with a guilty look that he is very sorry, but Maria, with an evil smile on her face, asks him, calling him dear, what is it? She holds the sword out in front of her when the guy says he could use it and she interrupts him, telling him to move away. A bright light illuminates her face and she says that after a hot night she needs to cool down a little. The girl directs a magic beam and curses. Can covers himself with his hands with a worried expression on his face as the system notification says they have cleared the Ice Dead Tower. The two then carried out successful raids for a month. The guys fight back to back and the system notification says that they have cleared the Tower of Insurmountable Defense. They kill various monsters and the system notifications say that they have cleared the Tomb Raider Tower, Monster Hunter Tower, Sandhell Tower, and Arachnid Queen Tower. Maria stands behind the guy and turns to him when he remembers something. Can turns to her and asks that don't lovers kiss each other goodbye, and the girl says that she is very jealous of him. She waves her hand and asks how he can be so careless, and the protagonist asks if that's a compliment. Maria replies that in his case it is really a compliment. With a smile on her face, she says that even so, she's glad she has a player she can trust. Can looks at her with a kind look and says that he should do the talking and then they will see each other later. The blonde waves and tells him to be careful on the way back. Can turns his gaze to her as she thanks him. She tilts her head to the side and says that this is for everything he has done for this world. Clouds pass through the window of the plane and the protagonist says that she says it is for the sake of peace. Can sits and pets Darkling, saying that it is obvious, but still few realize that working together is much more effective, but national interests always come first and no one can be trusted. The cat on the guy's lap looks up when he says that they need to invite the Saint to them someday and he asks how long he will scratch it. Can widens his eyes and asks what she is saying and Darkling replies that she has evolved. Shock appears on his face and he asks why she spoke only now, and she replies that she is already tired of his flirting with that woman and it would be better if he opens the set of cards that he got as a reward. The protagonist raises her hand over the cards and says that of course he has sets of cards and let her pray for him that he gets the hero level and if the cards give so much. He imagines himself running with a sword in his hands. A card glows in front of the guy and with a wide smile he says that as soon as they open them all, they will become invincible and unlock sets of unclaimed rewards. The cards fall in white space and Can thinks that what matters most in this game is synergy and class. There are several cards in front of him and the system notification says that he has acquired the steel synergy and the protagonist reflects that he has already received synergies. Can touches the card with his index finger and thinks that he never received the class. He is surrounded by dark energy when the system window says that he has acquired the Shadow Assassin class and the guy says that everything is ready. He thinks that he finally got the class and the darkness synergy and the kill synergy complement each other, enhancing the effects. Can covers himself with a blanket and pets the Darkling, saying that when they arrive, they need to find some tower to test their upgrades, to which the cat meows. The guy wishes her sweet dreams in return. Towers fly over residential buildings. The protagonist stands at the entrance and the crowd shouts that this is the king, the hero, that he forgot here. An angry look appears on his face when he walks in and someone asks if this is the entrance to the club. What is he doing here in the middle of the day? The guy sleeps with his face buried in the table. Can kicks the edge of the table and shouts that he saw the time and said to come by 9 a.m. The guy irritably raises his hand to his forehead and replies that he has a terrible hangover and asks what's wrong with that idiot. Can waves his hand and says he's counting to 3 and he'll follow. He dodges the glass. The guy looks at him with an angry look and asks how someone like him can order him. Does he even know who his father is? He kicks the protagonist in the leg and says that he is the chairman of the ONH company, and as he realized who he is talking to, Can puts his hand on his head and says that then he probably asks what he is doing. The protagonist replies that he is his youngest disappointment. He pulls the guy by the hair down the street and says that everyone needs to disperse because the king hero is coming, and he shouts to let him go and swears. He remembers how he stood in front of a man with glasses, thinking that he shouldn't have hired one of the players because he thought that everything would be a little different, and says that he wanted to test new abilities, and now this is what happened. The man adjusted his glasses and said that was all, and in that case, there was a promising newcomer who appeared this season. Cam lets go of the guy's hair and says that he can't believe that he is a promising rookie, but he heard that he successfully cleared the level 3 tower. The guy holds his head and asks that he is really the king hero, and he completely forgot, but is he really here to guide him through the 4th level tower for free? Can raises an eyebrow when he says that he's already tired after tower 3, and he asks if he's serious and his personality and skills are completely incompatible. On the system window it is written that this is the entrance to the 4th tower, a butcher's shop. Someone is banging on the door in front of the guys. Can turns his head to the guy and says first. The protagonist kicks him forward and tells him to show what he can do. The guy looks up in fear. Monsters with predatory looks and cleavers in their hands shout that they finally have fresh meat. The guy dodges a blow with a cleaver. Can, with a calm expression on his face as they yell at him to stop slacking off and finally defeat them, replies that he doesn't listen to the advice of those weaker than himself. The guy covers his head with his hands and shouts that if something happens to him, he will also have a hard time. Can looks at how the monsters hit the guy and thinks that he has a cool weapon, but he doesn't know how to control it and he still needs to study and study. Tears appear in the guy's eyes while the protagonist thinks that the one who doesn't know how to fight will have a sad end, and he screams for him to save him. Can thinks about it. And who will save the world then? A card appears with a picture of teleportation and it is called the shadow cloning technique. Can appears in front of the guy and tells him what he would have said right away, and a system window appears on which it is written that the attribute of darkness has been used, which gives the ability to control shadows in the selected area with a time limit of 1 minute, and shadow synergy allows you to use the ability 3 times as the time limit is restored. The protagonist cuts monsters with a swing of his sword and says that the best teacher is practice. Bats fly from a hole in the ceiling and the guy shouts that they are upstairs. Can puts 2 fingers in front of him. A card with a picture of bloody hands appears, and this is the bloodcaster technique. On the system window it is written that this is an attribute of the killing skill, a magic skill that gives the ability, as a magician, to summon spirits that thirst for blood, and bloody synergy with the help of spirits makes it possible to create blades from enemy bloodied bodies. Hands made of red liquid grab bats. Can turns his head to the guy, asking if it's time for him to change his pants, and he responds by shouting at him to watch his language, otherwise his father will. The protagonist takes him by the shoulders and says that he is not being rude to him. He is just giving additional motivation for success to such a cute puppy like him, so that he becomes the best one for him. The guy exhales with a worried expression on his face and asks that he really just came up with this and it sounds somehow false. Can looks at him menacingly and says that because he is not ready to hear the truth that he is trash and not a player. A purple card appears with the image of a dagger in paper, and on the system window it is written that this is an attribute of the assassination skill, an ability that marks the victim with a black mark, which adds 500 to the attack to the marked player, automatically activates additional effects when using assassination skills, adds 500 to stealth and attack, and also adds 5 additional types of attacks. The guy looks up at the energy above his head and asks what he did, and the system notification says that the black mark has been set. Blood drips from his mouth and shards of armor fly off. Can holds his bloody hand near him and says that the Hero King does not work with people like him. He waves his hand and raises an eyebrow, saying that if he thinks it's unfair, he can always beat him in a fight. The system window says that the player failed the raid. The guys appear in the hall and people say that it looks like the guys came from the tower and the Hero King is there, and are they really doing some kind of ritual? The guy raises an eyebrow and asks what's going on, and Can asks what's wrong with his face. The protagonist looks down on him and asks him that he killed him less painfully, and he still doesn't understand that he died. The guy gets up and looks at him angrily, shouting that he really killed him and his father will find out about it, to which Can replies that of course he will find out. The protagonist smiles widely and closes his eyes, saying that he will tell him everything himself. The guy clenches his teeth in anger and says that he doesn't seem to understand how much he's in trouble. Can shows an obscene gesture and with a stern face asks how much will he really hire a killer for him. With a gesture, he rests on the guy's forehead and asks what will happen if the head of ONH becomes his enemy and another freak gets in line to kill him. Can points with a bloody finger and asks that he really thinks he's special. A guy with small pupils of fear looks at his hand when he is told that it is not at all. On the dark system window it says that Maze Race, the new update of the Endless Maze season, is here. The guys look up in surprise. On the system windows it is written that 999 labyrinths are waiting for players. Let them organize a raid on the labyrinth, emerge victorious and receive their rewards. The dark notification window says that the Clown Monarch has a strong influence on the rules of the tower. Can opens his mouth wide and shouts for them to wait. A system notification informs him that he has been selected as a maze runner. On the system window it says that they are being sent to the 999 labyrinth. Can is standing near several guys on the floor. He holds his hand to his face. The guy in the armor rises in his arms and Can thinks that he is a spoiled child. The girl lies on the floor and the brown-haired man looks around and he continues to think that these are newcomers. The man looks at Ken in surprise and asks what is the king hero. The protagonist holds his hand on his forehead and the girl says that it is written on the floor that they are a team and it looks like they should work together, and the man shouts that he is saved because the king has a hero on his team. Ken swears in his thoughts. He looks at them disappointed and says they are a bunch of noobs. The protagonist turns his head towards the passage. The rules of the 999 labyrinth are written on the dark system window. The first is that if the player died at the hands of the player, the fallen one can only spawn after the entire labyrinth has been cleared. Second, if a player dies from the labyrinth, he cannot respawn even after clearing the labyrinth. Third, players can clear the maze by defeating the Green King boss in the center of the maze or by being the last one standing on the team. Fourth, 5 teams, whose strengths are relatively equal, participate in the race through the labyrinth. Fifth, if 3 players from a team die, the remaining players will be disqualified. Sixth, the rules above are valid until the labyrinth is cleared. The group stands near the passage and the girl shouts that they can respawn if another player kills them, and in a moment of danger they should not be afraid to kill each other, and the man shouts in response that the king is a hero with them, and they have nothing to worry about. Can looks up and thinks that old age will kill him rather than this tower and says that you are welcome and let the monarch show his skills. He goes ahead of the guys. His level is 54, the girl is level 3, the brown-haired guy is level 1, the spoiled guy is 7 and the man is 20. The system window says that they are entering the labyrinth 999, the jungle of the manhunter. The guy activates the blessing of the 6th sense of a rank S mentor, which gives the effect that he is able to follow the right path and not go astray. Can repels the attack with ice armor. He chops some goblins into pieces and thinks they are making good progress thanks to the blessing. The protagonist anxiously turns to the brown-haired man and thinks that this guy has just started playing. The rooster stands in front of the chickens and Can thinks that this division should balance the teams in strength. Crows with red glowing eyes look at them and he continues to think that all the other teams are probably veterans of the game. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face and reflects that it is not surprising that they look like easy prey and tells everyone to gather at one point. The guys are covered by the darkling dome and he says that they have guests. A group of people are running through the jungle shouting that they all need to be dismembered. Can cuts people in half and counts first, second, third. He puts his sword on his shoulder and says that rule number 5 states that if 3 players are killed, then the entire team is disqualified. Enemies look at him with fear and curse. There are vines coming up from the ceiling. The system notification says that the team is leaving the game. Can opens his eyes wide. Thorny vines pierce people. The protagonist holds the sword in front of him when system notifications indicate that these players have failed the raid. A grin appears on his face when he remembers the second rule, which states that if a player dies from the labyrinth, then he does not belong to respawn even after clearing the labyrinth, and he says that he showed mercy by killing him himself and at least he can be reborn. The masked man looks at the guys with alarm. He grits his teeth when there is a flash behind him and he thinks that the king is a hero here, and if they kill him, the whole team will fly out and he needs to pass this information on to the others. Can leans over behind him and asks why he's resting here alone. A fright appears on the guy's face and he says that he is a fan of the king of the hero. The protagonist looks at him with an evil smile and says that he understands and asks where his team is. A stream of wind blows past the palm trees. The guy in the mask runs up to the guys and shouts that he has found another team. He leads the group behind him. A man with a scar on his face runs nearby and says that one of them is dangerous, and the rest do not pose a threat. First we need to kill him altogether. The guy looks at him with fear when he asks that they are definitely going in the right direction, otherwise it's somehow too dark. People run into the monster's mouth and the guy says he's sorry and it's nothing personal. The man opens his eyes wide and shouts that he is a traitor. Blood splashes fly in different directions. The system notification says that Team B is leaving the game. Dismembered corpses of people lie on the floor and the system window says that Team E is leaving the game. The party members are covered in ice and the system notification says that Team D is leaving the game. Can is surrounded by ice and swings his sword when a notification appears that he has completed the seasonal update to the first labyrinth. His team members rejoice when the system notification says that achievement points have been awarded to all players on Team A, and the girl shouts that they have won. The man clenches his hand into a fist and thanks the guy. An inscription appears on the system window stating that Team A is awarded random blessing tickets of level B and higher. The guys look up in surprise when they read that they need to choose a team player who will receive the award, and in case of disagreement, no player will receive the award. The brown-haired man shows 2 fingers and asks that they really give 2 tickets per team, and not to each member, to which Can replies positively. The protagonist points his thumb at himself and says that he did all the work, so reward him, asking if anyone might disagree. He raises his eyebrows questioningly when someone shouts that he disagrees. The guy in the armor holds out his hand and says that 1 ticket is his and then he will close his eyes to what happened in the tower. The man points his finger at himself and says that this idiot didn't even lift a finger, but at least he caught monsters, and the 2nd ticket should go to him. He dodges the guy's blow when he shouts that he at least knows who his father is, and he asks what he is without a father. The brown-haired man waves his hands and tells them to stop. Can looks at the fighting guys, shouting obscenities at each other. Irritation appears on his face. The girl puts her hands in front of her and tells them not to quarrel, and the brown-haired man offers to solve everything by playing rock, paper, scissors. They open their mouths wide as their comrades are pierced by magical missiles. Can extends his hand with energy and tells them to have a conscience so they can gain experience points and achievements without doing anything. The guys stand awkwardly in front of him when he asks if any of them think they deserve a 2nd ticket. They wave their heads negatively. 2 golden cards appear in the protagonist's hand and he says that Can will receive a reward. The cards begin to glow with a bright light and a system notification prompts you to open a random blessing ticket, and the protagonist shouts that he already has one. Can holds his hand to his face and, when the cards in system window are in front of him, he says that he receives the blessings of fire resistance and a tailwind sail. The darkling on his feet calls him a loser. The protagonist throws his head back when the system asks him that he already has the blessing of fire resistance and would like to combine it, and he answers yes. A card appears with a picture of a fire shield and the system window says that he has received the blessing of a fire shield, which has a level and with the effects of fire resistance with 2 pluses. Activated by fire attacks, increases resistance to explosions and fire attacks with a duration of 10 seconds and a cooldown of 1 hour. Can's stat window displays the fire shield blessing and the tailwind sails, and he muses that the more blessings the better, even if they aren't as good. After all, a monk's blessings don't reset with each season, but remain from season to season, so if you think about it, blessings are even more valuable than ability cards. The protagonist looks at the system windows and asks if it is worth going to the Tower of Fire attributes to practice new blessings, and level 6 is a phoenix nest, and it would not be superfluous, and asks what Darkling thinks about this. His hand rests on the cat's head and she says that she doesn't like fire, and they better go where it's dark and cold. Can raises his hand to his face thoughtfully and calls her picky and says what then. The pendant flies above him and a system notification says that the Tower of Holy War is summoning the Can player, and the rank accessory token of thrust has a powerful effect. It lands in the guy's hand and the system notification asks if he accepts the tower's challenge, and it says that this is a level 7 Holy War tower and the number that is allowed to enter is only 1 and the store is available. Can clenches the pendant in his fist and says that he doesn't have a moment's peace, and the system notification says that the goal of the raid is victory and it is important that there are creatures in the tower that can take part in the war. The guy says he accepts the challenge. He appears in front of the girl on the throne when entering the Tower of Holy War. She folds her hands in front of her and says that the shadow goddess has heard her prayers. Syria looks at the guy with a smile and says that he also accepted her challenge. He remembers how she was with shackles around her neck and screaming that she did not need the pity of a pagan, how she extended her hand to him. Can raises his head to her while sitting on his knee and asks that she is the same princess. The guards lay down their spears in front of him and shout at him to show respect in front of the queen, to which the girl tells them to stop it. Syria comes closer to them and says that she owes this man more than words can describe, asking that now he has come to the rescue again, hasn't he earned the status of an ally? Can closes his eyes and asks with a smile that apparently everything worked out for her and thinks that the raid on the last tower ended with her coronation. He waves his hand in front of her and asks how he can be of use to Her Majesty and wonders if Syria is in danger again. Smoke flies near the city and she talks about the sacred land. The knight kneels before the man, who shouts that she has been captured by Ialb, the kingdom of the elves. His hand falls along with the cross, and the man shouts, "Your Holiness." Syria says that after Ivano III had a stroke. A man stands on the balcony and raises his hand, and the girl says that the new Pope Gregory VIII turned into human kings in order to unite and return the sacred land. A man in armor holds a massive sword. This is the king of evil, Richard. A man with a thick red beard frowns. This is the bloody beard Barbarossa. A man with long wavy hair stands with his back turned. This is High King Philip II. The two armies fight each other and Syria says that this has led to a holy war between elves and humans. Can, with a calm expression on his face, says that this is what it is all about, it's a conflict of interest. He stands with Syria on the balcony and thinks why they can't just divide the land equally, and she says that the kings of 3 nations have gathered their armies and their goal is this fortress, because it is closest to the sacred land. The elf turns her head and asks if he will fight for them. Can puts his hand to his forehead and takes a closer look, asking that isn't the king of evil intent there, to which Syria asks that he really has such good eyesight, because they should be 2,000 meters away. The guy calls for his cards and says that he needs to exchange the Oculus for an ice bolt. He is holding a firearm in his hands and the system window says that the blessing of the mentor's 6th sense has been activated. The ice weapon glows and the system notification says that the ice bolt has 3 stars, greatly increasing the range and damage, as well as possibly projecting the firearm. Can closes one of his eyes and says that Her Highness has nothing to worry about. The sun illuminates a flying eagle. A bird flies over the armies and a guy stands on a rock. Can aim at the scope on a firearm. He sees heavily armored people. One of the knights falls from a shot in the head and someone shouts that this is yesterday's guest. The man raises his sword and shouts for everyone to get their shields. The warriors are surrounded by a fiery aura. The ice shot hits the magic shield. Can lowers his weapon and looks down, wondering if the shields are really blessed by the fire monk, and says that he accepted the gift from the frost monk, and now he is everywhere. The groups separate from the armies and someone shouts for the second squad to find the guest. Can jumps off the cliff and says he doesn't care anymore. They fly down, spreading their arms. A big smile appears on his face and he says it's time to act. He jumps high on the little black one while the elves aim their arrows. Ammunition hits the red shield and people shout that they are elves and should they unite their units. The man turns to the warriors and shouts at them that they must find the guest first. An arrow flies into his head when he says that not a single arrow can pierce the helmet. The elf holds a bow in his hands and says that everything is exactly as the guest predicted. A hooded elf sits on a horse and says that by this time the enemy forces should already be there. A man is pierced by dark-colored tentacles and screams that why is someone fighting for them. The tentacle covers the eyes of a man who screams and asks for help. A whale of dark energy jumps under the soldiers. This dark energy is cut and someone shouts that there is no fear. Darkling opens his eyes wide. The man raises his sword and on horseback he shouts for them not to take a single step back. His eyes glow red under his helmet and he shouts for them to only go forward. This is the king of evil, Richard. He leads a group of warriors and shouts for them to move forward. There is dark energy behind them. Richard turns his head behind his back. A maw of dark energy covers them. She closes her jaws. The massive sword is surrounded by a red aura. Richard, with his sword raised, shouts for the people to follow him. With his weapon he cuts through dark energy. He points them ahead at Can and tells them to kill him. The warriors open their mouths wide and scream. The protagonist looks at them awkwardly and is surprised. He raises his hand when the army runs towards him. He looks at the sandstorm behind him. Several projectiles fly out of it. Can looks at the elf running past him, who tells him to just keep his eye on the target. The elf puts the dagger in front of him and says that following the queen's orders, they should already exterminate them all. These elves have crazy smiles on their faces. Can raises his head in surprise and asks that they are just a bunch of fanatics. Elves push people off their horses. They begin to fight each other. The elf swings his dagger and cuts off the man's head. They kill many soldiers. Blood splashes fly onto the battlefield. Richard cuts the elf in half with a swing of his sword. The man turns his head and says, "Oh well." Can furrows his eyebrows. He spreads his hands with swords and asks with a smile, "Let's fight." The guy swings his swords. Richard defends himself from them and turns to his guest. Can jumps over the man when he asks him how dare he. He waves his sword at the sky and asks if he even knows about him. Can dodges the attack by spinning around. A wide smile appears on his face and he says that he is an enemy, for defeating whom he will receive a reward, and that is enough for him. He holds Richard by the head and shouts that he will check if he really has the heart of a dragon and places a black mark on him. There's a look of excitement on the guy's face as the system window says that weakness reveal has been identified, and his hit modifier, agility, and each dodge modifier have been reduced by 500. Richard holds the sword above him and says that the guy believes he can beat him. He kills his horse and asks what a bug like him is. A man stands on the corpse of a horse and a fire lights up next to him. Can defends himself with his sword from the magma and asks how he did it. He gave him a black mark. Richard pulls the sword from the horse and says that he is offering this blood as a sacrifice to him. He brandishes his weapon and shouts that he may be given the power to defeat this pagan. Can touches the cards and says that the ice bolt needs to be replaced with a sword. He repels Richard's attack with his sword. Concern appears on the guy's face and he puts his fingers in front of him. Bloody hands from underground reach out to the man. Limbs grab his helmet. They envelop him from all sides. Can sits on the ground and thinks that because there is so much blood around them, the bloody grip is stronger than usual. He spreads his arms in different directions and says that this creates ideal conditions. It spreads magical waves and increases the radius of the skill. The protagonist points upward with his index finger and orders him to stand up. The eyes of the corpses begin to glow red. Richard lifts his head and screams, the arms falling apart on him. Can takes a step back when the man says he can't stop him with cheap tricks like that. With small pupils, he turns his head. The blue card depicts skeletons, and these are the walking dead, with the attribute of death and darkness, the ability to resurrect the dead and their complete subjugation. Corpses can change for battle. Spikes burst out from the rebel soldiers. Richard's eyes reflect his dead warriors. The undead attack him and he grits his teeth. Blood runs down his cheeks from his eyes and he turns to the god of light. Richard sits on his knees with his head raised, and the system OO says that the radius is too wide to use the necromancy abilities, and the walking dead skill ceases to work. Can raises his sword over the man's head. Splashes of blood scatter in front of him. The sun is setting on the horizon with the castle in the background. The protagonist shows Richard's head and says that it is the head of the king of evil intent. Syria sits on the throne and says that they are eternally grateful for his service. However, only one of the three kings has been defeated and the holy war has just begun. Can closes the box with the severed head. The light of the moon breaks through the windows. The evening wind blows the protagonist's hair. He looks at his hand. There are drops of blood on his fingers. He walks further down the corridor. Green slabs appear behind Ken. He turns his head towards the girl who is addressing him. She hands over a red crystal and says that he has reached the highest level of the ice sword creation skill, and if he upgrades the store, he will be able to buy an awakening stone. The corners of the protagonist's lips turn up. He sighs and bows his head, saying that he was already worried that she wouldn't show up at all and he wouldn't want to do small things after taking the 7th level tower. The crystal is combined with the map and the system windows say that the store is being upgraded and an awakening stone has been acquired, and experience points awaken the skill of creating an ice sword. The blue card shows an ice elf, which is Frostsmith, a deity hero class, with the cold Kai energy attribute and the ability to manipulate coal. And the effects can be obtained based on the skill cards. If the guy has a standard level cold Kai energy skill card, he will be able to use it much faster through frost. Can looks up into the blinding sun. He swings his sword. The guy kills people with ice blasts from his fingers. He lunges and swings his sword, saying it's such a beautiful day to die. The man in armor clutches the pendant and says that it is too strong. The protagonist spreads his arms in different directions and says with a smile that he assumes that their captain is very fat. The soldiers freeze in place when he says that his army is being defeated. There are frozen warriors near Can and he says that their captain didn't even bother to get up from his chair. He's probably so heavy and he'll have to go to him himself since he won't come out. Syria extends his hand and tells the guest that they have received news that the bloody beard is Barbarossa. Can kneels in front of the girl and she continues that he stationed his troops there, and the guy says that the elf spies did their best. The queen says that, to be honest, the scout was a man. The protagonist raises an eyebrow in confusion and asks the man, and Syria replies that the three kings of the Holy War never got along. The elf sits on the throne and says that they are still at enmity, and whether the denunciation is true or not, this gives them a chance. A man with a red beard stands in front of the army, and Syria says that Bloodbeard Barbarossa is the most powerful of the three kings and she will send the best of the warriors, and asks if Can will lead them. The guy clutches the cloth in his hand and thinks that the original plan was for him to kill him silently. He goes inside the tent and thinks that the information seems to be true, but the target is nowhere to be found. Ice is coming from his leg. The man sits on the bed with a mug, and Can says that he is asking what he is hiding. Is such a big man really a coward? Barbarossa falls to the floor and drops his mug. Liquid spills at the protagonist's feet. Can lowers his gaze. The liquid begins to evaporate and he wonders if it is poison. The guy looks at his hand with a smile. He grabs her head when the elf says that everything is clear outside, and Can thinks that this is not a holy war, but nonsense. The elf enters the tent and asks if the man was already dead. The man gets angry and a rocket comes out from behind him, and the guy thinks that the real enemy is in front of them, and from the first day of the season they have only done that, making nations fight each other. Can remembers the redhead holding a dagger to his neck and muses that they sent assassins to take out the best players. The man with glasses clenches his hand into a fist, and the guy thinks that they were only pursuing their own interests, just like someone else. Can steps on the mug. The brows on his face furrow and he says that this is nonsense. Syria, with a worried expression on his face, asks that he was poisoned by one of his own and the information was revealed for the sake of someone else. The protagonist shrugs and shakes his head, saying that with their battles they simply gave someone confidence in the death of Barbarossa, and the elf replies that she cannot believe that they are capable of such a thing during a holy war. A smile appears on Can's face and he says that they are capable of this just because of the holy war. They will get all the glory and quarrel between the three nations, killing two birds with one stone. A man with long hair stands with his back and smiles. Can waves his hand while Syria says that one way or another, now they will have to fight the High King, and the guy disagrees, saying that the remaining army will not go back. He says with a wide smile on his face that in addition, the troops have been disbanded and have probably joined the other side. A man in armor runs towards the tent. With a worried expression on his face, he says that the killer who attacked Bloodybeard dismembered his soldiers. A man stands with his back to the warriors as they shout that they can pin Barbarossa's death on them. Supreme King Philip II smiles widely and with his eyes closed says that this is great, and then those remaining will easily follow his orders. He raises his fist and says that the King of Malice and Bloodybeard fell at the hands of the pagans, and the knights shout that he can destroy these pagans and they will follow his orders with honor. The corners of Philip's lips rise and he says, "Of course." With a crazy smile, he moves the pieces and says that the truth speaks through his lips and the sacred land will be theirs. The soldiers kneel in front of him and he tells them to send the troops of the King of Evil Intent and Bloodybeard to the front line, and they agree. The cross glows on Philip's armor and he says that angels are looking at them from heaven and so they should not make a mistake. A golden figured cross and text appears on the system window that this is golden fanaticism. A black surcoat decorated with a golden cross, a coat that became famous during the Holy Race War, as legends say, was blessed by the archangel for a pious knight whose life was threatened by the elven pagans, and after blessings, the knight's faith became unshakable, and he personally killed 1,000 pagan elves, men, women, and children in subsequent battles. Ken towers over the army, knights with flags on horses, and the guy says that this is the cavalry of the King of Evil Intent. A man in armor with red ornaments, and he says that these are the armed infantry of the Bloodybeard. The man shouts and points at the catapult, and Can says that this is an army he has never seen before. The protagonist protects his eyes from the sun and asks that he is really going to use other people's troops as a human shield. The soldiers raise their swords and shout, "Kill the pagans in the name of the God of Light, in the name of peace." Can turns his head and says that again these slogans are all the same, as if they were carbon copies, asking whether it is possible to establish peace through violence. He looks at the army of elves. A translucent card appears in his hand and he asks what might be worth trying, and the system window says that this is a purchase from the West Wind store. The effect of which is that the west breeze will pass through the battlefield, his battles will pass smoothly, like a gentle breeze at the end spring. The map disintegrates in the guy's hands and a system notification says that the increased westerly wind will be active until the end of the battle. Streams of blue magic come from the hand of the protagonist. A blue aura passes over the army of people. The soldiers' shields glow with fire and the man shouts that this is him, the same assassin of the elves, and we need to avenge his majesty. Philip sits on his horse behind the army, who shout that they will not lose to the ignorant. He brings the sword to his face and he tortures with fire and he says that may the God of Light guide them. Angels descend from heaven onto a stream of fire, and the system reports that the Monarch of Light blesses the human army and the Warriors of Light join the battle, and the Monarch of Fire blesses the human army. The soldiers' weapons burst into flames as the fire destroyers join the fight, and they shout that the gods are with them. The elves take aim with their bows, and the system window reports that the Shadow Monarch has blessed the army of desert elves, and one of them is shouting for them to act, and the goddess of shadows along with them. Dark energy gathers at the feet of the human army, and a system notification announces that the Shadow Council is joining the battle. Ice particles appear in the air, and system notifications say that the Monarch of the Cold has blessed the army of desert elves, and the Guardians of the Ice are joining the battle. Kan looks down with a calm gaze and says that if this battle is what the gods want. The stones fly away from the explosion. A man protects himself with a shield from arrows. A shadow falls on the guy's face, and he says that if they want violence. Several silhouettes rise above the city with smiles, and Kan asks if this makes the gods of evil too. The Darkling at the guy's feet yawns and tells him to shut up and do what he's paid to do. The protagonist jumps off the wall and says that she is right and the war will end today. Masked people appear from the dark aura, and the system window informs the guy not to disappoint the council, and the Shadow Council rewards him with 100 shadow dolls. Kan lands on the figure. He opens his eyes wide and says that they are being supportive. Creatures with wings wave their swords, and the guy says that they are the same, and the system window says that this is a faction of Warriors of Light, 50 angels of level 9. Kan looks up at the dark figures flying towards the angels and says that these guys will take care of the angels. A wide smile appears on his face, and he asks if these are his opponents. Philip, with wings behind his back, swings his sword and shouts that this is in the name of the god of light. Kan dodges the attack. The man looks at him with a smile. The protagonist opens his eyes wide and wonders if this is a cloak. Is he really a player? Philip raises his head and asks why everyone really calls this stupid pagan a guest. Kan put his sword in front of him and thinks that he is not a player, and the man says that in the name of the god of light, King Philip II and Supreme King, he will not leave. The guy sits on the back of the masked figure and says that he has put God and people on the same level, and this is terrible, and reflects that this guy is a real religious fanatic. He defends himself with his sword from Philip's attack. Kan releases the dark stakes and says that this game just can't get any worse, and everyone has wings on their backs. The pupils of his eyes shrink when a system notification announces that the Shadow Monarch is blessing him with raven wings. He turns his head towards the dark wings behind him. With an awkward expression on his face, he says that he didn't mean that he needed wings too, but that it was like a fashion accessory for the game. Kan flies over the man and says that by fighting in the air like this, his plan is now just a useless piece of paper. Philip swings his sword and shouts that he finally has a worthy opponent, and this battle will become legendary. Kan fights him in the sky. They cross their blades. With a crazy smile on his face, Philip says that it looks like he is already tired, and this is his punishment for betraying the god of light, and Kan asks him if this is how he lives, as the gods want. The man furrows his eyebrows angrily when the guy asks him what it means that the gods wanted him to poison the bloody beard. The corners of his lips turn up in a smile, and he says that this is a cheap trick. Philip swings and destroys the swords behind his back. He looks behind him at the guy and says that of course, that's what the gods wanted. The man swings his sword into the sky and says that he is a seraph blessed by God. He cuts the ice copy of Kan while it attacks him from behind, and he says that he wants the same thing as his god. System notifications appear and indicate that the protagonist's attack was blocked by the Seraph's shield, and the Seraph's shield is reflecting his attack. The pupils of Philip's eyes shrink when he sees an ice copy of Kan in front of him. He turns his head in alarm, and the system window reports that the Seraph's shield has been destroyed. The protagonist pierces Philip with a sword and says that he knew that he was not the only one dissatisfied with the wings, because they limit the field of view. There is a bright flash from the blade. Kan grits his teeth in surprise when a notification appears that an 8th level seraph has transferred into the body of the High King. He flies away from the glowing man. The guy protects himself from the explosion with his wings. Part of the blade grows to the body. A halo appears above the man's head. Philip spreads his arms to the sides and another pair of wings appears. He lowers his golden eyes down. Kan raises his head at him and wonders if angels can really do that. Philip put the sword in front of him, and the system window reports that the fiery destroyers forged the sword of light in hellfire. The protagonist looks at his blade, and the system window says that the guardians of the ice forged the ice sword in the cold Cocket River. He defends himself from the man's blow. The man raises his head up. Raindrops are falling from the sky. A bright flash occurs in a cloudy sky. Philip flies around Kan. The guy clenches his teeth. His face and clothes are covered in blood. The man cuts off one of his wings. He smiles and his eyes shine with a bright light. Philip points his sword at the falling protagonist. His smile glows in the shadows. Kan opens his mouth wide and screams loudly. From the severed part of the wing, stakes impale the man. Several swords fly at his back. The guy rubs his throat and says that at this rate he will lose his voice. Philip's body is covered with ice and he turns into a guest. Can stands on the sword as the man falls and the system window reports that he has killed the High King, the body of an archangel. The guy tears off the second wing and says that it's a pity, but he doesn't need wings to fight on the ground. He throws it away from him. An army of people looks at Philip and shouts that someone is falling there. Is it really an angel? Horror appears on their faces. Philip hits the ground with his back and people scream at him. Angels fall to the ground and the system window notifies that the course of history has been changed. Can looks at the fading symbols on his cape as the system window informs him that history will remember the player's legendary cape. He extends his hand and takes a closer look at the fabric. The blue dark system notification says he is getting a special achievement, damaged equipment. Can looks at the system windows in front of him and on one of them it is written that he earns 100,000 achievement points. With a slight smile on his face, he says that it's finally over. There are several blinding flashes. Can recoils from the reporters who shout that there is breaking news. The Hero King has successfully completed the first level 7 tower of the season. The guy covers his face and thinks that he went into the tower near his house and where he is. The girl with a worried expression on her face says that the cross has disappeared from the design of his cloak and asks that he really changed his cloak inside the tower. Can asks her that she really can't see it herself. The guy hands the microphone to the protagonist and says that he is raiding the towers more intensely than ever in the season and asks that as a player he will comment on his exploits. Puck grits his teeth in anxiety and shouts that they are late, to which the girl tells him that he shouldn't worry so much. The man shouts that this thing is probably on recharge. Puck furrows his eyebrows and says that something has changed. Can holds a microphone in his hand and says that they like exploits, and they also like to write high-profile articles. The cameras zoom in on his face as he says that, to be honest, he sometimes doesn't understand why he has to try so hard to save the world. The journalists look at him with sparkling eyes when the guy asks what bothered him during the speech and maybe they will listen again. Can asks how they feel about the war with an evil smile. The girl, with concern on her face, asks how they feel about the war. The guy waves his hand and says that molten iron is pouring down on them as they climb the castle walls. He remembers the blowing up of the wall and how the arrows hit the shields and asks about the fact that arrows hit them, the fact that their guts fall out when they are cut with a sword. The crowd opens their mouths in shock. Can lowers his head and says that everything is correct and they are now in the 21st century. He imagines cities burning and points his finger, saying that in this case, as befits the 21st century, maybe they will start with missiles falling from the sky, bullets that pierce through people, and fighter jets bombing innocent people. The guy looks down with an empty gaze and says that even though it's in the 21st century, guts still fall out. He lowers his eyebrows and asks how they feel about the war. Reporters put microphones to their mouths and answer that it is very negative and there is no person who would like it. Can looks at the crowd of people who are shouting that whether the war ends in victory or defeat, people will die anyway. Can lowers his gaze, remembering Syria, who said that she was happy because they were avenged, although at the same moment she was very scared. The protagonist waves her hand and says that her people have won and asks why she is afraid. The elf raises her empty glass and replies that the end of this war, blood and death. The elf digs a grave and the others move the bodies while Syria says the scene is terrifying. Sadness appears on the girl's face and she asks that this is really what their goddess wanted. Can folds his arms over his chest with the microphone and says that of course he thinks so too. He puts the microphone to his mouth and says that honestly, no one in their right mind would enjoy war and in that case, how do they feel about heroes? Reporters with calm faces answer that everyone likes heroes. Can imagines various superheroes from popular franchises and asks how they think they become heroes. He waves his hand and says, then they become them by killing enemies and showing themselves well in war. And without God, there would be no heroes and asks again how they feel about war. The reporters are shocked when he says that, if they're being honest, they like wars. Can looks at the crowd of people who are shouting that this is a very provocative statement and the current situation is simply a relic of the past and is incompatible with modern legislation. With a wide smile, he exhales and asks if it's a relic of the past and says that even now, their neighbors left, right and above send assassins after him with the start of each season. Can puts his hand to his chest and imagines how they aim and point a dagger at him and says that this is also war. Espionage is also considered war. Puck is in a crowd of people and the man asks what he really wants to say about other countries trying to kill him. The protagonist puts his hand to his mouth and asks what they really didn't know and says that for sure, this is classified information and his mouth is shut. The phone vibrates in his pocket when the man shouts that it's the neighbor upstairs and the guy replies that if he says who, it will be censored. Black cars stop behind the crowd. Can looks at the people in suits getting out of the cars and says that's why he immediately remembered this as soon as he started talking about the war. With a serious expression on his face, He says that even if the world collapsed tomorrow, people would still be at each other's throats today. He recalls the road bombing and says that states even want to send the best players to the front lines, using them as weapons in the war. The camera lens is covered in ice and Can says that they told him to draw his sword, not to the enemy of the world, but to the enemy of the country. The guy waves his hand, it's snowing, and he says that it seems that even without his intervention, the season will turn out to be excellent. A dark aura appears under his feet and he asks why he is here. He raises his head and asks why he has to go through all this. Is it really to save the world? Steam comes out of people's mouths. Can's image is broadcast live over the phone and he asks what he means by whether this world deserves to be saved. Maria puts her fist to her chest and looks at the phone, calling the guy's name. Ray holds his hands to his face and sighs. Jorg looks at his tablet. The reporters stand in shock. The man raises his hand and shouts that he deserves it, to which Can asks what he did to deserve it. The people furrow their eyebrows and one of them shouts that even though they can't let innocent people suffer, and the other shouts that it would be irresponsible of Can to stop being a player. The protagonist exhales with a smile as people shout that he is a hero king. A clown-faced doppelganger appears behind him and says that he will either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. The corners of Can's lips turn up when he says that he's just saying that and there's no need to take it to heart, and someone is screaming his name. They grab his hand. Puck frowns and tells him to get off. A man leads a guy through the crowd and tells everyone to move and get out of the way. Can turns his head and points his finger, telling the people watching not to talk anymore about the player's duty or what the player's responsibility is. From the car window, he points at himself and says that it's because if they piss off an arrogant fool like him, then he won't take responsibility for all the chaos in the world, and shouts that he hopes they recorded everything. Men in suits block the way to the car as people shout for the guy to wait. The black car pulls away from the side of the road and the system window says that the clown monk expresses his satisfaction and the war monk is delighted and blesses the guy with the S-level god of war. Puck sits behind the wheel and says that he is going home now and so he will have to deal with this himself. Can turns his head. He draws attention to the system windows, which write that the monk of an alternate reality has entered a berserk state, and blesses him with a legendary item. An amulet for finding enemies, with the ability to give the code word snitch to the enemy during battle, and a description that the worst thing about this amulet is that his voice can only be heard by the one who wears it. The code word description increases the chances of delivering a fatal blow by collecting information about the informer's target and finding his weak points. Can closes his eyes. The phone screen glows on the table and a voice comes from it that after the publication of the terrorist threats that the king hero faced from other countries, dissatisfaction with the regime. The cap flies off the neck of the bottle. Puck opens his mouth wide and yawns. He sits down and pokes at the phone screen, asking why he's listening to this. At first he caused a noise, and now he's afraid. A voice comes from the phone that firm action needs to be taken against crimes. Can looks at the man worriedly and says that he thought he would be angry, to which he shouts that how could he. Puck puts his hand on the protagonist's head and asks how he can be mad at him, now knowing what he's going through and if he has anyone closer to him. Can smiles and sighs. The guy points to the side and says that he has a saint in France, and the man replies that she cares about him like the moon and there is a special connection between them. Puck takes sips from the neck of the bottle while the guy thanks him, and he replies that at least he understands that he should be grateful. Can asks in surprise what his current class is, to which the man replies with a smile that he is a purebred assassin. Puck is enveloped in dark energy when the guy asks him how he woke up. He has some kind of special suit. The man holds a dagger with a red blade and says that it is a heartbreaker, the legendary weapon of assassins, and Can is surprised at him. Puck points his finger at him and says that he heard that he also received legendary equipment, and he replies that yes, it happened. He extends his hand and says that he would at least rest sometimes. Working too hard has never helped anyone, and asks if he wants to take a walk, because there is one nice tower of the 7th level. The Golden Tower floats in the air. This is a level 7 Godfather Tower with a scenario format that secret organizations and civil strife await them, and the allowed number of players is 2. There is no store, and the goal of the raid is the revival of the Capone family. The guys stand in a glowing circle. Can turns his head at the man in surprise as he tells him to get ready. Puck looks at him with a wide smile and says that they will face betrayals, secret feuds, and the unsurpassed abomination of the organization. The protagonist closes one eye and says that in this case, they better change the genre to noir, and the system notification informs that the entrance to the Godfather's tower is taking place. Raindrops fall on the illuminated streets. The blonde holds the iron emblem in her hand and tells him to deal with it before the upcoming meeting. The man takes it in his hand and says that he understands everything. The blonde stands in front of the alley with an umbrella and tells him to remember, that's all. People stand with their backs to each other and at the same time say that this is in the name of justice. The hand holds a gold watch and the girl thinks that the clock has stopped. The blonde looks at them and thinks that the Godfather gave it to him too. Can covers Puck with his hand and says that it's also raining. They could start inside, and the guy replies that he should put something on his head, otherwise all his hair will fall out. The man agrees. The blonde with a worried expression on her face whispers that it really is those two. She approaches the guys and tells her to help them. This is the city of Black York, and the Capone family is undergoing a crisis. The girl waves her hand as they tell her that they are here to fix this, and she tells them to follow her. She will take them to the boss. She walks down the corridor with the guys and tells them that their town is Black York. The blonde imagines diagrams of the city with various coats of arms and continues that it is run by 5 prestigious families in the underworld, and in 4 days a meeting is scheduled between businessmen. The silhouette of a man stands with his back, and she says that not long ago their godfather and former head of the Capone family. She remembers how people killed others and continues that his close associates were also brutally killed and they lost many valuable people. The blonde puts her hand to her chest when Can asks about her godfather, and she replies that if they understand, she was an orphan and was picked up off the street when she was still a child. People are trying to break the dome over the child, and she says that she was lucky that her abilities awakened, but this was practically of no use. The man fires a gun and the girl says her life has gotten better. A small smile appears on her face and she says that it only happened when her godfather adopted her. He is her savior. Can turns his gaze to Puck. The girl stands between them and says that on the day of the attack, she opens the door in front of her and says that she only managed to save one person, the godfather's son, and he is now the acting boss. A man with a cigar in his mouth says that Sir is here. The portrait hangs on the wall, and behind the chair they say that he is the head of the Capone enterprise. The guy turns around in his chair and says that he is the head of the Capone family. Puck points his finger and asks with a smile if it's really him, the boss kid. The blonde child points his finger at him and shouts that he shouldn't call him that, he's not like him at all, and how dare he say that in the face of the head of Capone, the rightful heir. The girl points her hand at the man and says that the boss should not be angry with them. It seems that these sirs simply do not shine with intelligence, and the mere presence of the boss evokes respect. The child covers his mouth with his hand and says that everything is correct and they don't have much time, so they will get straight to the point. The guys look at the girl in surprise when he tells Rebecca to get started, and she agrees. Can raises his eyebrows. There are a couple of cups on the table and the girl says, in short. Rebecca looks at the guys and says that their goal is to return the Capone family to its former greatness. She spreads her hands to the sides and says that at the upcoming meeting in 4 days among the leaders of the 5 families, they should arouse the greatest interest. The protagonist looks at the excited child while the girl says that it is also necessary to find those responsible for the murder of the godfather and their best personnel. Rebecca puts the papers on the table and the guy asks who they suspect first, and she answers that it is any of the other 4 families or someone close to them. A man with a beard holds a glass of wine and is signed as Falcon. The bald man adjusts his tie and is signed as Colliot. The man with the cross around his neck smiles widely and is signed as Sanchez. A man with long hair has his hand in his pocket and is signed as Gambino, and Rebecca says that with Gambino at gunpoint, he is currently in a precarious position and is more prone to war than others. Can looks at a couple of photos. Puck taps the photo with his finger and asks what could kill them all. The blonde looks up and says that this is not a bad idea, this way they will remove all potential enemies of the family. Can looks away and says that her boss doesn't seem to like the idea. The child looks at her with fear when she asks if this is so, and he refuses. He points at Rebecca and says that the Capones have always been a great family, and they became important under his father, and now he has Rebecca, who has observed her father's strategy for the past 20 years. The girl covers her mouth with her hand and the boy says that her methods are the very essence of Capone, and he thinks that she is right. Can furrows his eyebrows and says that he is the leader of Capone, not Rebecca, to which he replies that she has more experience. The child looks away in alarm when the guy asks what, so he wants to kill them all too, and he replies that, to be honest, he thinks that if they are not involved, then it is better to preserve the business relationship, and his father would like that. He looks up. He looks at the blonde worriedly and asks if they can leave it like that. Rebecca tilts her head to the side and says that of course they can do that and the boss is too soft. Puck turns his head towards the building and says that this is a power struggle among the 5 main families and asks that maybe they will cut out the Collio family for now, they are the closest from here. Can turns to him with a big smile and agrees, saying that when he says that, he sounds like a villain. Puck pats the guy on the back and says to kill a villain, you need to think like a villain, after all life is a game, and he chooses his role. The guys sneak into the building through the roof. People aim pistols at them and shout, who is it who dared to enter the territory of the Collio family? Can freezes several people's hands and Puck chops them off. The man furrows his eyebrows and with a wide smile says that it is better for them to surrender while they can, and he will spare those who do not resist. People point their guns at him and ask him, do you think we are not ready to die for Collio, and tell them to leave. Puck swings his weapon and kills them, saying, well, that's it. Can turns to him and says, just look at him, how he got upset. A man enters the room and kicks a barrel, shouting that they are dirty worms and deliberately attacked before the meeting. Puck holds the man by the collar and asks if that guy is the boss of the Kallio family, to which he replies that their boss would never stoop to fight someone like them. He throws it at a man who comes in and asks if he should have fun with them alone, to which he replies that they are going together. Puck puts the shield in front of him and points his finger at the guy and asks that he came here to rest. He remembers, so let him deal with it. Kan opens his eyes. A wide smile appears on his face and he exhales. He places the sword on his shoulder and points his finger, saying that it will clear the way for him. Ice spikes appear near Puck and he shouts that this is delicious and the boss is now his. Kan swings his sword and freezes his opponents. The heel is on the tiles of the house. A man with wings behind his back jumps. Pack hits a man. There are blood splatters on his face and he thinks that this huge bird has arrived. Kan looks up. Many crows are looking at him from the window. The protagonist holds a black feather in his hands and thinks that he has a bad feeling, and that's not all. Crows fly over multi-story buildings. A map with coats of arms and one of them is split. The Kallio family left the game, and the current target is the Gambino family. There is an explosion in the building, and the protagonist says he is going to ram, he will turn everything upside down. The guy looks up in alarm and says what is he doing, and he hasn't seen him on the battlefield for a long time. Streams of dark energy kill people, and he says that he, too, does not want to show his cruel side, and in this they are similar. He sits on a stone structure and pets Darkling. He picks her up and tells her not to forget anyone and kill them all, to which she replies that he is lazy. Kang asks if she remembers that he is here to rest. The sign points to a diner. Puck looks at the protagonist with concern and calls him a pig and asks if he eats cheeseburgers for breakfast, lunch and dinner all the time, isn't he tired of them here? Covers his mouth with his hand and says that local burgers are top class, and while he's here he wants to enjoy it to the fullest. The man waves his hand and says that there are other tasty places here, to which the guy says that he rarely rests anyway and doesn't want to be squeezed by the choice of the diner. Puck puts his hands in front of his face when the guy asks him what's up with Gambino. Kang furrows his eyebrows when the man tells him that their boss said he didn't know what was going on. The protagonist chews his food and says that he asked you to trust him and give such vague answers, to which Puck says that he will not come to the meeting. A man with a cigar is talking on the phone. He turns the phone dial and says there is no answer. His mouth is smeared with blood, and he says neither Sanchez nor Falcone. He throws the phone away from him and shouts why no one is answering, and don't let them tell him that Capone was killed by his hands. Blood spatters from his mouth. The man looks at his hand and thinks, just look at him, it's all because of those worms. He remembers how Puck put his hand on his chest and said that after 72 the blood flow in his heart would stop, and after it the heart itself. Puck looks at him with a predatory look and says, but he can prevent this. With a big smile on his face, he asks if he understands what he's talking about. The man sits with his back to the bloody stone and says that the Gambino family will miss this meeting, and they are ready to cooperate in finding the person responsible for the death of Capone Sr. Puck points his finger at the bridge of his nose and calls him a smart kid and tells him not to make a mistake. He gives a thumbs up and walks away. A man with a cigar holds his chest and swears in his thoughts. He bites a cigarette with his teeth. The protagonist thoughtfully looks away and says that they are left with nothing. Puck pokes him in the forehead and tells him to stop chewing ice, it's bad for his teeth. He looks away and says they will learn more at the meeting. The man puts his hand on the table and says that, besides, this is just a guess, but it seems to him that besides the 5 families, there is someone else. Crows fly over a tall building. The child, under the supervision of security, gets out of the car. He sits down at the table with other heads of families. A man with a completely bandaged body says that it is already quite late. This is Misael Kallio, head of the Kallio family. The blonde man looks down and says that the 2 are still missing. This is the boss of the Gambino family. The boy angrily clenches his teeth and clenches his hand into a fist, saying that Falcone and Sanchez were the ones who killed his father, and he knew about it. Rebecca leans towards him and whispers for him not to jump to conclusions and just watch, to which the baby replies that yes, she is so wise. The corners of the girl's lips rise in a smile. Misael turns his head and people shout that the boss needs to know something and it's urgent. Park and Kang look at the table next to them as they ask, are you serious? The man remembers the old man with the glass and the smiling man and asks that Falcone and Sanchez were really killed. Kan holds the bitten burger in his hand and says that they have a different enemy. Puck holds his chin with his hand and says that now it's clear why families look weakened, and the guy tells him that it seemed to him that he was the one who became stronger. The man tells him that yes, of course, and he looked puzzled the whole time. A crowd of people are surprised when the lights in the building go out. A spotlight illuminates a figure on stage. The masked man holds his cloak and says how convenient it is that everyone who defames this city has gathered in one place. People point guns at him when he says they are messing with corrupt politicians, manipulating the union, and ripping off poor citizens. One with a raven mask says that they lie and smuggle. They are despicable criminals who only wreak havoc. He raises his hand up and the crows fly around him and he shouts that it's their merit. He lowers his head and says that his name is the Night Raven, and they will get what they deserve. Crows circle over people. The birds leave scratches on the child, who angrily screams that he really killed the other two bosses. Blades protrude from the figure's boots, and he says that everything is correct. They were scoundrels for whom even death is too low a price, and he also killed his father. The guy flaps his wing and says that he will also meet him soon. He puts his feathers forward and calls the child a criminal. Feather projectiles pierce the air. Rebecca protects the child with a shield and tells him that it is too dangerous and that he should move away. The guy anxiously extends his hand and he shouts that he killed their father, to which she replies that she knows about it. The blonde stands with an umbrella and holds out an iron emblem, saying that this is in the name of justice. She puts her hand in front of her and says with a big smile that a fair price must be paid. The guy makes a move in her direction and swears. A system notification notifies that the Night Raven is dispensing justice. The protagonist extends his hand and says that the son is not responsible for his father. A mouth of dark energy appears near the Night Raven. Kan holds the pen in his hand and asks if he was the main villain, the Night Raven. A blonde man in a mask dodges dark energy attacks. He makes a dash, avoiding the bite. He grits his teeth and turns his head. He cuts the dark energy with the blade on his leg. Concern appears on the protagonist's face when Darkling tells him to be more careful there, and the guy thinks that he is clever and will try this then. Kan grabs the fabric with his hand. He raises his index finger to the blonde's head. He looks down at him and parodies the sound of a gun going off. A black shard appears above the blonde's head and a system notification says the black mark has been set and it applies detect weaknesses to the target. Dexterity and evasion hit modifiers reduced by 1,000 each. He pushes the protagonist's hand away when a system notification announces that the code word snitch has been used. The yellow bird opens its mouth wide and a system notification informs you that the enemy finder amulet is a storyteller, providing detailed information about the detected target's stats and allowing you to apply reveal weakness once. Kan looks at the bird as it screams that it is a night raven and the dark energy comes from its cape and sharp feathers, and let the guy be careful of the feathers. He has a lot of explosives and let him be careful. The blonde man stabs the shadow copy of the protagonist. Kan folds his arms and says he is a suicide bomber. Night Raven looks at his trembling hand and asks if he can weaken his opponent. Is he really, sir? He puts his fingers in his mouth and whistles, saying that since he is dealing with sir. The Raven's eyes begin to glow red. Several explosions occur in the hall. A bird detonates in front of Pack. The pupils of his eyes get smaller and he says there are too many of them. He waves his hand and says that maybe he and Kang will switch since he is a master in one-on-one fights. The guy points his sword at the blonde and says that all the bosses are his and this is their hero and he needs to guard the boss and asks if he understands. Puck jumps in place and waves his arms when Kan says that he is better suited to be a guard, and he tells him that is not true and he is a purebred killer. The guy lowers his head and asks, but murder is his element or not? Night Raven fights off Kan's attack. The blonde man opens his mouth wide and shouts her that he should be saving the world and asks why he is acting like the devil's advocate. The protagonist points his sword at him and asks if he should save the world. Night Raven waves his hand to the side and says that he doesn't know what they told him, but their rotten souls simply fooled him and they are a bunch of thugs who killed his Capone family and then left the courtroom innocent. He remembers how he was detained by the guards and he shouts that it was simply because they have connections and money. The blonde opens his mouth wide and angrily shouts that they cannot be left unpunished. He spreads his arms to the sides and shouts that this city is rotten, and that is why he is fighting for justice. The protagonist raises his eyebrows when he says it's not too late. The Night Raven takes a couple of steps towards him and says that it is not too late to restore justice. The blonde is impaled by stakes of dark energy as he tells the guy to take his side. Kan picks his ear and says that's enough talking. He takes a couple of steps on the bloody floor and says, by the way. The guy rips the mask off the blonde and says that the mask doesn't suit him. He looks at him in surprise. The blonde holds his chest and furrows his eyebrows angrily as Kan wonders if it's really a child, and he says that's his justice. Night Raven grabs the protagonist and holds the red button in his hands, shouting that she will prevail. He presses the button. Kan looks up worriedly and asks what he did. An explosion occurs above them, and the blonde lowers his head, saying that Rebecca told him about the meeting 3 days ago and asks how much explosives he thinks they managed to plant. A shadow falls on Kan's face as the child says that justice has been done. Puck runs up to the protagonist. Dark energy surrounds him and other people. Darkling runs out of the building with Kan in his mouth. The crows look at the huge explosion on top of the building. Fog descends on the city. Rebecca spreads her hands at the boys and thanks them for their loyalty. The corners of her lips rise, and she says that thanks to them, most of the businessmen at the meeting and does not say anything, saying that, in general, Capone is on horseback. Kang closes his eyes and says that their boss baby survived, as they wanted, and victory is theirs, to which the girl replies that everything is true and their work is finished. He turns his gaze to the side and says that it seems. The guy casts swords around Rebecca and asks that she set everything up right. The swords leave scratches on her neck and she asks why they care. The protagonist shrugs and says that he was hired to remove the enemies of the Capone family. The hand throws food for crows on the portrait and the guy says that she had a hand in the murder of the head of the family and even persuaded the Night Raven to kill the rest of the leaders. Rebecca says they have no proof. Can shows her a black feather and says that the Night Raven gave her away. At a child with blood on his lips and says that she provided him with information. The blonde says that with this the traitor will also go to the next world, and the guy adds that she is the traitor. The feather slowly falls to the floor. Rebecca has a big smile on her face when the protagonist says that she eliminated the rival families and appointed her puppet as Capone's boss, and she became the woman who practically ruled Black York. The guy points his index finger at her and says that this makes her also an enemy of Capone, to which the girl responds negatively. She looks down and says that all this was only for the sake of Mr. Vito. She remembers the child's wide smile and says that Vito is too kind and innocent a boy. Rebecca folds her hands and closes her eyes, saying that she eliminated the Godfather who wanted to make Vito his successor and all the current enemies who pose a threat to him, just to protect him from this cruel world. Kang is surprised when a barrier appears around her and she says that she was only doing what is the job of a security chief. The guy furrows his eyebrows and says that she stuck a knife in the back of the man who picked her up and raised her and put a puppet in the place of the boss. Puck covers the protagonist with his hand and says that she was only thinking about her safety. He raises one eyebrow and says that because of her, Vito is completely dependent and she thought only of herself. Rebecca smiles and shrugs, saying that Sir doesn't know her at all. Tuck points to the doorway where the kid is standing and says let's ask Vito then. The pupils of the girl's eyes shrink and she turns to her boss. Tears roll down the child's cheeks, and he says, so it was her. The girl's shield is destroyed by this magic, and she says no, what she said and begins to cough. Vito says she is right, as always. He aims his gun at her and says that this world really is cruel. On the dark system window it is written that the purpose of the raid is the revival of the Capone family, in the points from which to remove the enemies of the Capone family, and it is completed, and to receive privileges at the meeting of 5 great families is also completed. A system notification says they have cleared Godfather's tower. Puck holds his head and says that he just wanted to be a detective in a black and white movie. Khan holds his hands in his pockets and says that he wasn't a detective and the tower wasn't noir. It was more like a superhero versus supervillain fight, but he still likes that this time he's not greeted by a bunch of reporters on his way out. The man smiles broadly and says that we need to hang out like this from time to time. The girl runs up to him from behind and shouts to Mr. Park that they have problems. She spreads her arms to the sides and says that the tower is level 5 in the center of Seoul. Shock appears on the guys' faces when she screams that she is on the verge of destruction and the man asks what. A look of fear appears on Kan's face. There are red marks on the document and the protagonist speculates that the tower is level 5, which the raid or players from the association are talking about. The man in armor holds the guy by the collar when Khan thinks they failed the first raid and retreated, and the man shouts what he will do about it. The guy's face becomes awkward as he shouts that they got 3 penalty points for failing the raid and it will lower the level for all of them. He grabs the man's hand and says they'll fix it, and he asks how. Shock appears on the warrior's face when the guy says that they will organize a raid of a high level of difficulty, and he asks him if he is crazy. A crazy smile appears on the guy's face and he says that they went through a lot to just give up and asks that he really wants to be at the bottom again and become a slave of the association. The man guiltily lowers his gaze and answers that no. The guy puts his hand to the system window and says that therefore they must compensate for these penalty points in any way and shouts that a raid of a high level of difficulty is their only chance. The tower flies in the air above the city and the protagonist reflects that after this they decided to stage a raid of a high level of difficulty and were completely destroyed. Khan puts his hand to his clipboard and says he knew the association's system of merit points and penalty points was cruel. Pity appears on the guy's face and he says that it shouldn't be like this. It is reflected in the car window and he thinks about hacking the tower. Nowadays this is rare. The dragon is holding the man with its tail and Khan thinks that. However, during seasons 1 and 2, this disaster was fairly easy and at the time, proper raiding techniques had not yet been developed and failures were common. People stand in front of the altar and the guy thinks that the solution, however, was not easy to find and many died long before that. He remembers the funeral portraits of his parents and thinks that he himself lost loved ones. Puck keeps a hand on his back as he wonders about before he became a player. Tears roll down Kan's cheeks and he thinks, and after, a red car with flashing lights rushes along the lane. The guy summons the cards in his hand and reaches for the system window, thinking that everything is different now and says, unlock uncollected equipment and skill sets. He looks at the equipment window and thinks it's pretty good. In the first slot he wears an amulet for searching for enemies of rare quality, in slot 2 he has a windy bracelet of rare quality, and in slot 3 he has a ring of strength of rare quality. The system window reports that he is wearing Baptism of Darkness, a black cloak that has lost its cross of the legendary rank, damaged armor and, from the features, has minus 900 to defense, giving 1200 to evasion and 300 to agility. It can also activate the skill Veil of Absolute Darkness when used and has a cooldown time of 24 hours, which has the attributes of Darkness, Killing and Barrier of legendary rank. This skill can create darkness by expanding the user's shadow into the shadows. Strength, stealth, dodge, and agility modifier are increased dramatically and the opponent suffers 50% debuff as the user level increases. The higher the opponent's darkness ability, the less damage can be dealt to them. The protagonist rearranges the cards in his hands and thinks that he will not allow anything that could compromise him. The system window reports that he is replacing the Wind bracelet with a Shimura bracelet. He places the card on the system tray. The system window notifies that he is replacing the Bloody Chain with Charlotte's Web. The crowd stands between multi-story buildings and a system window informs them that a tower breach is approaching and that they prepare for the monster invasion. Puck says they have arrived. Khan gets out of the car and people start shouting that this is the king and hero. The guy frowns and looks up. People joyfully turn to look at him when a portal appears above them, and they shout that the king is a hero here and thank God, at least they will not die. A funnel in the sky sucks up rocks. A bright red flash occurs in the sky. The system window reports that the countdown to hacking the tower is 10, 9. The guy puts his sword at the ready in front of him and says that it will begin now and shouts for everyone to get ready. He looks at the protagonist in surprise. The numbers 8, 7, and 6 appear on system notifications. Khan holds his hand on the guy's shoulder and says that everyone who fits one of the following 3 criteria should put their hands on their feet and run away from here. The numbers 5 and 4 appear on system notifications. The protagonist points his finger upward and says, "First." A system notification appears with the number 3. The warrior looks at it as the guy says that these are the ones who will be captured by the shadow of his skill, and the second are those who cannot keep up with him. A system notification appears with the number 2. Heads burst out of dark energy in front of Can and he says that there is a third. The number 1 appears on the system notification. He frowns and smiles, saying that this is everyone who is not him. The system alert shows the number 0. Various monsters appear in the sky. Can directs his skill at them and people scatter in different directions. Monsters run towards the protagonist. Maws of dark energy kill them. The guy kills monsters with his icy skills and says that this place is teeming with monsters of different types, including orcs and reptilians. He looks worriedly and says that he doesn't even know what to call it. Khan walks through the ice structures, musing that, based on the tower's name, the enemies the players fought must have been people from the realm within the tower itself. He cuts off the monster's head and thinks that this means that the monsters that broke out of the tower have nothing to do with the tower he is raiding. He frowns and wonders where they came from. A helicopter flies over and the reporter tells everyone to watch how the Hero King handles hacking a high-difficulty tower alone. The man holds a camera in his hands and says with a smile that although he is a rather controversial figure when it comes to skills, there is a bright red flash on the mountain and the system window quotes that it is more fun this way and reports that the Monk of the Abyss awakens darkness from the deepest places. The reporter says it's incredible, the gate is changing color. The helicopter is surrounded by dark-colored energy and the man says that this ominous hue must be foreshadowing the abyssal monster and asks how the abyssal monster can appear in the gate of the level 5 tower. The protagonist cuts a huge monster with a swing of his sword. He turns around angrily and grits his teeth and says isn't their attention amazing and let them get lost before he feeds them to this monster. He runs up the icy steps and wonders if the monk really acts of his own free will. A dark cloud appears above the guy and a system notification informs him that an abyssal monster has appeared. Khan gets a big smile on his face and says he's been waiting. He fires several ice projectiles at the monster. He lands on the ground and asks if this will be enough. Kang extends his hand and says that he will dismember him in one motion. Huge ice stakes appear behind him. The guy folds his hands in front of him. A card appears with an image of a web on a dark background. This is the Charlotte Web skill, an attribute of murder and a rare rank. The protagonist waves his arms, pulling a web between the pillars. White threads dig into the monster's system window, notifying that the effect of the skill is the connection of 2 points with the thread of death, which has incredible cutting ability, and the effect of symbiosis with the killing skill increases the number of webs that can be created. The cut parts of the monster's body fall into the mouth. The system window notifies that the guy has defeated the monster of the abyss. Khan holds a black crystal in his hand. The system windows say that the monk of the abyss blesses him with the abyss stone to express his satisfaction and that the hacking of the tower is over. The guy's face is reflected in one of the crystal's faces. The guy turns around worriedly at the reporters, who are shouting that this is breaking news. The tower has been hacked with the king as a hero. They surround the protagonist from all sides, shouting that he single-handedly stopped the hacking of the tower. The local newspaper depicts the protagonist walking on the ice, and it is called a player's forum with the headline King Hero and Tower Hack Watch Online without SMS and registration. People leave comments that he's just awesome. Yes, but he has a ton of item skills and blessings. If he had that, he'd be cool too. Fact, the Hero King defeated the best, the swordsman, although he was also armed with items, skills, had blessings. His skill in using battle decks is simply crazy and there is no other like him. The Hero King has long been famous as a talented player, and this is a fact. He always saves the world and he is incomparable. On the second news report it is written that the association led to the tragedy with penalty points for the failure of the raid. A look of disgust appears on Khan's face and he comments to the news that the Players Association is simply hopeless, and although to be frank, is there even one association in this country that works properly? The guy grits his teeth and says that, apparently, the dead players failed in the assault on the tower and were afraid of penalty points from the association. So they tried again on a high level of difficulty and in the end it worked and they went so far that they could not even save themselves, which is why the tower got out of control. Park and Kang are sitting at home in front of the TV, in which they say that after the statement of the King of the Hero, they asked a couple of questions to the official representative of the association. But it turned out that the rules of the association are not so effective, and this has been rumored for a long time. They either reduce the effectiveness of the raid on tower or take such a percentage from the players from the reward for victory that even victory becomes unprofitable for the players. The man smiles widely with all his teeth when the guy asks if they are really going to achieve something this time, and he tells him that they gave a lot of reasons this time. Khan says the association deserved it. Puck clutches the kin in his hands and points with his index finger, saying that he is right and they should not miss this chance to cleanse the association of rot. He opens his mouth wide when the guy asks him if he's running for president or what, and he yells at him that he's not, of course not, and he's talking about starting a guild. Khan raises one eyebrow and asks that the law does not allow this to be done now, and what does he want from him? One nation is one guild, nothing but an association. The man folds his hands in front of him and says that he knows about this and therefore wants to take the chance and change this with all the troubles that have happened so far. They should take advantage of the fact that there is not a single player among the leaders of the association. And these people have never been to the tower, but they set the rules for the players. The boy with the axe runs after the chickens and Puck says that besides, they only promote those who have support and neglect the rest. A knight drags a man with a crown with the inscription KPA on his back and the man says that they will stop putting up with this, and they will direct this into the mainstream of public opinion about the repeal of the guild law. Kang holds the kin in his hands and looks away, saying that the flag is in his hands, and Park replies that he reacts as if it doesn't apply to him. The guy smiles widely and closes his eyes, answering that of course that doesn't apply, and the man tells him that he will be the one organizing the guild. The protagonist looks at him silently. He jumps up from the couch and shouts that after all, no way, and Puck tells him, look, this is what people think. Multi-story buildings rise under the dark sky, and from the TV they say that the petition for permission to form a guild of domestic players received 170,000 signatures overnight, and it is written that the general director of the association will not allow this. The male presenter points to a graph where 63% voted for the Hero King and says that regarding public opinion on who should organize the guild, the majority of votes were cast for the Hero King and the veterans of the association. Khan ponders that how dare they weaken the attention of these players. The man with glasses grits his teeth in anger and says that Park and Kang are behind this. He furrows his eyebrows and says that they simply don't know how dangerous players and especially black players can be to civilians. The girl turns to the people in the magic circle and the man thinks about regulating the autonomy of the players. A man in armor stands with a firearm in his hands, and the man thinks that in some countries the government is loosening its grip and the guilds are colluding with the underworld. Some countries have even turned into empires of black players. People of different colors stand opposite each other, and he continues to reflect that even in the USA, where private player guilds are allowed, people put their hands to their foreheads and he thinks they keep their best players under control through military service. And he thinks that the players are just ticking time bombs. The man puts his hand to the glass and thinks that if control becomes impossible, it's time to choose the lesser evil. A grin appears on his face and he says that these worms don't even have the slightest idea of how the world works. He turns in surprise at the system window, which says that geniuses are often unrecognized by society, and asks if this is not so. An excited smile appears on the man's face when a system notification notifies him that the evil monk is interested in him. A system window appears in front of him, asking if he would like to take part in the tower test, and he agrees. The man extends his rising index finger. Khan holds a smartphone in his hand. He looks at his photo on the building and asks why this advertisement is really still being played. It's from last season and why hasn't it been removed yet? The guy lowers his gaze and says, by the way, the guild. He remembers how he shut himself out from Puck, who said that as a hero king, he should organize a guild and show off a little. Khan shows a cross with his hands and says that, firstly, more than anything else, he hates working with stupid people, and secondly, he simply hates idiots, and thirdly, he hates working with stupid people and idiots. The man waves his hand and says that he doesn't have to worry about it, he can just show his face. After all, being first is always hard, and after them more guilds will come and competing with each other. They will get rid of each other. He puts his hands on the guy's shoulders when he speaks, but then why does he answer that for the sake of a better future and only a hero king can do this? Khan walks among the crowd of people and remembers the words of a man who says that the king of heroes is always the one who goes to the front line. He stops abruptly halfway. The guy raises his head to the sky and reflects that it is his duty to raid the towers. He walks down the street and climbs the system window, which notifies that he is searching for a tower of level 7 or higher and there are no results. Increasing the search radius and laying out a route to the nearest level 7 tower, the distance to which is 226 kilometers. Alarm appears on the protagonist's face and he ends the search. He remembers the elf holding out her fist to him and reflects that there is always a way to get into the tower, even if he wasn't looking for it. The pendant glows in the guy's hand. He thinks that, for example, he can receive something from her as a gift or just wait for a call. Vito hands over the bloody knife and Khan speculates that he also received a gift from the kid's boss. The guy examines the knife in his hands and thinks that such gifts represent a means of communication between the world of the tower and the outside world. On the system window it is written that this is Rebecca's knife, received from the boss of the Capone family as a sign of trust. He places the knife in his inventory and muses that it seems like he won't be summoned, but for now he should just wait. The crowd covers their ears as multiple system notifications appear with the text tower. Can looks up in fear. The word tower is written on the red tablet and a voice comes from there that a little time later a new tower has appeared and let them enjoy the raid from the best players on the planet live. The pupils of the protagonist's eyes decrease, and he reflects on the best players on the planet, and a system window appears in front of him on which the child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents is written ahead. Let him entertain them. He raises an eyebrow when the system notification says that the clown monk is insisting that Khan take part. The men in the meeting turn their heads towards the system alert indicating an elite level tower with a missing magazine. It is for an unknown purpose of the raid, and to enter the tower you need to be the top 10 best players. Out of 2 players from the same country, the one whose level is higher will go through. Maria points anxiously at the system window. The dark system notice says that no one will die inside the tower, and let them not miss the opportunity to make useful connections, and all incidents in the tower will be broadcast live. The glass falls out of Ray's hands when the system notification appears saying that in case of failure, the glass breaks on the floor. Khan glares at a system alert that says 100 million random people will die. He smashes it with his fist. With a big smile on his face, he looks at his hand and says he can't believe it. People surround him when the system says that please wait until all the participants are gathered, and they shout that is it really the king the hero and is it really him? He enters the tower. A robotic voice says the live broadcast will start soon. Kang furrows his eyebrows angrily and says that he is a volunteer. He appears behind other people. Ray and Maria look at him in surprise and turn to him. The man extends his hand to the guy and says that he is glad to see him again. The protagonist moves his hand to the side and says that he is so glad. Jorg looks at him with a wide smile. Kang raises one eyebrow and says he's glad to see them again. The guys come closer to the guy, addressing him. He turns his gaze to them and asks if this is some kind of strange cosplay, and realizes that it is a saint. Kang looks at Maria with a puzzled face, who says that she is glad that he is normal now, to which he asks that he was not normal once. The girl remembers how the guy raised his head to the sky and says that even during the raid on the 7th tower, and quotes him that he honestly admits that sometimes it is not clear why he should try so hard to save the world. Maria holds her hand to her chest and exhales, saying that she was worried when she saw it. He looked so exhausted. The protagonist opens his mouth a little. With a big smile on his face, he takes the girl's hand as she says that even his recent interview, and he interrupts her, saying that he is fine and will not stop raiding. The guy turns his gaze to the side when he is told that if he is tired, then he should just give it up. Ray crosses his arms and says he was the last one. Khan looks at the guys as he continues that the best player in humanity came last, and asks if he needed time to think about whether to save 100 million innocent people from death. It was such a difficult choice. The Sword Lord closes his eyes when the protagonist asks him if he really wants some nice answer like the hero is always the last to show up to save the day, to which he replies that real heroes don't hesitate in the face of danger. Kang asks him if he even had time to prepare. He closes his eyes and exhales, asking if he had time to at least read the terms completely, and says that accepting an offer as soon as you see it is a recipe for failure, which is why he can't beat himself or the gravedigger. Ray grabs the hilt of his sword and curses when Khan asks if he knows how well that grandfather calculates everything. The guy looks at Jorg in surprise and asks why he doesn't have any equipment with him, and he replies that he finally noticed it. The man spreads his arms in different directions and says that he hasn't started the season yet, and besides. The crowd looks at him as he asks if they remember that no one will die inside the tower and says that people from all over the world are watching them. Water circles come from Jorg's boots as a system notification appears saying that until they leave the tower, they will be temporarily given a batch of items from Season 5. A bright aura hovers around the other guys as the system window appears and announces that skills and equipment have been added to each player. A wide smile appears on Jorg's face. He says that it seems that this even reduces the chances of death for one of them. He is the gravedigger Jorg, CEO of the artifact company. A huge skeleton appears behind him. Maria looks at the sword in surprise. She turns her gaze to the woman, who says that she can't even believe that they are bickering now and have found the time for this. Ms. Lydia, an international player, a law enforcement officer, holds her hand on the girl's shoulder and says that these are men and their inferiority complex. A man in military uniform appears behind Maria as she says she wouldn't talk, as if they forgot how many lives are at stake. The man agrees with her. General Kilgore, the commander-in-chief of U.S. Special Operations, looks away sarcastically and says that they are obliged to fulfill their duty to their homeland and the whole planet. Khan keeps his hand on his waist as Jorg tells them to watch their behavior, at least while they're here, and he says that the live broadcast should have already started. Ray turns around gritting his teeth as the guy says it's such a shame. A man appears behind the protagonist and asks why he kept them waiting. The masked man spreads his arms to the side and says that this is a holiday in their honor as a sign of gratitude, dear saviors. The boys raise their heads to the light when a voice says welcome to them and calls them heroes of the earth. Cam looks at the man and asks that their fellow monk is dead and they are having a party and says that they must not be on the best terms. He keeps his hands on his waist as the man tells him that it is in his best interest not to provoke the monks and calls him a hero king and asks that it would probably be more correct to call him a monk killer. Raises his hands to the light when a system notification says that the title of Monk Slayer has been awarded to the player Khan for eliminating the season boss Plague Lord. Ray furrows his eyebrows and thinks about the title for eliminating the boss of the season. He grits his teeth angrily, thinking that he didn't even know that this worm got it and asks what they should do. He jumps from his seat when the man tells them that it is a holiday in their honor as a sign of gratitude and hopes they like it. Ray swings his blade in front of the man. His sword is surrounded by a red aura. On the system window it is written that this is the sword of someone who craves defeat. A single sword of nines, a rank mythological weapon of the highest form. A sword of a swordsman who spent his whole life searching for someone strong enough to win, eventually died alone with stats that add 999 to attack power and hit modifier. Ray says what did he really think? The dark system window says that the passive skill is that 9 hits are dealt for each individual attack. Several copies of the guy appear, attacking the man, and he shouts that they would really like the death of 100 million people. The guys look at the explosion. Khan covers his face from the drops and says that this is expected from Ray. He likes to play for the crowd. Ray sheathes his sword as the man says that it was unceremonious and all attacks are nullified, so don't let him waste energy. A microphone appears in the man's hand and he says that he will now explain to them the rules of this tower. He snaps his fingers and says it's time to get started. Multicolored spotlights and system notifications appear above the guys. The top 10 best heroes say, vote for your favorite. The man waves his hand at them and tells the respected spectators that only they can choose the hero of this tower. A crowd of citizens looks at the system windows and says how is this possible, and the voting window has appeared. Khan furrows his eyebrows and says wait a minute, they could easily rig the vote. A man comes from behind and covers his mouth, telling the hero king to be careful with his words, and they are also just following the rules. He shows his index finger and says that their mission is simple and they just need to attract as much attention as possible and entertain the audience. Jorg and Kilgore fold their arms over their chests as the man continues that it doesn't matter exactly what it is. The one with the most votes will receive the award. Anger appears on the women's faces when he continues, what if there are not enough voices or if the audience is tired of them? The pupils of Maria's eyes shrink when the man says that this raid will be considered a failure, and she wonders if this means that 100 million people will die. The guys are standing in the group when he asks what they are waiting for and tells them to use their head, tongue or body, and he doesn't care and let them make some content in the name of saving the world. Ray comes to the front of the crowd and says that he is a sword master challenging Khan to a duel. The man holds the guy and says that he understands quickly enough, to which the protagonist shouts that if he doesn't want to. Khan glares at the host, who says that they have no option to refuse, and if they die during the duel, they will respawn, and the last of them cannot leave the tower until the end of the vote. The roof opens over the guys when the man says he will give them an arena. The women look up in surprise. Khan waves his hand and tells Ray to let him ask him a question, but he says that for him he is not Ray, but a sword master. He asks with a big smile on his face that he will really fight again after his loss. Ray holds his sword out in front of him and says that if he doesn't win, these votes won't matter. With rage on his face, he shouts what it is like to lose on the first day of the season. Several copies of him appear, waving their swords. Ryo clutches the hilt of his sword. Several blows fly to Ken. The protagonist raises one eyebrow and raises his hand. He waves it forward and says that taking candy from a child is not so fun, although it is simple. Ray opens his eyes wide. Copies of Ken are next to him when he asks if this is the Sword of Nines. Kilgore opens his mouth wide and asks where the Hero King got the Sword of Nines. Lydia brings her hand to her face and says that he not only uses the same sword, but also the same technique as the Sword Master. Jorg takes a closer look at the fight and says that it is a replay skill. Ray swings his sword and thinks about his equipment and his own technique. He stops the protagonist's blow, thinking that the Monk of the Mirror really helps the Hero King, and this doesn't happen. Sparks from the swords fly in different directions, and he wonders why. Khan presses on him, and Ray wonders how he dedicated his entire life to this one sword and how he wins. Jorg holds his hand on his chest and asks if this is not a miracle. This is the invincible hero of all heroes. Lydia looks at the man with irritation, who says that none of them can handle him. She raises one eyebrow and says it's ironic coming from him when he's trying his best to dislodge him. Jorg closes his eyes and says to look deeper. He points at Kilgore with a wild look and says that these are the ones who honestly think they have a chance. Lydia waves her fan next to Maria and asks how they can behave like this, knowing the situation they all find themselves in. The girl lowers her head in despair and thinks that hundreds of millions of lives depend on clearing this tower. The Fanged Man looks excitedly at the arena, and Maria wonders why. The girl bites her lips and wonders if all these people are thinking about is killing the top player and taking his place. She remembers him holding a microphone to his mouth and saying that even if the world ends tomorrow, they will continue to hunt each other. Maria folds her hands on her shield and thinks that Khan was right. She remembers cutting monsters with her sword and wonders what happened in the first and second seasons. Khan cuts off the monster's hand, and she thinks that the people were clearing the towers to save the world. She turns her head upset and thinks that everything has changed now. Maria remembers many monsters and wonders why. She looks out at the crowd, who are gazing predatorily into the arena. The girl covers her face with her hand and thinks that the players become stronger every season. She remembers the monster that tore people apart and thinks that the complexity of the towers grows along with the power of the monsters and bosses living in them. Maria protects the children, thinking that all this is for the sake of saving the world, a stupid fairy tale, and she should have realized this earlier because she is no longer that naive girl. She imagines a crowd of different people and thinks that their worldview, religion, and even skin color are different from each other. The girl separates the arguing people and thinks what if they are unable to unite in a game where the salvation of the world is at stake. She looks at her hand and wonders if they can save him. The swords touch each other. Ray furrows his eyebrows and thinks that this is very strange, and of course, this game is not fair, but until this moment he accepted it. He stands with his sword in front of him and thinks that no matter how strong the king hero is, he must have some secret, and if he can solve this secret. A dark aura surrounds the gloomy protagonist. Khan lunges at the guy when he thinks he can defeat him. Fragments of armor scatter in different directions. Ray has tears in his eyes and reflects that at that moment he didn't mind losing to him. Several copies appear in front of the protagonist as the guy reflects that all he wanted was to unravel the secret of his power. The guys, together with their copies, fight in the arena. Khan glares at Ray and says that he seems to have forgotten his place. The pupils of the Sword Master's eyes shrink and he wonders what. The protagonist kicks him. Ray falls to the floor. Khan holds the sword in front of him and says that he will show him the difference between them. She jabs her weapon into the floor. There are cracks coming from it. Ray looks worriedly in his direction. There is a dust devil in front of him. The protagonist looks into the system window and says to open the side panel and make an exchange. His silhouette stands in a cloud of dust. Ken grows her hair long. People from the stands look in surprise. There are blood stains on Ray's face and he says that this can't happen. The protagonist's eyes light up red. He is surrounded by a red aura, which is a mythic level skill. On the system window it is written that this is the descent of a heavenly demon of mythical level and the attributes of mastering steel, as well as the ability that the user of this skill can temporarily manifest the divinity and combat skills of a heavenly demon known as the Sword God. The protagonist begins to float above the ground. He makes a dash to the side. He lands near Ray and uses the 3 Sky Demon Swords, first form. Khan does a spinning kick using the splitting skill. The stakes pierce Ray's body. Blood sprays from the guy's wounds. The protagonist turns around and looks at him, using the 3 swords of the heavenly demon in the second form. He fires a beam of energy using his destruction skill. The guys look at the arena in shock. There was only a bloody stain left on the floor. The masked man holds the microphone and says that the match is over and it was just an incredible spectacle, as expected from the king's hero. Ray appears at the site of the bloody stain when system windows with numbers appear. He looks at his shaking hand. Khan turns away from him. He raises his head to the podium. The guy points at them with a sword. Jorg opens his eyes wide and asks how this is possible. A skeleton appears behind the protagonist. The girls look at this in surprise. An army of undead surrounds him when the man asks if this player is really that strong and says that he managed to copy the skills of the gravedigger's equipment. People are sitting in a bar, turning to the TV. One of the guys points his finger and says that he is just a monster and asks if he is really a man, to which his friend tells him to watch his language and asks that he has really forgotten that they are alive thanks to this monster. His comrade brings the glass to his lips when he asks what to call him then, and he tells him that it is obvious, the king is a hero. Khan stands in front of the podium. He raises one eyebrow and asks what's wrong with their faces, seeing the copying skill for the first time. Jorg's face becomes alarmed and he says that he doesn't think that the descent of the heavenly devil can be explained by ordinary skill copy, to which Lydia says that this is true and this ability is different from ordinary copying, and she fought a person with such an ability. He was a collector of personalities. The red-headed guy covers himself with a fan, and the woman reflects that he is the worst of the black players, copying all the settings of his opponent right down to his face. Concern appears on Lydia's face and she says that the fighting style is similar, but this ability has clear limitations. Kang waves his hand and says it's obvious since his ability isn't exactly a copy, it's something new, and asks why are they really that curious about his skills. Jorg smiles with all his teeth. The corners of the protagonist's lips turn up and he says that their faces are worth seeing. He spreads his arms in different directions and says that he will tell them something. He puts his hand in front of him and says that he really does. Khan is surrounded by a light aura, and he says that he has made a contract with the Lord of Truth. Lydia looks at him in surprise and asks, Lord of Truth? The guy closes his eyes and smiles widely, saying that according to the terms of the contract, he can only tell the truth, and even if the whole world is watching him, he will not lie. Jorg runs his hand over his beard and says that it looks like he will be his next opponent, to which the guy interrupts him and refuses. The protagonist folds his hands in front of him and says that he hates fighting more than anything else. He opens his eyes slightly, saying that he is as strong as the arrogant worms. A shadow falls over the man's eyes as he continues that he is a worm who doesn't know his place. Jorg looks down at him and asks what he plans to do next, to which the guy replies that from now on. Khan turns to the presenter and extends his hand, saying that he will try to convey the truth to the audience. The masked man snaps his fingers and says that, of course, promoting yourself is the best tactic for voting. The guys fall down as the stands get smaller. The protagonist touches the microphone. He brings it to his mouth and asks if the microphone is working, and then greets everyone. A crowd of people look at the screens when the protagonist says that it's not like they have a choice and it's broadcast on all channels, and that's what fun it is. Lydia covers herself with a fan when Khan says that anyway, 10 stupid heroes. Kilgore sits with his arms folded across his chest as the guy says they're gathered in this stupid tower. Jorg frowns and watches. Kang, with a calm expression on his face, says that now they must choose one of them. The crowd stands with shocked faces as the protagonist says that if they don't get enough votes, then 100 million people will get a ticket to the afterlife, and it could be any of them, and asks if they now understand how important this vote is. Khan grabs his head with his hand and asks that even the worst of tyrants can become president by voting, right, and says that if something goes wrong, this will be the most likely scenario. The pupils of Jorg's eyes shrink and he tells the king and hero to watch his words. Khan turns his attention to him and asks what's wrong. Did his words to the tyrant make him feel uncomfortable? He raises one eyebrow and asks if he's right in saying that people definitely revered national heroes during the time he fought him. A staff appears in Jorg's hand when the guy says that he understands and asks that his dream of recreating the Third Empire was really a secret. Khan shows his index finger when the man tells him how dare he without any evidence, and he interrupts him by saying that he made a contract with the Lord of Truth. He looks into the ring of fingers and says that he cannot lie. Skulls fly in his direction when he says that everything he says now is the absolute truth. Jorg stands opposite him. Khan holds his hand to his head and says he hopes they vote responsibly and it's time for him to go. Streams of energy develop Jorg's hair when the guy says, "Look, there are not one or two crazy people here," before hands the sword to the protagonist when he asks Count Vladimir if this is so. A man with a bat in his hand turns his attention to him. He smiles widely and says that he has no idea what he is talking about. A red aura surrounds the man as the guy asks if he was the one who said that he wanted to resurrect the empire. Bubbles appear on the red liquid. Khan dodges the blood stake by saying that he said he would kill the president and become king. The skeleton warrior cuts the steak when the guy asks if something is wrong and tells them to demonstrate their magic and order. Vladimir puts his hand on his chest and says that he will not tolerate insults towards his home country and its president. The protagonist closes his eyes and says that he is so pious despite his fiery nature. A look of surprise appears on Kilgore's face when Khan asks him that isn't it surprising, since he also likes to play with fire. The guy remembers the explosion of a residential building and says that it talks about his habit of dropping bombs on enemy countries, and he still does this, although he is trying to keep it a secret. Kilgore wraps his hands around the podium and asks if Khan understands the consequences of his words. The guy twists his finger at his temple, saying that, of course, how could it be otherwise, and frankly speaking, the heroes saved the world. He points his hand at Jorg and calls him a crazy nationalist. Vladimir grits his teeth when he is called an imperialist. Kilgore hangs his head when called a military fanatic. He storms off towards Khan, who says he doesn't think people will like the news. The guy grabs the man's fist and asks him what it is. Kilgore stands up and asks if he really thinks he can handle it. Khan collects magical energy in the finger. A black hole appears in the air and a man shouts that he will show him a fighter jet. Maria forms a dome in front of people when Lydia screams that this crazy old man really wants to kill them all, and the girl screams for the mistress to hide behind her. Fighters fly out of the portal, and Kilgore says that this is a Diablo F-23 exclusive skill. Fighters fly towards them from the same hole. The man looks up in surprise. A deafening explosion occurs above him and he asks how he copied his exclusive skill. Kang nudges him with his foot and says that he's not really that exclusive. He looks down at the man. Jorg stands behind Kilgore and asks if the Hero King really thinks he can get away with it. The protagonist spreads his arms in different directions and asks that he considers them his comrades in arms. Then why are his comrades trying to stab him in the back at every opportunity? Jorg lowers his head and says it's a misunderstanding, and the guy asks if it's a misunderstanding. Khan's eyes change color to red, and he says that he has already told that his contractor is the Lord of Truth and asks that how can he lie then. Vladimir puts his hand in front of him when the guy says that they do whatever they want. Ray looks at the protagonist in surprise when he asks that as soon as the truth came out, they immediately made excuses. It is written on the dark system windows that his provocations are growing rapidly and the clown ruler is pleased with his actions. Khan puts his finger on the microphone and asks why they are worried, and this is not like them, and then whispers that he can bring the truth to the masses for a long time. With a frustrated expression on his face, he sighs and whispers that these words will not change the world. The corners of Jorg's lips rise. He raises one eyebrow and asks what do you mean he plans to burn this world down like a resentful child. Kang raises his index finger and says that yes, he is just a child, and that is why he is bored with them old people. At this moment, a system window appears with the inscription child with thousands of faces and thousands of talents. The protagonist stands on stage and a clown reaches out to him. There is a calm expression on his face when the system window asks him what he wants, and he answers, the descent of a heavenly demon. Jorg looks at him carefully and wonders what trick he will pull now. On the dark system window it is written that his wish will be fulfilled. The spotlight falls on Khan. The masked man appears with a microphone in his hands and says that he seems to have succeeded and asks that maybe they will move on to the next hero since they should give everyone a chance. Maria raises her hand and says that if that's the case, then let them let her. Lydia looks at her in surprise when she says that because she also has something to say to people. The man snaps his fingers thoughtfully. He hands her the microphone as she sits on the couch. The guys look at the children's chairs and ask if this is really a matinee in a kindergarten. Maria, with a stern look, speaks into the microphone to tell Khan to shut his mouth. The guy has a wide smile on his face and he calls her darling, agreeing. It falls on the girl's face. She says into the microphone that she is here and now. Maria points her finger at the guy and shouts that she will show the world the true qualities of a hero king. The guys look at her in shock. People in the bar look back at the TV and ask what, is the saint really supporting the hero king, and how did he manage to achieve this? Confusion appears on the protagonist's face and he wonders what the saint is doing. He gets up from his seat and turns to the saint. Maria looks at him with an evil smile and asks calling him dear if something is wrong, to which he asks that it is too late to apologize. The corners of her lips turn up and she says that Kang is standing in front of her. The protagonist finds himself in a room and the system windows say that he has successfully cleared the level a tower and the voting results are about to be announced. On the dark system window it is written that in first place is the hero king, in second place is the saint, and in third place is the gravedigger. All of them with a lot of votes. Khan looks at the system window and asks how many numbers are there, is it really 850 quadrillion? A system notification notifies that players who take the first 5 places will be awarded according to the number of votes received. He opens his eyes wide and says that it looks like it's fake. A white glowing card appears and the system window says that the player who takes first place is entitled to a mythic level skill. The guy looks at the card in his hands with a smile and says that as long as he benefits from this falsification, everything is fine, and the system notification notifies that he has received the descent of the heavenly demon. He holds his hand in his pocket and reasons that now he has all 3 divine relics, equipment, ranks and skills, and asks, but only 3 months have passed. The blue inventory plate shows blades, and the protagonist thinks that he has never used the Black Death received after defeating the Plague Lord. The system window explains that this is a mythical chest, the Black Death, containing the twin blades, the Black Death, previously used by the Plague Lord. This chest emits an ominous aura. Khan imagines falling down and reasons that since mythical equipment and skills cannot be used without a sufficient level of skill, if the tests fail, the result is either a decrease in characteristics. He imagines being cut in half. The guy looks at the map with anxiety and says that it's either death. He keeps the card next to Ray and thinks that even that guy had a huge penalty for failing the challenge. He lost first place to the Gravedigger. He turns the map in front of him, thinking that, however, he already tried it in the previous season. So, he makes a circle with a map. The sun shines on Kang's face and he thinks he can do it and that it's time to try. He rearranges the cards in his special window and thinks that he can change the weapon later, but the skill needs to be changed now. The protagonist shields himself from the dark currents with his hands when a system notification says that he has activated the descent of the Sky Demon for the first time. He finds himself in an empty field and the system window tells him to prove that he is worthy of this skill. He puts his sword in front of him. A samurai stands in front of him. The old man holds onto the bands of his hat. The wind blows it away from his head. Kang asks with a smile on his face that maybe they can come to an agreement, and if nothing has changed since last season, maybe they can just quickly end this. The old man looks at him calmly as a system notification appears and informs him that the challenge is starting and he needs to unlock 2 basic strikes of the Sky Demon. The protagonist grabs the sword guard. The old man waves his sword in front of him. The pupils of the guy's eyes get smaller. The dark silhouette of an old man appears in front of him as he uses the first strike of the 3-fingered sword Celestial Demon. The old man makes a round kick. Khan blocks the attacks with his sword. His hands start to shake and he says it's interesting. He turns behind him, saying that, however, he has already been through this. He cuts the old man's energy flow. Their swords hit each other. Currents of air swirl around them. The old man opens his eyes in surprise. He sheathes his sword and asks that his name and title are different now. Khan looks away and asks for the title of the Lord's killer, to which he asks him if he really killed the Lord. The guy agrees. He extends his hand to the old man and says that the ordeal is over and asks that now he will be able to call upon him to wave his sword, right? The man looks at the protagonist's hand. The old man bares his teeth and says that means he killed the Lord. Khan raises his hand and asks if he really doesn't like this, to which he replies that he really does. He begins to fall as the old man takes out his sword. The ground crumbles under his feet. The stones fly in different directions, and the guy asks what is happening. Khan raises his sword behind his back. He fights off an attack from an old man who yells at him to show him how to wield a sword. Sparks come from the blades. The guy opens his mouth wide and shouts that the test has already been completed. The old man takes the blow with his hand. Khan blocks the man's blow and says that please, he will kill him now and let him be careful, to which he says that it is his sword. The old man frowns and says that he is still under a spell. Magic swords appear behind him when he asks if he really killed the Lord with this sword and says that if so, then he does not recognize him. The protagonist clenches his teeth angrily. He parries the old man's blow and shouts that how can he defeat the Sky Demon with his current level of skills, because if it were possible, he would not be here, and why would he come here in that case? The man sheaths his sword and agrees. Khan looks at him worriedly. The old man raises his leg and says that he will give him a different test. He kicks the ground. Drops of sweat roll down the protagonist's face. The old man kicks him in the sword. The floor collapses beneath him and he steps back. Dark streams of energy emerge from the hole, is dripping from the guy's face, and he says that he doesn't understand why he goes so far and let him tell him the reason. A magical dragon comes out of the hole and the old man says that he killed the Lord. He extends his hand and says that perhaps the answer he is so desperately seeking. He becomes younger, stretching out his hand to the sword. He says that he can find it in it. Khan looks up in fear. The old man raises his sword into the sky, and the guy wonders if this is really his 3-fingered sword. The man swings his sword and tells him to try and stop him. Khan held his sword in front of him. He looks at the flow of energy with horror on his face. Energy overtakes his body. Kang stands still with shock on his face. He examines his body and hand. The guy frowns and asks what he did. The man looks at him with indifference. He remembers how he stood in a crowd of corpses and says that he spent his whole life wandering in search of a warrior who could defeat him. He searched for him day and night. He looks at the blood spatter in front of him and says that he did not taste defeat until the very end. The man stands in a pool of blood and says that he did not understand the essence of the loss. The old man sits on a rock, and he says that even when he looked death in the eyes, the men extend their hands to him, and he says that the omnipresent transience overtook him, but he never found what he was looking for. He looks at his hands and says that the person who can defeat him. The old man kills the men with a wave. He sits cross-legged and asks if such a person exists. Fog flies near the rocks, and he says that the masters of all countries, empires, continents, and even God's Reaper bowed before his blade. The old man furrows his eyebrows, saying that he realized then everything is meaningless in front of the heavenly demon blade. However, a worried look appears on Khan's face when he says that this is the first time he has seen the man who killed the Lord. He watches his body disintegrate, and the man asks if he is different from the others. The man lowers his gaze and asks whether he will kill him just like everyone who came before him. The protagonist looks at his white hand as he tells him to answer and asks what it all means to him. He remembers how a clown approached him, asking if he wanted to become a hero. His body turned half white. The guy remembers shaking the man's hand and saying that he was Khan, the player of this season. Various monsters appear in the sky and people shout that it is an invasion from the tower. The guy covers the protagonist with his body. Maria holds a microphone to her mouth and says that the king is a hero, a player named Khan. Tears come from the guy's eyes when blood splashes in front of him, and the girl says that he is sweet and gentle as much as his heart is warm, and he is also a crybaby and a coward. People stand in front of Kang as she says he's like a spoiled child. The guy's portrait is in a memorial frame, and Maria says that when a comrade dies, candles are lit on the altar for the dead, and the girl says that when a raid on a tower fails due to a failed strategy and casualties occur. Khan raises his head and sobs when Maria says that he has been crying for a week without stopping, like a child. He lies on her lap as she says that at that time she was only listening to his repentance. The man takes a couple of steps towards Khan. The guy lies down on the ground, and he says that in the end. The old man raises his head and asks if he can give him an answer. He opens his eyes wide when the guy asks him what answer he wants. Khan lies with his arms outstretched and asks the meaning of defeat, the meaning of death, or the meaning of life, to which he asks him why he is still alive. Maria holds a microphone to her mouth when the protagonist mentions that the saint also said something similar when she said that despite all this, he goes to the end. Khan sits down and puts his hands on the floor. The old man looks at him in surprise when he says that it doesn't matter how much he hurts, it's scary how many times he'll be broken into pieces. Khan stands in front of him and says that he continues to fight for the good of the world. He tilts his head and says with a smile that even if it turns out to be pointless in the end. The guy holds his hand on his chest when the old man asks him a meaningless question, and he answers him that you can only break what exists. The old man's eye pupils shrink when the protagonist tells him that this is the point. The guy waves his hands in different directions and asks isn't the principle of the three-fingered sword of the heavenly demon similar to this, and says that he met his end a long time ago, so he won't be able to break what is left now. The old man grabs the hilt of his sword. He draws his weapon and says that it can't be. Is he really saying that they are on the same level with him and have learned the essence of meaninglessness? The old man points the sword at the guy and asks how someone like that can become a hero king, and is he really saying that he is an idiot who runs around just to protect something meaningless? Khan says it's not like that. He clenches his hand into a fist and says that he seems to think that he is doing this out of a sense of duty, but what he is doing is truly nonsense. Khan stands in front of a group of heroes and says that saving the world has become commonplace, but they still go out of their way to do it. Natasha sits with her blade in front of her, and the guy says that on the other side of the barricade there are crazy people firing at them with all their guns. The protagonist raises his head and sighs, asking if there is anything more meaningless in the world. The old man pays attention to his outstretched hand and agrees with him. He raises one eyebrow. He puts his hand on the hilt of his sword and says that he looks forward to their next meeting, and a system window appears notifying that the player Khan has been found worthy. Darkling spies on the protagonist who has appeared. Blue shards appear in his hand. In one of them, he holds a clown mask and says everything is fine. Khan looks up at this memory and asks, this is what it means to be a hero, isn't it? A system alert appears that he can now take advantage of the true descent of the heavenly demon. The cat looks worriedly at the falling owner. Khan sits down on the floor. The sun's rays illuminate the room. The guy holds a thermometer with a reading of 37 and 1. He covers his face with his hand when Darkling asks why he is so weak, and he answers that he is not weak, he is ranked first in the world top. The cat asks him back, then why is he sick? Khan scratches her behind the ear and says that he is not sick. He shows her the phone screen and says that he is just angry because of these creeps. The guy shows her a forum titled The Saint Revealed the Identity of the Hero King, in which they say that the characteristics of the Hero King are sweet, gentle, kind-hearted, a crybaby and a coward, spoiled. People portray him as a child and say that the saint has strange tastes. To which Khan asks how they dared to portray him as a child. He grits his teeth angrily and says that he should go to the raid of the 9th level of the tower in order to calm down a little, and Darkling asks him, and as soon as he goes there, if such a tower does not already exist. The protagonist looks at the phone screen and says that it is only March, and he thinks that as the season progresses, the levels of the towers will increase, but even so this will happen in at least a month. Towers fly over planet Earth, and he thinks that high-level towers appear not in the territory of a specific country, but in a universal area. Khan looks at several system windows and thinks that once they are unlocked, he can enter any one, like a game. Kat slaps him in the face when he asks if that level 7 tower he didn't go to is open, and she yells at him that he's not going anywhere. Darkling holds his paw to his muzzle and says right now. The protagonist appears in the dungeon, and the cat says that this will suit him better, and the system window notifies that this tower of the Stillsong Orc tribe. Levels from 3 to 5, the number of players from 1 to 8, there is no recreation area and no store. The guy looks around and says that this tower is similar to the one he destroyed first this season. He puts his sword in front of him and says that he is not here for prey, but to let off steam. His hair grows a lot when he uses the true three-fingered blade of the heavenly demon, and says that the stupid characteristics of a stupid game add all sorts of useless suffixes and prefixes. The silhouette of an old man appears near him when the system window says that this is a true descent of a heavenly demon of mythical rank with the unique attributes of wielding steel, and also has the ability to temporarily embody the divinity and powers of a heavenly demon in the owner's body. And this skill also allows one to master some of the abilities of a heavenly demon and an unknown feature, as well as a special note that he has the right to keep this card after the end of the season. Kang opens his eyes wide. A system notification notifies him that the summoning of the heavenly demon is affecting his body. He clutches his stomach. His body is deformed in an unnatural way. The vertebrae begin to stick out from under the clothes. The guy spits blood into his hand and thinks about the heavenly demon. A powerful red aura surrounds him and he calls the old man names. Khan clenches his hand into a fist when a system notification says the vessel is ready to be configured. The veins on his body bulge. He grabs his head with his hand. The guy lowers his head and thinks that he cannot believe that the power of the heavenly demon is now with him forever. The system notification says that he is receiving the blessing of the heavenly demon bone. Kan puts his hands in front of him and wonders if his body is now completely transformed under the influence of this force. With a smile on his face, he clenches his hand into a fist and asks what it means that this is a transformation to the very bones. He holds his head up and says he hopes it doesn't affect his appearance. Monsters appear in the hole in the ceiling. An orc lands in front of him as system notifications announce that the floor has collapsed and access to the second floor has been opened. The guy raises one eyebrow and is surprised. A flash comes from his sword as he shouts that it looks like it's time to test out the new thing. Khan sits on the corpses of the orcs and reflects that he now has the third basic move, which was not included in the previous descent of the Sky Demon. He is walking down the corridor when the system window says that the skill level is A, and the following moves are available to him: Sky Demon, three-fingered sword, slashing razor, destroying blade, and an unknown third. The guy thinks that he has no name. Since he is meaningless, why was he not included in the previous descent? Concern appears on Kan's face and he thinks about the blade. He remembers how the old man swung at him. He summons a sword into his hand. He looks up and wonders how long he can use it. Khan stands in front of a huge iron door. His eyes turn red and he says that as soon as the door is open, he will enter. A dark aura surrounds him as the system window says the synchronization process is 1%. Surprise appears on the guy's face when the system window says that the merger with the deposed Sword Lord has begun, and he wonders what. The guy remembers the people around the stone and asks if the overthrown Lord is there. He remembers a green man with 2 blades, and the system window tells him to stop the ritual of the descent of the deposed Plague Lord. The protagonist takes a couple of steps and wonders if the heavenly demon was also a lord. The man's hair flutters in the wind as he says he is looking for an incredibly talented fighter who will show him what defeat is. A shadow falls on his face as he says that this is the first time he has met a mortal who managed to kill a lord. Khan puts his hand on the door and thinks why he reacted like that, because he killed his equal. The pupils of his eyes shrink. The clown towers over him as a system notification says that countless lords are silently watching him. His face is expressionless and the system notification says that the clown lord is looking at him with a blank stare. Kan looks up in fear. The clown smiles with all his teeth and the system notification asks why he is so serious. A ray of light falls on the protagonist. He holds his hand on the stone and says what terrible worms they are. The system alert says he has reached the boss floor. A huge orc rises from his throne and says that the time has come. With a heavy step he steps on the floor. He swings his axe at the guy and tells him to entertain him before he dies. The corners of the protagonist's lips turn up. With one swing of his sword he cuts through the orc. The remains of the monster scatter in different directions. The system alert says he has defeated the boss. Kang furrows his eyebrows and thinks that this is the true power of the heavenly demon. He clutches the hilt of his sword. With his other hand he grabs it. Dark energy emanates from his left hand, and he wonders if he had gone too far with the third move. A magical vortex surrounds him, and he thinks that his body cannot yet cope with this skill, so the flows of energy collide and are at war with each other. The silhouette of a man appears in the energy, saying that everything is in vain. He stands behind the protagonist and says that everything that exists in the world is meaningless, and the guy wonders if these are the memories of a heavenly demon. The man raises his head to the silhouettes on the pillars. He was worthy of the title of Lord. Khan clutches the sword in his hands and thinks that no matter what the source of this power is, now it belongs only to him. The floor under the sword splits. Streams of energy emanate from the blade. The protagonist stands in front of a hole in the wall. He lifts his head and grins. There are clouds flying across the pink sky and he says it's impressive, to which his cat asks if he forgot to have a snack. The guy holds the phone in his hand. He brings it to his ear and greets the head of pack, and he asks that something is really wrong with his little king, the hero. Does he really need help? And he ran to daddy. Anger appears on the guy's face and he asks that perhaps he should think about French citizenship. Puck collapses in his chair and asks him what happened there. Khan leans against the bridge railing and says it's nothing serious and he just needs a sparring partner. The man folds his arms and says, since when did the National Intelligence Organization become the Hero King's errand boys? The guy points to himself and asks that maybe they could change the company name to King Hero and Errand Boys. He shows his index finger when Puck says that he will stop chattering around and asks what the conditions are, and he replies that complete freedom of action on their part and the use of only the descent of the heavenly demon from his. The cat is on the cards, and the guy says that he refuses to use artifacts and strengthening, and the shadow beast will also not participate in the sparring. The man turns his gaze and says that we will allow it and asks what about the weapon then. Khan holds the map in front of him and says that now they will find out. Puck steps back in fear and asks what it is. A green liquid appears under the protagonist's feet when he equips a weapon. The blade is surrounded by a green aura. Khan crosses his blades across his chest. Puck and the rest of the people look at him in shock. Blades appear under the protagonist's hands. People cover themselves with their hands from the raging wind and say that this is really it. Puck looks at him with concern and asks him the power of the Plague Lord. He steps forward and addresses Khan. He extends his hand to him. The suit materializes on the man as he tells the guy to answer him. A shadow falls on the protagonist's face when he is asked if he passed the exam. He smiles widely and gives a thumbs up, saying that of course, and asking what a stupid question is. The guys breathe out a sigh of relief, and Puck tells him not to scare him like that. The crossed blades with red blades in the system window says that these are the blades of the Plague Lord Black Death of Mythic rank. Its stats add 100 to attack and 999 to accuracy, a chance to activate poison every 5 minutes, and the blades provide a special blessing to the owner if equipped. Their description says that these are double blades, saturated with the poisonous energy of the Plague Lord. On another system window it says that he has the blessing of 666 X-Class Plague Lord poison recipes, with the effect that one of the 666 available poisons has a chance to be cast on the enemy once every 5 minutes. Of the available poisons is VX Neurotoxin, Zombie Mold, Bloody Butterfly Dance, Locust Invasion, Starving Ancient Beetle, and others. Khan stands behind the crowd and says that they have to go and hurry up and asks why they are so gloomy. He keeps his hands on his belt and says that as he said, he can only use blades and heavenly demon descent and there is nothing else in his arsenal, not a single other skill. Puck points at him and tells him to promise him something, and he asks what it is. He points to the guys and tells him to let them die painlessly. Khan extends his little finger and says that they won't even have time to realize that they are dead. He stands in a spacious hall. The man with the dagger turns on him when he says that they will start as soon as the fireworks are set off. The guy behind the pillar looks at the protagonist as he tells them to give it their all and hopes that their assassin department has been well trained up to this point. The firecracker sparkles in front of him. He has a big smile on his face and says that he will teach them quite a useful lesson today. Guys look at him when the fireworks roar. With one swing he kills the man. Puck comes behind him. Khan parries the man's attack. He throws it away from him. Puck throws his daggers. The protagonist looks at the weapons flying at him, killing people in the process. He swings his left hand upward. With an evil smile on his face, he looks at the man flying towards him. Puck raises the daggers behind his back using his Heartbreaker's unique weapon skill, Weapon Grab. The guy defends himself with his swords and asks what, does he really think that he will fall for such a pathetic trick? The man smiles with all his teeth. Projectiles are flying at the protagonists. He dodges them. These projectiles have threads attached to them. The fishing line sparkles in the sun. People go down the threads. The guy's eye color changes to red. With 2 swings he kills the guys. The guy with the fishing line on his hand folds his hands in front of him. The threads sparkle in the sun as a system notification says it's Charlotte's web, the 3-star effect of which summons the web to be used as a weapon for a while. Khan cuts the web with a swing of his dagger. Stone slabs fly into the air. A white thread pierces them. Beads made from stone slabs fly over the protagonist's head. He turns his attention to the insecure guy. He raises his head up and says, "Wow." The protagonist jumps into the air and says that they almost got it. He pays attention to the threads. He makes a couple of jumps around the building. The wind blows his hair and he asks whose web this is. Several silvery threads come from the girl. She dodges Kan's blow as he shouts that it's Kia, their best student. The girl squeezes the cobweb in her hand and says that she is so scared. Threads surround her arms and she asks if he thought they would fight one-on-one. The protagonist puts his blades in front of him. He flies up on a beam of energy. Kak closes himself from the flow of red energy. Khan holds his hand on his belt and goes down, saying that double blades are 2 times more effective. He takes a few steps. The guy raises his head to the moon and says, "What a view." The finger on the man's hand moves. He rises from the cloud of dust and screams that he thought he was going to die. Kan sits on his knees and asks if the guys are already tired. Puck covers his face with his hand and asks if he really wants to continue beating them, and he answers in the negative. He grits his teeth and says that the guy turned this place into ruins. The protagonist folds his arms across his chest when Puck asks him if he's ever thought about taking over the world, and he asks what a strange question it is. The blue sign says that this is the 7th difficulty level. A young man stands indoors, facing other people. A bright golden glow sparkles around him. He put one hand on his belt and extended the other towards the people. They look at him with their mouths open. The young man says goodbye to him. One of the men asks him where he is going. The dark blue plaque states that it is included in the Tower of Alternative History. The man raised his hands in front of him, beads of sweat running down his face. He has his mouth wide open and looks scared. There are 4 dark purple swirls near the man's head. He talks about the trouble he's trying to create again. The young man folds his arms across his chest and stares intently at the tape of photographs that hangs in front of him. The dark blue tablet says that thanks to the excellent work of the Necromancer, the dictatorial Pachai Empire won a historic victory over the Khitan Kingdom. The man thinks about where the Pachai Empire is now. The young man turned his head back and looked at the gray-haired man. He gritted his teeth tightly and furrowed his brows. The man swears loudly out loud. He says that the wings of freedom must not be broken. The young man looks towards the man with a slightly dissatisfied face. He raised his hand up as if to wave it off. The young man asks since when does he care about what happens inside the towers. He, amazed, calls the man by name, calling him Player King. A gray-haired man holds a weapon in his hands. His face is twisted with displeasure. He clenches his teeth tightly and frowns. The man asks the young man why he is there. He says that this tower has nothing to do with South Korea. The young man extended his hand forward and put out his index finger. He furrows his eyebrows with displeasure and opens his mouth slightly. He asks the man if this is how a man should speak, who asks for help. He also says the man sent a rescue request. He asks again in bewilderment about the request. The man still frowns and looks at the young man. He stretched out his hand in front of him and looks at the blue and white square that is in front of his face. The man says that he really looks like a person who would ask someone like a young man for help. The young man sighs and asks for a second. The dark blue sign says surprise, he's been fooled again. Another sign says the jester elder is giggling while holding his stomach. The young man looks at the white square with a startled expression on his face. His mouth is open, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He thinks that the request was false. He also curses out loud. The young man spreads his arms to the sides and looks at the man with a wide smile. Near it there is a tape and several blue and white screens. The man put his hand to his face and slightly raised his head up. The young man says that he apologizes for that he interrupted him. He also asks what he had to do. The tower is calling him and he must hurry there. The dark blue sign says it's too early to give up. The young man and the man are looking forward intently. Their eyebrows are slightly raised and they look thoughtful. In front of them is a blue and white screen. The dark blue sign says that those who are armed and confront the enemies of freedom are looking for opportunity. The man closed his eyes and extended his hand to the side, turning it palm up. He says that so be it. He first of all thanks the young man for his participation. He adds that even if it is a world inside the tower. The man clenched his hand into a fist and opened his mouth slightly. He frowns and looks ahead. A man hugs a young man by the shoulders. In this position there is a very noticeable difference in height. A man says that after he was born and raised in the land of freedom, he was never able to forgive. The young man exhales and agrees with the man. The man addresses the young man, calling him Mr. King. He says that since no one doubts his superiority as a player, he would allow him to join forces with him, but only this time. The young man closed his eyes and lowered his chin. With his palm he pushes the man's hand away. The young man says that in moments like this, the man calmly cooperates with the young man. On a black background there are several numbers, from 30 to 27. The dark blue sign says that after a while he will be transported to the beginning of the story. The man glances sideways, his eyebrows slightly raised. The young man says it's the right thing to do, even if it was complete chaos right before the end of the world. The young man looks to the side and smiles widely. His bangs fall across his face, slightly covering one eye. He says that if he came face to face with a damn dictator, everyone would suddenly join hands and sing that they are the world. He asks if that's not how the world works. A young man stands a couple of steps from the man. He spread his arms to the sides, his cloak fluttering in the air. The man looks at the young man with a surprised look. The young man addresses the man, calling him a general and saying that he hates imperialism. He asked him how it happened that he joined hands with the gravekeeper Gramps. The man says that you shouldn't remember that story about 20 worm in front of him. The young man smiles with his mouth slightly open. He says that even if he hates him so much, the fact that they were together says so. That he is afraid of him. The young man approached the man and touched his chest with his finger. He tells the man to try and argue with him and he will see. What will happen then? Kang and the general are in a room with a lot of people. There is a small golden glow around the young man and the man. Someone thanks God out loud. The same person says that the players came down from heaven. He also adds that the Lord did not abandon them. Kang put his hand to his face and closed his eyes. The general looks a little angry. He has his mouth wide open and is looking forward furiously. The young man tells them to be blessed by God. The man tells them to tell them where they are from. The men stand next to each other with their arms extended along their bodies. They are all dressed in business suits and shirts with ties. Someone is telling everyone about attention. The general asks if this man is the leader. The bespectacled man put his hand to his temple, saluting. He says he is a lieutenant and his name is Aldo Pitt. He also reveals that he is the commander of the Bastards guerrilla unit of the Keaton Kingdom's internal Free Coalition forces. Kang puts his hand to his chin and looks to the side thoughtfully. He mentally wonders why he is here and not in his department. He thinks about what this place could be. The general put his hands on his hips and gazes forward, his mouth open. The young man turned away and folded his arms across his chest. The general turns to Aldo Pitt and tells him that he is asking for a short and quick report on the current situation. He tells him that their shelter is besieged by the Pachai Empire worms. Kang raised the blinds on the window with his hand and looked into the gap. He said that was convenient. The young man thinks that they are right in the middle of enemy territory. There is an old car on the street, there are 2 men near it and one is sitting behind the wheel. The young man asks whether the enemies are necromancers. Kang turned his head back and looked at the lieutenant. He put his hands behind his back and examines the young man. He says these guys are the elite, so they are right in the middle. He also reports that the soldiers here are not so simple. The general has his mouth wide open and looks at the men. Kang stands next to him. The general says they can try to fly and crawl as much as they want. The general raised his hand and extended his index finger. He looks forward intently, his gray eyebrows furrowed. The man says they only have to do one thing. The lieutenant and the other men look at the general. Drops of sweat run down the men's faces. The general smiles widely, clenching his teeth. His face is hidden in the shadows. He says that all these worms need to be destroyed. Kang folds his arms over his chest and glances sideways at the man. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist in front of him. He says that from now on he will talk about the mission they must complete. The general also says that now they must go out and kill all enemies. Men in suits put their hands to their temples, saluting. They all look serious and ready for action. The general has his mouth wide open and looks a little crazy. He says that they will kill them very cruelly. A man with a weapon in his hands comes out of the building. Opposite him, on the other side of the street there are several cars and people in ambush. A man shouts something about freedom. The dark blue plaque says that the Pachai Empire's elite squad, the 101st Purifier Battalion, surrounded this place. People in black clothes stand near the car and hold weapons in their hands. They fire many shots, bright flashes appear in the air. The general is holding a machine gun in his hands, in front of him is a bright golden shield. This is where enemy bullets hit. The lieutenant and his squad are standing in the doorway, their eyes widened in shock and their mouths open. They hold weapons in their hands. The man glances over his shoulder, his head slightly turned. There is a wide smile on the man's face. He points his index finger behind him. The man asks what they are doing. He also orders to follow them immediately. The general announces that his shield will protect them. The squad is in position and points their weapons forward. Around them sparkles a golden shield held by the general. Kang holds 2 unusual blades in his hands. Their handles contain green stones that glow brightly. The blade itself is made of red metal. The young man says that freedom is amazing. The general holds a weapon in his hands, looking through the sight with one eye. Near the muzzle of the machine gun there is a bright flash from the shot. Behind the general are men from the detachment, who are also shooting. Opponents fall to the floor, blood pouring from their wounds. Someone continues to hide behind cars. Kang turned his head back and looked at the building. Violet energy sparkles around the young man. Kang's cloak flies into the air. The young man's face is hidden in the shadows, and he clutches his blades in his hands. He appeared behind the people in black uniforms. Violet energy sparkles around the young man. He spread his arms to the sides, making a sharp movement. Kang cut off the heads of his opponents with one blow. Blood sprays in the air. Someone grabbed the man by the hair and held his head down. Blood stains and splashes are right next to it. The general raised his head up and looked at something intently. He clutches the hair of his opponent in his hand, causing blood to gush out. There are pink stains on a white background. The man holds a knife in his hand and looks to the side. He decapitates his opponent, blood spraying into the air. The man turned his gaze to the roof, where a young man was cutting off the head of his opponent. Kang stands with his hands on his hips. The body of his enemy lies next to him. The young man glances in his direction. Below there are many corpses and a general who has turned his head. There is a drone near the roof. The general holds onto it with his hand and flies onto the roof to Kang. The young man turned his head to the side and looked intently. The man calls the young man by name. The general looks forward. His mouth is slightly open. His eyebrows are slightly arched. He asks the young man if he didn't say that they should kill them very cruelly. The man raised his hand, which he clenched into a fist. He rested the second one on the side. The man looks at the young man. Kang waved his hand in the air, dismissing the man. He asks the man if the work is not completed, since all the enemies have been killed. The man refuses him and says that these guys in military uniform, whoever they are, need to be taught a good lesson. The corpses of people lie in pools of blood. The general says that they must see how horribly their comrades died so that they can imagine this pain. A man in a black uniform holds a bloody helmet in his hand. Behind him are many people in uniform. The general says that as soon as they think about their sins, they will find it difficult to breathe. The general and Kang are standing next to each other on the roof. The man put his hands on his hips and the young man folded them over his chest. They look at the fighters that fly in front of them. The young man says that he also watched that film. The man tells him that it seems that airstrikes against the enemies have begun. The men from the lieutenant's squad look up in shock. Their mouths are wide open, beads of sweat running down their faces. The general looks to the side, a wide smile on his face. Kang stands behind him and looks at the man with displeasure. He says that this time he will show them the power of the most powerful fighter. The general rested one hand on his side, raised the other up and extended his index finger. There is a satisfied smile on his face. A young man stands next to him with his arms folded across his chest. A young man looks at something in front of him, his hair fluttering in the wind. Fighters fly in formation over the city. They move at great speed. The general calls for F-23 Diablo to come out. The fighters are rapidly moving forward, with other ships in front of them. One of the planes exploded, creating a cloud of orange smoke. A bright fiery flash appeared over the city. Black smoke rises into the air. People rejoice at this event. They stand some distance from the explosion, which is visible from the city. The general jumped down from the roof. He is sitting on one knee, resting his hand on the floor. People around him rejoice, raising their hands in the air and smiling widely. Kang continues to stand on the roof. Someone shouts that long live the player. Someone says that there was a bloody revenge on the enemies. One of the people says that we need to return these worms to the Stone Age. The general spreads his arms wide and looks forward with a smile on his face. He turns to the gentlemen and tells them to think about what they should do for the world. The young man jumps down, his cloak fluttering in the air. He asks, for example, to prepare for war for the sake of peace. The general put his hand to his chest and raised his head up, laughing loudly. He asks about preparations for war. Kang stares ahead, his lips pursed and his brows slightly furrowed. The general talks about what they need for peace. The man looks forward, a wide smile on his face. He looks pleased and expectant. The general says that for peace they need to start a war. The dark blue sign says that the young man cleared the Tower of Continental Conquest. A man stands on the roof of a building with a blue and white screen in front of him. An explosion can be seen in the distance. Someone turns to the honorary leader and reports that it seems that a player has appeared on the side of the coalition. The dark blue sign says something about clearing the 7th level tower. The man dressed in armor extended his index finger forward. A man in silver and black metal armor is on the roof. He stretched his arms to the side and raised his head up. He turns to the Elder of Immortality and reports that their mission here is completed. The man looks up with a wide smile, his gray hair fluttering in the wind. He says that he needs to realize his ideology. On the pedestal there is a monument to a man with his hands folded behind his back. Behind it is a river and multi-story buildings. The man asks if he could be given a short reprieve as part of this story. The dark blue sign says that someone is allowing themselves to be pleased for a little while. The armored man put his hand to his chest and was enveloped in blue fire. Behind the man's back is a huge skeleton. The sign says that his return is being delayed thanks to the elders. The man looked up and opened his mouth. A ray of light falls on his face. He says he will prove his loyalty. The general looks towards the explosion site with a smile on his face. A bright fire spreads in this space. He says the thing to do for peace is to start a war. Fighters fly in formation across the sky. They fire many missiles at the same time. Kang stands on the street and examines the explosion that occurs not so far from him. Kang stares ahead, his brow furrowed slightly. Fiery sparks fly around the young man. He asks if this is not Allied territory. The general closed his eyes and lowered his chin down. There's a wide smile on his face. In his hands he holds a cigar and a cigarette case. Another man sits next to him. The general says he loves the smell of napalm in the morning. Kang, the general and the lieutenant are in the car. They are heading somewhere and several more jeeps are following them. The general stretched his legs forward and holds a cigar in his hand. Kang says that everything smells like gasoline. The general replies that it is so, it is this smell. He also began to talk about it. The man closed his eyes and brought the cigar to his mouth, a wide smile on his face. He says it's the smell of victory. Kang looks away, a small smile on his face. The young man's hair is in disarray. He asks about the scent of victory and says it's disgusting. The general and lieutenant look forward. Aldo Pitt has a slightly frightened expression on his face. The general calls out to the lieutenant by name and rank. He answers him with a phrase that indicates his readiness for an answer. The general asks him where their command center is. Aldo Pitt looks forward, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He says that the general governorate of the Pachai Empire is currently located in the Khitan Kingdom territory. There are many tall buildings in the middle of the city, but one of them is the largest. There is a long spire on its roof. The lieutenant says that he is in a skyscraper in the White City. Someone says, amazed, that the heart of the Union has become their general governorate. The lieutenant extended his hand to the side, with his other hand holding the steering wheel. The man looks forward, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The general looks at him with a stern expression on his face. Kang is in the back seat and looks at the general with bewilderment. The lieutenant agrees and says that their symbol of freedom is a bronze statue of the president. The general asks him again with confusion. Kang rests his head on his palm in boredom and looks to the side. The general extended his hand forward and pointed at something with his finger. He tells the lieutenant to press the gas harder. The man announces that he must destroy the damn statue now. The cars drove up to the barricades on the road. There are many people with weapons on top. The lieutenant says the place is locked down. He asks if they should break through. Some say that if they are going to break through, it is better to take a shortcut. The sign says that the 13th Occultist Battalion from the elite unit of the Pachai Empire is in ambush. Men with red skull staves stand and look down. They are wearing black hoods. A man from the lieutenant's squad looks up, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Kang stands nearby and also looks up. He slightly spread his arms to the sides. The man says that these are necromancers. The young man says that he will take care of them. The general turned his head back and looked at the squad. He raised his hand calling them to action. He says they need to get off the road and head towards the main base. The necromancers, who stand on the dais, raise their staves upward. Violet energy sparkles around them. They called upon the dead, who walk forward, their white eyes sparkling. One of the necromancers asks if they really think they can escape. Kang looks forward, he clutches his blades in his hands, purple energy floats around the young man. He tells Blackie it's time to eat. The zombies are dressed in prisoners' clothes, each of them has their own number. Blackie calls out to Cat Butler that these guys are prisoners. The zombie opened its mouth wide, its skin torn in places. The number written on the clothes is 2476. Kang asks and finds out that they were turning the people they took from the camp. He says that now he understands why their teeth were shaking so much. He asks Blackie why there are so many crazy worms in this world. Kang holds a blade in his hand and looks forward. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Behind the young man's back, everything is painted in a dark blue background. Blackie tells him to look who is talking. The young man's eyes reflect the creatures running towards him. Blackie asks how this is different from what he does. The man in armor is surrounded by many shadows. Kang looks down, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He remembers standing with his hand clenched into a fist extended in front of him. The young man says that these are different things. Blackie asks if that's true. He also says that people actually live very hard lives. The young man wonders, are these really different things? The zombies have their mouths open wide, tears flowing from their eyes. They are holding weapons in their hands. Kang opened his mouth slightly, purple energy sparkling around him. He says that he will do it for himself anyway. The young man found himself behind the zombie. Bright green flashes are around them. Kang's eyes glow green. The sign says that the blade is equipped with zombie fungus. Bright green rays attack zombies, cutting clothing and skin. The creatures turn their heads to the side, their mouths wide open and their tongues hanging out. The zombies turned back and pointed their weapons at the necromancers. Kang stands behind the creatures and watches what is happening. The necromancer shouts that the zombies are not obeying their orders. One of the necromancers falls back, letting go of his staff. He says out loud that he is asking for support. The zombies climbed up and are tearing apart the necromancers. They sit over their bodies and attack. Kang watches what is happening, lowering his hands with blades down. The young man purses his lips and looks away. Someone asks him if he has finally learned the beauty of necromancy. A man in military uniform stands apart from the young man. In his hand he clutches a staff with a black skull. Blue energy sparkles around him. The young man turned to him and raised his hand with the blade up. The man says he didn't think there would be such a fuss about the hero king. The young man tells him that there is still an American soldier's uncle somewhere. The man put his hand to his face and closed his mouth. In his hand he clutches a staff, at the end of which there is a black skull with a sharp horn. This man's name is George Vilmer. He is the honorary leader. This is the highest rank in the elite forces of the Empire. He says this disgusting man is in their empire. George Vilmer smiles, his eyes narrowed. He raised his hands up, golden stars flying behind him. The man says let him forget about this guy now and look at his clothes. He says that his outfit is different from what they have in their world and asks if it is not wonderful. He also says that the young guys call it eye purification or something like that. Kang holds the blades in his hands and looks tense. It's as if he's preparing for the upcoming battle. There is violet energy around the young man. He tells a man to behave according to his age. The young man's eyes lit up with red fire. He says it looks more like terror than cleansing. George Vilmer raised his staff up and held it in front of his face. He stares ahead, his eyes sparkling violet. He asks if the heavenly demon has descended. He also says that if it is a young man's move, then the man may lose. George Vilmer spreads his arms to the sides and looks forward. Blue energy sparkles around him and white crystals fly. There is a huge skeleton behind the man's back. He is the Lord of the Graves. Kang looks forward, his head tilted slightly to the left. The whites of the young man's eyes are completely black and the pupils are bright red. There is red energy floating around him. He says he heard that George Vilmer is running the company. Kang asks the man when he received the mythical skill. George Vilmer extended his staff upward and rested his other hand on his side. Behind him is half a skeleton, its eye sockets glowing with blue fire. George Vilmer says he wants to ask him a counter question. Kang says that this is not just an ordinary heavenly demon skill, this is Blades of the Elder of Plagues. George Vilmer looks ahead, violet eyes sparkling, a wide smile on his face. He says that he had to get this demon blade. Kang also talks about canceling weapon equipment. The man has his hand on his side and stands in front of the skeleton, his hand with his staff extended upward. Kang stands at a distance from the man and looks at him. George Vilmer asks about the cancellation of the Blades of the Elder of Plagues. Kang extended his hand upward. There is a white rectangle above his palm. There are many more blue ones flying around him. He tells the man to use the side deck. Kang also tells the man to replace the dead soldier, raising to Frost Craftsman. The general raised his hand to his chest and looks towards the young man. Kang put one hand at his side and extended the other to the side. A blue glow sparkles around the young man. The general asks if it turns out that Kang wants to say that he can cope with someone like him even without the Elder's power. The young man tells him that it is pointless to use the necromantic skill against the pinnacle of necromancy. The blue sign says that unknown elders are watching with interest the battle between the two players. George Vilmer, he raised his hand up, light blue energy glowing around it. He says it looks like he learned it. George Vilmer moved his hand with the staff back, and the skeleton put his hand in front of the man. George Vilmer adds that the young man learned not to wag his tongue while he was away. The skeleton extended both arms forward. George Vilmer also rushes forward. Kang flew into the air with dark blue ribbons of magic underneath him. The signs say that the goal does not satisfy the conditions of living being. The zombie fungus poison was released. Kang turned his head sharply back, looking over his shoulder. Behind him are dark tentacles that attack zombies. The skeleton is at the center of this fight. Dark blue tentacles envelop the monsters and lift them into the air, squeezing tightly. Kang stands between George Vilmer and the other skeletons. A young man holds a long sword in his hand. George Vilmer says that dust must return to dust. The skeletons hold machine guns in their hands, which they hold out in front of them. The young man spreads his arms wide, purple energy sparkling around him. Skeletons approach him from behind. The sign says that a battle skill called Baptism of Darkness has been activated. Kang extended his hand to the side. Near his palm there are many blue crystals. It is located at a fairly high altitude above George Vilmer. The blue sign says that Kang's attack power, stealth, evasion correction and dex stats increase significantly. George Vilmer points his staff upward, his gaze fixed there. The blue sign says that the young man receives a weakling debuff from the effect of the while. George Vilmer asks Kang if he really thinks that only he has resistance to darkness. The skeleton opens its jaw and shoots out a blue beam that crashes into the ground. Kang manages to jump to the side. The general says he doesn't know about the skeletons. The man opened his mouth wide and his eyes widened. At the same time, his eyebrows are furrowed and his eyes sparkle with purple light. He says that he can see everything even here. The man quickly moves forward, holding his hand out in front of him. He cuts Kang's hand, causing his hand to seem to dissipate into thin air. George Vilmaer says something about thinking that a necromancer can't fight in close combat. The man is amazed and thinks that there is an illusion in front of him. He looks up intently, his pupils are very constricted. Kang's sword hits George Vilmaer's forehead and leaves a cut. George Vilmaer says this is not true, the ice sword is real. Kang is behind the man and holds his head. He moved his other hand to the side, swinging his weapon. Blood is flowing from George Vilmaer's head. Kang says something that a man sees is not all. Kang stares ahead, his mouth bared and his teeth clenched tightly together. The sign says that the assassination notice has been activated. The young man says that he thought that the man knew since he adheres to an invisible ideology. A young man holds a man by the hair. Half of Kang's face is hidden in shadow. His eyes sparkle brightly red. A purple skull appeared above the man's head. Kang says it needs to be tested to see how meaningful it is. The skeleton approaches Kang from behind, and a blue flash appears around the young man and the man. The skeleton leans forward, its eyes shining a bright light blue. He throws Kang aside, causing him to flip in the air. A bright blue beam split the skeleton's head in half. George Vilmaer thinks that this opportunity he received is wasted. Kang strikes the man's head with his sword, a bright flash following his weapon. The man thinks that next time he will definitely do something. He also asks in confusion what this strange feeling is. A bright white beam is located near the man's face. He looks at him, blood dripping from his forehead. The young man says there won't be a next time. Kang looks forward, a wide smile on his face that is distorted by the blue beam. The young man's eyes sparkle brightly with red fire. He says the man is already dead. Kang tilted his head forward, his lips pursed. The blue flash is still next to his head. Someone reports that this is not the case, a player cannot kill another player inside the tower. The man looks ahead in shock. One of his eyes is covered in blood. He thinks that the young man should not have killed him. He opened his mouth wide, drops of saliva escaping. The man screams loudly. The dark blue sign says that the young man needs to leave immediately. A bright blue flash reaches out to the young man. A bright orange-violet flash appeared in space. The sign says that Elder of Immortality is urgently removing the player George Vilmaer. Kang looks ahead. There is bright orange smoke in front of him, black particles flying in the air. Laughter is written on the sign. Another one says that the Elder of Jesters mocks the Elder of Immortality and laughs loudly, holding his stomach. The second sign says that the unknown elders are having fun over the Elder of Immortality and laughing loudly. The young man put his hand to his ear, fragments of something were flying in front of him. The sign says that Elder of Death expresses his satisfaction towards player Kang. A young man stands on the road and covers his ears with his hands. There was a flash from an explosion near a huge high building. The power wave even reaches the young man. The sign says that the young man cleared the Tower of Alternative History. There are white particles on a black background. The sign says that Elder of Death grants the young man the heroic tier accessory, which is called Executioner's Staff. In the middle of the tall buildings there is a small park. Someone is talking about breaking news, saying that player Hero King raided the tower with Lieutenant General Kilgore. The man has his hand on Kang's shoulder, a wide and satisfied smile on his face. The young man spreads his arms to the sides and looks towards the man who hands him a microphone. Someone asks him if she raided the tower with the general. The young man agrees with him. He says he begged the young man to join him on the raid and he followed him. The general calls the young man by name. He puts his hand to his forehead and looks unhappy. His teeth are tightly clenched and his mouth is twisted in a snarl. The young man looks forward and points with his finger. In his other hand he holds a microphone. He asks if President George is watching the news right now. Someone asks the young man if he is talking about Gravekeeper Jorg, who is ranked second in the season rankings. The young man asks if he asked the Hero King for help to defeat the Gravekeeper. A man with a gray beard clutches a tablet in his hands. He looks forward with an angry expression on his face. Kang says the man said that at the beginning of the season he would focus on running the company. The young man also reports that he did not know that the man was cultivating in secret from everyone. He also reports that when he was in school, this is what the guys who always came in second place did. The man forcefully placed the tablet on the table. Behind him is a man in a blue business suit. Kang goes on to say that for his information, in his school, rank started at the end. The man asks to send him the mail of Mr. Lee, with whom they contacted earlier. The man rests his hands on the table, leaning forward slightly. In front of it there are panoramic windows and a beautiful view of the city. He says that he must go to South Korea soon. The general continues to keep his hand on the young man's shoulder. He brought his head closer to Kang's face. The general says if the young man can shut his mouth. He replies that he has a dysfunction and cannot tolerate his nonsense in front of the camera. The reporters look surprised, their mouths wide open. One of them tells the general to say something. The young man purses his lips and looks away. The general closed his eyes and smiled slightly, still keeping his hand on the young man's shoulder. He says that as a former patriot, which he was before becoming a player, he has one thing to say. The man raised his hand in front of him and stuck out his thumb. He opened his mouth wide and looked forward with furrowed brows. The general says they will make America great again. The young man stretched his hand to the side and looks forward with a wide smile on his face. The general looks at him with a startled look. The young man says that they also have 3 great things. He clarifies that people who believe in angels increase the size of the defense budget compared to the number of people. The young man turned his head to the side and pursed his lips. Someone calls him by name, calling him a player. Several men in business suits and black glasses stand on the street. A man in a black suit asks if the young man can step away with them for a minute. The young man looks at the man with a wide smile on his face, glancing over his shoulder. He asks the man if he can find out who they are. He also says he is a CIA agent who looks just like the picture. The man extends his hand forward in which he holds his ID. On one half there is a gold badge, and on the second there is a photograph of a man. Kang folds his arms over his chest and glances sideways towards the general. The man leans forward and examines the man's ID. The young man, slightly confused, asks if this is true. He also says that if he is kidnapped in America, they will be held responsible. He also clarifies whether this is true. The man in the black suit says it's really them. Kang glances nervously to the side. Beads of sweat run down his face. He says that they are people who value secrecy like no other and asks if they are just revealing their identity. A man with red hair closes his ID and brings it to himself. A bead of sweat runs down his face. He asks the young man not to make unnecessary noise. The man asks him for cooperation. Kang closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, smiling widely. He refuses with a slight hesitation. The young man also reports that their manager told him not to communicate with strangers. Kang looks at the general's back with a wide smile. The young man extended his hand in his direction. The man raised his hand in front of him and is looking somewhere while his mouth is wide open. A man wearing black glasses stands behind Kang. Kang says that he would rather follow American soldier uncle. The young man shouts to the lieutenant general. Someone covers Kang's mouth. The young man is held by the shoulders and dragged back. The general put his hands in front of him and closed his eyes, frowning. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. A man in a business suit drags Kang towards a black car. The general says that this is just a procedure for the Hero King's protective detail. The man also tells them not to worry. Kang makes a strangled grunt. Someone is holding a phone in his hand, and the screen shows a car with Kang inside. Men in suits get in next. Kang asks if his manager knows they are doing this. He also asks where they are taking him. A man in a white shirt is holding a phone in his hands. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. There is another person next to him who is reaching out to the phone. The man in the shirt says to track them immediately. He selects a number from his contacts and swipes to call. A mechanical voice replies that the person whose number you dialed cannot be reached. The city is quite lively, with a large stream of cars going somewhere. Bright white light illuminates the space. Many buildings are located near the road. This is CIA safe house in New York City. Kang is lying on a light sofa. He has his feet on the upholstery right in his boots. A black cat lies on the young man's chest. One of the agents is sitting in the chair opposite. Another one stands nearby, his arms crossed behind his back. He says they are planning to have a VVIP-level private jet ready around tomorrow. The young man turned his head to the side, his mouth slightly open. His bangs fall over his face, covering his eyes and getting in the way. He asks them why they need all this. The man sitting in the chair crossed his legs and moved one arm to the side. Kang has changed his position and is sitting on the sofa, leaning on the back. The man says this is a demonstration. He also says that if the young man uses a regular flight, other people may be exposed to the threat of terrorism. The man ends by adding that he hopes Kang understands. The young man smiles, looking forward. He says that then they could build a tower that would be associated with their country. A man in a suit looks at a young man. Kang lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs. The man says that they studied 500 towers in the country, but unfortunately they did not find a tower that was associated with South Korea. The young man raised his hand in front of him and waves his palm. The man opposite him raised his hand and extended his index finger. The man says there were several towers associated with North Korea. The young man says that if he passes through them, a war will begin. The man says he knows. The young man sank back onto the sofa and held the cat on his chest. He sleeps peacefully, leaning against the young man's arm. Kang says he will relax and get some sleep. The young man closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The cat, on the contrary, opened one eye and glances sideways. The young man whispers to Blackie that he is going to bed. He agrees and wants him to have a good rest. The cat is watching what is happening. Men in suits are discussing something. One of them is holding a tablet in his hands and the second is pointing at something in it. The cat wonders if something happened. He also thinks about why they fight so much. Someone is calling a young man. He opened his eyes and raised his head. Kang glances sideways. His eyebrows arch slightly. He asks what happened. The young man sits up on the sofa, holding the cat with his hand. He says he kept hearing his name. The man tells him that the fact is that in this case, oddly enough, they got the disclosure for him. The young man extended his hands forward and is about to take the tablet. He looks at him slightly surprised. The man asks Kang to confirm on his own. The young man reports that the situation is actually similar to an American drama. Kang holds a tablet in his hands with an image of the room open. There are toppled chairs and a lot of bloody stains. The young man stares at the image, his lips pursed. Half of the guy's face is hidden in shadow. He begins to say something about what he saw. The photographs show human corpses. Kang covered the photographs with his palm, looking upset. The young man lowered his head and looks at the tablet he holds near his feet. A man in a suit stands nearby and holds a photo frame. He says the place is in Harlem, a little over 2 miles away. He also says it's a 3 or 4 hour drive after the raid is completed. He says that he is looking at this card, which was left at the crime scene. The photo shows a man in a strange black and purple outfit. He wears a crescent-shaped mask on his head. In his hands he holds a bag with a long thread. Kang looks down intently. His eyebrows furrow slightly. He says that the face collector has appeared again. The young man put the tablet on the table and pressed it with his hand. He says this is happening at this time. Kang stands in front of the men with his arms outstretched to the side. They look nervous, and the green-haired one has a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Kang asks if he could take this as a provocation. The blonde turned his head to the side and opened his mouth wide, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He asks the young man what he is going to do. Kang turned his back to the man and spread his feet shoulder-width apart. The men stand behind him with their arms outstretched and slightly leaning forward. Kang says he's going to teach him a lesson. Kang turned his head back, his mouth slightly open and his eyebrows arched. He exhales noisily through his mouth. The young man asks what he is doing and tells him to guide him. He also says that the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency would not have failed simply by finding the culprit, and asks if this is so. There are many buildings located in the city, many of them very tall. A man stands inside the room and holds a blade in his hand. He is not wearing a shirt, he is wearing only trousers and shoes. Near him lie several corpses, the whole room is filled with blood. The man raises the knife high above his head and looks towards the dead girl. There's a crazy smile on his face. There is a creature above the man's head, a red stone sparkles brightly in its forehead. The blue sign says that Elder of Mirrors expresses satisfaction. The man reaches his hand to his head and puts his new face to his. His entire neck is covered in blood. He presses the skin towards himself with his fingers, leaving folds. There is an earpiece with a microphone in his ear. Someone says that the time has come. He needs to remember that even the slightest mistake cannot be made in the presence of a guy. The man put on a new face and was transformed. His hair became long and pink. He smiles widely, looking to the side. He says that he will take this into account. There is a lot of small, almost imperceptible interference on the red background. The man turned into a girl. He extended his arms like a dancer and moved one leg back. He is wearing a short white dress and high heels. He says that this is ideal. He also gradually got bored of playing the villain. The blue sign says that Elder of Mirrors encourages the player. Another sign has an Elder's phrase written on it. He says he can become anything he wants. The person is in the guise of a girl, but is reflected in the mirror as a man. He agrees and says that it will happen regardless. The red background smoothly flows into white. Some say this is the King of Heroes. Kang is inside the car and looks at the blue and white screen. He put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. The young man thinks that he is the strongest in the depths of the sea. Some say that in this world you can deliberately not equip yourself with any skills or equipment. The blue and white sign says that this is a ranking leaderboard. Below the number 1 are Kang's first and last names. Someone also reported that there were players on the leaderboard who hid their names. Light reflections from the sun sparkle on the dark blue water of the sea. Someone reports that those that exist in the unranked territory are also known as the deep sea. There are many different creatures underwater. Many of them are only slightly different from people. Some say these are those who are called the strong of the deep sea. He also reports that either these are intelligence agents from different countries who need to hide their identity. People dress completely differently, they have different cultures. Someone is standing in a business suit, and someone is wearing a turban on his head. The narrator says that either this is an operational force that they are keeping secret. The man covers his face with his hands, a crazy smile and bright yellow eyes are visible through his fingers. Some say that are black players who are hiding and waiting for the right moment to commit a crime. The man is holding a fan in his hands, his face seems to be wearing a mask. He looks away and smiles widely. The blue plaque says that even the face collector is one of them. The narrator also reports that he was running away from the mistress, who was the 10th ranker in the last season. It is also reported that he is also the worst black player, who even killed several of the most advanced players. Kang looks down thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. He put his hand to his chin, cupping it. The young man thinks about what if he knew that he would meet him like this. He also thinks that he should have listened to this ant a little more. Kang and the shirtless man are in the same space. Human figures are illuminated with purple light. Kang thinks about how it looks like he was called to the tower that is connected to America in the first place because of this guy. He's also thinking about putting the face collector and himself on the same stage. Kang sits in a chair with his legs spread wide. Above his head is a man wearing a mask and a jester's hat. Kang gets out of the car, holding the door. An agent stands to the side, pointing his finger forward. He says that they are here. The man and Kang move forward down the street. The young man looks straight ahead. There is yellow tape that fences off the space. Police cars block the road, and the police themselves wave their batons in the air. Kang wonders if they have completely sealed off the area. The young man and the agent head towards the entrance to the building. Kang turns his head. In the distance stands a man in a gray uniform and blue cap. Kang thinks that this guy is not here now. He wonders if this is the crime scene from the photo. Agents are on the premises. There is a corpse lying on the floor next to which a man is sitting. Everything around is covered in blood. Some say they have finally arrived. Kang stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. He says he doesn't understand why he had to come here. He also reveals that he is not a detective, he is in charge of messing things up. Kang and the agent stand to the side. The young man walks forward slowly. One of the men lifted his mask up. He says he thinks Kang should see this. He holds his hands near the man's head. He put the scalp to the man's head. His eyes lit up with a bright fire, and the skin of his scalp fused with the rest. Kang and Agnet look on. The man, who had just been lying in a pool of blood, rose up on his hands. The agent tells him that he needs to watch now. Kang smiles slightly, showing his teeth. His bangs fall across his face, casting a shadow. He asks what he is trying to do. Kang turns his back and leaves the room. Agents stand around the entire perimeter of the room. The blonde asks Kang what he thinks about this. The man put the skin to his face. The people in the room began to transform. Many agents became different personalities. Kang turned to face them. His hands are clenched into fists. The young man examines people. A blonde man stands behind him, his arms stretched out to the sides. The man says it was a trap to imprison the hero king. Blue energy begins to sparkle around the person's feet. Kang raised his hand up and touched the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly to the side. Blue crystals appeared above him. The young man looks forward, his eyes began to glow with a bright blue light. He says that this is a character trait of a hero. The young man extended his arms to the sides, summoning his ice swords. Transformed people and agents stand in front of him. Some say that he falls into traps of his own free will. Kang makes a swift move forward and cuts off someone's hand. The young man kicks a man in the head. From this movement he flies back, throwing his head up. A young man holds a weapon in his hands, crossing it with the weapon of a masked creature. He's about to say something about them, but doesn't finish his sentence. Kang clutches a weapon in both hands, the will of which sparkles with blue energy. He is surrounded on all sides by agents and reincarnated people. They all simultaneously finish the young man's sentence and say that they are very strong. Then they ask whether this is so. Kang purses his lips and looks ahead. His eyes are wide open and his brows are furrowed. The young man holds a sword in front of him, and the blade is pulled behind his back. Kang put his hand on his belt and slung his sword over his shoulder. He looks at someone with a smile. There are white particles floating in the air around him. The young man says that they are wrong, they are very strange. All the people in suits make some movements, adjusting the masks on their faces. Someone touches with their hand, someone twists their mouth. Each of them has folds on their face. Someone says that, as he thought, he is no different either. He also adds that he thinks M is the only one who recognizes him. Kang looks away, his mouth slightly open. The young man looks very unhappy and slightly angry. He asks who M is now. He also asks the question that it is the boss of a secret organization of spectacular villains filled with the powers that be from the depths of the sea, the one who works behind your back. The young man continues to stand in the same position, with the sword thrown over his shoulder. One of the agents took out a weapon. One of the men takes steps towards Kang. Some say it's true, the king is a hero. But even without the boss making a move, we killed dozens of top players like you. Kang continues to hold the sword slung over his shoulder, and in his other hand he throws the blade. The young man looks in his direction with his mouth slightly open. One of the agents snaps his fingers. Kang says that it would be difficult to kill him quietly then. Kang looks away, his lips pursed and his eyebrows slightly raised. Someone tells him not to worry. A young man stands in a large arena in the center of which patterns are drawn. There are many people around him. Behind Kang there is an observation tower on which flags hang. The young man holds the blade near his belt, and the sword is thrown over his shoulder. He lifted his chin up and opened his mouth. His bangs fall across his face, covering one eye. Around Kang there are changed creatures that are approaching him. The young man asks what is the skill of creating a subspace barrier. Kang looks forward, his mouth slightly open. He looks unhappy. Kang asks if the face collector has everything planned out. The young man closed his eyes and extended his hand in front of him. A blue glow of magic appeared near his palm. Behind him is a blonde man who is about to stab him. A little behind there is a girl with yellow fire sparkling around her. Kang says that the plan is to eliminate the Hero King. The young man extended both hands in front of him. In one he clutches a pistol, and near the second magic glows. Blue crystals are in the air, striking Kang's opponents. They fly away from the young man. Kang is holding a blue pistol in his hand and is pointing it at someone. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed and he looks stern. Kang says the world looks like it's about to be completely destroyed. He also asks if he really wants to be a villain. Kang extended his hand with the gun up and fired. The man who was about to attack Kang begins to become covered in ice. The young man says that he can't see that he is working tirelessly. Kang fires several shots, and a bright white flash flashes near the barrel of his gun. Shell casings fly off the weapon. He exclaims that this is guarding world peace. Kang fires many shots, and there are many flashes from them near the young man. He strikes his opponents, causing them to become covered in ice. A man with green hair and another man in uniform stand behind everyone. Someone asks, "So what about this?" A man in a suit moves forward into the arena, passing ice statues. He asks if he's starting to worry. A man with green hair touches the ice statue of one of the agents with his hands and destroys his head. The green-haired man looks ahead with a wide and crazy smile on his face. He says how this world will be destroyed. People are running away from the fire, trying to escape. Buildings and many trees are on fire. The man says that this is the scene in the first season when the world is on fire. He also talks about endless screams on every road. The green-haired man is holding in his hands the skin that was on the face of the statue that he broke off its head. Behind the man there is another person changing his appearance. There are several more of the same ones standing to the side. The man says he really misses it. He also reports that, but that is not why he is killing him. The green-haired man pressed the skin to his face, opening his mouth wide. A man stands next to him with a crazy smile on his face and many folds in his mask. Green hair tells him to listen carefully and calls him a little kid with hero disorder. The man with green hair smiles widely and madly. He raised one hand up in front of him. Behind him are shadows of people who are also smiling. The man says that even without him the world will work just fine. Kang frowns and looks ahead thoughtfully. The man with green hair asks if he really thinks he is the center of the world. He also questions whether it is a keeper. Wide, mocking smiles shine on the faces of people in suits. Most noticeably, a mask is placed on the face. From a bald man in a suit, the edge stands out very clearly. The man with green hair asks what they should do. He also says that this world will not fall so easily. Kang stands in the center of the circle that his opponents have formed. Each of them holds fiery swords in their hands. The man asks what will happen if Hero King disappears. All the people except the green-haired one rushed forward. They put their swords in front of them, pointing them at the young man. The man says that there will be a new king of heroes, someone other than him. Kang leans down sharply, folding his hands in front of him in a special way, intertwining his fingers. The swords crossed over his head. Kang holds his hands near his face. Men in suits loom over him. Their eyes glow with bright red fire. The man says he doesn't think it's a bad idea. He also says that he would take his face and become Hero King. Kang continues to hold his hands near his eyes, his fingers intertwined. He says that they are newbies who didn't even participate in the season's boss raid. Kang spread his arms to the side, his cloak flying in the air. The force wave that the young man created threw his opponents far back. The green-haired man holds some kind of cross with long ropes in his hand and covers his ear with his hand. Body parts of his henchmen are flying in all directions, and pools of blood have formed on the floor. Kang asks the man what he is for. Is it really to talk this nonsense? The man continues to smile widely. One of his hands is extended forward, and with the other he touches the back of his head. Near him hangs a cross with threads, which has become translucent. The man says that doesn't mean he couldn't go, he just didn't. He also reveals that the season is over, so there are no rewards and he would even have to risk his life. The man asks the young man whether the guys who did this should be considered stupid. Kang stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes sparkle bright blue. He asks the man that despite this, he says that the world will live just fine even without him. He also asks the question of what to do. Kang says he thinks he will have to tell them the truth about this world too. The young man spread his arms wide, palms forward. Near it is a white net, like a spider's web, that spreads around. The green-haired man stands a couple of steps away from Kang, hands on his hips. Between them lie the bodies of people, cut into pieces. The young man says that the characteristic of Hero King is that there is only one in heaven and earth. Kang extended his palm in front of him. A bright blue ball of magic formed above it. The young man says that this is a characteristic feature of the earth. Kang released a stream of magic towards the green-haired man. He put his hand in front of him, trying to defend himself. Kang says it's all about her revolving around me. The young man stands in the same place, with one hand extended in front of him. Blue magic sparkles near him. Kang says that the day he dies will be the end of the world. The green-haired man is partially covered in ice, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The man smiles widely and looks forward intently. He talks about this crazy man. The young man walks forward, fog curls near his feet. He says that this is a characteristic of pseudo-madness. A young man stops in front of a man with green hair. Kang has a wide smile on his face, his eyes glowing bright blue. One of his hands is covered in blade-shaped ice. Kang says that the whole point is that it is nothing in front of reality. Kang lunges forward and impales the man with his hand, which has an icy sharp growth on it. Blood spurts from the wound, flying into the air. The point protrudes from the man's back, which is covered with a crust of ice. The man says that he seems to have forgotten his place because he praised him as the strongest of the deep sea. Kang looks forward, his brows furrowed and his mouth slightly open. Ice sparks sparkle around him. He says the deep sea is just a deep sea, there are no strong people there. Kang looks ahead in confusion. The ice broke into many pieces that scattered in the air. They reflect the face of a young man. Kang looks ahead. His hand is still extended forward. At a considerable distance from him, between the ice blocks, there is a man. Behind his back is a coat of arms with a lion and a crown. The creature, which has turned into a girl, stands near an ice block. He raised his hand in front of him and looks to the side. He says that he is no longer going to hide his abilities and his face will soon become his new face. Kang turned his head slightly and squinted his eyes to the side. There is a slight smile on his face, his eyebrows furrowed. He asks the man if he is going to take his face. Kang extended his two hands in front of him, thereby releasing a white net. The girl-shaped creature jumped up. Kang says that a characteristic of pseudo-insane villains is that they only come to their senses after the worst has been beaten out of them. The girl easily dodges the net launched by the young man. Near her right hand is a small sword. The entire arena is covered in blood and sharp ice blocks. The girl says that he should beat her then if he can. She smiles madly, her eyes sparkling bright pink. Hair flutters in the air due to sudden movements. She says these things are like children's tricks. The girl quickly moves forward despite the net. Her arms are cut off from her body, blood gushing from the wounds. Kang looks straight at her, folding his arms over his chest. The girl says that she already sees everything. She fell to the floor, landing face first in a pool of blood. The girl asks a question about how this is possible. Kang stands over her, one arm at his side and the other extended to the side. In front of him hangs a white net that looks like a cobweb. She is covered in blood that is dripping down. The girl lies on the floor in front of the young man. Kang says he thought he would get used to it. He also reveals that it is obvious that if he hunts, he will have to hide his true appearance. The girl says only one word, Oculus. Kang is down on one knee and looking at the girl who is lying in front of him. She tries to lift herself up on what is left of her arms. Kang asks about how he feels after being destroyed by the same hunting method that the black players use. Kang covered the girl's face with his palm and squeezed his fingers tightly. She looks straight ahead without closing her eyes. Kang says don't let him tell him that he thought he actually had the necessary skills. He also adds that after he blew off the heads of several top players by cowardly attacking them from behind, the young man tore the girl's skin from the man's face. Kang says they're just not used to killing, that doesn't mean he's strong. He also says that dying and killing inside the tower are two different things, and asks if this is so. Kang looks down in surprise, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide. In his hand he holds the skin that he removed from the face of the person who is in front of him. Kang says these were people who shouldn't have died this way. The young man's eyes have changed, the whites have become black, and the iris glows with a bright red light. Black and red energy glows around the young man. He thanks him for appearing before him. The young man clutches a strangely shaped bladed weapon in his hand. It twists and looks like an ice screw. Kang says that the Hero King never loses. The young man raised his hand with a weapon high. It glows brightly blue. There is red and black energy floating around Kang. He talks about how he never loses to a villain. A bright golden shield appeared in the middle of the city. The man grabbed his head with his hands, covering his ears. Another man tries to get out of the way. People in bulletproof vests are standing near some establishment. The sign features a chef's hat and a fork and spoon. The men are holding pistols in their hands. Someone says that they are here and he gives the order. What you need to find the Hero King. Men with weapons and body armor enter the room. They look surprised, their eyes wide. Drops of nervous sweat are running down their cheeks. Their mouths are slightly open. Inside the room is Kang, with a huge number of corpses lying around him. A young man holds a sword in his hands. Someone who arrived tells the young man to raise his hands up. Kang opened his mouth wide without turning his head. He asks them if they think they have come too late. Men in bulletproof vests continue to stand near the doors and point their weapons in the direction of the young man. One of them tells him to raise both hands up. A man in military uniform put his hand on the shoulder of a man in a bulletproof vest. He tells him to come back. The general walked inside the room and stands next to Kang. The man puts his hands in his pockets and looks at Kang. He is holding a dead man by the neck. The general asks the young man if he can explain this situation. Kang glances sideways, his brows furrowed and his mouth slightly open. Part of his face and neck is covered in blood. He says the villain set a trap and threw him into it. Kang clutches the neck of a man with red hair, who until recently was a girl. Kang says that the face collector accidentally ended up in this trap, so he sent the villain to God. The young man lifted the man's corpse by the neck. He has no arms and one leg. The general continues to calmly look at the young man. Kang says that although the condition of the corpses is not the best, they would have recognized it if they had real forensic skills. He clarifies whether he is right. The general asks the young man if this guy is the real face collector. Kang asks him if he is some kind of psychopath, a monstrous killer. The general looks ahead in shock, his eyebrows are arched and his mouth is slightly open. The man says that according to the CIA officer's reports, it appears that he unilaterally used his barrier skills. Kang looks up, his eyebrows furrowed deeply. The young man looks unhappy. He says he was kidnapped as soon as he left the tower and lured into a trap. He also asks if he is saying that the barrier was his. He also reports that he did not expect an apology. He's asking a question, but now he has to give an explanation. The general leaned towards the young man and bared his mouth in anger, his teeth clenched tightly. The young man looks directly and fearlessly at the man. He says the man is so stupid that he can't even recognize a spy. The young man also reports that besides, it would be too late to go look for them, since they would have already run away. The general loudly shouts the young man's name and calls him a player. He replies that it's good. Kang and the general extended their arms to the side. The dead man's body flies off to the side. A blue sword appears near Kang's hand. There are people in bulletproof vests at the door who continue to point their weapons at the young man. Kang asks the man if he might be involved in this. The man looks forward, his lips pursed tightly. There are many wrinkles on his face, especially near the nose and eyebrows. The man raised his hand to his head and grabbed the beret on his head. He asks that if he was the one who set the trap, would he have prepared only this simple face collector to catch him? The man also says that he would first beat the person who suggested this. The young man opened his mouth slightly, his bangs falling over his face, clearly getting in the way. Drops of blood are dripping from his chin. He says this is true. Kang, the general and the rest of the people left the building. There are many police cars on the street. The young man asks if you will really let him go home right now. He also says it looks like the fake CIA guys booked the VVIP charter flight. The general agrees and says that this guy is real. There is an airplane on the takeoff area. It is painted white with blue and red stripes. Kang walks down the ramp, his arms spread wide. Behind him is a man talking on the phone. At the bottom of the ramp is a man in a suit with his hands on his hips. Kang asks if this is Boss Park. He also says hello several times and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man replies that everything is correct, it's him. The man grabbed Kang by the head and pressed down with force. The young man closed his eyes and bared his teeth clenched tightly. The man says his uncle from the CIA asked him how he dealt with his hair loss. He also says that he is a rare, mentally deranged troublemaker who goes around causing problems on a daily basis. He asks the young man if everything would be fine with me. Kang puts his hands to his head and touches his hair. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek and the young man's eyebrows are arched. He says that for the sake of world peace, he gave the villain an express ticket to the Sanzu River. The Sanzu River is a river in Japanese Buddhism that souls must cross before entering the afterlife, similar to the river Styx from Greek mythology. The young man asks the man if he thinks this treatment is a little harsh. Kang walks forward with his hand in his jeans pocket. He is wearing a regular sweatshirt. The man hugs him by the shoulder and smiles widely, holding the phone in his other hand. He says the media is everywhere announcing that he screwed this face collector. Kang says he doesn't need to say that they will make fun of him mercilessly again. Near the girl who hosts the program is a photo of Kang. It says at the top that he beat one of the worst black players called the Face Collector. The column says this is the greatest season in the history of the tireless Hero Kings. Kang truly is the king of heroes. In a multi-story building, lights are on in some apartments. There is a man on one of the balconies. Kang stands with his hand on the railing. In his other hand he holds a can of drink. He takes a sip from it and looks ahead. The city at night is deserted, the lights are off in the houses. Kang thinks it's already March and these bad people aren't nervous at all. A young man holds a phone in his hand, which he lowered down. It opens a news summary about Kang. Someone is asking in the comments that he really went on a business trip to America just to catch this. They answer him that he went there and it came up by chance. Someone responds to this man that it is scary, villains appear wherever he goes. A man with glasses is wearing a light suit with a blue tie. He says people may be exposed to terrorist threats. He asks to be understood. A young man holds a can in his hand, opposite him is Boss Park. They clink glasses. Kang says it looks like player growth is slowly getting back on track. The man replies that he shouldn't even talk about it. He also says that they have already begun with local hostilities between players and gaming units in Russia. A young man holds one hand in his pants pocket, and the other throws out the remaining liquid from a can. In front of the young man there are several blue squares. Kang says to open the status window, equipment window, and inventory. The young man puts his hand to his chin and gazes forward, his mouth slightly open. He wonders that it looks like one of them might not open until this month. The dragon goes berserk, opening its mouth in the air. The second one looks quite calm, while the third one looks forward intently. This is a rank 8 tower. Dragons and other monsters are in space. There is a flying skeleton and a wingless lizard that walks on its hind legs. Kang says that the first season introduced a seasonal boss, and the second season saw a tower break. The young man also reveals that it was a tower of such a level that managed to erase part of the world map. A young man reaches his finger towards a blue screen. He presses the button that says receive. The ring, made of black material with purple accents, hangs in the air. A bright golden light sparkles behind him. The blue plate says Executioner's Oath, which means that this accessory is heroic level. Its feature is grants 3 stacks of debuff weakness exposure on the opponent during battle. Kang extended his palm in front of him, a wide and satisfied smile on his face. On the young man's neck hangs a decoration in the form of a bird that has opened its wings. A ring is worn on the ring finger, and a bracelet hangs on his wrist. The signs say that the pendant is an enemy-finding talisman Tadale, the power ring gives 100 points to STR, and the bracelet is Executioner's Death. Kang says that the Death Elder's reward is amazing. He wonders how much they like the Elder of Immortality getting humiliated. The young man suddenly raised his hand and threw the can behind his back. He extends his other hand in front of him and points somewhere with his index finger. Several blue windows hang in front of the young man. The dark blue sign says that he has 7 random skill card packs. The last line asks whether the young man wants to open them. Kang says he needs to open the packs of cards. Someone says in response to a question that most of it is open. The blue signs begin to sparkle brightly, and near one of them there is a golden glow. The sign says that this is a set of skill cards indicating the attribute of normal level and higher in the amount of 3 pieces. The young man is asked whether he wants to open them. Kang says that you need to open cards with frost attribute. There are many different stripes on a dark blue background. White cards fly in the air. Kang holds the cards in his hands with a smile on his face. A purple glow with swirls appeared near his head. 3 signs appeared on which it was written about receiving a common card. All cards are signed. He received skills called Freezing Javelin, Frost Armor, and Ice Whirlwind. Kang says that even if it says normal level and above, it will always be normal. Kang extended his hand forward, and an ice spear appeared near it, with blue magic sparkling around it. The dark blue sign says Frost Craftsman. It says that even without using the normal level freeze skill he has, Kang can use it with Frost Craftsman. The last line says that ability corrections have been applied. You can see more details. Kang says that at least there are additional calibrations for Frost skills when I use Frost Craftsman. Kang also says he would like to compare it to the Freezing Javelin. The sign says that the young man has a set of skill cards with a rare rank. The young man is asked if he wants to open them. Kang holds the spear with one hand and extends the other forward. He closed his eyes and twisted his mouth, furrowing his brows. His whole appearance suggests that he refuses. The young man answers the question negatively and says that today's image is not the best. He questions why he doesn't get any rare cards after opening 10 of them. Kang also says that even the current build is set up surprisingly well, so they can be kept. On the dark blue big screen it says that this is the 6th season of the Endless Maze. The player's name is Kang and his titles are King of Heroes, Court Jester, and Elder Slayer. His level is 58. He has a skill card Frost Assassin deck, including Assassination Synergy, Assassination Notice, Charlotte's Web, Shadow Blade Glacier Synergy Frost Craftsman, Synergy Not Applied Descent of the Heavenly Demon, Sword Manipulation, Oculus. It also says that there is also a skill card called Extra Deck. In the young man's inventory, he has a black surcoat with a missing cross Baptism of Darkness, equipment skill While of Darkness, an enemy-finding talisman called Tattletale, Executioner's Oath, and a power ring, which gives an additional 100 points to STR. The young man puts his hand to his chin and looks thoughtfully ahead, his mouth slightly open. He threw the spear over his shoulder. Kang makes a questioning sound. He thinks that he has 5 stacks using Assassination Notice, 1 stack using Tadale. He needs to collect 3 stacks using the Oath. Kang continues to hold his hand near his chin. He smiles widely, showing snow-white teeth. The young man mentally wonders that in this way, the reveal weakness debuff can be increased to a full stack or a maximum of 9 stacks. There are many repeating colors on a pink background. It says in red letters that 2 days have passed. A man with glasses holds a phone in one hand and sets the car alarm with the other. He's staring at something on his phone screen. He thinks about not being told that this is really Can. Actually, it's him. A man stands near the entrance to the building. People in business suits walk past him. The sign next to it says that this is the Korean Players Association. The man thinks that he doesn't know who it is, but he looks disgustingly unemployed. He also thinks that he can't believe he's on the Hero King's side. The man touches the screen with his finger, selecting the line where it is written about people from the association, while calling them not the best word. The man thinks that in any case, he must catch this Wawa and give a penalty. He mentally exclaims what it was just now. The man opens a post with the title, "Do these people from the association know how to do anything?" The message says that the villain is driving around the center of Seoul and smurfing, and the KPA is not stopping him. He wonders if they shouldn't catch such crazy people first and do identity checks. He might even be a black player. He says they should keep track of such things using the operating expenses. 29 comments were left on this post. Someone writes that he has nowhere else to go except to the arena. There are only bad people in the association. The second person calls to get to work. Another commenter writes that this is a tax bin. Another person expresses the opinion that in fact the association is filled with false things. Some people are talking about simply closing it. The last person asks if they have ever done any work. The man opened his mouth wide and looked very unhappy. His eyebrows are furrowed with indignation and anger. He says that we need to send people now to catch this Wawa or whatever his name is. A man stands in the middle of the street, clutching his phone in his hand, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. There are many people around him who all also look nervous. The young man touches the girl's shoulders with his hands. They look nervously in someone's direction. The young man tells her to look away. A huge number of young people in identical black suits, white shirts with red ties, are walking somewhere in an even formation. People look at them in shock. Someone says, "Why are the Grim Reapers here?" One of the men in suits turned his head to the side. Behind him are 2 young men with their heads bowed down. The man tells them that he will go to the tower and deal with him. He also adds that once he comes out, everyone should be ready to subdue him. The young people answer that they will do it. The blonde man looks forward angrily with his mouth bared. His hands are wearing special leather straps with spikes. He clasps his hands in front of him. This person is part of Executive Branch Team B or Grim Reaper. The man is the leader of this team and his name is Lee Shi-hyuk. The man thinks about how dare he break the rules in his area. Lee Shi-hyuk stands in the middle of the street, leaning forward and holding his hand out in front of him. A couple of steps away from him is a man in a black cloak with a spear. The blue sign says that the entrance to the arena tower is taking place. Lee Shi-hyuk tells the man in the cloak that he is the villain Wawa who walks around making fun of newbies. Lee Shi-hyuk stands in a pose, ready to attack. He holds his hands with his spiked accessories in front of him. The man in the cloak turned his head to the side. Under the hood there is a metal mask. He asks that isn't it the great Mr. Grim Reaper. He also tells the man that it will take him a long time. He reports that it was so hot in the robe that he had to cover his body with ice. The man wonders whose voice it is. Lee Shi-hyuk bared his teeth and gritted his teeth tightly. Beads of sweat run down his face. He says not to be told that this is the same terrifying villain Wawa. The man abruptly tears off his outer cloak, revealing armor that gleams blue underneath. The masked man stares forward, his eyes sparkling bright blue. He says that he usually never considered the Hero King to be such a valuable character. Lee Shi-hyuk raised his hands in front of him, protecting himself from the force wave that was released by the masked man. He spread his arms to the sides and raised his head up. There are 4 ice spears flying around him. He asks Lee Shi-hyuk, since he likes Wawa so much, if he has any choice but to live up to his expectations. He also says that he also commented on the article about him and wonders if he didn't do that. Lee Shi-hyuk holds his hands near his face with his palms facing forward. His mouth is wide open with fear. He is literally drenched in sweat. He denies and asks to wait. He says that this was writing comments on orders from higher authorities. Kang raised his mask and glares at Lee Shi-hyuk. Purple energy with swirls appeared around the blonde's head. Kang asks again and asks to wait. Then he asks the question whether he actually made the comment. He replies that he is in fact the Hero King. Kang gets rid of his mask and stands in the arena in his usual costume. He raised one hand up, a blue magic ball sparkling next to it. In his second hand he clutches an ice spear. Kang talks about what will happen in this case. The young man opened his mouth and raised his hand high above his head. His eyes sparkle bright blue. He says he doesn't have to let it slide either. Lee Shi-hyuk puts his palms to his mouth and looks forward with wide open eyes. Sweat streams down his face. Kang with a sharp movement threw his spear towards the blonde. He flies back. An enemy pierced by a weapon. Kang says Wawa out loud. The blue plaque says he won the arena. Kang lands on the back of the blonde, who is lying face down on the floor. People from his team crowded around. Someone says he left the game, he can't be allowed to leave. The second person shouts that the team leader lost. Kang put one hand to his head and lifted it up. There is a wide, satisfied smile on his face. His eyes are narrowed. He says that he did a good job today, working with the watchdogs of these organizations and the gentlemen from the executive branch. Kang sits on one knee, with people in suits and red ties standing in front of him. They look surprised, their mouths are slack. Someone wonders in amazement that this is the Hero King. The blonde tries to lift himself up on his arms and looks to the side furiously. He says Kang's full name. He also says that in accordance with the rules of the association, a high-ranking player is prohibited from hunting low-ranking players. Kang looks away, his mouth wide open. The young man raised his hand in front of him and pointed his thumb at himself. He asks again and then asks the question of whether in this world everyone except him occupies a low position. Kang opened his mouth wide and pointed his thumb to the side. He says that Hero King also wants to go to the arena. He also says that he is also going to take advantage of the loser's cards. Young men in suits look forward, beads of sweat running down their faces. Kang asks why he is looking at him like that and then asks if he committed a crime. He also asks if he should just suck his fingers and not be able to even look at the arena for the rest of the season. Kang stands with his arms crossed and looks down. There is a blonde man there who looks at the young man with displeasure and a little fear. Kang says the association is not a law. He asks why should he follow it just because the association said it shouldn't be done. He also tells them what to do if they want to get in trouble. The young man smiles widely, his eyebrows arched. He says let them try to stop him. The blonde lowered his chin, large drops of sweat running down his face. He closed his eyes and grinned nervously. Around him are the boats of his team, who are trying not to look at their leader. Kang raised one hand up and the other to his side. He closed his eyes and arched one eyebrow. Near the young man there are two men in suits, and in the distance, behind Kang, sits a blonde man with members of his team standing around him. Kang says that he will continue to look for those people who laughed at him in order to frame them. He also says that he should let them know how scary Wawa is so they will laugh at him less. Kang asks if he is right. The young man glances sideways, his mouth slightly open. Part of his face is hidden in shadow. He says that now the whole world will know. A young man walks forward, waving his hand in the air. Men in suits remain behind him. Kang says how powerless the KPA and the executive branch are. He adds that they won't even be deterred by the association's penalty points. The man in the suit grins with displeasure, clenching his teeth. The expression in his eyes is not visible. They are hidden in the shadows. She and Kang stand with their backs to each other. The young man glanced slightly backward, his lips pursed tightly. He raised one eyebrow in surprise. Someone starts talking to themselves. A young man in a suit stands on the road. His arms are spread wide apart and clenched into fists. All the people around him look surprised by this impulse. Kang looks at him over his shoulder. The man says he commented Wawa there. Sweat is pouring down the man's face. He looks scared and is shaking all over. He put his hand to his chest. The man tells Kang to choose him first. The rest of the squad members stand behind the man. Their faces are contorted and they look nervous. Beads of sweat run down their cheeks. Some say he does too. A man from the squad raised his hand in front of him. It was clenched into a fist. He opens his mouth wide and looks at Kang, veins popping out on the man's neck. He says that he wrote in the comments to give him a Hero King mommy. He also adds that he also wrote about Wawa King, that he is so chic. He says he didn't hate Wawa but made comments about Hero King. Someone from the squad shouts that he does too. The blonde tries to get up from the road, leaning on his hands. Someone supports him by the shoulder, helping to get up. He calls these guys not the best epithet. The blonde stands in front of his squad and clenches his hand into a fist, the other pointing in front of him. There's a wide smile on his face. Behind him is his joyful squad. Some say that the Grim Reaper will stop the villain Wawa today. Kang turned his head to the side, a bead of sweat running down his face. He looks a little perplexed. He asks them if he was really fooling around like crazy. Bright orange clouds appeared in the sky. The blue sign says that the entrance to the arena tower is taking place. Night had already fallen, stars appeared in the dark blue sky. Kang turned his head to the side and waved his hand in the air. There is a wide, satisfied smile on his face. The young man's eyes are closed. Behind Kang lies a blonde man who stretches his arm forward. Members of his team are dumped on it. He calls Kang by name. The young man says that thanks to him he got a lot of points in the arena. He also adds that he also puts the skill cards they gave him to good use. The young man says that they should also convey his best wishes to the authorities who ordered them to post hateful comments. Kang lies on the bed with his shoes on. The young man crossed his legs and looked at something in the blue and white screen. He says he never thought he would benefit from the association. He also says that he received the key card and ended up building a second deck. Windows with settings are open on the screen. Kang says he needs to go to page 2 and take a look. Kang flies down, surrounded by outer space. The young man looks scared. His mouth is wide open and large drops of sweat are running down his face. The blue sign says about the movement to Throne of the End. The young man makes a questioning, strangled sound. Kang hangs in space with his limbs spread to the sides. His cloak flutters in the air. The young man falls down into the darkness. Around Kang, the entire space is painted in different shades of purple. A young man stands at the very bottom and looks up. Around it there are high stands with people. Someone says welcome. The young man raised his chin even higher, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Kang thinks about Throne of the End. The young man reflects that this is the place where all 999 elders have gathered. Kang looks ahead unhappily, his brows furrowed and his mouth twisted. He asks why the elders called him here. Kang looks at the floor with a surprised expression on his face. A bright yellow flash appeared in front of his feet. A tall man with a golden hood appeared in front of the young man. He says that he is like the Elder of Games. The Elder extended his hand to the young man and looks at him with absolutely white eyes with a slight smile. He says they did it to apologize to him. Kang raised his head up and looks forward with a smile. His brow furrows and his bangs fall into his face. He says there are too many things they should apologize to him for, it's hard to remember which incident they are talking about. The young man remembers how in front of him there was a huge skeleton and a Necromancer. The Elder says that when he fought the player Jorg in the alternate history tower, the player had already raided the tower. The Elder looks forward, his eyes wide open. There is a smile on his face. He says he was given an exceptional grace period and had to remain in the world's coordinates. Kang glances to the side, his eyes sparkling bright blue. He asks what they are leading to. Many masks hang in the air above the platform on which Kang and the Elder stand. Their eyes glow brightly with white light. The Elder says that this grace period was only possible thanks to the consensus of the Elders who wanted to watch their battle. Kang remembers how he held the Necromancer by the hair and swung his sword to strike. He says that despite this, they still interrupted the battle and sent the Gravekeeper outside. The young man remembers how a bright flash appeared around him after being hit with a sword. The Elders stand in their places on the stands located around the site. The main one sits on the throne. The Elder says that the Elder's disappointment was also great. He also says that since it was a doubles match, the Elder of Immortality was reprimanded. He adds that the Elder of Immortality called to him. Kang folded his arms and pursed his lips. He looks straight ahead, his eyebrows furrowed. The Elder says that there is a possibility that his sword will reapply the rule that the player cannot be killed inside the tower for nonsensical reasons, and will actually kill the player. The Elder extends his hand in front of him and looks at her. Kang put his hands on his hips and opened his mouth wide. He looks at the Elder with a somewhat dissatisfied expression on his face. The Elder says that is why he ultimately insisted that this be done in order to comply with the rules. Kang says that there is no way he could actually kill a player inside the tower. The Elder says it was 0%. The young man looks forward, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The young man's mouth is slightly open and his eyebrows are furrowed. He asks again in shock. The Elder folded his hands in front of him, joining his palms. He has a wide smile on his face that shows his teeth. He says his name is Elder Slayer. The young man looks at the man in shock, who stands in front of him. Kang's arms are down, her bangs fall over her face, covering one eye. The Elder says that of course the probability was very close to 0, and even the Throne Council had to think about it. Kang asks him what the council's decision is. The Elder spread his arms wide, the hem of his clothes flying into the air. Behind his back there are scales, on one half there is a white feather and on the other there is a blue blade. Moreover, the pen outweighs. The Elder says that among the 999 elders, 995 insisted that the Immortal Elder was falsely accused, and the 4 elders asked the Immortal Elder. Kang raised his hand to his neck and rubbed it. A bead of sweat runs down his face, his teeth are clenched tightly and his mouth is twisted. He asks then why did they call him at all. He also says that they want to say that he is innocent. The Elder raised his hand in front of him and extended his index finger upward. He says that in addition to this, the Great Elder questioned the responsibility of the Immortality Elder. The young man holds his hand in front of him. He looks to the side in surprise. Behind him is a throne that is covered in blood. The Elder says that as a result, the Elder of Immortality was to blame. The young man mentally asks a question about the Great Elder. The Elder stands opposite the young man with his arms stretched out in front of him. He is much taller than Kang. The Elder says that it was not serious enough to lead to dethronement, but the Elder of Immortality had to pay for his actions. He also says that moreover, he will also be given the opportunity to receive rewards. There is a wide smile on the Elder's face. His eyes are rounded, his pupils are constricted as much as possible. Kang looks up at him, the young man's eyebrows furrowed. He asks the Elder if this opportunity is a reward. The Elder gestures with his hands in front of him. Kang leaned forward slightly and spread his arms to the sides. A golden glow appeared around the young man. The remaining Elders continue to stand in their places. The one who is at home with the young man answers the question. He says that everything that happens inside this game depends only on them. He also adds that it has always been this way. A tall castle with several towers is located in the middle of a rocky plateau. Nearby there is a pond and some buildings. Kang stands at a considerable distance from the buildings. A golden glow sparkles around him. The sign says about the entrance to the Tower of the Elder Immortality. The second plate shows the characteristics. It says that the rank of this tower is unknown. It also says that the number of players who can enter the tower is 1 and that is Kang. The last line says that the store is unavailable. Another sign says that if you die inside the tower, you will not actually die, but will be immediately sent to the outside world. Kang grits his teeth and bares his mouth nervously, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Behind the young man are mountains and rocks. He raised his hand in front of him and holds it near the blue screen. Kang curses and says he doesn't have his deck set up yet. He also asks what and if the reward is a tower raid, how is it different from everything else that came before? The sign says that this raid has no purpose. Kang raised his arms high and stretched. His palms are tightly clenched into fists. He said you will reward him. He exclaims how he should then carry out the raid. Someone calls out to the young man and says he's here. Kang continues to hold his arms outstretched. He turned his head to the side and looked back over his shoulder. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Someone says that he needs to look under it. Kang knelt down and moved one arm to the side. A blue glow appeared near her. The young man asks again about something being downstairs. Someone agrees with him and says that he needs to dig under the sand. The young man raised his hand and picked his ear with his finger. He asks why he should do this. Someone answers him that he is a player who entered the tower and asks if he is right. Kang replies that everything is correct. A small slide has appeared on the sand. Grains of sand rise up. Someone says that he has seen many of them, players who come here and die. He also asks if he can even call it death. He says that as he probably knows, this place is very dangerous. Kang holds an ice sword in his hand. He points the tip towards the sand. The voice says that he will help him. The young man hums thoughtfully in response. The skull flies to the side and a blue flash appears near it. A voice exclaims if he is going to blow his head off. A young man holds a skull in his hand. He looks at him, a shocked expression on the young man's face. He says it's a skull that continues to babble. He also says that it smells like a classic RPG. The eyes of the skull, which is in the young man's hand, began to glow brightly with blue fire. He says that he should quickly go to a world where there is no death. Kang brought the skull even closer to his face. He looks at him intently, straight into the eye sockets, which glow bright blue. The blue sign once again warns of what will happen if the young man dies in the tower. Kang asks the skull, a world where there is no death. He also asks a question about that. If I can't die, then how am I supposed to die and leave? The skull snapped its jaw shut. A bright blue fire still burns in his eyes. He says, to be precise, you do die, but no matter how many times you do that. He also reports that you will resurrect once the clock strikes midnight. The young man grabbed the skull by the eye sockets and lowered it down, inserting a thread into the jaws to secure it to his belt. The skull says that I always resurrect with my head stuck in that sand pit. Kang asks him if this is some MMORPG and how does it work. He also says that that's called region. The skull remembers a town with several mills and many low buildings. He says that the Empire's emperor, the immortal great emperor. He adds that has offered this world as a sacrifice. Kang tilted his head down and held the skull in his hand. The blue fire lit up in his eye sockets again. Kang asks, offers this world as a sacrifice. The skull replies that if he wanted to be an elder, he had to offer the thing he loved the most. Kang looks away thoughtfully, his lips pursed and one eyebrow arched. The skull says that His Majesty loved his empire more than anything. Many skeletons are heading somewhere as if someone is controlling them. The skull says that and so, a curse of eternity has been cast on this world, where death cannot be granted. Kang extended his hand forward, in it he clutches an ice sword. On his belt hangs a skull, whose eye sockets sparkle with blue fire. His jaw is wide open. Kang says that ultimately, his own life would have been the most important thing. The skull says, how dare you say it like that, you are impious. Kang also says that before that, let's talk about the treasures that I can take from this place. There is fog in the surroundings around the castle and lake. The skull looks at the opening picture. He says it's a treasure. He also says, go to the Imperial Palace, treasures will be overflowing there. Kang steps on the sand, moving forward. The young man holds an ice sword in his hand, blue energy sparkles brightly around him. There are several more exactly the same weapons hanging around him. He was already close enough to the castle. The skull says that there are no security guards since nobody cares about treasures. Kang asks him what it is then. Many skeletons are located near the castle. One of them even sits on a horse, which is also a skeleton. The skull says that they are friends who will make our adventure more enjoyable. He also says that I am happy to have met you. The young man swings his sword, preparing for battle. Near him is a huge black cat with red eyes. Kang says that means this is an farming area. The young man turns to Blackie and says it's time to pay for your meals. Kang fights with many skeletons at the same time, and Blackie also fights with him. The blue signs say twice that the young man has upgraded his level. Kang swings his sword, a satisfied smile on his face. There is a blue flash near his face. Behind the young man there are blocks of ice in which skeletons are frozen. The blue sign again says about increasing the level. Kang raised his head up. Around it is a blue background with bright stars. A young man stands on the sand, and around him lies a huge number of bones. A cat sits near the young man's feet. Kang asks if he thinks it will be midnight soon. Kang turned his head to the side, his mouth slightly open. He says they are disappearing. The young man raised his sword high in front of him. He placed his other hand on his side. In the distance from him, a large number of skeletons appeared, surrounded by a blue glow. The young man curses loudly out loud. Skeletons hold various weapons in their hands. Blue fire sparkles from the eye socket. Kang asks if this is the place of rebirth. The young man extended his hand with the sword in front of him. With the other he touched his forearm. Despite his wide smile, he doesn't look worried. The young man says that these are the most beautiful hunting grounds in the world. The young man puts his hands on his hips and looks at the small lake. The shore near it is covered with moss. Kang sat down on a rock, crossing his legs. He extended his hand in front of him and touched the blue screen. The sign says that this is a manipulation that awakens the sword by absorption, equal to 1,000,000 points in Stone of Awakening. The second tablet contains the characteristics of this sword. His rank is Heroic, Awakened, his attribute is Steel. The ability of this sword is the ability to animate the sword and control it freely. It also says that you can give a keyword, as well as one with the sword to a maximum of 5 swords that are being controlled using sword manipulation. Kang turned his head to the side and looks down with a wide smile and enthusiasm. He says that sword manipulation has awakened and its level has already risen to 69. He also asks if maybe they should go and look for some treasure now. The skull is located near the young man's leg, his jaw wide open. He says that these are the treasures of the immortal great emperors. He also says that they will now go to the imperial palace. A bright purple ball is in the sky, illuminating the space. Kang stands on a stone near a pond from which the top of some kind of building appears. The skull says they will get rich. The young man has his mouth slightly open and is looking intently forward. He doesn't look particularly impressed. The young man exhales noisily. Inside the water is a small piramide, its top glowing with purple fire. Kang says seriously, it looks sinister. Kang walks forward, stepping into the puddles. The young man plunged into water up to his waist, going down the stairs, which were hidden under the water. He says that after doing all this, Kang was submerged in water up to his chin. He dives down, holding his breath. There are several air bubbles near his head. Kang thinks that he will definitely be angry if he doesn't find anything. A young man gets out of the water, leaning his hand on the floor in a column. Skull says he thought he was going to die and be sent back under the sand. The young man asks him if he can breathe. He asks the young man if he really can't breathe. Kang looks down to where the skull is. He raised one eyebrow and closed his mouth. The young man tells him to stop talking nonsense and show him where the treasure is. Tears flow from the eye sockets of the skull, and snot flows from the nose. Saliva flows from the jaw. He hesitatingly says that this is the immortal great emperor. The young man looks forward, his eyes wide. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek, and overall he looks stunned. The young man thinks questioningly about Elder of Immortality. Kang goes inside the room. There is a high throne on which someone is sitting. The skull says that he is a loyal subject of the emperor who serves only him. He also says that he introduces him to this rude tomb robber. A huge man dressed in metal armor sits on the throne. In front of him is a huge two-handed sword, which is stuck into the stone floor. Bright blue eyes are visible in the slits of the helmet. Kang holds the ice sword in his hand and moves forward. A golden amulet sparkles brightly around his neck. He says he will stay back and watch. Someone repeats Immortal Great Emperor and says that Elder of Immortality is Slough. He also says that he has his own enormous combat capabilities and uses high-level necromancy with various curses and reverse magic. Kang moves forward rapidly, one hand holding his sword and dark purple energy sparkling near the other. She entangled the young man's palm. Kang asks if it's just a shell. The young man already holds swords in both hands and moves forward, crossing them. Elder of Immortality picked up a huge sword. The sign says that the equipment skill activates the Veil of Darkness. A bright purple beam pierced the floor. The young man steps back, crossing his arms in front of him. Kang jumped to the side, his opponent's sword landing in front of him. A bright purple flash illuminated the space. The elder pulled his hand back, purple energy glowing around it. The dark blue tablet says that he is subject to 3 attacks from a curse called Weakness. The second tablet says that 5 stacks of a curse called the Hand of Evil fell upon him. The young man dropped to one knee. He raised his sword hand near his head. There is purple energy floating around Kang. Kang says if only he had changed his deck before coming here. The young man grins, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He says it's driving him crazy. Kang extended his hand forward, purple-pink energy sparkling near it. There are also small crystals floating in the air. The young man points his hand forward. His eyes sparkle brightly with blue light. The elder bent his back and held his forearm with his hand. The blue signs say that a debuff called Weakness Impact has been applied to the target, which adds an additional 3 points to the stacks. The second sign says that a debuff called Impact of Weakness was applied to the target, it adds an additional point to the stack. The elder delivers a sharp blow and the young man flies back. Kang thinks that he should have also warned about the murder before coming here. The armored man struck with his sword, a bright purple flash illuminating the trajectory of the attack. The young man tightly grips the sword in his hand and, leaning forward, intently examines something in front of him. He thinks it's because of the movement speed debuff he received. He also reflects on the fact that he can't even touch it. The young man glances sideways, his lips purse tightly. His bangs fall across his face, getting in the way and getting into his eyes. The young man holds his hand in front of him, in it he clutches a sword. Near him there are many skeletons in capes with hoods. The young man thinks that ghosts appear from the energy of swords. Kang controls many ice swords that fend off skeleton attacks. To the side of the young man is an elder who is swinging his sword. The enemy is behind the young man. He raises his sword high above his head and runs towards Kang. The young man glances sideways, noticing this movement. The young man's eyes sparkle with bright red fire. The elder strikes with his sword. His eyes glow bright blue. A bright purple flash appears at the site of impact. Kang holds a sword in his hands, repelling an enemy attack. The blue tablet says that he receives an additional set of curses called the Hand of Evil. The second tablet says that the curse has been accelerated. He grits his teeth from the effort and looks ahead. The edge of the sword is at the will of his face. The young man thinks that the curses no longer give him peace, and even his ability to wield a sword causes difficulties. The sign says that this is part of the blocked abilities of Descent of the Heavenly Demon. The truth is unlocked. The card shows a man with a sword resting on the floor. Behind him is a bright purple glow. The sign says that this card is called Descent of the Heavenly Demon. Its ability allows him to temporarily infuse the divine state of the Heavenly Demon into his body. When a Sky Demon appears using a skill, it can permanently seize part of the Sky Demon's ability. On other tablets it is written that by fighting with swords against a strong opponent, he can absorb a fragment of the opponent's experience and memory. The second sign says that he can take possession of the skill card and it will not be destroyed even when the season is reset. The young man holds his swords in his hands, with which he repels the enemy's attack. He continues to press, holding a huge sword with both hands. The young man wonders about absorbing the experience and memory of strong opponents. A bright purple beam appears in space. Kang lunges forward, striking. A blue flash appears between him and the elder. Kang holds swords in his hands, raising them above his head. A bright purple beam hits the back of his head. The young man remembers how someone fought with a wooden sword, practicing and striking at effigies. Kang mentally wonders if this is a memory of the immortal Great Emperor. A young man stands in front of his opponent. He raised his sword above his head, it sparkles brightly with purple energy. The young man is given the memory of how the immortal Great Emperor sits on a horse and is about to strike. Kang looks forward with a smile, gripping the hilt of his weapon with both hands. A smile shines on his face. He thinks that this skill doesn't really work. Kang holds a two-handed sword and takes the enemy's blow with it. The young man thinks that it's time for him to clash swords with a strong opponent. Kang remembers how the elder held a sword in his hands, which glows with bright purple energy. The young man looks forward with a smile, his eyebrows slightly arched. A bright blue flash sparkles near him. He also thinks about how he can destroy his opponent's equipment. Kang asks out loud what he should do. The young man moved his sword hand to the side. He held the second one out in front of him and curled his fingers. He is standing next to the immortal Great Emperor. Compared to him, the young man seems very small. He says that now he sees all his patterns. Kang flies forward, about to strike. The immortal Great Emperor flies back, bending his knees and lowering his head. The young man clutches his weapon in his hand and moves forward. A bright blue flash illuminates his face. Behind him remains the immortal Great Emperor. There are blue and purple lines glowing around it. The immortal Great Emperor fell to the floor, raising a heap of dust in the air. A sharp, dark purple spire protrudes from his chest. Kang looks down with a smile. He looks pleased. The immortal Great Emperor rises on the floor, pierced by something. A young man watches this picture, standing in the distance. Violet energy sparkles around his head. A young man holds a spear in his hands. Kang hangs high above the immortal Great Emperor. The young man swoops down, kicking the elder in the head. The sign says that the sign of death is indicated. Kang steps on his helmeted head. A purple skull appears next to her. A blue spear spins on a white background. The sign says that a debuff was applied to the target, which is called the Impact of Weakness. It adds an additional 5 points to the stacks. The second sign says that the debuff called Weakness Exposure has reached the maximum number of stacks. Kang stands with his feet on the chest of the immortal Great Emperor. Blue spear tips fall down on a white background. The sword of the immortal Great Emperor lies to the side of him. A man with white hair examines his hands. His eyes are hidden in the shadows. He says he doesn't want to die. A red-haired girl stands behind a man and holds a cloth in her hands. There is a slight smile on her face. She tells him not to worry. The girl extended her hands to the man. There's a wide smile on her face. She looks at him intently and a little slyly. The girl tells him to just do what she says. She says that then even death will not dare to harm him. The young man remembers all this with a surprised expression on his face. His mouth is slightly open, beads of sweat running down his forehead and cheeks. He half-questioningly thinks about whose voice it is. Kang extended his hand in front of him, and a blue flash appeared near it. He directs his energy towards the immortal Great Emperor. Kang says it doesn't matter now. Inside the helmet is a human skull. The armor is half destroyed, everything is clearly visible through it. The young man says he will end this now. Kang clutches the sword in his hand and looks at it intently. Blue crystals sparkle in space around the area. Kang says that this is so that he can never be resurrected. The young man stands half-turned. His eyes glow with a bright red light. Above his head is a figure of a creature in armor and many different inscriptions. Kang says it's time to return to the void. A bright blue flash bisects the immortal Great Emperor. Otherworldly smoke emanates from the left half. Under the influence of a blue beam, the inscription about the fact that he will never die collapses. The sign says that the young man cleared the Tower of the Elder of Immortality. Kang closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He extended his hand in front of him, placing it on his edge. He talks about Namu Amitabel. Kang holds a sword in one hand and puts the other on his side. He turns back. Behind him stands a skeleton dressed in some torn clothes. He laughs and says that he believed in the young man. Kang frowns with displeasure, glancing over his shoulder. He says that the skeleton is a very bad creature. The red-haired girl and the skeleton are one and the same creature. Kang says she's just letting her sins be known. The skeleton says that she didn't think he would actually defeat the immortal Great Emperor. She also says it's amazing, she can't believe it. He reports that this is the first time he has seen someone so strong. Kang waved his hand in the air in displeasure and closed his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and furrowed his brows. The cloaked skeleton looks startled by the flash. Kang says that before he dies, let her tell him where the treasure is. The skeleton asks why she would die. She says that he was really saved thanks to him. The skeleton grabs the young man's hand and holds him by the wrist. Kang looks forward with displeasure, his lips pursed. The skeleton says that since he saved her, she should repay him generously. He also tells him to take whatever he wants. The girl stretched her hand up, and the other continues to hold the young man's palm. She pours cards of various shades into his hand. The signs say that he purchased the command skill pack, heroic level and above, in the amount of 1 piece, rare level and above in the amount of 3 pieces, and also the curse skill card pack of rare level and higher in the amount of 3 pieces. The last plaque says that he received the immortal Great Emperor's black heavy armor banishment of death of the legendary level. Kang stretches out his hands in front of him, with cards of different colors placed above them. The young man looks at them in shock. His mouth is wide open and his eyebrows are raised. The sign says that he received the blessing rain of the immortal King Rank S. The skeleton smiles widely. He asks Kang if he likes it. The young man smiles widely, his eyes are closed. He replies that he really likes it. The space they are in begins to collapse. Cracks appeared on the columns, pieces of stones were falling from the ceiling. The young man asks what she means by the fact that he saved her. The skeleton spreads his arms wide and looks at the ceiling. The young man folds his arms across his chest and examines the skeleton. She says that since the immortal Great Emperor is dead, the curse that allows for endless resurrection has also been lifted. She also adds that now no one will be resurrected here. The skeleton raised his arms high up. She looks at the young man. Kang raised his head up and looks at the ceiling. He asks if she really wants to say that now she will be crushed by this ceiling and killed. The skeleton says that even if she dies, she will return safely to their world. He also clarifies whether he is right. The skeleton puts a hood on its skull. The young man looks at him with some anger. The skeleton says that this is all because that was the promise made to the elders. The young man asks the skeleton how he is doing. He doesn't finish his sentence. The skeleton holds his hand in front of him and looks forward. The blue fire lit up in his eye sockets again. Stone fragments fall down. The skeleton tells the young man that they will see each other again. Kang is in his room. The young man raised his hand in front of him and looks at the blue and white screen. The signs say Frost Assassin deck settings. It includes Assassination and Glacier Synergy, and Plague Assassin deck includes Plague Assassination Synergy. The young man is wearing an unusual glove on his hand. On his belt is a pouch for something. The sign says the settings for the Cursed Dark Mage deck it is currently equipped with. There are several points: Command Synergy in which Death Army, Dead Soldier Raising, Corpse Explosion. The second point is Curse Synergy. It includes 2 tombs, Weakness, Evil Hand. The last point is Synergy Not Applied, Descent of the Heavenly Demon. A young man is dressed in metal armor. He reaches out to the screen that hangs in front of him. Kang says the third deck is complete. The young man turned his head slightly to the side and looked at something with a wide smile. He says it was a really good reward. He also says that this skeleton is more generous than it seemed. Kang puts his hand to his chin and remembers the skeleton. He told the young man that they would see each other again. Kang says he said they would meet again. The young man looks forward, his chin slightly down. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He wonders what exactly that skeleton was. The phone begins to vibrate, and the screen displays the message that an uncle is calling. A young man stands in the middle of the room, half of his body covered in armor. He holds the phone to his ear. His uncle asks him what he just did. The young man asks him in bewilderment what he is talking about. His uncle tells him that his achievement points listed on the ranking board are strange. The young man smiles widely and closes his eyes. He still presses the phone to his ear. Kang says he just found some good hunting grounds by chance. He also says that even after going through 3 pages of the deck and reaching level 69, the level 8 tower is still not open. A man in a brown suit is typing something on a keyboard. An earpiece with a microphone is inserted into his ear. He asks the young man that he has only 1 level left until his second awakening. Kang tells him that he only has 20% left to fill the experience bar. The man answers him, which is as expected from the King of Heroes. The man has his mouth wide open and his eyebrows furrowed. His eyes are tightly squeezed shut. He says that at this rate he will become the Elder of Heroes. The young man stops smiling, his mouth twisted in displeasure. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek and he looks a little nervous. The young man laughs briefly. Kang lies down on the bed and closes his eyes. He says stop talking nonsense already. He asks if they have any place they would like to recommend. His uncle tells him that there is nothing that he could recommend. 3 people appear in the middle of the city. A tower flies in the air. A golden glow sparkles around people. Uncle says that there is one tower that seems a little strange. There are shocked expressions on people's faces. The girl holds her head with her hand. Drops of sweat run down the men's faces. Uncle says that after several players entered the tower, the man looks at the blue and white screen that hangs in front of him. He says they unanimously abandoned the raid and returned, saying they had to guard the tower. He also says that he does not know whether they were killed by a shot to the head or by some other means. 2 men and a woman stand on their faces, with their arms out to the sides. There is a bright golden glow around them. Kang asks about guard the tower. People say that no one should enter this tower. The man says that it looks like they need a player with increased resistance to brainwashing. The young man lowered his head and put his hand to his chin. He looked thoughtful. Kang mentally wonders what is in this tower. He says out loud that he does have 1 blessing, which gives him some resistance to brainwashing. The characteristics of something are written on a blue screen. The dark blue sign says blessing clear mirror calm water. It says that the heart of a knowledgeable person is free from random thoughts, and pretense and vain greed are like calm water. Adds 108 points to mental power. The young man wonders what the name of this tower is. Kang puts his hands on his hips and stands in the middle of low houses and green trees. The blue sign says about the entrance to the Tower of Peace. Kang turned his head to the side and opened his mouth. Beads of sweat run down his cheek. He arched an eyebrow and opened his eyes wide. He asks in bewilderment what it is. There are many people in the city, all of them dressed in old-fashioned clothes. A woman is holding a child in her arms, 2 more are running towards her. Kang stares ahead, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He imagines how this happy world of ordinary townspeople is covered in blood. Children and adults lie lifeless on the paving stones. Kang thinks about what the purpose of this tower's raid is. The dark sign says that the purpose of the raid is massacre. Behind Kang stands a man in high boots. He calls out to the young man, calling him a player. The 3 men are dressed in black clothes and brown capes, which are like a hood on their heads. Kang turned his head to the side and looked over his shoulder. A young man stands facing the men. The man standing in front folded his arms across his chest and lowered his head slightly. He says welcome to the young man. Kang swears and says that this is actually peaceful. A man with a long beard looks forward. There are many wrinkles on his face which emphasize his age. He says that this is true. Kang looks at the man with his hands on his hips. The man says that the young man came here on the orders of the elders to kill them all. Kang stares ahead. His bangs fall over his face, getting into his eyes. The young man put a helmet on his head and holds his hand near his face. He asks, "So what?" The man turned back. There were many children and old people there. The man says there is no one here to stop him. He also says that there are only elderly children and widows with newborn babies. A woman screams loudly about a stranger. People knelt down and bowed their heads down. A woman in a green dress stands directly in front of Kang. 3 men in capes look at the kneeling people. The woman asks Kang to spare their lives. Some say they will do anything. People ask him to let them live. A woman in a green dress holds a baby in her arms. The rest of the people bowed to the ground, kneeling. They ask the young man to show mercy. The young man clutches unusual red and green blades in his hands. There are people in front of him kneeling and begging. Kang says that this is the world inside the tower. He gazes forward, his eyes glowing blue. He thinks that this is a tower designated as the 7th rank. The young man lowered his hand with the blade down. Opposite him are men in capes and ordinary people. Kang asks them to tell him why the elders want their blood. The man with the beard clenched his hand into a fist and brought it to his chin. He says it's the same as people trampling ants for no reason. He also says that the evil gods do the same. The young man approached the man and leaned towards him. He stares at him, looking straight into his eyes. Kang says that the class called elders are not unemployed bad creatures. He also says that they are not even gods. The young man looks down, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes sparkle bright blue. He says that so they better stop with the meaningless hints and brainwashing that won't even work. The young man clutches the blades in his hands and green energy begins to glow around them. The hooded man leaned down. He asks the young man if he really needs to do this. Kang says that unfortunately he will have to. The young man swings his sword, green energy trails behind him. The man in the cloak extended his hand forward and a black shadow appeared behind him. Kang says that he also has a world to protect. The man asks the young man, "Did you just say about the world that he needs to protect?" There are many different objects on a blue background. Among them stands a man in white and gold armor with a halo above his head. Kang takes a step forward towards that blue space. Kang says that he was wondering who he really was, but it turned out that he was a corrupt angel. The young man extended his hand forward and pointed at something with his finger. He says that the Elder of Lights has an unusual temperament. He also asks if they really thought that they left them, the Watchers of Light, who betrayed them and ran away, alone. 2 creatures with halos above their heads opened their black wings. One of them shouts that the Elder of Light ordered the destruction of these innocent, poor people. The people sitting on their knees began to tremble. They look very scared. Kang asks the creatures if they really refuse to follow the order and are protecting these people. They answer him that this is true. Kang put one hand on his belt and extended the other forward. In his outstretched hand he clutches a red and green blade. He asks the men if the angel in the middle is the leader. He answers question by question, asking, "So what?" If it's him. Kang purses his lips and looks ahead with a stern gaze. He thinks that this is not brainwashing, since it would not be able to break through his blessing. Angels hang over the townspeople, creating a dark blue shield around them. Kang stands in front of them, sword pointed in their direction. He thinks that his vision, hearing, and smell are normal, so this is not an illusion. A bright light fell on the young man's thumb. Kang looks ahead, his eyebrows furrowed and his mouth slightly open. He looks deep in thought. Kang thinks about what will happen if he kills these people and stands on the side of the Elder of Light is a hard 7 tier. The young man wonders at what level he needs to take their side. Kang also mentally asks himself if he really needs to kill them all to complete the raid. The angel is opposite the young man, who points a sword at him. He asks Kang, calling him a puppy of the elders, if he thinks his current actions are fair. The young man took the helmet off his head. Kang holds his hand near his face, his eyes closed. He answers the angels with a negative. The warriors look forward in shock, their mouths slightly open. They didn't expect such an answer. The woman with the baby in her arms raised her head and looked forward. Tears are streaming down her cheeks. A small child runs up to her, streams of tears also running down his face. The woman says she is begging him. She says they will sacrifice themselves. She also asks the young man to forgive the angels and these children. The young man clutches a blade in his hand and looks intently forward. He says sometimes you have to choose the lesser of 2 evils. The angel opened his mouth wide, his eyes sparkling brightly with blue-white light. He shouts that he plans to sacrifice our world to protect his. They hang in the air in front of the young men. He repeats their words. One of the angels reaches for his sword. Blue energy sparkles around the weapon. A woman hugs a small child and kisses the top of his head. Kang slung his sword over his shoulder and looks to the side. His mouth is slightly open and his hair is tousled. He says that he remembered now how one character in the drama said the following, in case he had to choose between two evils. The angel holds swords in his hands, he crossed their blades. Kang finishes his sentence, he wants to choose any of them. Kang let go of the sword and it fell down. A green puddle formed under his feet, into which the weapon sank. The young man raised his head up and opened his mouth wide. He talks about being a player. The young man glows with golden light. His mouth is slightly open, his eyes look tired. He says that he is asking to abandon the raid on the tower. The dark blue sign says how dare he. The second one says that the Elder of Light is furious. Another sign says someone supports his decision. The last sign says that Elder of Shadow throws the Kang player into the outside world. The young man put his hands in his pants pockets. He appeared in the middle of the street next to a small park. Kang lowered his head down and calmly examined something. The sign says that the elders goggle and support the player's decision. The second tablet says that there were 2 unsuccessful attempts on the Tower of Peace. Kang raised his head up, throwing his hand behind his head. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. A building collapses above his head, engulfed in blue light. The dark blue sign says that a heavy breakthrough of the Rank 7 tower is imminent. Kang says he was crazy to get himself into trouble. Pieces of the walls fall off the tower and fly down. Everything happens above a small garden. Some say that barricades were erected around the park where the tower was located and orders were given to evacuate the people inside within a 5-kilometer radius. Kang leaned against a tree and raised the phone to his ear. He tells them not to send players and to let him deal with it himself. He also says that even if there is someone else there, they will only drag him down. A young man leans against a tree with his hand in his pocket. In the second he is holding a phone. Someone asks him if he understands how serious the situation is. Kang replies that of course he understands. He is told that this is a 7th rank tower, a difficult 7th rank. This same person says he still hasn't even had his second awakening. Kang tells him not to worry. The young man smiles widely, pressing the phone to his ear. He says that he hunted monsters and fought wars in the towers. He also says that he killed all kinds of creatures. The man raised his hand and grabbed his hair. He looks away in despair. The man asks the Kang then why he didn't just kill those creatures in the tower. He also questions why he abandoned the raid. Kang continues to smile widely while talking on the phone. He says that's for sure. The young man sat down near the tree. He bent his knees and sat comfortably on the grass. Kang asks why he can't kill them. The young man bows his head and talks on the phone with a wide smile. He says he should have just killed them all. The young man continues to sit under the tree, holding one hand to himself. The man tells him that as far as he knows, the situation has already gone beyond what he can handle. He asks the young man if he understands. Kang replies that of course he knows. The man says great. Kang purses his lips and removes the phone from his ear. A young man sits under a tree, he is dressed in armor. Kang glances sideways at the phone he is holding in his hand. The angel holds a sword in her hands, her wings glow golden. Behind there are many more similar angels. They are all in a space with fiery golden clouds. The sign says that the destruction of the tower has begun. The counter shows the number 10. Kang stands on the ground with his arms extended to the sides. Below him is a green puddle from which he summoned his blades. The blue tablet says that he will pay for his sins with light. The angels move swiftly forward, their wings shining brightly with gold. They hold their swords in their hands. The sign says that the Elder of Light is furious. Kang threw the blade over his shoulder and raised his head up. He thinks about whether 5 kilometers is enough. Angels appeared in space. They fly out of an orange golden circle. The sign says that you need to follow the rules of the throne, immature and young elder. The second sign says that Elder of Games solemnly warns to Elder of Light. The third sign states that the barrier is designed to ensure fair play. Kang looks ahead with a smile on his face. Behind it is a red-orange background. The sign says that until the player Kang dies, the Guardians of Light cannot leave the area. The young man thinks that this should work. The young man leaned forward and spread his arms to the sides. Green liquid rises to the top. Huge black and purple wings appear behind the young man's back. The sign says that the temporary wings of shadow buff is given to the player and maintained by the player. The young man turned his head to the side and looked behind him. In front of him are angels hovering in the air. Kang talks about how he has heavy armor and wings. The young man flew into the air, flapping his wings. He held out his sword in front of him. Kang says it's the perfect uncle look. Many skeletons engulfed in purple fire appeared in space. Black wings appeared behind them. Some skeletons have machine guns. Kang orders the army of death to move forward. The skeletons begin to fight with the angels. A fierce battle is being waged in the air. The young man also fights with opponents. Kang and the angel come face to face. Their swords cross. A bright flash appears at the point of collision. Kang looks forward with his mouth wide open. A bead of sweat runs down his face. Skeletons and angels lie motionless on the ground. The area around is painted red. Kang stands near the skeletons. The young man slightly hunches his shoulders and looks ahead. He clutches blades in his hands. The young man's eyes sparkle with blue light. He purses his lips and looks straight ahead. The angel strikes the young man, who blocks it with the blades of his swords. There is another one behind the attacking angel, who also swings his sword. He jumps towards Kang, striking him. A bright flash appeared in space, illuminating it. The young man was thrown back and waved his arms in the air. A young man stands on one knee, leaning on a blade stuck in the ground. The weapon glows brightly green. A bright purple flash illuminates the space, scattering the angels in different directions. A large dark purple cat stands near the young man. There is purple smoke on the card. This skill is called Corpse Explosion. The blue sign says that attribute is Necromancy. It also says about the capabilities of this card, it can cause great damage by exploding corpses. Used corpses cannot be resurrected using necromancy skills. The angel covers his face with his wing and looks out from behind it. There is a purple glow around the skeletons. One of them, in the chest area, has a white flash. The blue tablet says that the aura of the immortal kings has increased the level of the dead around the player. A bright purple flash appeared in space. She illuminates everything around. The tablet says that the black heavy armor of the immortal great emperor banishing death has increased the rarity of the weapons of the deceased. The two blue cards feature a skull and a skeleton hand. On the first card, under the skull, it says that this is a curse that applies a weakness to the target. On the second card, under the picture of a hand, it says that this is a curse in which the hand of evil is applied to the target. Kang has his hand stretched out in front of him. He grips the hilt of the blade and extends several fingers. A bright purple glow sparkles around the young man. There are two grave monuments with crosses on the golden card. It also says that it is a curse that places two tombs on the target. Angels fly in the air, holding weapons in front of them. Their wings stand out brightly against the dark purple sky. The young man spread his legs wide and hunched his shoulders. In his hands he clutches blades that glow with green fire. Flies fly off from the young man and head forward. The blue sign says that a swarm of locusts is applied to the blade. The young man looks forward intently. His mouth is slightly open, and his eyes sparkle bright blue. He says that side deck, you can exchange 3 cards. Cards of different colors are in the air. There are arrows next to some of them. On the dark sign it is written about a class change. Cursed Dark Mage was changed to Dark Magic Assassin. The second tablet says that Curse Synergy has been destroyed. Another one says that Assassination Synergy is being formed. Kang folded his hands in front of him so that his fingers formed a rectangle. The young man looks inside the hole that is formed by his hands. The flies fly forward, surrounded by green smoke. Young man talking about Charlotte's Web. Angels fly in the air. Insects create special rays that strike creatures. Angels are literally cut into pieces. They fly apart in the air. 2 of the angels fly forward, their eyes sparkling brightly with blue fire. The mouth of one of them is wide open. He holds his hand in front of him. Kang pulled one hand back and held the other in front of him. In them he squeezes his blades. Bright flashes appear in the air due to the battle between the young man and the angels. Kang cuts one of them apart. The young man then struck the second creature. Bright stars sparkle in the sky. It begins to dawn. The sun rises above the city, gradually illuminating the space. There is a golden shield in the park. Inside it there are many severed bodies. A young man stands in the middle of it all. He lowered his head down and looks at his hand, which is clenched into a fist. Goldenite is partially destroyed. The blue sign says the barrier has been removed. Kang places his foot on the stricken angel's head. A young man holds his hand near his forehead. Dark wings disappear behind his back. The sign says that the buff called Black Wings has been cancelled. The second tablet says that he defeated all enemies. Another sign says that the destruction of the tower has been stopped. Kang says that they are very annoying. The sign says that the young man has upgraded his level. His second awakening task will be unlocked upon reaching level 70. It is also said that the murder notification has reached its maximum level. Many reporters are running somewhere. They hold cameras and microphones in their hands. Someone even fell, apparently due to the strong rush. They all shout the young man's name. Kang has taken his helmet off his head and looks at the approaching reporters. They head towards the young man in a crowd. Kang thinks questioningly about the reporters. There is purple smoke near his hand. Blackie appeared under the young man. Kang sits on her neck, making him inaccessible to reporters. They continue to besiege the young man, asking questions. Someone asks why he surrendered during the raid on the tower. Some also say that he was confident that he could stop the tower's destruction on his own. The young man put his hand in front of him. There are several microphones in front of it. Kang closed his eyes and smiled tightly. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He says he will answer all their questions, so let them ask one at a time. The reporters try to push their way forward, pushing each other aside. Someone shouts that it is true that he deliberately abandoned the raid on the tower. Kang looks down, his mouth slightly open. The young man's brows furrowed and he looked slightly confused. He agrees and says that it's true, he did it on purpose. The young man continues to sit on the cat, looking down at the reporters. Among the crowd of reporters is a man in a black suit. He stands a little behind everyone. He says this means it can be considered an official commission of terrorism. A young man stands near a cat, leaning on it with his back and hand. He bent one leg at the knee and moved it slightly back. The young man asks how this terrorism is. Kang stands in the middle of the crowd, a small dark fire near his feet. Some people in the crowd are illuminated brightly in red. The young man thinks that so these guys are gathered here, seeing this opportunity. SIPO is a players' organization dedicated to criminal investigations. A man stands behind one of the journalists. He is wearing a black suit and a red shirt. He has long wavy hair that goes down past his shoulders. This is Alias. He is a player killer. Kang extended his hand in front of him. The reporters standing closest look nervous. Beads of sweat run down their faces. Kang says he understands. He also says that he did it without even explaining why, so Vaughn must think he's finally gone crazy. The young man also tells him not to worry too much. The young man raised his hand in front of him and extended his index finger. The young man has a wide smile on his face and his eyes are closed. He says he's not completely crazy yet. The young man remembers how he stood in front of a huge number of people. They are all kneeling and bowing their heads. Kang says that he entered the tower and they told him to kill all the children and old people living there. He also says that if they don't believe him, they can find the people who live in this place and ask them. He adds that since the purpose of the raid is written as a massacre at the outpost. The young man extended his hand to the side and looks at the reporters, which are in front of him. They look scared, beads of sweat running down their faces. Kang says that's why he just came back. The young man says that if they don't believe what he saw in the tower, they can go ask the players who went there before him and abandoned the raid. Kang remembers several people standing next to each other. The men look amazed. The girl put her hand to her head. One of the reporters has his mouth wide open and is looking forward. His eyebrows are furrowed and he looks nervous and somewhat angry. He asks if he thinks it's irresponsible. He says how much trouble this action can cause. The young man closed his eyes and opened his mouth. He exhales noisily. Kang says that, in any case, he managed to prevent the tower from collapsing cleanly without any casualties. He asks if that's true. Kang puts his hands on his side and stands in the middle of a clearing with a huge number of people. Someone asks if protecting the world isn't the player's mission. He also says that there is no guarantee that the world of the towers is real. He also adds that even if this is so, it is less important than this world. Kang smiles, revealing his snow-white teeth. He asks if the world inside the tower is less important than this world he talks about. The reporters look somewhat ashamed and nervous. Someone looks away. Sweat still flows down the faces of other people. Kang says only these people lie down and sleep comfortably. The young man asks if I am supposed to kill all the innocent people in the tower. Kang looks ahead with a wide smile. His eyes sparkle brightly with blue light. He says that among the people he had to kill in that tower were children. He asks if he should have just killed them all. A young man stands with his hands on his hips. In front of him are many reporters and just passers-by. Kang asks about danger and torment. He asks another question whether he thinks he has weighed the importance of life in this world and the next. It's quite cloudy outside and you can't see the sun. There is not a single person in the park. The young man says that after assessing the situation, it seemed to him that he could save both, so that's exactly what he did. The young man says that's all. Kang also says they can pay from his bank account for the damage done to some of the trees and plants in the garden. The young man looks forward, his eyebrows frown with displeasure. He says that for worries and fears that interfere with daily life, they can visit a nearby psychiatrist. Kang says he's not. A man in a red shirt and black suit smiles. He says it's a delicate moral dilemma. Someone says that this could lead to the destruction of the entire world. The young man raised his hand, clenched into a fist, to his face. He smiles widely, hiding his smile. Young man laughs about a moral dilemma. Kang extended his index finger and touched his cheek with it. He has a wide smile on his face and arched eyebrows. He says there is a more important moral dilemma than this. He asks why he has to save the world. The young man put one hand on his belt and extended the other in front of him. His eyes are closed and there is a wide smile on his face. There are many reporters standing near the young man, some of them holding out microphones. Someone approaches Kang and says that this is nothing more than a childish defense mechanism that he is demonstrating by holding the world as collateral. The young man asks what he should do. Kang says the world is held as collateral in the hands of these terrible people. Kang lifted his chin up, a wide smile on his face. He closed his eyes and looked quite happy. The young man says that how can a sparrow know the will of a phoenix? He also says what and how a bronze, silver or gold level can see the vulnerabilities that an applicant sees. The young man got rid of his armor. There is a blue glow around it. Kang asks them to just get it over with already. He also says that the phoenix ends the game in the middle. A man in a red shirt looks forward. His eyebrows are furrowed, his eyes burn brightly with red fire. There are many reporters near him. A little to the side is a girl wearing the same clothes as him. With a sharp movement, someone darted to the side. People react to this by looking sideways. From all sides, people in black suits are flying forward. They hold weapons in their hands. Someone has a spear. The girl takes a hairpin out of her hair. They reach out to the young man. Kang doesn't seem to react to what's happening, continuing to stare straight ahead. One of the men in a red shirt calls Kang's name. He says that according to international player law, whoever causes the tower to collapse is the one who gets it. A man in a gray suit lifts a young man, wrapping his arm across his body. People in black suits look up in amazement. The man asks to forgive him. A red flash appeared in the air. People in suits look up. Everyone around looks surprised. Kang stands in the distance, with Park hugging him by the shoulders. In front of him are people with blue energy sparkling around them. And around the park there is black and red magic. One of the young players looks determined. He clenched his hand into a fist and frowned, looking forward. He says the players are subject to international law and it is based on the Kang player's nationality and country of origin procedures under criminal law. He says they will take the accused in accordance with national law. The player has created an electrical network around him. He stands in the middle of her, preventing her from getting to Kang. Someone places handcuffs on a young man's wrists. Kang smiles widely, his eyes closed. A young man stands next to him, a bead of sweat running down his face. Kang says he always smiled, even when he was arrested, and he never lost his optimism. A man standing next to him asks if now is the right time for jokes. A young man is sitting inside a car. His hands are handcuffed. Kang looks at the man who has his hand on the car door. Kang says that it turns out that even the guys who get arrested are actually thugs or hooligans. He also says that in addition they always have an escape plan. Kang is sitting in the back seat of the car. He turned his head to the side and looked out the window. The second person sits down in the front seat and fastens his seat belt. He says they'll leave when the manager arrives, so they'll have to wait a bit. Kang agrees with him. The dark blue tablet says that the Elder of Earth grants him a blessing called Indomitable Body. The second tablet says that the Elder of Wind grants him a blessing called Fair Wind Sakes. Kang lifted his head up, his bangs falling into his face. He looks calm and thoughtful. The sign says that Elder of Frost upgrades the blessing Winterbringer to S+. The second tablet says that Elder of Destruction will grant you a blessing called a Keyword Breaker. The last sign says that the Elder of Jesters expresses satisfaction. The park manager sat down next to Kang. The young man turned his head to the side and looked at him. The man suggests that they just leave quickly. He also says his hair is already starting to fall out and it's only going to get worse. Boss Park looked furious, his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes squeezed tightly shut. The driver turned his head back and looked at him over his shoulder. He says it's statistically significant in his case. He asks the man if he is not at that age when his hair falls out even without external stress. Park responds about statistically speaking and asks if it's time for him to write an apology letter. Kang extended his arms towards Park. The young man had a wide smile on his face and his eyes were closed. The man extended his hands towards the young man. He exhales noisily through his mouth as if he is very tired. Kang says that, to be fair, he doesn't deny his responsibility for manager's hair loss. The man says thank God he stopped it without any casualties. The young man has his mouth wide open and looks out the window. He asks, by the way, how much time is left before the opening of the 8th level tower. The young man rubs his wrists. He is no longer handcuffed. Kang looks towards the man, who stares back at him. The man says not to change the topic, it will be open depending on the height of the players. Kang says he thinks even Park's manager didn't know about it. The man asks him what he is talking about. Kang looks down, his brow furrowed slightly. The young man's mouth is wide open. He says that in fact he didn't know this either. The young man also says that he was not sure about this even last season, but only found out now. Blue and white screens appeared in front of all the men in the car. People on the street stopped to read what was written on these screens. They look surprised, their mouths slightly open. The blue plaque says that towers at level 8 and above have been massively unlocked since player Kang completed the special achievement, which is called Qualification of Applicants. Kang put his hand on the open car window. His mouth is wide open. The young man looks pleased. Kang says that thanks to his activity, the 8th level towers were unlocked earlier. Many towers are located in outer space. All of them are located at a considerable distance from planet Earth. Kang says there is an opportunity to protect world peace. Someone is holding a mug in their hand. A gray-haired man with a long beard looks ahead. He put the mug on the table and holds it by the handle. The man sitting next to him looks nervous. The dark blue sign says that additional tower upgrades have been added to the endless maze at levels 13, 14, 15, and 16. Another sign says that the world must be protected from new and different forms of threats that have never been matched before. Someone touches the screen of a mobile phone. He says he is suspected of deliberately collapsing the tower. A gray-haired man holds a mug in his hand and gazes at something on a blue-white screen. There is another man nearby. He clenches his teeth tightly and frowns with displeasure. He says about Park that this bad man quickly moved and took him away again. He also states that his CEO George Vilmer said they must stop Hero King from going on a rampage. The gray-haired man glances sideways, his mouth slightly open. The man's eyebrows are furrowed, and the wrinkles on his forehead stand out even more. He says that he does not agree with the renovation of the tower. A man with glasses is in front of Master Park. He raised one hand, clenched the other into a fist and placed it on the table. The man says what will happen if the level of the towers is higher. He asks if the player wouldn't become stronger too. The man thinks about it. As expected, he is smug. The gray-haired man raised his mug and held it at chest level. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. The man says they need to go back to what they were talking about. He stares ahead, his eyes shining with a bright violet light. The man says that it is true that some high-ranking people and countries are secretly collaborating. He remembers how he stood in front of the king. Beside him lay a man who raised himself on his arms and looked at the young man. The man says he even made an attempt to keep him in line last season. The man remembers how Kang stared ahead. His eyes were black, only the red pupils sparkled brightly. The white-haired man asks why his so-called comrades try to join forces and stab him in the back every chance they get. The gray-haired man sits opposite a man with glasses, who folds his hands in front of him. Gray-haired says that of course, the appearance of Kang, who went on a rampage in the tower, is overly distorted and exaggerated. The man with glasses folded his hands and placed his chin on them. He looks straight ahead with a firm, serious gaze. The man asks about overly distorted. The man near Kang breaks into many pieces. The entire space around is painted red. A huge amount of blood is in the air. The man says that it is true that there are hardliners led by China and Russia who are in favor of eliminating Hero King within the organization. He also says that this world is maintained thanks to the activities of Hero King. The man holds the mug by the bottom with his hand and holds it near his head. His eyes are closed, he looks absolutely calm. He remembers how a young man stood near some building. Kang's cloak flutters in the wind. The gray-haired man says that his death is not what the world wants. The man has finished his drink and holds the mug in his hand. There is very little liquid left at the bottom. The man says they should only suppress his sudden behavior. He also says that we need to make sure that the world does not tremble in fear. The gray-haired man looks to the side, a slight smile on his face. He says collaboration with the largest player organization, KPA, is most important. A man with glasses puts his hand to his chin and looks forward. He looks thoughtful. The gray-haired man extends his hand to him. A man with glasses shakes hands with a second man. They look happy and serious. A man with glasses speaks that they promise to cooperate to the best of their ability. He also says that then he will contact him soon. The gray-haired man leaves the room, his back to the second person. A man with glasses looks at him. One of his hands is raised up. He asks the gray-haired man if he can ask one thing. They answer him, of course yes. A man with glasses looks forward from under his brows. He asks what he thinks are the chances of successfully completing raids throughout the season without Hero King. The gray-haired man closed his eyes and opened his mouth. He arched one eyebrow. The man says that the player Kang alone completed the raid on the boss tower of the season, which he failed once in the second season. A girl and a man in armor sit among a large number of lifeless people. They are trying to come to their senses. A young man puts his hand to his head and looks down. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Kang holds a sword in his hand, which he raised high up. A bright blue flash appeared near the weapon. The man says that he has come to be summoned by the Hero King. The man with glasses looks intently at the gray-haired man. His lips are pursed and his gaze is serious. The gray-haired man says that since the advent of the towers, Hero King is the only one who has level 12 single-player experience. He also says that if this Hero King is no longer there, then there are chances that they will end the season. The gray-haired man turned his head to the side and looked down. He seemed to be thinking about something. He refuses. Kang is sitting at a table. In front of him is a man holding papers in his hands. There is only one lamp burning in the room, which dimly illuminates the space. Kang's hands are cuffed again. He turned his head away and did not look at the young man who was sitting in front of him. He examines Kang, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He looks nervous. He says it's a request. Kang says that the world has fallen into great chaos due to the appearance of level 16 towers. The young man put his elbows on the table and looks forward. He holds his handcuffed hands in front of him. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. He says that Hero King is being forcibly kept in a room just chatting. The young man clasped his hands in front of him. The man opposite him is holding a tablet with documents in his hands. He says this is just a formal procedure, so please let him cooperate. He also says that the government must formally submit documents confirming that Kang's mental examination was not abnormal. Kang narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth wide. He asks if they are just going to put everything together accordingly. The green-haired young man smiles nervously, his eyebrows arched. He says this is all becoming unbearable. Kang closed his eyes and waved his hand. The green-haired young man looks at Kang in shock. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek and his mouth is wide open. He says they will start now. When he says a word, he needs to answer the first thing that comes to mind. Kang talks about heroic worms. A man with green hair stretched out his hand in front of him. The second one calmly lies on the table. Kang folded his hands and rested his chin on them. The green-haired man refuses and says, not to mention. Kang finishes his sentence for him and says, holy. The green-haired one agrees with him. The man bent his fingers and opened his mouth. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Kang says they need to wait for her. All the people around are terrible. He asks the young man if it won't be edited anyway. The young man extended his index finger upward and closed his eyes. There's a wide smile on his face. The green-haired man calls the young man Hero King. The man talks briefly about the bathhouse. The green-haired man raised the tablet with documents and looks at them. There's a nervous smile on his face, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Kang says it's a place for idiots to hang out. The green-haired man says that they will change the way they consult a little. The young man stretched out his hands in front of him. His eyes are still closed. The green-haired man says that he should answer as he would during a normal conversation. Behind the green-haired man is Park and another person. A man with green hair asks what he thinks about his gaming life. Kang says it was a long time ago, but he still does it for the money. The green-haired man asks if he has negative thoughts. Park looks forward, his brows furrowed and his lips pursed. Kang placed one hand on the table and clenched it into a fist. He holds the second with his open palm up. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. His eyes are closed. He says he always only has negative thoughts. Park leaves the room. The young man with dark hair remains sitting in the room. Kang asks then why he abandoned the raid on the tower and caused the tower's destruction. The man with green hair put his hand to his chest. A bead of sweat runs down his face, his eyebrows arched. He said he did it to protect both worlds. The young man tilted his head to the side and glanced sideways. He talks about this. Kang purses his lips and looks straight ahead. His bangs fall over his face, getting into his eyes. The man with green hair asks if this wasn't just a conscious decision before the player's task and moral dilemma. The green-haired man raised his hands in front of him and looks at Kang with a nervous expression. He says he understands that, based on veterans' experiences with PTSD, many players suffer just like them and should receive appropriate treatment. Kang extended his index finger. His eyes sparkle brightly with blue light. He asks the man if he thinks they are crazy. The green-haired man looks nervous, beads of sweat running down his face. The man's eyebrows are arched and his lips are pursed. Someone turns to Kang and says that time is up and it's time for him to go out. Kang lowered his head onto his folded hands. He coughs and laughs. The green-haired man asks him what's so interesting here. The young man crossed his handcuffed hands. The young man looks forward with a smile, tears flowing from his eyes. He says he was just making a joke. The young man gets up and looks down. The man with green hair clasps his hands, holding them near his stomach. He looks at Kang, a bead of sweat running down his face. He asks the young man if he could tell him. Kang tells him he's good. The young man turned around and was about to leave. There is a slight smile on his face. The young man's eyes are closed. He turned his head to the side and looked over his shoulder at the green-haired man. Kang says he still won't understand it. A young man stands near a white door. His eyes are closed, one eyebrow arched. He says acting like he's crazy is also very hard. Some say it's a good job. Park stands next to the young man and extends his hand to him. There is a wide smile on the manager's face. Kang answers him in kind. The man says it's just an attempt to be well organized so he doesn't have to worry about it. He also reports that too much cooperation with them will likely lead to them offering psychotherapy and other nonsense. A man uncuffs a young man. Kang says that he already said that. Red abrasions remain on the young man's wrists. Park holds the young man's palms in his hands. He says that they have received word from America and France that they will actively support Hero King's activities. Manager Park and Kang are standing in the hallway. A young man rubs his wrist. The man looks at him with his hands on his hips. He says their government is of a similar opinion. The man also says that Russia and China are a little noisy, but these guys are always like that. Kang raised his hand and extended his index finger. He has a wide smile on his face, his eyes narrowed. He says that it is now approximately staffed. He asks if he can jump into the tower. Park hugs the young man by the shoulders and holds the phone in his hand. The young man bends his index finger and holds it near the piles. The man says that's not all. He says while he's been locked up for the past few days. A video recording of the news is open on the phone screen. Near the presenter there is an image of a blonde girl. The manager says let him see how desperately the saint defended herself. The girl holds a microphone in her hand and looks forward. Her eyebrows are arched and her mouth is wide open. The manager says that once his issue is resolved, everything will be left behind. The girl is sitting on a chair with a large number of people in front of her. They are sitting at tables. The inscription above the girl's head says that the hero should not give up his humanity. Park says he started running around expressing his displeasure. The girl looks angry, her mouth is open, her eyebrows are arched. She holds her hand near her chest, squeezing her fingers and wrinkling the fabric of her clothing. Kang looks at the phone screen. He looks a little perplexed. Park looks at the young man with a smirk on his face. His eyebrows are slightly arched, as if he's waiting for Kang's reaction. The man put his hand on the young man's head and ruffled his hair. The man says that not every person in the world is his enemy. The young man looks pleased, with a slight smile on his face. The man continues to keep his hand on Kang's head. The young man says that later he will thank the saint separately. The young man opened his mouth wide and was clearly dissatisfied with something. The manager looks at him, his eyes wide. Kang says that setting and bulk equipment are being replaced. He also adds that he needs to accept the second awakening task. The young man is dressed in his cloak and holds blades in his hands. There is a golden glow around it. The manager slightly backed away from the young man. His mouth is wide open, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He calls the young man names and says that he is not finished. Kang says he will hear it as soon as he returns. The blue sign says this is a deck page called Plague Assassin. Another sign says that the entrance to the Tower of Second Awakening is taking place. The manager looks towards the golden glow. The man's eyebrows are slightly arched. He's talking about this guy. Kang is in a room with a lot of mirrors. Everything around is illuminated with purple light. Kang puts his hands in his pockets and is heading somewhere. The blue sign says welcome. The young man tilted his head down and closed his eyes. Next to him is a mirror in which he is reflected. However, in the reflection, the young man's eyes are open and he smiles widely. The sign says that this is a child with 1,001 faces, with 1,001 talents. Kang stands indoors, his figure reflected in many mirrors. The sign says that so he needs another new face and new talent. The young man put his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes. There is a slight smile on his face. He says it will never be enough. Kang looks ahead from under his brows. He has a wide smile on his face and arched eyebrows. He says that this is because this world is full of crazy people. He also says that he is the only one who has everything right in his head. A violet beam illuminates the space. Bright sparks fly in the air. Someone's phrase is written on a blue sign. A young man is called a child. It also says let him lift up his head. The young man raised his chin up. His hands are in his pockets and his lips are pursed. The mirror reflects him, knocking on the glass and looking at Kang's back. A young man points his finger towards 3 mirrors. They are located next to each other. The mirrors stand out from the rest. They have different colors. One is yellow, another is red, and the third is blue. The sign says that there are 3 units over there that he can take with him. Kang looks away, his lips pursed. A young man is reflected in all 3 mirrors. In yellow, Kang's face is not visible. In red, you can take a closer look at the young man. And in blue, his facial expression is clearly visible. The yellow mirror says that it is a mirror of truth and despair that will reveal the purpose of the elders and the true nature of this game. The red mirror says that it is a mirror of power and ignorance, which itself will give him pure power. The blue mirror says that it is a mirror of domination and loneliness that will allow him to force all the people and players of the world to kneel and submit to him completely. Kang stands in front of 3 mirrors and is reflected in all of them simultaneously. The blue sign says that he is free to choose any of the exits. Another sign says that there is no error or correct answer. The young man heads forward. He passes by mirrors that are illuminated in purple. The tablet says that he will decide which path to take according to his will. There are many black stripes on a white background. A man with a clown mask on his face is reflected in a yellow mirror. Wide smile, red round nose. The sign says that he will gain a new talent and be reflected in the mirror. Someone asks the young man why he is so serious. He also says that there is nothing in the world that can be taken so seriously. On a white background there are black stripes that look like interference. A young man in the form of a clown raised his head and looks forward. His eyes sparkle with red fire. Someone asks if this world is really worth saving. The same person asks what is the point of this if he saves this world over and over again. There seem to be more black stripes on a white background. Kang is in front of the blue mirror. A version of himself with a red nose is looking at him from there. Someone says that under his rule and under his system, this planet has become more peaceful than ever. He says that people wanted this, he just met their expectations. The black stripes extend to the middle of the white background. The sign says that the young man needs to make a choice. The young man smiles widely, showing his teeth. Violet light illuminates the young man's face. Kang extended his hand forward. She is passing through something. Bright purple flashes are in the space near the young man. A few hours ago, when Kang was interrogated, a girl with blonde hair holds a microphone in her hand. She says that as a saint, she strongly supports Hero King's decision. A girl sits on a chair in front of a large number of people. They sat down at the tables. The girl says that hero is not just a title used to address strong players. She also reveals that they are people tasked with protecting lives from the threats that have befallen this world. The news shows a girl holding a microphone. She says that for such heroes, humanity is very important. The girl looks forward intently, clutching the microphone with both hands. Her eyebrows are raised and she looks determined. The girl says that first of all, she would like to ask them not as a player, but as a person named Maria. She also says that let them not forget that a hero is also a person. The girl sits at the table, raising her hand in front of her. She says goodbye to two girls in business suits. The blonde tells the girl that she is grateful to all of them for their help today. The girls tell her that there is no need for gratitude. They wish her a good job, calling her guild master. The girl tells them to return home carefully. The girl is sitting on an office chair. With one hand she touches the laptop that sits on the table in front of her. Behind her is a panoramic window. It shows a beautiful orange sunset. The girl laid her head on the table and extended her hand. She turned her head to the side, her lips pursed. She wonders what Kang is doing now. The girl lowered her head down, placing it in front of her hands. The girl imagines a young man looking down. The sign says that this is the second failure of the raid on the Tower of Peace. The girl thinks that she would give up trying to raid this tower. Kang stands in front of a crowd of journalists who look at him with nervous glances. Someone asks if he means that he would expose this world to danger and torment for the sake of his morals. Kang asks about danger and torment. The girl thinks that he is getting a harsh reaction from reporters who accuse him. Men in business suits are about to attack a young man. The blonde wonders what could be running through his head. The girl holds a package of cigarettes in her hands and takes out one of it. She folds her hands in front of her and lights a cigarette. The girl thinks about whether he will scream again now. The browser search page is open on the computer. The name Kang is entered in the line. The photograph shows a young man being led somewhere in handcuffs. A man stands near a microphone and says something with his mouth wide open. Next to the news anchor is a photograph of a young man picking his ear. In the next photo, a young man is holding a microphone with his hand. He is wearing a business suit and a white shirt with a yellow tie. In the next photo, the young man is looking forward with his teeth bared. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. Park puts his arm around Kang, who clutches a photo to his chest. On the laptop screen is Kang, who is standing near a large number of microphones. There's a wide smile on his face. He looks confident. Kang says it so he doesn't have to be embarrassed by this weird nickname they gave him. The girl thinks that such times also happened. She puts one hand to her chin and looks at the laptop screen. Her other hand lies at the mercy of the computer mouse. Kang says that he will protect the world to the best of his ability until the end. The girl narrows her eyes slightly and looks forward intently. The blonde leaned back in her chair and raised her head up. The setting sun illuminates the office. The girl mentally wonders if they cannot return to those times. The palace with blue roofs is illuminated by the sun. The girl is standing in the corridor. Her hand is open, palm facing people. 3 girls are in front of her, wide smiles on their faces. They greet the girl, calling her Saintess. She agrees and greets him back. One of the girls in a business suit approached the blonde and showed her something on a document tablet. The girl tells Maria that here is today's schedule. The blonde says thanks to her. Maria stands near the board and points at it with a pointer. Several people are sitting at the table, looking attentively at the girl. This happens at 9 o'clock in the morning. The girl has changed her clothes and is in the palace courtyard. There are many microphones in front of it. The interview takes place at 11 in the morning. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Maria is in the yard. A girl in a long skirt stands next to her. The blonde is in a room with a lot of children. The girl is wearing a wreath of candies on her head. At 5 o'clock in the evening, a girl dressed in armor sits on a chair in front of the clergyman. There are reporters around. Maria closed her eyes and smiled widely. The blonde stands on the roof of the palace and looks up. She leans against the railing. There is a starry sky above her head. Maria wonders if this is what she should do. The girl turned her face to the railing and leaned on it. With her other hand she holds her lower back. She says that she hasn't cleared a single tower this entire week. She questions whether this is what a player called a hero should do. The girl turned her pocket out and looks in his direction. Maria stretched out her hands in front of her and looks at the girl. She holds a package of cigarettes in her hands and presses it to herself. She asks if this is true. The girl also says that she can quit smoking by taking advantage of this opportunity. Maria put her hands on the railing and lowered her head on them. There is a girl standing in the doorway behind her. Maria exhales noisily. The girl asks her what she is doing here. Maria turned back and looked at the girl with a smile. She asks the girl if he came back to return her cigarettes. The girl refuses. She walked to the railing and stood next to Maria. The girls look at each other. Maria has a slight smile on her face. The girl asks what it is. She also asks if this is because of the problem with Kang. Maria says it's already hard for her, but this makes everything even harder. Maria looks at the girl, her lips pursed. Maria folded her arms under her chest, leaning them on the railing. The girl across from her suggests to her that they can cheer up some more. She also says that this season may be the last. The girl thinks that perhaps this season will be the last. The girl with blue hair smiles widely. Maria, Kang and the blue-haired girl are standing nearby. There are many other players around them. The girl says that they cleared the season's boss tower without killing a single person. Kang says it's definitely time for it to end after 3 repetitions in a row. Maria and the blue-haired girl are standing next to each other. The blonde looks at the girl with a smile, who looks very joyful. She says that in a peaceful world one should remain strong as long as they are treated well as heroes. The blonde asks if it wouldn't be awkward if they called her the Winter Princess when there are no towers. The blue-haired girl says it's not as embarrassing as being called a saint. Maria holds the girl by the cheeks. She clearly doesn't like it. Kang stands nearby and watches them with a smile. The girl with blue hair says it hurts. She presses her hands to her red cheeks. Tears flow from her eyes. Behind the girl is Kang, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The girl says that she should be called a witch, not a saint. Kang asks if it hurts when she gets pinched like that. 2 young men stand in front of Kang. One of them holds his hand in front of him with his thumb out. He turns to Kang and says it was a great job. The young man agrees and says that he also made a great effort. He also adds that starting next time, they need to discuss a little before rushing forward and then moving. A girl with a short haircut holds a blue fan in her hand. Behind her is Kang and 2 young men. One of them raised his hands up and makes strange movements. Someone turns to the girl and says that he was saved thanks to her. The girl replies that she believes that next time it will be he who will help her. The girl stands next to Maria and looks at her, a slight smile on her face. She asks the blonde if she is going back to the events of the 3rd season. The girl says that this was truly a golden era for heroes. Maria looks away, her eyebrows slightly arched. There is a slight smile on her face. She talks about the golden era. The girl lowered her chin and opened her mouth slightly. She says, "But what if you think about it?" She continues that even at that time there were signs that the heroes were gradually becoming corrupt. A man in green armor stands in front of a girl in an evening dress. Maria glances sideways in their direction. The man calls the girl Lydia. He invites them to talk for a minute before going to the tower. Lydia looks away from under her brows. Her eyebrows are arched. She asks, "Is it something serious?" The man glances sideways, one of his eyebrows raised. He replies that it's good. Lydia holds a fan in front of her face. The man stares ahead, his eyebrows furrowed. A little to the side there is a man who is walking somewhere, clenching his hands into fists. Someone says that at least these 3 judged that the golden era had already passed. Maria looks forward, her mouth slightly open. The girl examines the blonde, as if she feels sorry for her. Maria says that he found out about this only after the next season began and politics consumed the heroes. Maria looks forward, sweat streaming down her face. She looks nervous and scared. A sharp sword pierces the blue-haired girl right in front of Maria. Blood gushes in all directions. The sign says that player Aaron Makainen has died. Maria holds a dead girl in her arms, who becomes translucent. Maria loudly calls the girl the Winter Princess. Maria looks angry and upset, tears flowing from her eyes. She asks how is this possible. The girl extends her hand towards the gray-haired man. Maria holds the man's cape with her hand. He looks down at her. Maria says that he was next to her. How did this happen? The man says he is not a nanny. He asks why he should care about other players. The girl says that you should have at least killed her with your own hands. He asks her what he should do. He says that he is not engaged in a business that brings him losses. The man looks down, his eyes glowing purple. The man's face is illuminated with white light. He says that her country is not currently a partner with his home country. Maria looks forward, her eyebrows arched. The girl has dark circles under her eyes. Kang and another young man run towards her. The gray-haired man says that this is a world where the player's strength means the country's strength. Kang holds the blade in his hand, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The second young man is also worried. His mouth is slightly open. The man asks if he should really do something that will benefit other countries. He also says that even if this woman is no longer around, the world will not collapse. The girl raised her head up, her mouth slightly open. She says that from that day on, even if an advanced level tower opened, the heroes would no longer cooperate. She also says they could no longer let others watch their backs. The second girl arched her eyebrows sympathetically. She looks down, her mouth slightly open. The girl says that she is in the same party as Kang, even after a year. Kang stands near the podium. There are a large number of microphones in front of it. The young man extended his hand in front of him. Maria says Kang worked alone in Season 5. She also says that she still can't believe the fact that he cleared level 12 on his own. The girl with the bun folded her arms over her chest. She says this season should be a little different. She asks if this is true. Maria holds in her hand a sword that sparkles brightly with gold. Behind her is Kang, who pierces opponents with blue flashes. The girl says that even a general in America created a party with the hero king. A young man stands near the general. The man put his hand to his head and bared his teeth in annoyance. Maria looks forward, her eyebrows arched pitifully. She says he's not sure. She asks if it would be difficult to go back to the way things were then. The girls are standing on the roof, leaning on the railing. Opposite them, lights from the windows sparkle brightly. The girl says that if possible, she still wants to see the hero squad again. Kang, Maria and many other players imagine a girl with a bun. All of them are in armor or combat uniform and holding weapons in their hands. The girl looks joyful, she clenched her hand into a fist. The girl talks about heroes assemble and says that this is very cool. She also says that a party consisting of 10 of the most elite heroes is what she wants to see. Maria turned towards the girl. She put her hand on her head. There is a slight smile on Maria's face. Her eyes are closed. The blonde looks at the girl. There is a slight smile on Maria's face. The girl with the bun tells her not to treat her like a child. Maria says that it was just perfect height. She is very sorry. The girl with the bun says that she knows Maria isn't sorry at all. Maria stands with her back to the railing. She raised her head up and smiled widely. Maria's eyes are closed. The girl looks at her, her face full of inspiration. Maria says that then next time she will try to go to the tower, where there are many participants. She also says that they need to let the heroes gather. The girl with the bun asks if it's real. Maria agrees and says that this will happen as soon as Kang is released. The girl with the bun looks unhappy. Her eyebrows are arched and her mouth is wide open. Beads of sweat run down her face. The girl says that she came to talk about it. She also says that the Hero Kings has been released. The girl clenched her hands into fists and holds them in front of her. Maria looks at her with her mouth slightly open. The girl with the bun says that it looks like he headed straight to the Tower of the Second Awakening. Maria asks her if he went to the tower as soon as he was released. The girl tilted her head down, a smile on her face. White light illuminates her from behind. Maria says should she call him a role model for heroes. She also says that she shouldn't be doing this right now either. Maria has moved away from the railing and looks at the girl over her shoulder. Her hair flutters in the wind. Maria says let her postpone everything she has planned for tomorrow. The girl with the bun exclaims that this is out of the blue. Maria looks straight ahead. Her eyes are wide and she has a confident expression on her face. The blonde says she's going to try to climb the 8th level tower. Maria thinks that since Kang will definitely do this too. Kang plunged his hand into the mirror up to his elbow. There is a confident smile on his face. The young man's eyebrows are furrowed. He says that the trait of a noble man is to strive for power with all his might. A young man emerges from a red funnel. He stands opposite himself. The second Kang holds a clown mask near his face. Behind the back of the real young man there is a red bright portal. The double smiles with his chin down. He holds a mask near his face. There are many dark blue signs on a white background. They say that the Elder of Earth will grant him a blessing called Indomitable Body. The words Elder of Wind are written on the second tablet. He says that he will grant him a blessing called Sail and a Tailwind. The third tablet contains the phrase Elder of Frost. He says that Winterbringer's blessing has been upgraded to S+. The words Elder of Destruction are written on the last tablet. He says that he will grant him a blessing called Keyword Breaker X. Kang is sitting in the car. The young man leaned his head back on the seat and looked ahead. The sign says that Elder of Gestures expresses satisfaction. Kang is sitting at the computer desk in his room. In front of the young man there are 3 blue screens and a monitor. Kang's hand rests on the computer mouse. He pulled the second one towards the leftmost blue screen. He thinks that on the day he dealt with the destruction of the tower, the elders showered him with rewards. Kang looks down. He put his hand to his chin. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. The young man says that receiving blessings this season is going quite well. He also says that this time I also received X blessing. The young man turned his head in the direction. His teeth are tightly clenched and his mouth is twisted into a grin. The blue sign says that Elder of Balance expresses discomfort with excessive power and preferential treatment towards player Kang. The second sign states that this raises concerns about the fairness of the game. The last tablet says that many elders, including the Immortal Elder, agree with this. Kang indignantly says why this is. Another sign has someone's words written on it to warn him not to take the rules lightly. The young man leaned back in his chair and raised his hands up. His palms are clenched into fists with joy, a wide smile on his face. The blue plaque says that the Elder of Games rejects this concern and issues a stern warning. Kang says that this is what they call a game. Near the young man there is a chest, which is chained. It glows slightly red. The young man says the following. The blue plaque says there is a sealed chest containing the second set of awakening rewards called Pure Power. The young man holds the chest in his hands and pulls the chain to the side. Kang suggests that they see what's there. The sign says that unfathomably rare consumables are spilling out. Many different objects are in space. There is also a bag with something. A small golden pyramid, a flask with some kind of yellow liquid and multicolored balls. The characteristics of these items are written on dark blue plates. Among them, Fluctuating Essence of the Plague, its level Legendary Consumable. The next sign says about Unstoppable Power, its level is Mythic Consumable. Its effect is Attack Power, Defense Power, Hit Correction, Evasion Correction, STR, Dex, Int increases by 1,000 points during the season. The third sign says about fluctuating essence of frost. His level is legendary consumable. Its effects can be freely used with items and skills below heroic level and can be used with the frost attribute value. The last sign says about fluctuating essence of darkness. The level of this item is legendary consumable. The effect can be freely used with items and skills below heroic level and can be used with the darkness attribute value. A young man is sitting on the bed. He holds a purple card in his hands. All these objects are located near him. The sign says that fluctuating essence of darkness on the skill Frost Craftsman is being used. The second sign says that he purchased Dark Frost Craftsman. The purple card has a transparent stone in the shape of a drop. The second card shows skeletons in armor and with weapons. The first tablet says that fluctuating essence of frost on the skill Death Army was used. The second sign says that he acquired a Death Frost Army. The last plate says that he has received the Dark Frost Mage class. A young man lies on the bed. He extended one hand up towards the blue screen. Kang says that this also completes the setup of the fourth deck. Kang holds his hand near the blue screen. Several names of the towers are written on it. Kang says that you need to look at the list of available towers. The sign says that you need to choose a bathhouse to enter. The sign lists all the towers: Tower of Warrior, Tower of Ruin Guardian, Tower of Zombie Apocalypse. This tower is recommended for passing. Last on the list is Tower of the Conqueror Queen. Kang notes out loud that one of the towers is recommended. The second plate shows the characteristics of the Tower of Zombie Apocalypse. It has the 8th level. This tower has a survival mode. The description for this tower says that it is full of extreme biochemical threats. The sign also says the number of people who can enter. It says a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 5 people can enter. There is also a clarification that the store is not open. Kang looks ahead, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He imagines a girl with short hair. She spread her arms to the side and said something with a smile. Kang wonders if this isn't the same place he was in before. He also says that he has returned to the 8th rank world. The blue sign says that the goal of the raid is to hold out until the specified date. The notes say that 4 players entered the tower. It also says that the time until the entrance closes is 3 hours and 59 minutes. A young man flies down, surrounded by many blue holograms of men. The space around is filled with golden flashes. The sign says about the entrance to the Tower of Zombie Apocalypse. The second sign says that 5 players have entered the world of the tower. The last sign says that he joins forces and survives, or becomes the winner and monopolize the loot. Another sign says that this is if the player is successfully eliminated. Kang appeared on a platform in the middle of the city. Bright lights sparkle on skyscrapers. The blue sign says that a special reward is issued with a certain probability. Kang says that it is here again. A young man holds his hand near his head, a slight smile on his face. He looks forward intently. A metal helmet appears on Kang's head. The young man says that from now on we need to kill each other. He also says that it is obvious since he is chosen by the elders. The sign says the beginning of the scenario. A shield appeared over the city, consisting of many polyhedrons, similar to honeycombs. The sign says that this place is called Ordia, the domed corporate city, which is the enemy of the Tyrella Corporation. The second sign says that the Tyrella Corporation is intentionally spreading the virus in Ordia. A young man is dressed in metal armor. He stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. He says it's like a tower that doesn't allow anyone to leave this city. The young man spread his arms to the sides, and sharp blue pieces of ice appeared behind his back. There is a sign painted on a brown-red sign warning about something. The sign says that a large group of infected people are breaking in. The zombies are heading somewhere. They all look very disgusting. Many are missing pieces of skin and have extra growths. Many of them are dressed in regular clothes, tracksuits, or just trousers. The young man turned his head to the side and looked back over his shoulder. His eyes sparkle brightly with blue light. The young man talks about the uprising. Kang extended one arm in front of him and placed the other at his side. Skeletons in armor and with various weapons appeared in front of him. Some of them even hold a machine gun. Zombies stand a short distance from the skeletons. Green energy glows around them. Kang extended his hand forward. The sharp ice created by the young man flew forward. The skeletons also advanced to attack. Kang addresses the skeletons, calling them friends and telling them to move forward. Ice flows hit the zombies. One of them flew right into the eye. Skeletons also fight creatures. A young man stands on a stone and watches what is happening from above. The road they were on collapsed. He says there are no special events yet. The young man continues to look down, his mouth slightly open. A zombie appears behind Kang and reaches out to him with his hands. The young man asks if there is some kind of catch here. Kang turned sideways and glanced upward. Sharp ice spikes pierce the zombies in several places. The young man thinks that the tower is one thing. He wonders who the other players are. Half of the helmet disappeared from the young man's face. He looks forward calmly, his lips slightly pursed. The young man reflects on how he thinks they will pose a greater threat. He also thinks about something even bigger than the tower itself. A bright yellow flash illuminates the space. Debris of something is flying in the air. Kang looks to the side in shock. He noticed something. A bright yellow beam pierced right through the building. Kang looks at what is happening with his mouth slightly open. He is clearly surprised and somewhat perplexed. Bright golden particles fly in the air. Maria stands on the ruins of something and holds a shield and weapon in her hand. Kang looks at her from a considerable distance. Maria says that this is serious. The girl smiles widely and looks pleased. Her eyebrows are slightly raised, her hair is slightly disheveled. She asks the young man, as if the attributes of an assassin, darkness and plague were not enough, now necromancy has appeared. She also asks why his character becomes more evil every time she sees him. The young man put one hand on his belt and extended the other to the side. He continues to stand on the edge of the collapsed road. The girl threw her weapon over her shoulder and looks at the young man. Kang says she is truly holy every time he sees her. He also says the mace is definitely suitable for a holy servant. Kang has a wide smile on his face, his eyebrows raised slightly. He asks the girl, by the way, if she knows how priests began to carry a mace in RPG games. He also says it was considered unholy to see blood on the blade, so they wanted to mercifully crush the bone with the mace instead. Maria closed her eyes and twisted her mouth sadly. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. The girl says it's a relief that he's relaxed enough to talk nonsense and that he looks fine. The girl approached the young man. He is still standing on a piece of collapsed road. Kang put both hands on his hips and looks at the girl. To the side there are skeletons holding weapons in their hands. Kang says everything is always fine with him. The girl reached out and touched the young man's armor with her hand. Maria looks ahead, her eyebrows arched. The girl's mouth is slightly open, she looks serious. Maria asks the young man if this is really so. She holds the edge of the young man's chest armor with her hand, thus forcing him to bend towards her. A young man and a girl look at each other. Kang looks a little confused. The helmet disappears from the young man's face. He tilted his head slightly to the side. There is a slight smile on his face. He says that of course it is. Maria pushed the young man away. She placed her other hand on her side. The young man bent one hand into a fist and raised it up. There's a wide smile on his face. He asks the girl if she has ever seen a crazy person who called himself one. He says that fortunately he is completely fine and sane. Maria says that she doesn't really know what to say. The girl turned away from the young man and extended her hand in his direction. She closed her eyes and arched her eyebrows. Her mouth is wide open. Kang looks at the blue screen with a smile on his face. The girl says they should do it together. She asks if this is true. The blue sign asks whether the young man Maria will join the team. Another sign says that the Saintess blessing of Ranka is enhanced. The next tablet contains the characteristics of a blessing called Saintess Protection. The effects are an additional 100 points to defense power and 300 points to evasion correction. It also says that when the saint is with him, the effect increases by 1000%. Another sign says that a buff called Area of Valor blesses the Kang player and his summons. A golden glow appeared around the skeletons that the young man had summoned. The blue sign says that a buff called Guardian's Resolution blesses the player Kang and his summons. The young man extended his arms forward. A golden shield appeared between him and Mary. There is a confused and frightened expression on the girl's face. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. Kang says he loves her. He also says that it has been a long time since he received this buff. Maria asks him, is he crazy? A young man leans his hand on a golden shield. He has a wide smile on his face and his eyes are closed. The girl waved her hand in the air, and a golden glow appeared near her. Maria closed her eyes and looked nervous. She exhales through her mouth, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. The young man says that they are looking at the skeletons who received buff through the power of light. He asks the girl if she doesn't have a strange feeling of immorality. Maria says that of course yes. The young man closed his eyes and smiled contentedly. He says something about any case. Maria looks at Kang, her mouth slightly open. The girl looks a little surprised. The young man holds his hand on her shield. He tells the girl that he is grateful for her help. Maria lowered her chin and looked down. There is a slight smile on her face. She even looks a little embarrassed. She says she just did what she had to do. The girl put her hand on her shield. They stand next to the young man and look towards the skeletons. They are fighting with zombies. Some kind of liquid splashes in all directions. The girl says something about Kang. Someone's phrase is written on the blue side. It says that he will be reborn as one. Another sign says that Elder of Abominable Fusion significantly increases its influence on the tower world. Kang spread his arms to the sides and raised his head up. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. The girl looks at him with concern. Some tentacles appeared around them. Kang says something has finally happened. The pink and white sign says that this is a real threat in towers of rank 8 and above. A man is among the red skulls. It has an upper half of the body, and instead of legs there are a huge number of tentacles. Someone explains that this means that the elders sit on the throne. He also says that they can use their power as if nothing had happened. Distorted green monsters are in space. They look like ghosts, their eyes glow red. A huge green creature stands in front of Kang and Maria. The monster has pink and green tentacles that writhe in the air. This creature has several heads that look like skulls covered in mucus. The monster opens its mouth, sticking out its tongues. Instead of a belly, he has a huge mouth with a large red eye on it. Kang holds his hand near his face and puts on his helmet. He stares ahead, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The girl glances sideways at the young man. Kang says his breakfast wants to get back out. The girl tells him that apparently he had a good breakfast. The skeletons pointed their weapons towards the monster. However, where the bullets hit, holes simply appeared in the creature. The monster made a sharp movement with one of its tentacles. With this, he swept the skeletons aside. Kang attacks the creature, creating blue spikes. The monster spread its arms wide and is ready to attack. A young man is standing on a stone piece of something. He created an ice block on which Maria runs. The girl swings a sledgehammer, about to strike. Her cloak flutters in the air. She attacks the enemy, delivering a strong blow. A bright yellow flash accompanies this action. The monster spreads in different directions. A girl and a young man are nearby. There are skeletons behind them, some of them are applauding. Kang clasped his hands and held them at chest level. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. He says that even her personality seems to change into something tougher as time goes on. The girl continues to stand wearing the helmet. There are pieces of something flying in the air. She says that in no case, harshness in games really changes a person. The girl folded her hands in front of her, standing in front of the young man. Kang put his hands on his hips. Maria smiles, closing her eyes. She asks the young man if he wants to see how cruel she has become. The young man swears and says that even in a helmet, it seems to him that he sees what kind of face she has. Blue screens appeared in front of the young man and girl. Kang glances sideways upward. Maria says that's enough jokes, they need to move on to the next one. The blue sign says that based on data from Fusion X3, the Hive virus acquires combat immunity. Another sign says that it has frost resistance and darkness resistance. Tentacles appeared in space, they were reaching for some red light. The label says that light fastness and resistance to destruction have been increased. There was an explosion in the city. A bright orange-yellow flash blazes above the skyscrapers. The sign says that thanks to the Fusion X5 data as a basis, the ability to accelerate self-reproduction is additionally activated. A man in a beret and military uniform stands near the building. In his hands he is clutching some kind of weapon, probably for launching small missiles. Something red sparkles in space. It looks like something woven from many glossy threads. A young man stands on the roof and watches what is happening. Blue screens hang in front of him. A strange red substance appeared above the roof of a round building. Tentacles are reaching towards her. The sign says that with the Fusion X4 data as a basis, fire resistance and blood magic resistance were obtained. A core of coiled tentacles formed inside this red substance. A white flash sparkles brightly in the center of it. The sign says that the fusion-type nucleus network Hive virus has successfully mutated. A bright flash appeared above the round building. A bright blast wave spread in different directions. Bright red explosions occur where debris falls. Someone's phrases are written on the signs. One says that do not forget that we are one. The second one says that the fusion cannot be stopped until everyone in this world is reborn as one. Half of Kang's helmet is missing. Now you can see the expression on his face. The young man's teeth are tightly clenched and his mouth is grinning nervously. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He says many other resistances have increased. The skeletons that the young man created stand inside a golden shield. Around them are strange creatures with blue growths on their skin. Red energy sparkles around them. The creatures look very strange and look a bit like a green monster. Their heads resemble skulls covered with blue skin. There are many sharp growths all over the body. Kang asks why they look like that, because they have higher frost resistance. The sign says that this is a Hive virus fusion variant X6. Someone says that he does not know why only the cold resistance is high. Kang and Maria stand next to each other. In the air around them are golden shields and blue swords. Maria asks Kang if he is okay with this setup. The young man says there is nothing they can do. There is no store here, so he cannot change the deck. Kang is inside the golden shield. He swings the sword, holding it with both hands. Maria stands nearby, clutching a shield in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. They are going to attack the monsters. Kang says someone must have recklessly used an ice skill before we arrived. He also says that it is very unpleasant that he does not know who it is. Maria asks the young man if he is really blaming others right now. Half of the girls' faces are hidden under the helmet, but the other is not. She glances sideways. Her mouth is slightly open. The girl says that they should decide on a route. She also says that he thinks it would be better for them to join the remaining players. Kang turned his head to the side and looked intently there. In his hands he clutches a blue sword. Kang says it would be dangerous to give them a chance to adapt. It was as if a tree had grown inside the round building. Tentacle roots spread in space. Kang says that they need to unite as a group and find the main one. Maria and Kang move forward. They swing their weapons, striking enemies. Kang looks behind the girl, his mouth slightly open. Maria fights another monster. Kang says that it's a little annoying for him to run around in this armor. Maria tells the young man to stop talking and move his feet. Kang took off his armor. He holds one hand in front of his face. The sign says that the young man lost 900 defense points, but gained 1,200 evasion points and 300 dex points. The second sign says that there are 2 equipment switches left out of 3. Kang says that you need to switch equipment to the Baptism of Darkness and Banishment of Death. Maria holds a shield in front of her. In her other hand she holds a sledgehammer, which she lifts above her head. Kang stands in front of her, his mouth slightly open. Maria begins to ask the young man what he is doing, but she didn't have time to finish the sentence. Kang interrupts her and asks if she went sledding. The young man holds the girl's shield with his hand so that it lies on his back. Maria holds onto the handles on the inside of the shield. The young man jumps forward, practically flying. He tells Maria to hold on tight. The girl holds on with one hand, and in the second she clutches a weapon. A young man and a girl head into the city. A fighter jet flies overhead. Maria and Kang look up, their mouths slightly open. The girl's hair flutters in the wind. Maria says that this is Lieutenant General Kilgore's fighter. She also says that they no longer have to worry about finding players. Kang says that this old man is quite skilled in command. A helicopter flies over the city, approaching a tall skyscraper. A man jumps down. Behind his back is a backpack with a parachute. Kang and Maria fly next to the man. Kilgore has opened his parachute and is gliding in the air, looking towards the young man and girl. The man lands on the roof, throwing off his backpack with a parachute. Kang is a few steps away. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. Kang says he works so hard for world peace. The man tells the young man to shut up. Maria stands behind Kang, her cloak and hair flying in the air. The young man put one hand on his side and extended the other to the side. A man stands opposite him and examines them. Maria greets the general. He is surprised and says that she is here too. The girl stands behind the young man's shoulder. Her mouth is slightly open and her eyebrows are raised. She asks the man if he is waiting for other players. The man puts his hand to his chin and looks to the side. Maria and Kang stand opposite him. The general says he doesn't know when the other two will arrive. Kang tells the man that they have already seen the battle, so there may not be a second one. General Kilgore says that among the players who use blood magic, the only one who has reached level 8 is the Count. He also reveals that he has heard he has a high resistance to blood magic. Kang, Maria, and General Kilgore are standing on the roof of the building. Above them is a blue shield. The man says that then they will start on their own. He is holding a weapon in his hands, inside of which there is a combat projectile. The general asks what the zombie's main body looks like. A bright orange-yellow flash illuminates the space. The blast wave diverges in different directions. There is a huge amount of dust and smoke in the space. Among him can be seen the silhouette of a man with a staff. A man with blonde hair stands in the middle of the smoke. There is a hood on his head. The man points the staff towards Kang, Maria, and the general. Bright blue rays fly towards them. The general raised his hand in front of him in defense. Maria stretched out her hand in front of her and closed her eyes. Kang stands with his back to them, his arms out to the sides. A golden shield formed around them. The general asks the player what he is doing. Kang folds his hands in front of him. A blue flash appears between them. There is an angry look on his face. He says that he is the person who increased the cold resistance. He also says that when 5 people gather, one of them is definitely bad. Kang stands next to the general. The young man extended his hand forward. A bright blue flash appears between the company and the man with the staff. Kang stands in front of everyone, one of his legs raised up. They stand a few steps away from the player with the staff. Kang tells the man to stop doing this and leave. Kang looks forward, his mouth slightly open. Drops of sweat flow down the young man's cheek. His eyes sparkle brightly with blue light. Kang says that he wants to fight with or against them. The man's hood came off. He holds the staff with both hands. Half of its body is covered with brown growths that look like tree branches. Tentacles wrap around the young man's hair. He says something about one thing. The tentacles pierce the man. They penetrate his mouth, wrap around his eyes and neck. He says we are one. Behind the man's back is a monster consisting of tentacles. Kang and the general look on. The young man asks what it turns out. He is not a player. Maria clenched her hand into a fist and holds it near her chest. The general stands behind her, holding his weapon in his hands. There is a somewhat frightened expression on their faces. The man says that this is the Elder of Frost's apostle. Maria asks if they cut off its tentacles, will it heal again? There are black stripes on a white background. A lot of people are lying on the ground. They don't look alive. Maria asks if he doesn't remember the Plague Elder. Someone says that even if they get rid of the boss, the infection that has already progressed will not disappear. Kang gritted his teeth and bared his mouth, his brows furrowed. He holds his hand in front of him as if protecting himself. Kang says that now that they have killed the Plague Elder, they have yet another new person to deal with. He asks if there is any way to bring it back. Kang spread his arms wide. A ribbon with purple and gold-colored cards appeared next to him. Opposite him is a creature with a green light glowing around it. Kang says that he needs side deck, 3 cards, full replacement. He also says that you need to get rid of the tentacles. Kang stands in front of their small squad. He moved his hand to the side. In it he clutches the hilt of an ice sword. He raised his other hand forward and extended his index finger. Behind him are Maria and General Kildor. The girl holds a shield in front of her. The man squeezes the weapon in his hands and points it towards the enemy. The sign says that command synergy has vanished. The second sign says that assassination synergy has been applied. Another sign says about class Elder Assassin. The last sign says that a debuff will be applied to the target, which is called Weakness Exposure, adding 4 points to stacks. Kang says that he will kill him as soon as he can before he eats everything. The young man's eyes began to glow brightly red. His eyes turn black. He frowns and looks ahead intently. He says that this is how he shows mercy to him. A young man stands on the platform, one hand extended forward. A bright flash glows above her, and a book flies near her second hand. Bright red magic sparkles around him. The young man extended his hand forward, a wide and slightly crazy smile on his face. His eyes sparkle bright red. In front of him is one of the tentacles. The man says that he understands. There is a wide smile on the young man's face. His bangs fall across his face, covering one eye. He says that he knew the blood was just a small piece. He also says that in this intricate harmony, the young man with blonde hair clenched his hands into fists. He is dressed in red and black armor and has a colorful tie around his neck. In front of the young man there is a blue sphere with some kind of diagram. The blue tablet says how dare he break the blood oath and betray him. One of the tentacles wraps around the young man as if they were caressing him. The tablet says that the blood curse, which cannot be banished, will always be with him. The young man has a wide smile on his face as he stares intently at the tentacle that is in front of his face. The blue sign says that the Elder of Blood screams in an indescribable tone of betrayal. Someone's phrase is written on the second side. It says that he is a part of him, he is his child, he is him, and he is me. The last sign says that the Elder of Abominable Fusion accepts the player Vladimir as part of himself and blesses him. The tentacles wrap around the man, who calmly spread his arms to the sides. A red light shines around him. The sign says that the Elder's contract has been terminated. Another sign says that the Elder's contract is being extended. The next sign says that the fusion has begun with the Elder of Abominable Fusion. A man with a staff moves forward. Tears flow from his eyes. The tentacles wrap around him. They have become part of his body. He says that they are going to become one. Kang slashes with his sword, creating a blue flash in the air. The general holds pistols in his hands and shoots in different directions. The man with the staff leans back, avoiding the attack. An arc of sharp ice flows appeared above his head. He waved his hand and smashed it out. Pieces of ice fly in all directions. The man begins to look more and more like a monster. Now both of his arms began to consist of tentacles. Kang holds a sword in front of him and points it towards the monster. One of the sharp thorns pierces him right through. The sword also cuts into the monster's chest. Kang touches the man's forehead with his index finger. A black sharp spike protrudes from his mouth. A bright purple glow appears at the point of contact. The sign says that the impact of the debuff weakness has reached maximum stacks. As he hangs in the air in front of the man, he stretches one hand behind his back and creates a sword near him. With his other hand he touches the man's forehead. In his chest is a young man's two-handed sword. Someone says about Heavenly Demon Sword Technique number 1. The young man holds a sword in his hand and swings it. A bright blue flash appears in the air. Tentacles writhe in the air. Kang lands on the landing, his cape flying in the air. Blue pieces of ice sparkle behind him. The blue sign says that he destroyed the Fusion Type X1 Hive virus. Kang lowered his chin and bit one lip. The young man's eyebrows are arched. Maria clutches a sledgehammer, her mouth twisted. The general fires his weapon, hitting the tentacles. They fly apart in the air. The space in front of him burns with orange fire. The man says the message that he failed did not appear. The young man looks down, his mouth twisted. Someone calls him and tells him to pull himself together. Kang raised his sword hand up. Bright red flashes appeared above his head. Maria and the general are standing next to each other. They lowered their weapons and looked up. Red flashes flash above them. The young man put one hand in his pocket and lowered the sword down. He looks at what is happening in front of him. Maria holds a sledgehammer with her hands. The general threw the rocket launcher over his shoulder and approached the girl and Kang. The general stopped behind the young man. Kang looks forward, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The general asks about the count. Kang thinks that it's not him, it's something else. 3 people are standing on a platform that is covered in red. The warning sign says that a kin has been met. Maria, Kang and the general stand nearby. They look straight, a drop of sweat runs down the girl's cheek. A girl in a short skirt with long blonde hair stands with her hands on her hips. Her ears are slightly extended. Standing next to her is a tall man in a black business suit. In front of them is a teenager in shorts, his eyes glowing red. The tablet says that the bloodline belongs to a faction of high-ranking vampires who serve the Blood Elder. It also says that they must drink human blood and cannot move under the sun. It also says that they are afraid of crosses, do not like garlic and onions, and cannot die. The last line says that even if they could, their family is bound by rules that they cannot break. The red-eyed teenager folded his arms over his chest. He stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. He says that they are here. Kang holds his hand near his chest. Small pieces of ice fly near his palm. Kang furrows his brows and looks away, his mouth slightly open. The young man says he has the wrong address. He also says that we don't have a single related player in the party. A young man with pointed ears and a red tie closed his eyes. There is a slight smile on his face. He says that unfortunately, that's not entirely true, he's come to the right place. Kang, Maria and the general look surprised. Their eyes are wide open. Some of them are thinking about being told that they are going to fight them. Kang keeps his hand on the general's shoulder. Opposite them are the arriving vampires. Kang thinks that this cannot be. Factions also receive restrictions on their activities depending on the level of the tower. The young man says out loud that he is telling him that the factions are like themselves. The young man asks if he can directly attack the player even in a simple level 8 tower. There is a wide smile on the face of the young man on the vampire side. His sharp fangs stand out noticeably. He extended his hand up and snapped his fingers. He closed his eyes and tilted his head slightly to the side. He pronounces so that he does not make a mistake. A bright red flash illuminates the space. She appears above the heads of Kang, Maria and the general. They look scared. Red flashes appeared along the entire perimeter of the dome. Tentacles wrap around him. The vampire looks forward with his hand outstretched. There's a wide smile on his face. He says that they are not here to fight with them. He says that but rather in order to become an auxiliary force. Kang turned his head slightly to the side and opened his mouth slightly. The space behind him is painted pink. The young man asks what he wants in return for help. He also asks another question in order not to treat the Count coldly and to make peace with him. The vampire clenched his hand into a fist, something broke in his palm. Red liquid splashed in all directions. A broken glass with red contents flies down. The vampire refuses and reports that the player Vladimir broke the blood oath and betrayed their lord. Vladimir is among the tentacles that wrap around him. He spreads his arms wide and flies down. The blue sign says that the merger with the Elder of Abominable Fusion has begun. The vampire says that he too has been reborn as an apostle of the Elder of Abominable Fusion. Maria puts her hand to her face and looks ahead in shock. Sweat pours down her face. Kang also looks shocked, his mouth slightly open. The vampire spread his arms to the sides. Their company still stands a few steps away from the players. The vampire says that in this way he would like to ask the Hero King. He asks them to help them with revenge. Maria turned her head towards the young man. Her mouth is wide open and her eyebrows are arched. The vampire says that the Elder of Blood wants to enter into a temporary double contract with him. Maria whispers to Kang that he can't. She also says that if he accepts their terms, he will be drawn into a battle between the elders. The young man thinks about what will happen if something happens. He doesn't finish the sentence. The young man approaches the vampires. There is a slight smile on Kang's face. The chief of the vampires clenched his hand into a fist and holds it near his chest. Kang says he should have refused his offer. He also asks what will he do then. The vampire looks forward, his eyes glowing bright red. There's a wide smile on his face. He says that if this is the case, he will find the next suitable one after Hero King and make the same offer. A gray-haired man holds a staff with a skull in his hands. The man is wearing armor with bones. There are many skeletons behind him. Kang, the general and Maria stand nearby. The young man's face is not visible. The man and girl look at Kang. The young man thinks about what is next suitable after the Hero King. Kang purses his lips, his bangs falling across his face, reaching his nose. The young man frowns and looks ahead. His mouth is slightly open. He asks then what can he give him in return. The vampire steps forward towards Kang, Maria and General Kilgore. The vampire says that everything is according to the solidarity of blood. The vampire dropped to one knee and bowed his head. He is in front of Kang. The vampire says that everything that the rules of the game allow. The vampire raised his head up, a wide smile on his face. His eyes are closed. Kang agrees to a deal with him. The vampire says that, as he expected, he is pleased to have a casual conversation. Maria touches Kang's shoulder with her hand. Her eyebrows are arched and a bead of sweat runs down her cheek. She whispers to him not to make hasty decisions. Kang says he will be fine. The vampire continues to sit on one knee. Kang takes a step towards him. Maria stands behind the young man and extends her hand towards him. Kang says that people like him, who live or die by the rules, would not try to deceive him. He also says he has no reason to refuse the offer. The vampire says 3 words out loud, such as manner maketh vampire. Bright red streaks of some liquid are above Kang's head. The young man raised his head up and looked carefully. Kang approached some kind of high stone bowl. Everything around him is painted red. The blue tablet says that he needs to drink his blood and take the solidarity of blood. Kang looks inside the bowl. There is a red liquid there. It reflects a young man. Kang dipped his hands into the red liquid. The young man bent it into a boat and brought it to his mouth. He takes a sip, closing his eyes. There are red drops on a black background. The sign says that a new contract has been concluded with the Blood Elder. A bright red flash erupts from Kang's chest. Blood splashes in different directions. There is a lot of information written on the sides. The first one says that the kin has officially accepted the player Kang through the solidarity of blood. The next sign says that he received the blessing, which is called the body of the High Vampire X. The third tablet says that the immortal's powers were imbued into his flesh. On the fourth sign it says that he received the blessing, called Sanguinicent X. The next tablet says that his blood magic abilities have increased noticeably. It is also said that the Elder of Blood granted him a rental deck, which is called Prince of Blood. Kang opened his mouth wide, his eyes glowing red. Purple and gold cards fly near the young man's face. The sign says that when you rent decks, you cannot take certain cards or use them in other decks. The next sign states that at the end of the rental period, all rented skill cards will be returned regardless of season progress. Kang thinks about 1 mythical, 2 legendary and 3 heroic. Kang held his hands out in front of him. Between them are multicolored cards. Kang had a slight smile on his face and his eyes turned red. Kang says that these are the usual Hero King feats. He is just good at business. Kang stands in the middle of a space that is illuminated by a purple light. He stretched his arms out in front of him, a blue flash glowing between his palms. Someone exclaims that it suits his taste, a child with 1,002 faces and 1,002 talents. Kang raised his head up and pursed his lips. Above his head is a creature wearing a jester's hat. There are many masks flying around. The blue sign says that the Elder of Jesters is laughing madly. The young man looks up. There is black energy above his head. Kang laughs and says that it's no surprise that the reward for awakening the class was a little lacking. The young man put his hand to his chest and clenched it into a fist. Behind him stands Maria, who looks at the young man in amazement. The general is also standing next to the Kang. The young man thinks that this was the real reward for awakening the second class. The vampire glances sideways. There is a large amount of dust behind him. Among it one can discern the silhouette of a man. The vampire says that then he will leave the destruction to him. Someone in brown boots moves forward. Clouds of dust swirl around his feet. Kang looks forward, his lips pursed. The bangs fall over the young man's face. Opposite him stands a young man in a long cloak. He spread his arms to the sides. He says that they were all here. Kang says he has been waiting for him for so long. Vladimir looks forward with a slight smile. On its back are tufts of green-brown tentacles. Maria, Kang and General Kilgore stand a few steps away from him. Kang says he's just curious about how many great offers he's received to start working with them. Vladimir laughs and says that it passes so quickly. Vladimir raised his hand up, his cloak fluttered in the air. Tentacles burst out from behind his back. Vladimir says that of course it was a tempting offer. Kang jumped into the air, avoiding the tentacles. The general holds onto the green rope with his hands. Maria is holding a golden it in her hands. Vladimir says that he simply gained understanding. Vladimir looks forward, a crazy smile on his face. His eyes glow bright red. He says that in this decree, where one is everything and everything is one, nothing can be an exception in this world. Kang extended his hand back, a blue glow of magic sparkling near his palm. Kang's eyebrows furrow. He says that this is urgent news. A certain revolutionary from Prussia is applauding in his grave. Kang is located near Vladimir. In one hand he holds a sword, which has pierced the young man's chest. He opened his mouth wide and looked forward intently. He says that he could only feel sorry for him for not being able to discover this beauty, filled with absolute order and harmony. Kang asks him how Hero King can understand what a madman finds beautiful. Vladimir looks to the side, a wide smile on his face. Tentacles begin to crawl over his face and body as if they were under his skin. Kang asks if he's not completely mad too. Vladimir tells him not to worry. He will show him as soon as they return to reality. Kang raised his head up, his mouth slightly open. Near it is a blue block of ice. Kang asks Vladimir why they should meet outside the tower. Kang holds a sword in his hand and flies to the side. Vladimir has been transformed, and in his place is a brown substance. He says he is surprised. Kang sits on his knee, leaning on his sword. Maria is behind him and holds a shield in her hands. The general is hanging in the air, holding onto the rope. The blue sign says that the player Vladimir did not cope with his task. The second sign says that all hostility against Maria's party has disappeared. The general asks if this guy just committed suicide. He also asks what he is thinking about. The young man is thinking about Count. Kang looks forward, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. His eyebrows are furrowed and he looks puzzled. Kang mentally wonders what he's up to. There are pieces of tentacles on a black background. The blue sign says that he cleared the Tower of Zombie Apocalypse. The second plate talks about defining a clear reward. The last sign says that he eliminated the player Vladimir. Kang lies on the bed, one of his hands resting on his stomach. There is a phone next to him. Kang took it in his hand and holds it in front of his face. A bead of sweat runs down Kang's cheek. He asks what happened. Someone asks him if he saw the news. He also says that if he hasn't seen it yet, he should just put it on something and have a look. News is displayed on the screen. There is a correspondent behind the presenter. He stands on the roof and behind him is the city. Green tentacles grow above him. Someone says that this is the current appearance of the Kremlin in Moscow. He also says that it has been established that the cause of this unprecedented biochemical terror is the work of the Count, the hero of Russia. Kang looks at the phone screen, his eyes wide. Someone writes to the young man that he will show him as soon as we return to reality. A black car is driving somewhere among the skyscrapers. The man who is inside the car speaks. He reveals that the Russian government has allowed the entry of Hero King, a sword master and saint, to subdue the terrorists. He also asks if she is going to leave. Some say he will have to. Park stands near the car and leans on it. He folds his arms across his chest and looks towards Kang. Next to it there is a purple portal near which a girl is standing. Kang is somewhat removed from all this. He asks who is the person next to him. Kang walked up to Park and looked at the man. He folds his arms over his chest and looks at something to the side. Behind him is a girl who is talking to a man who has half climbed out of the portal. The manager says that she is the gatekeeper of SIPO. He also says that because this case represents a special catastrophic situation. He also says that he confirmed that it was created correctly. Kang says they didn't intend to go there through the planters or towers. Kang raised his hand to his chest and pointed his finger to the side. He asks then, if this is the case, why they don't accept help from other heroes. He also says that just recently they mentioned him, a saint and a sword master. The sales general lips, and the girl with the bun smiles slightly. Kang also says that it would be easier if they called the old military man and the fox lady. The manager folded his arms across his chest and lowered his chin. His eyes are closed, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He says that if you are talking about the American general and the head of the SIPO and the mistress, they were denied entry into the country for intelligence security reasons. He also says that it's just like the time the US refused their help in the previous season. Kang raised his hand and curled his fingers. The young man closed his eyes and opened his mouth. The manager stands a couple of steps away from him and looks at the young man. Kang says that at least he is not so worried after hearing this. The manager asks what about. Kang says that the one we are about to encounter is an absolutely crazy elder who is shouting about how everyone should be united. Kang smiles, looking to the side. His eyebrows are slightly arched. The young man says that but how are these people doing who are still fighting each other even when the earth is about to end? He asks, supposed to become one anyway. The young man stretched out his hands in front of him. In one of them he squeezes a card. In front of him is a ribbon with multicolored cards. The manager lowered his chin and closed his eyes. Kang says their country's capital is being destroyed right now on live television. He also informs that but let them see how they struggle to get their miserable meal. He also says that this is why they are in absolute chaos. Kang is in the same place. Red flashes appeared around him. The entire space is painted in this color. The manager flies off to the side. Kang says switch decks. The blue sign says that he has equipped the rental deck, which is called Prince of Blood. The second sign says that Sanguine Synergy has been activated. Another sign says that the Ice Assassin class has evolved into a Vampire Lord. Kang grabbed his hair with his hand, a wide smile on his face. He says that the moon is beautiful tonight. The young man folded his arms and turned away from the manager. He puffed out his cheeks and closed his eyes. The manager also does not look in the young man's direction. He says it's noon, idiot. Kang says that in Moscow it is 6 o'clock in the evening. The girl who stands near the purple portal looks to the side. Her mouth is slightly open and she looks nervous. The girl turns to Kang and says that the path to Moscow is open. Red tentacles writhe in the air. At the ends of these tentacles there are small mouths with sharp teeth. People with machine guns fight these creatures. The purple portal is located a short distance from the tentacles. Maria and a man are standing nearby. Kang emerged from the portal, his hands in his pockets. Maria looks at him, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Maria calls the young man. Kang smiles widely, waving his hand. His eyes are closed. There is a pink background behind the young man's back and a small heart near his head. Kang laughs and says the moon is very beautiful today. The girl raised her head up, her hands resting on her hips. Kang closed his eyes and lowered his head down. Maria asks about the moon in bewilderment and the question is piqued, although it's not even that dark now. Kang says she just doesn't get the joke. He asks the question maybe because they have different cultures. He also says that he wonders if Red would understand that. Kang turned his head to the side, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyebrows are raised. He asks what it is and wonders if the sword master is still not here. Kang extended his arm to the side, his eyes closed. A man stands nearby and examines the young man. He says China has refused to participate. Kang says that just when he has a great opportunity to become a hero. He also says that it looks like he is no longer there. Kang glances sideways, his lips pursed. A man in white armor is in the thick of battle. He hits the tentacles. Kang picked up the speaker from the table. The young man put it to his mouth. Maria is standing behind him. She has thrown the Cavalda over her shoulder. Warriors with weapons turn to look at them. There are tents around. Kang talks about the microphone test and asks if everyone can hear it. The men look away, beads of sweat running down their faces. However, they look happy. Someone is talking about these people. The second person reports that they are saved. Kang holds a loudspeaker in his hand. He pulled the second one forward, his blades appeared in front of him. Maria stands nearby, a wide smile on her face. Kang says that the problem solver has arrived. Warriors fight monsters while being among them. Some say that Hero King and the Saintess fight together. He also says that this curse must be prevented from developing further. Some even shout they cannot allow him to take over the heart of their homeland. Maria extended her hand to the side, in it he holds a sledgehammer. Her mouth is wide open. Behind her are two men in military uniform with weapons in their hands. Maria says let's all fight together. She also says that there is no need to give up. Maria stretched her hand up and holds a sledgehammer in it. In his second hand he holds a shield. In front of it there are many tentacles. Kang holds swords in his hands, with a golden glow glowing around him. He says that he also has a buff. The young man moves forward, his eyes flashing bright red. Maria flies next to him, clutching shields in her hands. Kang asks if it's time to set off. Kang clutches swords in his hands and attacks his opponents. Bright flash of green color, green flash. Drops of blood fly in all directions. Kang looks back, behind him. Sharp fangs protrude from his mouth. He thinks about for enemies at this level. Kang looks forward, a wide smile on his face. In front of him is a bright flash of green, which was caused by his swinging his sword. Kang thinks about how he won't even need to use his skills. A bright green flash cuts through the monster. Kang tilted his head to the side and looked away with a smile. Drops of blood fly in the air. The young man jumped up and waves his arms in which he holds the blades. Bright green flashes follow the path of the strokes. Drops of red liquid scatter in the air. The blue tablet says that he can control the blood under the influence of a blessing called the body of a higher vampire. Red glowing lines appear on the tentacles. They spread over a huge space, entwining buildings and covering roads. A huge number of people affected by these tentacles are located near them. Attention was drawn to the blonde, his eyes bulging and turning red. He says, become one. Kang looks forward, his mouth slightly open. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. The young man's eyes glow brightly. Kang holds a blade in his hand. Opposite him are many mutants. They were all huddled together in small heaps. The area around is painted red. Kang thinks about what's going on. He also thinks about how he thought this was the most that could happen. The young man reflects that if he pointed his finger at the count, it would be a coup. Kang leaned forward, his mouth wide open. The whites of the young man's eyes have turned black, the pupils sparkle brightly with red fire. The young man thinks that they are no longer even the same people they were before they became heroes. Kang loudly calls the count. The young man moves forward rapidly, clutching swords in both hands. Behind him are warriors who are also going to attack the monsters. A young man holds a sword in his hands, a green stone shines brightly on its hilt. Blood bursts into the air as it bursts from the tentacles. She falls down, blood spraying into the air. Kang pulled his arms back and spread his arms out to the sides. He had just cut off the head of a monster. Tentacles entwine the stairs, someone injures them. Blood spews into the air. The young man moves forward, he steps on puddles of red liquid. A severed head lies nearby. The young man runs forward, waving his blades. Behind him are men with weapons who are striking the mutants. The young man swung his sword and struck someone. A stream of blood shoots into the air. The young man's cloak flies in the air. The young man's shoe is covered in blood and he is standing in a puddle of red liquid. Kang slightly bent his knees and hunched his shoulders. Around him there are many corpses of mutated people. The young man gritted his teeth and tilted his head down. Green tentacles moved towards the young man. Kang tilted his chin down, his eyes blazing bright red. He pronounces a skill called Descent of the Domain of Thorns. Kang stands in a pool of blood that bubbles up. Tentacles fly apart, blood spurts into the air. A bright white ball hangs in the air, red rays are separated from it. Tentacles writhe in the air. Maria stands in front of them, clutching a shield in her hand. The girl looks up, her mouth slightly open. The girl looks nervous. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. She says the name Kang questioningly. The young man stretched out his hand in front of him and looks at her. A large number of bats fly near it. Their eyes glow bright red. The taller young man raised his hand in front of him. Bright red lines appeared near him. Kang extended his hand forward. He stands in the middle of a huge number of tentacles. The young man directed the flock of bats forward. One of the monsters is wounded and blood is flowing from its mouth. Kang clenched his hand into a fist, thin red thread separated from it. The young man's hand also contains a piece of tentacle. The young man glances sideways behind his back. His mouth is slightly open. Behind him stands Maria, golden fire blazing around her. The girl leaned her body forward slightly. She clutches her weapon in her hands. The girl's hair flutters in the air. Her eyes sparkle brightly with yellow light. Maria raised the sledgehammer high into the air. A yellow flash illuminates the space. A bright golden ball is flying somewhere. Many such balls fly towards the ground. One of them has already landed. A bright flash illuminated the space. Fragments of asphalt scattered to the sides. The warriors look up in shock, their mouths slightly open. Drops of sweat run down your cheeks. Bright golden flashes illuminate the space. The balls land in the midst of the tentacles. Maria runs towards the young man with a large amount of dust behind her. The girl calls the young man by name. He turned his head to the side and smiled widely. His eyes sparkle brightly red. The young man asks the girl how he knows that he is done here. Kang and Maria run forward to the entrance of the building. The young man urges her to run. He also says we must go catch the traitor. Maria shouts at him to wait for her. Blackie grabbed the mutant with his teeth. There is quite an expression on her face. Nearby lies a decent pile of the same creatures caught by her. Kang and Maria ran inside the building, the doors of which were wide open. The two men look after them. Someone shouts that we need to follow the heroes. The warriors raise their hands up, their mouths wide open and their brows furrowed. Someone shouts, let him protect his homeland from monsters. Vladimir looks completely insane. He has a wide smile on his face and his eyes sparkle brightly. Tentacles stretch out from behind the young man's back. Kang leaned forward, his mouth slightly open. The young man's bangs fall over his face, hiding his eyes. He thinks about monsters and the Count is no longer the man he knew before. Kang moves forward with one arm extended forward. Near him is his double with a clown mask. Someone reports that he can be a hero or a villain. The same person tells that it depends on them who they decide to become on this stage. Maria runs forward. She catches up with the young man. The entire space of the room is shrouded in tentacles. Kang thinks that it would be so easy to make a decision if a hero could just turn into a villain just like that. The young man takes a step forward. Something lights up the space in front of him with red. Kang thinks about what if the whole world finds out. The young man wonders if the world can look at heroes the same way. Kang and Maria stand in front of a red hole that is created from pink tentacles. The young man says that he thinks they shouldn't have run away. A long tunnel is made of many tentacles. Kang says that it looks like he is also ready for the final fight. A young man and a girl are standing near the entrance to this tunnel. It shines brightly with red light and there are warriors behind them. Someone's phrase is written on the blue side. He says let him come in and become one of them. Another sign says that the Elder of Abominable Fusion is taunting Kang. A young man and a girl look forward intently. Their figures are illuminated with pink light. Kang and Maria look closely at the tunnel. He reaches far ahead. The young man asks where he thinks he could be. He also says that he has never seen anything like this before. Maria says it feels like this place doesn't belong in this world. The young man opened his mouth slightly and looked forward with slight surprise. Maria arched her eyebrows and looked at something on the screen that appeared in front of her. The blue tablet says he must fulfill the contract and make him pay in blood. Kang says that he is quite impatient. The second sign says that Elder of Blood calls on the Kang player to fight face to face. The young man approached the portal and extended his hand into it. Maria staggers back and looks up, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. Kang says he is coming. The girl is about to object. Kang turned his head and looked at the girl over his shoulder. He looked slightly perplexed. Maria clenched one hand into a fist and pulled out the second one. She tells him to let her help. The young man walked all the way inside and turned back. He extends his hand towards the girl. Kang says they won't let her in. He also says that this is a fight between two elders. Maria puts her hands to the portal and looks forward. Her eyebrows are arched and her mouth is wide open. Kang waves his palm in the air. Kang tells the girl to just relax and see the sights of Moscow. The girl again tries to object to him. Kang turned his head to the side and looked back over his shoulder. There is a confident smile on his face. He says he will be back very quickly. The girl folded her arms over her chest and smiled nervously. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek and she looks worried. Maria put her hand to the portal and looks forward. There is a slight smile on her face and her eyebrows are arched. She says she will wait for him here. Maria stands in front of the portal. The rest of the warriors stand a few steps away from her. A young man walks forward through a tunnel of tentacles. He puts his hands in his pockets and looks calm. Kang stopped near a dead end. In front of him is a particularly large tentacle. Someone says that he was waiting for him. This is the person who says that this is the organic beauty of absolute order and harmony. Vladimir looks forward, a crazy smile on his face. His face is covered in red stripes. Green tentacles curl over the young man's body. Vladimir says that let him enjoy this to the fullest. Kang stares ahead, his brow furrowed. A puddle of green liquid appeared under Kang. He refuses and thanks for the offer. Kang also says that he is too busy to listen to his nonsense. Vladimir extended his huge hands forward. He finally turned into some kind of monster. His body is wrapped in tentacles. Kang stands below and clutches blades in his hands. Green energy sparkles around him. The young man is about to say something. Kang smiles widely, his eyes sparkling bright red. The young man pressed his hand with the blade to his chest. He says you see someone is waiting for him. Vladimir holds his head with his hands. Its lower half of its body is fused with tentacles. Kang stands in front of him and holds a blade in his hand. Vladimir laments that this is stupid. His eyes sparkle bright red. The creature's long hair hangs down. It towers over Kang, which stands significantly lower than Vladimir. The phrases Vladimir are written on the signs. He says, take a proper look. He also pronounces that he will be reborn as one as an absolute being who previously looked down on them, with this amazing power that transcends the mortal body and its limitations. The last sign says that now let him join them. Vladimir extends his clawed hand towards the young man. Kang looks at her with one hand on his side and the other down. The blue plaque says that the Elder of Abominable Fusion whispers enthusiastically. Vladimir says that he will give him a chance to work together. Kang looks down, his brow furrowed. The young man's lips are pursed. Kang makes a sharp move and strikes Vladimir's hand. Blood sprays in the air. The young man holds blades in both hands. He stands 10 steps from Vladimir. The mutant asks if he really means that he is going to oppose him. He also says that the current him is not just a single player. Kang tells him that of course. The young man squeezes a blade in his hand and shows Vladimir the middle finger. He says he should have called him stupid. He also says that he succumbed to the persuasion of the Elder's power. Kang flies to the side with his arms in the air. Vladimir lowered his hands down and crossed his hands. He directed his tentacles downwards. Vladimir says that he talks very well. The mutant opened his mouth wide, his eyes sparkling brightly white. He says that they are simply an inferior race that crumbles like grains of sand instead of becoming a single whole. Kang landed at a sufficient distance from the mutant. Opposite the young man is a creature made of green, brown, and red tentacles. Vladimir says that they are creatures that are heading towards self-destruction. He also says that he is endlessly dividing and eliminating conflicts. Many heads are located in the general mass of tentacles. They open their mouths as if trying to scream. Vladimir says that these are tumors that destroy order in this universe. Kang stands opposite Vladimir. He spreads his arms wide and smiles ominously. The heads are located near its lower tentacles. He encourages the young man to watch. The mutant also says that he is no longer a person of an inferior race. Kang opened his mouth slightly, his bangs falling across his face, covering his nose. He reacts briefly to what is happening. The young man clutches the blade in his hand, raising it high. Blue energy begins to glow around him. Kang says that he should have just kept insisting that he was human. The blue plaque says that some of the power of the Elder Slayer title has been unlocked. The second tablet says that when fighting against an Elder, attack power increases by 9,999%. Blue fire sparkles around Kang. He directs it towards Vladimir. The sign says that he received the title Enemy of the World. Vladimir staggers back, waving his arms. Fragments of tentacles fly next to him. Kang stands sideways with his head turned to the side. The whites of his eyes turned black and his pupils turned red. He tilted his chin up, a slight smile on his face. The blue sign says World's Enemy. Its level is unique. Effects are unknown as text is blocked upon application. The second tablet has a description written on it. People are the ones who deserve to be called the enemies of the world. The young man's foot falls slightly into the substance from which the tunnel is made. Bright red energy sparkles around Kang's leg. The young man says that, to be honest, he is not confident in himself. The young man jumped high into the air. He pushed off several times from different parts of space. The young man looms over Vladimir. Kang looks down, his brow furrowed. Kang's mouth is wide open, her eyes flashing furiously. Kang says that he is not sure that he will lose. There are many red and white stripes on a dark background. The blue plaque says that some of the elders are trembling with fear. The second sign says that the Elder of Jesters bursts into fits of laughter. Vladimir looks up, tears flowing from his eyes. He says puzzledly about how this happened. A bright red line flies down. Kang strikes Vladimir, cutting his chest. The blue sign says that the Elder of Games has sincerely remained silent. The young man clutches a blade in his hand and looks intently down. Splashes of blood and green energy fly around him. Kang landed on his feet. He stands some distance from Vladimir. He is cut into 2 parts, blood gushing out in all directions. The young man does not relax and continues to squeeze the blades. There is someone's head above him. Vladimir says that this is like a tumor that disrupts the order in this world. Kang deflects a blow from a mutant who attacks him from above. The creature exclaims, does he really think that he will lose just like that? The young man clutches a sword in his hand and gazes forward. His eyebrows are furrowed and he looks calm. The mutant clenches the blade with his teeth. Kang asks him what they will do if he is not going to come down. Kang cuts the head, a bright green flash reaching for the sword. Blood gushes in all directions. The mutant opened his mouth, streams of blood flowing down. He laughs and asks what he will do. The young man lifted his chin up, his mouth slightly open. The heads, which are located inside the general mass of tentacles, bared their mouths. Their eyes sparkle brightly with red fire. The blue tablet says that Elder of Abominable Fusion releases its full power. Vladimir's eyes burn with red fire. His mouth is wide open. Saliva drips down. The young man staggered back, holding a blade in his hand. The tentacles reach out to him, writhing in the air. A bright flash appears in the cluster of these processes. The young man looks forward, his mouth slightly open. He exhales noisily, arching his eyebrows. Kang says that this is how he should approach him. The young man put his hands on his hips. Opposite it is a cluster of tentacles that glows brightly. In this glow a human figure can be seen. The red sign says that World Boss Elder of Abominable Fusion has appeared. Kang looks ahead, pursing his lips. A blue and white screen hangs in front of his face. The young man smiles widely, his eyebrows slightly arched. He says what it was like just now. The human figure continues to remain in the cluster of tentacles. Kang glances sideways. The blue sign says that they cannot enjoy such a pleasant sight alone. Kang continues to stand away from the man who is inside the red flash. People take photos and point at screens that glow red. The sign says that the Elder of Anonymity is giggling while holding his stomach. Another sign says that he blesses the live broadcast for people around the world. Maria looks forward, her eyes wide. A drop of sweat runs down the girl's cheek. Maria clenched her hands into fists and raised her head up. Her mouth is wide open. The girl bangs her fists on the portal. She looks at Kang and the man inside the blob of red tentacles. Maria calls the Elder and tells him to open this barrier. Maria clenched her hand into a fist and holds it near her face. The girl's mouth is slightly open, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. The blue sign has a message from Elder of Blood. He reports that Maria's participation is blocked and the Elder of Games is asking for a one-on-one battle. Another sign says that Elder of Games accepts the request and creates an arena. Maria is amazed that the Battle of the Elders is happening. Kang stands opposite the man in the cloak. His figure is illuminated with red light. The man in the cloak extends his hand in front of him. It consists of tentacles twisted together. This is the Elder of Abominable Fusion. He clasped his hands in front of his chest. Behind his back are long red shoots. He says that there is nothing in this world. Elder takes a step forward. A young man holds swords in his hands. The Elder says that they can exist in harmony on their own. The young man threw the blade over his shoulder. He stares ahead, his mouth slightly open. Kang says, seriously, he can't show something like that for free. The mutant's cloak opens, and a huge number of red tentacles burst out from under it. Many monsters appear in front of him and head forward. Elder says that everything is one, and they exist for one thing. Kang stands in the way of this group of monsters. They all run towards him, raising their weapons in just their hands. Some people are screaming about becoming one. The young man opened his mouth wide, his eyebrows furrowed. A bead of sweat runs down Kang's cheek. He exclaims that he is going to pull a cheap trick by turning this into a gang war. Kang makes many strikes with his blades. Bright green flashes sparkle in the air. Blood sprays in all directions. A young man holds blades in his hands and is attacked by many monsters. The young man crossed his arms and glanced sideways. Behind him are his opponents, who are hit by red rays. The young man was clearly tired. He hunched his back and lowered his hands down. There is still a crowd of monsters behind him. The young man says that there probably won't be dinner today. The creatures go wild, opening their mouths and flashing red eyes. Many new humanoid monsters emerge from the red tentacles. Kang thinks that they are just pouring in an endless stream. Someone continues to talk about unification. The young man also thinks that there are too many of them for them all to be players. Kang runs forward, blades clutched in his hands. There are many monsters around him. The young man mentally wonders if they are residents of the world that the Elder was from. People raised their heads and looked at the red screen. Kang's face is shown there. Some of the people are screaming. Why are there so many of them? Another person wonders what if Hero King loses. Maria clenched her hands into fists and pressed them against the barrier. Her mouth is twisted and her eyebrows are arched. She's clearly worried. The girl says the young man's name. Kang swings his blades in the air. Blood-colored magic flies in the air. Many monsters surround the young man from all sides. Kang grips the hilt of his blade tightly and looks forward, his brow furrowed. He holds his other hand a little higher. A man in a white jacket stands in front of the TV, his mouth slightly open. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. There are small scars near the eyes and cheeks. Kang spread his arms wide, the red blast wave threw the monsters to the sides. Kang smiles widely, his brows furrowed. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's cheek. He starts to say something. Kang raised his head and raised his blades. Red energy similar to blood flies off the blades. Kang has a wide, smug smile on her face. His eyes sparkle bright red. He says that in the end, that's all that is required of him. Kang sharply lowered his hands down. Bright green flashes stretched along the entire trajectory. Bright red energy spreads out in all directions like a wave. A bright red wave destroys everything in its path, containing monsters. A red wave fills the space, rising high. Kang spread his arms to the sides. In them he squeezes the blades. Behind the young man's back is a staircase and the entrance to the building. Near the young man sits many black dogs, around which red fire sparkles. Kang says the name of the castle, House of Baskerville. The dogs run forward, their mouths slightly open, revealing sharp fangs. Their eyes sparkle bright red. The elder stands in the midst of his army of monsters. They surround him on all sides. Most of them have bald heads, bright eyes without pupils and red stripes on their bodies. The dogs quickly run forward. Kang stands in the same place, with his hands down. The dogs pounce on the monsters, tearing them apart. Kang looks ahead as the dogs fight the humanoid creatures. Kang lets out a short groan. The young man threw the blade over his shoulders. There is a crooked smile on his face. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek, his brows furrowed. The young man thinks that this is way too strong. He mentally wonders if this is the Elder Slayer's power. Opposite Kang is an elder, tentacles curling around him. The young man says that he thinks this will protect him from the wave of people who will attack him. The young man clutches the blade tightly in his hand. The stone on its hilt glows brightly green. The young man opened his mouth wide in a smile. He looks forward with his chin slightly tilted down. The young man asks if you want to go one-on-one against an insignificant person. The elder holds his hand raised in front of him. His face is not visible, it is hidden under the hood. The creature's eyes glow bright red. Kang quickly moves forward, holding his sword out in front of him. The dogs stand nearby and look towards the elder. His face consists of red tentacles that cover his skull. The eyes sparkle bright red and the teeth are clenched. A bright red beam flies towards him. The creature opened its mouth, a huge number of red shoots crawling out of it. His words are written on the blue plaque. He says it doesn't matter how strong he is. Elder spread his arms to the sides, his cloak flying high into the air. Red tentacles surged forward, attacking the young man. Kang stepped back. Elder says that he cannot defeat them, they are evolving. The creature's eyes bulged furiously. The tentacles that are in his mouth wriggle in all directions. The blue tablet says that based on fusion data, Elder of Abominable Fusion has acquired resistance to various types of damage. He says that they are endlessly subject to fusions and adaptations. Kang strikes the Elder's body with his sword. Blood gushes in all directions, a bright green flash sparkles in the air. The young man clasps the blades in his hands, crossing the blades. There is a satisfied smile on his face. He says that then he, too, will simply develop. The blue sign says that overplaying adapting nanovirus on the blade of Black Death is happening. The monster has his eyes wide open and looks to the side. Its mouth is open, tentacles protrude from it and fangs are visible. He turns to Kang. The creature says that how dare such a base race like them. The young man strikes again with his sword. Kang says he is very talkative. He asks if the tone is really that useless. Kang turned his head to the side, his mouth slightly open. The young man says that by the way, the broadcast is already on. He clarifies whether he is right. Someone says that it's only March, but the elder has already appeared. Kang sits near the defeated enemy. Blood splashes in all directions. The young man looks to the side, a wide smile on his face. Someone asks him, "This world is so peaceful, isn't it?" People are looking at many screens. They show a young man. Someone says that it seemed like there were a lot of people who wanted to say that the earth was safe even without people like him. He also asks, but can he defeat this man right here, without him? A man with a gray beard is sitting in a car. He holds a black tablet in his hands. Someone asks if he can raid the newly spawned level 16 tower. The general clenches a cigarette in his teeth. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks up. A girl with short hair is standing next to him. Someone asks if you can raid the seasonal boss that appears at rank 16. Maria continues to stand near the barrier. She put her palm to it. There is a slight smile on the girl's face, a tear runs down her cheek. Kang swings her blade, intending to finish off the monster. Some say maybe they'll just say he somehow defeated him. Kang strikes the creature, blood spraying in all directions. The elder's mouth is wide open, his eyes bulging. Someone asks how many people will die. A bright red flash appears in space. Her blood scatters in all directions. The man in the white shirt slammed his palm on the table. He stands next to him, shoulders hunched. Another man sits nearby. He clasped his hands and put his elbows on the tabletop. There is a TV in front of them, showing the events with Kang. The host exclaims how many players they will sacrifice to make the raid a success. The guy in the white shirt bit his lip. He tucked his chin down, his bangs falling over his face, covering his eyes. He runs out of the room, waving his arms. Two other men try to stop him. Kang swings his blades and quickly moves towards the creature. Tears flow from the monster's eyes. He looks ahead. Elder says that this unnerves the cancer tumor, the star tumor, which must disappear. Many green flashes appear in the air. Blood sprays from the monster's body. Kang quickly flies further after striking. The monster finally asked if he thought they would kneel. Kang stops at a considerable distance from the creature. The Elder is behind him, his cloak fluttering in the air. Kang turned his head to the side. He furrowed his brows and pursed his lips. A bright red flash appeared above his head. The blue plaque says he defeated the Elder of Abominable Fusion. The young man bowed his head down and lowered his hands. He crossed the blades of the weapon. There are blood clots behind his back. Someone says that the contract has been fulfilled. The blue sign says that Elder of Blood is laughing like crazy and congratulating player Kang on his performance. Kang hunched his shoulders and lowered his hands down. He looks ahead, his eyebrows furrowed. The blue sign says that he received the essence of the Elder of Abominable Fusion. The second sign says that the essence slots have been unlocked. Kang is standing on the path. Behind his back is a large red and black ball. The blue plate says that this is the essence of the Elder of Abominable Fusion. It has a unique rank. Its effect is healing factor during battle. Keyword adaptive cellular armor is given. It says that when attacked by a certain attribute, the resistance to that attribute is temporarily increased until the end of the battle. The resistance can be increased up to 9 times. Kang extended his hand in front of him. A red and black ball flies near her. The young man says that the hallmark of a trash game is that it involves many different types of slots. The young man squeezes the ball in his hand and looks at it intently. The blue plaque has a description that says that in this Elder's home planet, which emphasizes organic harmony and order in the collective consciousness of the organisms, peace and order continued without any conflict or any of the sort, until the human conquest fleet destroyed their mother planet, declaring it as an abominable fusion. Then a single cell fell out into the darkness of the universe and began its long journey. Kang raised his hand up. In his hand he squeezes the ball. Violet energy emanates from him. Kang walks up the stairs with his hands on his hips. The door to the room suddenly swung open. Maria extended her hand in front of her, clenched into a fist. Her mouth is wide open. She calls the young man by his last name. Kang spread his arms wide apart as if offering himself a hug. Maria stands at a distance from him. She says thank God he returned safely. Maria clasped her hands in front of her and looks at the young man with a smile. He answers her in kind. There are reporters behind the girl. Maria says that putting the virus on the Plague Elder's weapon was a stroke of genius. Kang continues to stand near the girl, spreading his arms to the sides. Maria looked up and lowered one hand down. Kang asks her why she stopped. Maria asks again and eliminates in the sense that she stopped. The young man opened his mouth and raised his head up. He closed his eyes and looked pained. Maria widened her eyes and held her hands near her chest. The reporters behind her looked surprised. Kang says that he thought she was so touched that she was going to hug him or kiss him on the cheek. He also says that this was definitely the mood she was in. Maria looks startled, a bead of sweat running down her cheek. A golden glow sparkles around her. Behind the girl there are people with cameras. Maria asks Kang if he is sane. The young man folds his arms across his chest and smiles widely. His eyes are closed. He says that he is always sane. The young man twists his mouth in dissatisfaction. His eyebrows are slightly raised. There are many reporters near the bright purple portal. Kang folds his arms across his chest and looks away with a smile. Maria stands next to him, her mouth slightly open. A man in brown trousers emerges from the portal. Kang says he didn't show up when he was fighting. He also asks what brought him here after it was all over. Kang pronounces, a sword master in the neighboring country of Russia. The man in the white shirt lowered his head down. His eyes are hidden in the shadows. He calls out to Kang, calling him Hero King. The man frowned and gritted his teeth. He looks forward, beads of sweat running down his face. He says that he watched this battle. He remembers how many people fought the green-skinned monster. He is also wearing a red cloak, his mouth is bared, and his eyes are sparkling brightly. The man in the shirt says that it reminded him of the time they encountered the Plague Elder. Kang says he did everything himself back then too. The man approached Kang. The young man looks perplexed. He raised his hands in front of him, as if defending himself. The man tells Kang that everything is correct. The young man asks him again. He says that then and now he himself fought against the Elder and defeated him. The man quickly walks forward. He says he was right all along. The man walked close to Kang and extended his hand in his direction. Maria stands nearby and looks at the man. Kang staggers back and looks scared. The man says that he is the one who should really be called a hero. Kang asks why he is suddenly acting like this. The young man also adds that it is scary. Kang calls Maria and asks her for help. The man clasped his hands and opened his mouth. His eyes are still hidden in the shadows. He says that for those sacrifices and actions that he showed to this world. He adds that he pays tribute to him. Kang looks down nervously, his lips pursed. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. The young man put his hand to the back of his head. The man turned his back to Kang. He says that as he said, if Hero King had not been there, countless lives would have been lost. Kang raised his hand to his face. He looks surprised, his mouth slightly open. The man says that last season, at the time of the Elder of Plague raid, he also says that I left the guild of the Chinese Communist Party, the formation of which was interrupted. Many reporters are filming what is happening. Flashes illuminate the space. Kang and Maria are standing next to each other. The man is a little further away. One of the reporters asks if this is true. Another person exclaims loudly, he really abandoned his subordinates and ran away alone. Another person asks if he admits to the time he was exposed by Hero King in the past. The man frowns, his mouth twisted nervously. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. He agrees and says that at that time, this coward. Many warriors are on the battlefield. Among them is a sword master. He heads in the opposite direction from the enemy. Everyone turns to him in surprise. Someone calls out to him, calling him sword master and guild master. The man moves backwards. A bright white flash is behind him. Splashes of blood fly in the air. The man says that he was afraid to die and ran away. Kang lands down, swinging his sword. A bright blue flash reaches for his weapon. The sword master says that it was the Hero King. The young man flies towards the monster. A bright flash appears between them. The man says that he jumped into the gap he created and fought against the elders of the plague. Kang raised his hand in front of him, his index finger extended. He glances sideways, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. Maria stops him and looks at the young man. The man calls the young man by name and says that he is a Hero King who cannot be doubted. The man knelt down and placed his hands on the floor. Behind him are Kang and Maria. The man says that now he thinks about it every night. The man bent his fingers with which he rested on the ground. The sword master extends his weapon upward. He is among other warriors. In front of him is a tall monster in a cloak. The man says that if only he had stood until the last minute instead of running away. He also says that the real heroes are those who feel in my place. People are lying on the ground, they are all dead. The man rests his hands on his knees. He lowered his head down, tears flowing from his eyes and dripping down. He says that at least one more of them could survive. Reporters take many photographs of what is happening. The man sits on his knees in front of him. Kang and Maria stand behind him. The girl put her hand on the young man's back. Kang pursed his lips in displeasure. A young man in metal armor stands with his hands on his hips. Next to him is Maria and a girl with blue hair. Behind him is the sword master and several other heroes. Someone says that 10 heroes are a symbol of peace. This same person says that they will protect this world, and they are a symbol of faith that this will continue to be the case. Kang remembers Vladimir, who turned into a monster. He says that, however, one hero was seduced by the power of the Elder of Abominable Fusion and was corrupted. The man continues to kneel. He wipes away his tears with his hand. Reporters hold out microphones in his direction. Someone reports that another hero abandoned his duties out of fear and ran away. Maria extends her hand towards Kang. He turned his back to the sword master and put his hands in his pockets. The girl calls the young man by his last name. Someone reports how easily those who are trusted as heroes can turn into villains. The girl touches the collar of Kang's cloak. The young man looks thoughtful, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Someone reports that now the whole world has learned about it. Maria arched her eyebrows and pursed her lips. She looks at Kang's back. The girl extends her hand to him. The little boy extended his hand forward. He clutches the hilt of the sword, which glows brightly. He has a surprised expression on his face, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide. There are 2 marks under the eyes. Someone says that the clearest incident among his vague memories of his childhood days. The narrator also says that this is when he met the sword. The already grown boy holds a sword in his hands. He stands among other teenagers who look older. He reveals that he learned to wield a sword long before he became a gambler, even before he went to school. He also reports that this is why he literally spent his entire life studying it. A young man with marks on his face moves forward. He clutches a sword in his hand. There are winged monsters above his head. The man says that in those days he wanted to be a hero. He also reveals that when he became a player, he thought that this wish had come true. The young man put his hand to his face, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. Maria sits next to him. She rests her hands on her knees. Next to them lie several corpses of warriors. The man says that, however, in the 2nd season, when we were helplessly losing to the boss of the season and the world was facing destruction, he saved us. Kang extended his hand with the sword upward. It sparkles bright blue. The man talks about Hero King. Kang stands next to Maria and the blue-haired girl. The young man glances over his shoulder to see the sword master standing there. There is a slight smile on his face as he looks towards the young man. The man says that at first he set a goal for himself and considered him a comrade, but one day he planned to surpass him. He also says that, however, he would live in a dream. The man says that, nevertheless, sooner or later they will definitely wake up from their dreams. A man swims in the water with his arms spread out to the sides. There are many people at the bottom, some in business suits, others in ordinary jackets. The man says that after not achieving much, he learned that there were strong ones who surpassed the heroes hiding at the bottom of the ranking board. The narrator says that they are what are called strong of the deep. Maria is sitting on a chair near the barrel. Someone put his head on her lap. Two people in business suits are standing aside. One man sits on the wheel of a car with his hands to his face. The sword master reports that they were strong, but were not in the least interested in saving the world. He also says that despite the fact that the unit led by 10 heroes almost fell many times, he clutches his hair with his hands and looks down. His eyes are wide and his mouth is twisted. He says that it was from then on that the title of hero began to seem meaningless. The man with long white hair moved his sword hand to the side. Behind him is a man, his chest covered in blood. The sword master reveals that he, overcome by an inner demon, knelt before the test of the heavenly demons. Many warriors are standing nearby. The men's mouths are wide open and their brows are furrowed. Among them there is a girl with a bob. The sword master says that he heard voices of distrust from the guild members. He also reports that it was like the party, which was on the verge of collapse, even when it was left. Many warriors stand in the crowd. Some people lower their heads. A large amount of blood bursts into the air. The sword master says that there was no way they could match the elder. Someone's words are written on a blue side. It says, "Let him fight and die with honor." The second tablet says that the elder of iron calls on his apostles. The man clutches a sword in his hands. He is wearing armor with some kind of patterns. The blue sign says that the morale of party members is too low. Buff, which is called battle cry, has been cancelled. The second sign says that due to the change in player array, the buff called Warrior of Valhalla was cancelled. Another sign says that the conditions for equipping an artifact called a Medal of Honor were not met. It is also said that the experience was not applied. The next tablet says that the Elder of Irons has cancelled the blessing. The man runs away from the hall, leaving the warriors behind him. Kang is among the people who stretch their arms up. They clenched their fists and were clearly happy. The sword master reveals that he ran away because he was afraid of losing his life, and Hero King saved the world again, as usual. The blue sign says that Season 6 of the Endless Maze has begun. A young man with marks on his face stands with his back to a large number of warriors and a man in a suit. The sword master clenches his hand into a fist, beads of sweat running down his cheek. The man behind him asks him to take these guys with him. The man says that he will no longer show such shame in the new season. The warriors are standing in line, with their hands folded behind their backs. A young man in a business suit and with blue hair stands opposite. The sword master turned his head to the side, a nervous smile on his face. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. He says that in the beginning it is more effective to hunt alone. He also says that these are the guys who used to say that nonsense about him abandoning the guild members and running away. The young man turned his head to the side and looked at the man. He says that if they bring them back, they may have to change the head of the guild. The young man glances nervously to the side, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He thinks about what this means. The man with blue hair turned his head to the side and glanced over his shoulder with red eyes. He lowered his head slightly and put his hand to his chest. There is a slight smile on his face. This is MSS Player Organization Associate, Nameless. There are many red stains on a black background. The sword master thinks that they are going to kill him. Someone is standing in a pool of blood with many corpses in front of him. Everything around is covered with red liquid. The man says that's enough. He looks down, tears flowing from his eyes. Behind the man's back is a background consisting of blue rounds. He thinks that someone is a coward. Some say you should leave the killing in the tower. A man in trousers stands in the middle of a bloody puddle. He holds a sword in his hand, blood dripping from the blade. The man thinks about what he is doing. He stands in front of a panoramic window. Master Cha put his palm to the glass and looks at the city. A bright blue flash appears below. He looks forward, his lips pursed. Behind the sword master is a man who stands with his back to him. The man with blue hair smiles slightly. He asks, did he think that something would change if he told foreign media about it? The sword master continues to stand near the window. A man with blue hair is behind him. The sword master says that he knew the world would not change. The man with blue hair asks, and yet he did something like that. The sword master presses his palm against the glass. His face is reflected in the window. He says that only by admitting his mistakes can he correct them. He continues to stand near the window. A man with blue hair walks into the room, his arms spread to the sides. The sword master says he will change. He communicates that even if it kills him, he will be proud of himself. The man with blue hair says that's enough talking nonsense. The sword master turned his head to the side and glanced over his shoulder. A man with blue hair stands with his eyes closed. He says that they acted very recklessly. He also says that the parties are being informed. The man sits down on the sofa and looks towards the sword master. The man says that given his activity and loyalty so far, they will give him another chance. The sword master asks about another chance. The man sat comfortably on the sofa, stretching his legs forward. He says that he did not officially abandon his subordinates during the Plague Elder's raid. He takes out his phone and glances sideways at the young man. The man says that once the detailed scenario is determined, they will transmit the order. He also says that until then, let him not even think about taking even one step out of the house. A man looks at a mobile phone screen. His eyes sparkle brightly red. He says that his communication with the press and, of course, even his use of the internet will be limited. He also says that he will stay with him during his period of self-reflection. The sword master says he was wondering what he was talking about. The man glances sideways, his mouth slightly open. The blue-haired sword master reaches out with his hand to the phone. He says that how could a coward like him who abandoned his subordinates just to save himself? He asks if he dares to volunteer as a hero. The man takes away his phone. Near them there is a cabinet with awards which are located behind glass. The man says that even if he denies it himself, he is a hero. He looks forward intently. The man clenched his hand into a fist, blue energy sparkling near him. He asks, so what if they made him a hero? He also says that he is still one of them. The sword master extended his hand to the side. A sword appeared in it that glows orange. He says that's how he must see it. The man frowns and looks away. His lips are pursed and he looks unhappy. The sword master holds a sword in his hand and thrusts it inside the sofa. He says that it looks like even the identity fraud went smoothly this time. He keeps his hand on his sword and looks at the man. He continues to lie quietly and looks at the young man. He asks why doesn't he play the puppet hero in the spotlight. The sword master smiles a little madly. His eyebrows are arched. He pronounces that now he is sick of this role. The man clenched his hand into a fist, the vein on it bulged greatly. He tells the young man not to make him angry. With a sharp movement, he rushed towards the sword master. A sword appeared in the man's hand. He shouts that he knows very well that he cannot have this title. The men crossed their swords, bright flashes sparkling in the air. The sword master waved his hands in the air. 3 swords attacked the man who leaned back. He rested his feet on the table. The sword master strikes the man, bright flashes in the air. A man covers himself with a table from blows. He suddenly jumps forward and strikes his opponent's face with his sword. Blood splashes in the air. The man asks if he is advising him to be a hero instead. The sword master gritted his teeth nervously and furrowed his brows. There is a small scratch on his cheek. He shouts that he would have done it already if he could. The man has his mouth wide open and frowns forward. He clutches a sword in his hand. Bright red drops of blood splash in the air. He says that why he says he will throw it all away when he has everything he wants. The sword master strikes, many orange flashes sparkling in the air. He says that because even if he remains in this post, he will never become a real hero in his life. The man pulled his hand back, red energy began to sparkle around it. The man has a slightly crazed smile on his face, his eyebrows furrowed. He exclaims why this is so important. He asks if it turns out that Kang as a hero influenced him. The man put his hand in front of him. Bright blue and red flashes fly forward. The sword master flies back, the enemy's magic hitting him square in the chest. He sits near the wall. His entire body is covered in blood stains. Small blue lightning bolts run across his body. He thinks that he is having an impact. The sword master remembers how he stood in front of the TV. He thinks that he was under the influence. He also thinks that nothing can be done about it. He has already thought about it. The sword master stands in front of the monster, which opens its mouth. A man with blue hair stands behind him. The sword master thinks about being characterized as the one who first awakened within the player. He also thinks that this is the look of a real hero. He also thinks about the look he would like to have. The man approached the master, who is sitting near the wall. He says everything is fine, no matter what he's doing now. The man clutches a sword in his hand, swinging it. There's a wide smile on his face. He says that it is the end of a puppet clown who is no longer useful. The man looks forward, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes glow bright red. He says that he knows how it happens. He also asks if this is true. The sword master lowered his head down, his body covered in blood. He asks if he is already killing him. He raised his head and looks forward. One of his eyes is red and his face is covered in blood. He says that he must make his older brother happier. The man swings his sword at the master. The wall and floor below him are covered in blood. He says that no matter how he dies, the reason will be given as the party wishes. The man clutches the hilt of his sword tightly. A vein in his arm bulged from the tension. Cards appeared near the master's hand, which lies in a pool of blood. Many different objects and cards fell into the pool of blood. The man dropped to one knee and put his hand to his face. He holds a sword in front of his face. Multicolored cards fly near him. Someone's words are written on a blue sign. Someone asks why he killed him so quickly. The second sign says that Elder of Pain is grumbling about the actions of the contractors. The man smiles, clutching a sword in his hand. With his other hand he grabbed his hair. He asks if pain is what he wants, then isn't his pain enough? A man sits in front of the sword master. He clutches his hair in his hand, lowering his head down. The man says that even if he said it was a lie, for him it is the truth. He also says that he just killed his idol with his own hands. He also says that now he will have to sit and envy a doll that doesn't even shine. 3 dots are written on the blue plate. Something drips into the pool of blood. The blue sign says that the Elder of Pain nods reluctantly. The man is crying, tears running down his face. He raised his head up and there was a blue screen in front of his face. Someone's phrases are written on the blue signs. It says that he sent his apostle to Valhalla. The second tablet says that he is amazed by his outstanding strength. The blue sign says that Elder of Iron offers the player an apostle contract. The man thinks that he wants everyone to just die. The man rests his hands on his knees. He still stands near the master's corpse. The man asks why things turned out this way. He also exclaims who made this Kang suddenly cause trouble right now. Maria, Kang and the sword master are standing in the palace premises. Someone says that he is someone who really doesn't need anything to be called a hero. Many people are sitting at the table. Among them is also a white-haired man. Someone screams loudly. A man with blue hair looks up. His mouth is slightly open and his eyebrows are arched. He looks surprised. Someone asks what this madman is doing. Someone reports what kind of sacrifice and activity he showed for the sake of this world. A man with blue hair says the name Kang. Someone says that he pays tribute to him. Someone says the name Kang. The man smiles widely, showing his teeth. He says everything is correct and turns to Kang. A bright flash from the explosion is located on the top floors of the building. A man with blue hair stands in front of an explosion. His eyes sparkle brightly with red fire. He thinks that all this is because that damn hero King went on a rampage, unable to tell the difference between heaven and earth. Kang wraps his arm around the pillow. In his other hand he clutches a mobile phone. The young man's eyes are closed and his mouth is twisted in pain. He asks what's going on so early. Next he asks the question that doesn't he know that he flew here by plane. The young man has his mouth slightly open and holds the phone near his ear. Someone says that the sword master committed suicide. The young man lowered his head down, continuing to press the pillow to himself. He asks his interlocutor again. He says that it will be officially announced that the sword master committed suicide out of guilt. He also says there is still an embargo on news. He also says that but it only applies to today. The young man looks worried, his mouth slightly open. The young man's eyes are wide open, and his pupils are strongly constricted. He thinks questioningly about someone being dead. He also mentally wonders if he killed himself. The young man recalls how he and Maria stood in the room in front of reporters. The sword master is kneeling in front of them. The young man thinks that yesterday he really felt like a stranger. He also thinks about what will happen then. All the characters are sitting in the car. Kang and the sword master are in the back seat and Maria is in the front. A man is sitting behind the wheel. He says that then he will go to the airport immediately. He also says that each of them will fly back on a private jet due to the threat of terrorism. Kang turned his head to the side, his eyebrows arched and his mouth slightly open. The sword master sits next to him with his hand on the door. Kang asks why he did this. Kang turned his head towards the man. There is a dissatisfied expression on the young man's face. His teeth are tightly clenched, his mouth is twisted into a snarl. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. The sword master says that Kang is right and asks why he did this. Kang laughs in response. The sword master looks away, his mouth slightly open. He says he should have done this from the beginning. He also asks why he lived like this. Kang leaned forward, resting his hand on his leg and armrest. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He asks to wait and asks, "Are you really okay?" He replies that he should not change. He also says may he continue to be a true hero. The man smiled slightly. White light falls on his face. Kang asks why he talks like he's about to die. Maria turned her head and looked back. Kang looks away intently. The sword master asks why he would die. It's already dark, white lights are burning in the airport building. The plane is standing on the takeoff pad. Maria and Kang stand behind the sword master. He turned his head in their direction. A man in a suit stands in front of him and has his arms crossed over his chest. The sword master turns to Kang and says that they will see each other later. He also turns to Maria and says that he will go first. Maria turned her head towards the young man. He pursed his lips, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. The girl extended her hand forward and pressed the other one to her chest. Kang stands next to her with his hands in his pockets. He glances sideways at the girl. The Swordmaster moves away from them, hands in his pockets. Maria asks the Swordmaster to wait. Maria says he is going to continue being a player. She also clarifies whether she is right. The man continues to stand with his back to them. He turned his head back and looked over his shoulder. There is a slight smile on his face. He replies that of course he's right. Kang clutches the pillow to himself, his mouth twisted. He looks somewhat unhappy. He says the man said he had no intention of retiring. The park manager is sitting at the computer. He placed one hand on the computer mouse and the other on the keyboard. He says that judging by the information from the owner, an attempt was made on his life. Kang asks if the Swordmaster was killed. The manager says that he also tried to verify the information on his part. There is a bloody boot print on the floor. Many cut marks were left on the furniture. The blood stain is near the wall. There are some things lying nearby. The manager says the evidence is all over the place. He also says that it looks like the powers that be have made their move. Kang holds his hand near his ear. He placed his other hand on his lap. He says that it looks more like garbage from the depths. The manager says that either way, it looks like something big is about to happen, so he needs to be on his guard. Kang took his ear away from the phone and holds it in front of him. He put the pillow aside. He pressed his other hand between his legs. A cat lies next to him. She asks why they are all frowning when the weather is so nice outside. Kang replies that she is right. The young man extended his hand forward. Near it there is a blue stripe. Kang says that since everything has been mixed up in his head. Kang extended his hand forward towards the blue and white screen. He says that I should play some games. A crystal pendant hangs on a brown rope. The blue sign says this is a list of available towers. It says that this is the Tower of the Hero, Tower of the Ruin, Guardian, Tower of the Queen of Conquest. The second sign says that the Token of Trust accessory allows you to exert powerful influence. Another blue sign says that the Tower of the Queen of Conquest summons player Kang. Kang and a woman with long hair are standing near the railing. They look at the sandy beach. There are many people on it. There are ships at sea, and on the very shore there are catapults. The blue sign says that this is Tower of the Queen of Conquest, it's tier 8 hard, it's battlefield type. The number of players that can be there is from 1 to 2. A store is available in this tower. The second sign says that the condition for fulfillment is victory of affiliated faction. A special note says that he can receive an accessory of unknown rank called a Token of Trust. Kang has moved away from the railing and stands with his back to the woman. He extended his arm above his head. The woman folds her arms near her chest and looks at him. Kang says that they say the most interesting thing in the world is watching other people fight. There are many warriors with spears sitting on horses. They were located along the entire coast. Kang asks, but should he really do nothing but suck his thumb here? Warriors fight. A man with pointed ears injures a man in metal armor. Kang leaned his hands on the railing. He looks towards the shore. A woman stands next to him. Kang says that he even forgets how many towers were demolished without him. The woman says that he just needs to wait a little. The woman looks ahead with a smile. She extends her hand forward. The woman says that soon they will have to enter the battlefield. This woman is the Queen of Conquest. Her name is Sultana Cilia. She extends her hand to Kang. He leans on the railing and looks intently forward. The woman says so let him stay close to her. She calls him her most loyal knight. The young man tilted his head to the side. His eyes are closed and there is a slight smile on his face. He says that the man is protecting the Elven Queen, who is trying to seize the territories of people. He also says that it is ironic and asks if it is not. The woman looks forward with a smile. She asks if he regrets betraying his people. She stands with a glass in her hand. The full moon is shining in the sky, illuminating the figure of the queen. Kang denies it and says that he just remembered him in the past. The woman asks if this is truly the ending their goddess desires. Sultana Cilia touches the young man's shoulder with her hand. She says so he must think he has changed, and that is true. She also says he could not help but do this for the sake of his family. A woman stands next to a young man. She extends her hand in front of her. Behind them are the desert dunes. The queen says that this water channel was used to divide the lands between humans and desert elves. She also says that it was always people who crossed the channel to invade and conquer their land. The woman looks forward intently, her mouth slightly open. Her eyebrows are raised high. She says that but now they will be the ones to invade them. Kang stands with his back to the castle. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin slightly. A woman holds her hand on a young man's shoulder. Kang heads towards the entrance to the castle. The spears of its towers rise high. There are dark clouds in the sky. Kang says that it seems they have arrived. This place is the last battlefield that he entrusts to him. This castle is the last stronghold of humanity, which is called the Undefeated Fortress. Kang put his hand to his face, his gaze directed downwards. He says that then something will happen. He broke off the sentence without finishing the sentence. Kang walks inside the castle. his hands in his pockets. In front of him are the corpses of knights. There is a huge amount of blood around. The young man continues to walk forward. Someone tells Kang that he has been waiting for him and that he is welcome. A man with blue hair is standing in the middle of the corridor. He spreads his arms to the sides and looks at Kang. The young man stopped at some distance from him. He asks the man why he killed the allied soldiers. The man raised his hand to himself and looks forward, a wide smile on his face. He asks Kang why he is so surprised by this. He then asks another question: who cares if the creatures inside the towers are alive or dead? Kang moves closer to the man. The young man looks towards the huge number of corpses of warriors. He says he's just asking because he's clearly trying to act crazy. The man raised his hand to the back of his head and closed his eyes. There's a wide smile on his face. He asks about the psycho and clarifies whether it's about him. Kang opened his mouth and furrowed his brows. He asks, "Are you one of those artistic lunatics?" Well, a sword appeared near the blue-haired man's hand. Blue energy swirls around him. The man continues to hold his hand near the back of his head and smile. He says that he is so tired of waiting for him. He asks Kang if he might as well test his new abilities. The young man spreads his arms to the sides and looks forward with a wide smile. There are many swords around the man, and he holds one of them in his hand. Kang says that it seems like almost everyone has a mythical weapon just because they've been here for a few months. Kang stares ahead, his lips pursed. The man has stuck one sword into the floor and touches it with his foot. He asks, mythical weapons aren't that bad, are they? He remembers the sword master who struck many times with his sword. And the way he held the weapon in his hands, the sword glowed brightly golden. Kang continues to stand calmly with his hands in his pockets. The man extended one arm to the side, a sword hanging next to it. There are several more weapons behind the man's back. Kang says it's a rather familiar sword. The man asks him if it is now. Kang looks forward, his mouth slightly open and his eyes wide. Blue magic sparkles around the young man. He asks if he killed the sword master. The man smiles widely and madly, squinting his eyes. Many blue figures with red eyes appeared near him. The man stretched out his hand in front of him and looks at Kang with a smile. He asks, is it important right now? The man moved his hand to the side. Behind him stood a whole squad of blue figures. He asks how about he already takes out the Plague Elder's blade. The young man extended his hand down. He furrowed his brows and pursed his lips, looking forward intently. There is blue energy sparkling around Kang and there are pieces of ice and blue swords. The man put his hand to his side and moved his hand with the sword to the side. The man tilted his head slightly to the side and looked forward with a smile. His eyebrows are arched, corners up. He says that he sets his deck as a frost craftsman. He also says it's such a shame. Kang says it was the same setup he used to defeat the Face Collector. Kang clarifies if this is true. The young man continues to stare ahead, his eyebrows furrowed. Blue swords hang around the young man. Behind the man is a squad of people with weapons. He says that this is all from Assassination Notice, Descent of the Heavenly Demon, and Oculus. He also says that it's something like the Frost Assassin class. He also clarifies whether this is true. The man reports that the way he used his skills in the battle with the Face Collector was impressive. Kang looks ahead with his hand extended downwards. Blue magic sparkles near her. Kang says that he has learned quite a lot about him. The blue plate says that on deck page 1 it includes Frost Assassin, Assassin Synergy Assassination Notice, Charlotte's Web, Shadow Blade, and also a Frost Synergy, Dark Frost Craftsman, Unapplied Synergy Descent of the Heavenly Demon, Sword Manipulation, Oculus, Weapon and Equipment No Weapon, Baptism of Darkness. Kang mentally wonders if he knows about the battle with the Face Collector since no one saw it. The young man spread his arms wide and leaned forward. The man clutches a sword in his hand, standing in a fighting stance. His counterparts rush forward, preparing to attack Kang. Blue flashes sparkle in the air. Kang exclaims that he will see if he has the skills to consider his settings shameful. Kang fights a man. Blue swords attack the blue-eyed man's doppelgangers. They scatter in different directions. Kang looks forward intently, holding a sword in one hand, which deflects the blow. Another sword appeared in his second hand. Kang asks if that's all he can do. Kang looks forward, his brow furrowed and his mouth slightly open. His eyes sparkle brightly red. He says loudly that he said that was all he got by taking the hero's equipment. The young man waved his hands. A bright blue flash flies forward towards the man. He stands surrounded by light smoke. A bead of sweat runs down the man's cheek, his teeth clenched. He looks back, his brow furrowed. Kang is behind the man and touches the top of his head with his finger. The young man says that it is a pity that they met inside the tower. The blue sign says keyword, Mark of Death has been applied. The blue-haired man looked up, beads of sweat running down his cheek. Above his head is a skull, the eye sockets of which sparkle with purple fire. Kang flies back, holding his sword out in front of him. The man throws multiple punches, bright blue flashes sparkling in the air. He asks, did you really think that he would be defeated by the Heavenly Demon Sword Technique No. 1? Kang's eyes are black and his mouth is twisted. He holds one hand in front of him. The young man mentally wonders if he has blocked it. He also reflects on how he did it. The man lands on the floor, swinging his sword. Kang jumps to the side. The man asks if he really thought that he was not prepared to challenge him. He also says that no one could be stupid enough to do it again. The man spread his arms wide to the sides. In one of them he is clutching a sword. There is a satisfied smile on his face. His whole figure glows with golden fire. He says that he is the one who protects this bastion. He arched his eyebrows and looked ahead. There is a slight smile on his face. He says that he will not be defeated. Everything happens a few hours ago. A man with red hair presses his hand to his face. He has a red tattoo on his wrist. He says Kang's name out loud, calling him Hero King. A man sits in front of a large screen with numbers written on it. Also next to it is a blue screen with a soundtrack. The man says that because of him, everything has become so restless. A man with shoulder-length black hair folded his hands in front of him. The woman pursed her bright red lips and rested her head on her hand. The man says that watching the mistress has gotten worse, and events are unfolding against their will. A man with a long beard holds a microphone with his hand. There is a slight smile on his face. He says that it would be great if someone could meet him. The blue-haired man pursed his lips and lowered his chin. In front of him hangs a blue window with a soundtrack. The man asks if everyone can become a volunteer. The square with the number 7 lights up especially brightly on the screen. A sign of sound appeared from above. Someone says that he will go and asks where he should go. The blue sign says that Tower of the Queen of Conquest calls the lair. The man with blue hair continues to stand in front of Kang. It glows golden. Kang holds a blue sword over his palm. He rested his other hand on his side. The man says that these are magic words, so it's really surprising. Kang says it's no wonder he was so relaxed. He also says that he has something to rely on. The castle begins to sparkle with golden light. Kang says that I heard that this is an undefeated fortress, but it turned out that it was just a castle that was granted a spiritual word. Kang looks at the man with his mouth slightly open. It continues to glow golden. Kang asks him what level this tower is for him. He replies that for him this is the 6th rank. The young man thinks that for him this is the 8th level with a note of difficulty. Kang stares ahead, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He clenched his teeth nervously and bared his mouth in a smile. He curses and says there was a ton of balancing to be done. The man extends his hand forward. There is a wide smile on his face. His eyes are closed. He says that at first glance, this may seem unreasonable. He also says that the world of the towers is truly fair. He asks Kang if this isn't wonderful. The young man got close to the man. Kang's eyes are black and one of his arms is pulled back. There is a red glow of magic around her. He says that he is not sure. The young man extended his hand forward. A bright red-black wave of magic flies towards the place where his opponent stood. Kang says that even here he is so strong that he feels it is unfair. The man dodged the attack to the side. There is a slight smile on his face. He says that the sword master also spoke similar nonsense a long time ago. The young man extended his sword hand forward. The man stands at a considerable distance from him, his arm extended with the sword down. Kang asks him why he killed the sword master. Kang spreads his arms to the sides and flies back. The man attacks, delivering many blows, which are accompanied by bright flashes and his doubles. The man says they can't keep having a useless buffoon on stage, and he clarifies whether this is so. Kang asks who decides how fit he is. The man waved his hands in the air. In front of him is a network of a huge number of bright flashes. Kang says that these are people he can't even imagine. The young man looks down, his mouth slightly open. There are several blue screens in front of the young man. He asks the man if their cowardly boss M is one of them. The man tells him that they will soon turn the whole world upside down. Kang extended his hand. He is about to take the blade. Blue energy sparkles around the weapon. The blue sign says that the young man was initially without a weapon, but now he has Black Death. Another sign says that the ability to switch equipment has been used 3 times and is now 0. The young man clutches the blade in his hand and moves forward. The man also runs forward, holding his sword in front of him. He shouts, then even his petty performance as a hero will soon end. Kang opens his mouth and looks forward intently. He looks calm and confident. He holds one hand behind his back. In it, he clutches a blade that glows brightly green. He says that he is a typical minor character. At first they behave cruelly, but then. He also says that in the next episode they are holding his pants and crying. The man's eyebrows are furrowed, his pupils are very constricted. He smiles widely, red and blue lightning flashes around him. He laughs and says that he will show him hell. The blue sign says something is being applied to the blade. The man is lying on the floor. His lips are dry and worms are crawling over his body. The whole forehead is covered with blood, even worms are crawling over the eyes. He says to kill him. Kang extends his hand with the blade forward. He looks down, his mouth slightly open. A young man sits on a man's body. Kang says that he was not at the next episode level, but at the very next scene level. He also says that it looks like he will be the one going to hell. The sword lies on the floor, next to it there is a pool of blood. The handle of the weapon is also covered with drops of red liquid. The blue sign says he defeated the player. The second sign states that the player failed in the raid on the tower and will be banished to the outside world. Someone's words are written on the side. It says, "Let him get off his land." The young man lifted his chin up and opened his mouth. He says that there is no way they will let him pass the difficult 8th level by defeating only one player. The blue sign says that Elder of Light is enraged. The second sign says that the faction of the Guardians of Light is joining the war. Many angels are in the sky. Their wings glow brightly golden, and halos hang above their heads. Kang stands on dry land with sparse trees. His blades are stuck into the ground near his feet. The angels are at a considerable distance from him. Kang says that his experience farm is located here. The young man puts his hand to his head and looks forward. He says it's getting boring after seeing it so many times. The blue tablet says that unparalleled magic is applied to the Watchers of Light. The young man slightly moved his hand away from his head. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He says that he did not ask for such a new development. The young man knelt down on one knee to retrieve the blades from the ground. He says it's him and his big mouth. Golden sparkles sparkle inside the palace. The blue sign says that this is the entrance to the rare items store. A young man holds his hands on either side of his face. Green rectangles appeared near his palms. Kang raised his head up and extended his arms in front of him. It stands in a large room with high ceilings. Someone tells him welcome. A girl with pointy ears looks at a notepad. He says he missed him a lot. A girl sits on a red carpet that hangs in the air. She touches her hand to the young man's head. The girl says that he has accumulated 9,609,700 achievement points. He also says that he is very proud of her. The girl says that he should quickly buy a block of cards. The young man put one hand on his side and extended the other to the side. He closed his eyes and looked slightly unhappy. He says it's her again and asks to see the catalog. The young man is holding a ring notebook in his hands. The girl behind him looks somewhat surprised. She says that he will become legendary. The young man agrees and says that he doesn't believe it. He runs his finger along the page where the characteristics of the ticket to increase number of side are written. Deck switches by 1 and can be purchased a maximum of 3 times. Its effect is when used, side decks can be changed by 1 more time in the tower. Its price is 100,000 points. He says that he will take one of them first. The young man holds a catalog in his hands and covers it. The girl looks at the young man. He says, also this and this. The girl tells him to buy a card pack too. The young man carefully examines the catalog. His eyebrows are slightly raised. He continues to list. The blue plate says that the name of the product is a key to a machine whose purpose is unidentified. The effect is hidden although it cannot yet determine the true value. It seems that it will be useful in the future. Its price is 5 million points. It also says that the product cannot be purchased without the permission of the machine girl. Kang points his finger at something in the catalog. He turned his head towards the girl. She looks a little surprised. He says there is a product for which I need your permission. He asks her what this hidden thing is. He also asks the question, if this thing is called that, then how is it hidden? The girl tells him not to buy it. She has her eyes wide open and looking down. Her mouth is slightly open. Everything around her was plunged into darkness. He says that if he does this, he will be in danger. The young man moved his hand with the catalog to the side. He looks at the girl who is hanging on the carpet in front of him. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at the young man. Kang asks her if she ate something else. She tells him that this will become very dangerous. She also says that the chances of him dying will increase. The young man tilted his head slightly to the side. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He extended his hand towards the girl and pointed his finger at her. She retracted 2 fingers on her hand and glanced sideways at the young man. Kang asks her if he will buy a card pack, could she sell it to him? She tells him to buy 2 of them. The blue sign says that the machine girl grants permission to purchase a key to a machine whose purpose is unknown. The young man tilted his head to the side. His eyes are closed, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He extends one hand forward. Kang says that he will buy them, so let her give him the oaks quickly. The blue sign says he purchased 1 random skill card pack. A young man holds a blue card with a question mark on his palm. A young man looks at a girl who is holding a box in her hands. A bead of sweat runs down Kang's cheek. He asks the girl if she didn't ask him to buy 2. The girl tells him to buy another one the next time they meet. Kang asks her if she will raise the death flag. Many gears are in the air. The blue card says that he purchased a key to a car whose purpose is unknown. Kang extended his hand with the card up. There are many angels above his head. Some of them say that this is all in the name of the God of Light. Kang asks them if they can see it. He also says that this is his secret weapon that will destroy them. The blue sign says that 1 random deck of skill cards is being revealed. Kang holds a silver card on his hand with smoke on it. The blue sign says surprise and that this is a common card. The next sign says that Kang received a common card called Uncontrollable Anger. The young man holds the card with both hands, placing his hand on his forehead. He says that he seriously cannot control his anger. Kang spreads his arms to the sides, holding his ice swords down. Blue energy sparkles around him. The angels are about to attack, creating golden arrows. The young man furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide. Tears flow from his eyes. He screams loudly, urging them to attack him and calling him vinegar flies. A young man stands on the ice. There are many sharp ice spikes around him that struck the angels. Blood stains cover the ground. The blue plaque says he captured the undefeated fortress. The next sign says that the young man has increased his level. Kang looks at the blue screen in front of his face with a smile. Pink leaves fly in the air. The blue sign says that Assassination Notice has reached the maximum level of 20. It also says that he can awaken this skill. Kang and the two girls look up. The girls put their hands to their chests, happy smiles on their faces. Pink petals fall from above. The woman in the red hat looks very serious. She says that in this place she takes an oath on her own behalf. She also says that she will rule this continent not only as the ruler responsible for all of them. The queen stands next to the throne. There are many people in the hall. Some of them kneel in front of her. She lowered her head low, folding her hands on the floor. The queen says that she is not like the queen of the elves or the conqueror of people. Pink leaves fly on a white background. The queen holds in one hand a long staff with feathers at the end. She raised her other hand up. The woman says that it is time to put an end to the confrontation stained with the blood of two races. She also says that all of you will be equal under her rule. Kang claps his hands. He closed his eyes and lowered his chin slightly. Two enthusiastic girls stand near him. Pink petals fly on a white background. The woman says it's all thanks to him. Kang is standing on the balcony near the railing. He closed his eyes and moved one hand to the side and placed the other on his side. The woman extends her hand towards him. Kang says that of course he knows that very well. The woman looks ahead, a slight smile on her face. Kang looks at her with his hand on the railing. The queen says that he told her that he had been thinking about her from the old days. She also says that she has addressed the goddess of shadows with a sword before. The girl is sitting on the floor, a chain stretches from her neck and her hands are handcuffed. The queen reveals that she said that she would make their race pay in the future for the bloodshed they caused. She adds that she understood everything. Kang purses his lips and looks away in surprise. The queen says that he, who saved her, was also a person like them. The woman smiles, looking to the side. She says that's why she was able to find the answer. The blue plaque says that he cleared the Tower of Queen of Conquest. Kang stands in complete darkness. One of his hands is clenched into a fist, and he stretches the other in front of him. The young man makes a surprised sound. Kang turns his head to the side. His mouth is slightly open, a bead of sweat running down his cheek. The young man looks worried. He asks if this is how it all ends. The young man continues to stand in the dark. Only the bright blue light from the pendant illuminates the space. Someone's phrase is written on the blue side. It says this is his answer. The second sign says that tier is unknown, accessory token of trust has been evaluated. On another tablet are written the characteristics of a token of trust, which is called Heart of the Desert. It has a unique level. The peculiarity of this thing is that by wearing this necklace, you can enter into an apostle contract with the Elder of the Desert in addition to any existing contract. There is also a description written there. It says that this is a necklace that is said to have been given by an elder of the desert to a person when she was still bound by the shackles of earthly life. It also says that this accessory is retained at the end of the season. A young man stands in front of a woman's figure, which is woven from golden light. She is holding a pendant in her hands. The blue plaque says that the desert elder is making an offer of an apostle contract to the player king. The young man looks forward, his mouth slightly open. A drop of sweat runs down your cheek. He asks again about the Elder of the Deserts. The young man mentally wonders that, moreover, this is a double contract. A young man stands with his hand on his side. His figure is illuminated by a bright orange beam. The golden woman and the purple jester are next to him. The words of the jester are written on the blue tablet. He reports that he has no reason to hesitate. Another sign says that the Elder of Jesters pushes the player king in the back. The young man turned his head to the side. The jester's finger touches his shoulder. In front of the young man's face are the hands of a woman. She holds a thin thread in them. Kang says he accepts her offer. The woman's words are written on the blue plaque. She says that then he will also support your stage. Kang lifted his chin up and closed his eyes. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. The woman raised her hands to the young man. The blue sign says that a new contract has been concluded with the Elder of Desert. The woman extended her hand in front of her. A blue crystal hangs above her palm. The blue tablet says that the Elder of Desert gave the awakening stone to the player king. The second sign says that skill assassination notice has been awakened with the 1 million achievement points. Kang sits in the room, his back pressed against the partition. He clenched his hand into a fist and holds it near his neck. The young man says that the princess will become an elder. Kang remembers the skull that was attached to his belt. The young man mentally wonders what she sacrificed. The girl, from whom only a skull remained, said that she sacrificed this world. Kang put his hand to his forehead, his eyes closed. A drop of sweat runs down the young man's neck. He thinks that he does not need to be interested in this. He also thinks about how it's not like he's going to become an elder. Kang wraps his arm around the back of the chair. There is a black cat sitting on it, typing on the keyboard. Kang turns to Blackie and asks her what she has been doing all this time. The cat tells him that she is typing comments. She also says that there are too many idiots in this world who need to be converted, so he personally conveys his teachings to them. Kang asks again about converted. There are many words written on the monitor. Someone writes that he was born to love dogs. They answer him that you, poor mortals, who have never had the experience of communicating with a cat secretly stretching out its paws to them. Another person reports that he doesn't like cats because they aren't affectionate. He is told that this is fake news, you just need to wait a little and the cat will be the first to climb on your stomach. If she is in a good mood, she will even show her jelly. Another commenter says that dogs are much cuter. In response, he receives that they, dog lovers, should not be deceived by their cuteness. Cats are the best now, it is better to have a cat nearby than some dog that they will have to bathe after a walk. Kang looks surprised, his mouth wide open and a bead of sweat running down his cheek. He says what kind of real cat is typing comments. Kang took the keyboard in his hand and picked up the cat with the other. The young man says that she should get off now and let him see how things are in the world. Blackie tells him that there are still so many people who need enlightenment. The young man frowns and looks ahead. The title is written on the blue stripe. It says that in the latest news, someone failed to clear the 9th level tower with the Demon King. Kang sat down in a chair, the cat sitting on his lap. The young man extended his hand forward towards the blue screen. He says it's time for him to work his fill. The cat asks about the butler and additionally asks the question that she is wounded again. Kang says that's not true at all. The cat has her mouth wide open, a drop of nervous sweat running down her cheek. She says that there is no need to be like this, let him take a break. Kang talks about the entrance to the tower. There are blue rectangles on a white background. The blue sign says about the 9th rank tower. It says that he entered the tower and became an evil charismatic demon king to control the Ice Sky after their people began to fear him too much from becoming so strong after gaining the skill of cheating. Once he woke up in another world after being hit by a truck when he was an ordinary high school student. The young man is dressed in a blue cape. He holds a cat in his hands. The blue sign says that a special item was issued, a tattered camouflage robe. Kang lowered Blackie, extending his arm to the side. The townspeople are terrified and rush away from the walls. Monsters with horns attack them. Someone shouts that this is an attack by the Demon King's army, the old and weak must be evacuated. The man also shouts that they have already come this far. He heard the news about the demolition of the border forts of the Empire. People clutch pitchforks and rakes in their hands. They are ready to defend themselves with what they have. The men look worried. Women hug their children. Kang stands behind them all. Someone is shouting that the city needs to be protected. The same person says that they should all get out their farming tools. Kang opened his mouth slightly. His eyes were not visible, they were hidden in the shadow of the hood. He says it looks like her food is over there. The cat looks happy. She says this is the 9th level tower. Kang extended his hand in front of him. A red diamond hangs above his palm. The young man says that he knows. The blue plaque says he used the abyss stone on Blackie. The cat became completely purple and seemed translucent. The blue plate says that Blackie's stats are constantly increasing by 200. A huge cat, engulfed in purple fire, runs forward. People are afraid of her and look at her with their mouths open. Someone screams loudly and calls the cat a monster. Another person wonders who did this in town. A cat flies over people's heads. They look up, their mouths slightly open. The man asks if she doesn't fly past them. Kang has said so they don't worry, it's his familiar. Kang lowered one hand down and raised the other and extended it to the side. Someone asks who he is. The young man replies that he is just an adventurer passing by. Someone is amazed that he is an adventurer and asks what his rank is. The young man smiles widely, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. His gasp expression is still not visible because of the cape. Kang questioningly says that it is platinum. People look at him with different expressions. Some are wary, some are happy. One of them exclaims if he can ask him for his nickname. Kang says he just said it for fun, but it really exists. This is truly an ice guy. The man asks him again. Kang jumped high and flies forward. Near him are blue swords. People look up to him. Someone says he doesn't have time for this, so later. Kang flies forward, swinging his sword. The cat is already frolicking at full speed. She attacks opponents by inflicting gifts and creating thorns. Kang stands in the way of a green-skinned centaur who is brandishing a weapon. The young man says that it looks like she fortunately left some for me. The creature with horns looks forward, its eyes glowing brightly with red fire. There are many of the same monsters around him. Kang created many swords and ice blocks around himself. The young man says that there must be a dirty and absurd phrase that a Necromancer must say. Monsters are covered with a crust of ice. Their mouths are wide open, revealing sharp, needle-like teeth. A young man sits on an ice floe. He put his hand to his forehead, looking forward. Blackie is walking nearby, with a monster's hand in her mouth. Kang says he's just too cool. The cat asks him if he is out of his mind. Kang sits on an ice floe in the middle of the massacre. Around it there are sharp spikes on which opponents hang. People stand by the will of protective structures. They are amazed at what happened. Someone says, he is strong. Kang tells the cats that she should look. They all call him cool. The young man looks forward with a wide smile. A fairly large detachment is moving towards him. Kang says that he destroyed them all before reinforcements could arrive. Knights on horseback ride forward. They clutch blue flags in their hands. Kang hums thoughtfully and says that, however, the armor they wear seems strangely familiar. The young man wonders where he has seen this before. The cat holds Kang by the cloak, lifting him off the ice floe. He says now he will tell you what will happen next. Oh also says that those cavalry troops will come, thank him and ask who he is. Kang smiles widely. The cat releases its cloak of mouth. Holes remain in the fabric. Kang says that he will probably say something stupid, because of which he will then start a fight with them. He also says that for some reason, every time he goes to Ice Sky, he always ends up getting into a fight with the knights. A man in armor walks forward. Raindrops fly diagonally. Kang holds his hand on Blackie's head, the cat's eyes sparkling brightly with red fire. The knights dismounted from their horses and approach the young man. One of them says that he has impressive skills to deal with all these monsters single-handedly. He also says that he is very grateful to him. He also says that an adventurer like him would probably have an alias known throughout the continent. Kang put his hand to his chin and opened his mouth slightly. He hums thoughtfully and talks about an alias. He also says that back in high school he was called the Dark Frost Master. The knights widen their eyes and look surprised. Drops of sweat are running down the warriors' faces, their mouths are wide open. He reaches for the hilts of his swords and is clearly preparing to attack. Kang asks what's wrong with Dark Frost Master. The young man put his hands in front of him. A cat sits next to him. The warriors point their swords towards Kang. Some of the warriors ask if there is such a pseudonym among high-ranking adventurers. Kang says that means this didn't happen. Blackie meows loudly. One of the warriors says that he needs to reveal his identity and purpose right now. The young man raised his hands in front of him, palms forward. The cat closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, showing them. The young man says that he told her he knew this would happen. The cat exclaims, then how about the tone just doesn't talk nonsense? The warriors look forward in shock, their eyes wide open. One of them says that it looks like he is a spy for the Demon King, the Lord of Dark Hellfire. He also speaks that their names are too similar. The second warrior says that he has heard news of a warlock in the robes of a Demon King who roams the lands of the Empire, calling himself an adventurer. The young man lifted his chin up and opened his mouth wide. A bead of sweat runs down his cheek. He says he told him it was a disguising robe. One of the warriors says that means it was a disguise. The blue sign says that the elder of jesters chuckles and bursts out laughing. The young man raised his hands up and looks at the soldiers. They surround Kang on all sides. Someone shouts that the Demon King's spy revealed his identity with his own mouth. Kang asks how it was. He also wonders if he should just stop being a gambler and become a fortune teller. He also says it turned out just as he told her. He wonders if this is true. Blackie says he can't say anything because he doesn't have a keyboard. Someone shouts loudly for everyone to stop. A girl with blue hair stands in front of a young man. Her mouth is wide open, her brows are furrowed, and a bead of sweat is running down her cheek. She tells them all to move back. Kang put his hand to his head, a wide smile on his face. He says that's some amazing timing. The girl is dressed in a strange cape with a cross. There's a wide smile on her face. Kang asks her, Saintess, is it her? The girl turned her head back, her eyebrows slightly raised. She replies that it's nice to see him again. This girl's name is Alicia Sarastina. She is the Holy Theocracy of Sarastina, the 37th saint. The girl spreads her arms to the sides and looks forward, her mouth wide open. The men look at the girl in shock. One of them turns to the girl and says she just said about the hero. Someone also asks if she summoned an outsider into this world again. The girl asks the Knights of the Dragon Empire to listen to her. She also says that this stranger is not their enemy. The girl looks ahead. Her eyebrows are arched and her lips are pursed. Drops of sweat flow down the girl's face. Someone says if she hasn't forgotten how that damn stranger became the Demon King and is devouring this world. He calls her a witch. The warriors raise their swords and are about to attack. Someone asks how dare he call her a witch. The same man says that they should hold their tongues in front of the saint. The helmeted knights say that then what else should they call the girl who summoned the Demon King who is flooding the empire with blood? The girl clasped her hands and lowered her chin down. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek. Kang looks forward, his lips pursed. One of his arms is extended to the side with a blue snowflake above his palm. The girl says that everyone, please calm down. Many blue swords are above the heads of the warriors who were already ready for a fight. They look at what is happening in bewilderment. Kang says that as he thought, looking at them, they are really good at fighting each other. Kang extended one hand up and placed the other on the girl's shoulder. She continues to hold her hands in front of her. The girl turned her head towards the young man, a drop of sweat running down her cheek. Kang says that from now on, anyone who speaks besides the saint will live without a head. The young man continues to hug the girl by the shoulders. Above them hang blue swords that Kang created. Opposite them are warriors holding weapons in their hands. Kang says let her tell the whole story about the appearance of the Demon King and the continent being immersed in blood. He asks how this can be the saint's fault. The girl put one hand to her chest and lowered her chin down. She looks a little sad and nervous. The girl says that because only a saint can call a hero from the other world. She also says that in one hero of the other world. Kang raised his hand up and looked somewhere to the side. The girl covered her face with her hands. Behind them is a demon in red and black armor. The girl adds that he broke his oath and became the Lord of Dark Hellfire. She also says that it's all her fault. The young man took his hand away from the girl's shoulder. Kang says that's why he told her not to feel a huge sense of responsibility for what was happening. The young man turned his back to the girl. She glances sideways at him, holding her hands in front of her. Kang says they need to move them. The girl apologizes and asks where they should go. The young man stands with his back to the girl and the soldiers. His eyebrows are furrowed and his mouth is slightly open. He looks thoughtful. The girl turned in his direction and looks at Kang. She asks him why he is asking this question. Kang replies that it's obviously to defeat the Demon King.